You know what's absolutely ridiculous? The fact that the Galactic Council classified both of our species as Deathworlders, but they're still shocked we get along so well. Captain Olivia Reed snorted, taking a swig from her mug of something that smelled vaguely like cinnamon and motor oil. Across the table, Ambassador Kazarth of the Drakari Imperium clicked his mandibles in what humans had come to recognize as their version of laughter. His exoskeleton gleamed under the ambient lighting of the station's diplomatic lounge, the iridescent blues and greens shifting as he moved. Perhaps what's more ridiculous is that they expected us to immediately attempt to annihilate each other. Kazarth responded, his translator rendering his chittering speech into perfect English with just a hint of what humans would call a British accent. A quirk in the programming that no one had bothered to fix because, frankly, everyone found it amusing. As if being evolution-hardened survivors automatically makes one bloodthirsty. Well, to be fair, Olivia said, leaning back in her chair, your people do have acid sacs and can bench press a small shuttle. And your kind evolved on a planet with so much oxygen that everything is constantly trying to combust, while also developing a bizarre obsession with keeping creatures that could kill you as pets, Kazarth countered, his 4 eyes blinking in sequence, the Drakari equivalent of raising an eyebrow. Touché, Olivia grinned, though I maintain that dogs are universally lovable, even the Minert, and they're basically sentient marshmallows. The unlikely friendship between Captain Reed and Ambassador Kazarth was a microcosm of the larger relationship that had developed between humans and the Drakari in the 5 years since first contact. 2 species from planets that should have killed them, both joining the galactic community within months of each other, and both immediately labeled as dangerous Deathworlders by the older species. What the Galactic Council hadn't counted on was the instant kinship that formed when 2 evolutionary underdogs recognized each other's struggle to survive. 3 weeks earlier, Admiral Joe of the United Earth Fleet stood ramrod straight on the bridge of the UES Intrepid, Earth's flagship and the pride of humanity's still-fledgling space navy. Beside him, Councillor Vexnar of the Galactic Council fidgeted nervously, his gelatinous form rippling with anxiety. Admiral, I must once again express my grave concerns about this joint military exercise with the Drakari. Vexnar burbled, his translator producing a high-pitched nasal voice that had been driving Joe to the edge of his considerable patience for the past 3 days. And I must once again remind you, Counselor, that this exercise was approved by the full Council, including your superior. Joe replied evenly, never taking his eyes off the main view screen where a formation of Drakari warships was visible, their sleek, almost organic-looking design contrasting with the more angular human vessels. A terrible mistake. Putting 2 Deathworld species together in a military context is asking for disaster. Your kinds are naturally aggressive, territorial, resourceful, and adaptable, Joe interrupted. And as I recall, those traits saved 3 Council worlds during the Hive incursion last year, while the civilized species were still debating proper protocol for defensive actions. Vexnar's translucent body flushed a deep purple. Embarrassment, Joe had learned. The Hive incursion had been a sore point for the older Council races, who had been caught completely flat-footed by the attack. It had been the combined human and Drakari forces, acting without Council approval, that had stemmed the tide and pushed the Hive back. That was an exceptional circumstance, Vexnar muttered. And now we're preparing for the next exceptional circumstance, Joe said firmly. Computer, open a channel to the Drakari flagship. The view screen shifted, and the imposing figure of War Commander Tazriel appeared, standing nearly 8 feet tall, with an exoskeleton the color of burnished copper, and eyes that glowed like hot coals. Tazriel was intimidating even to humans who had grown used to the Drakari appearance. Admiral Joe, Tazriel's voice resonated through the bridge, the translator giving him a voice like gravel being crushed. My warriors are in position and eager to begin this exercise. As are we, War Commander. Are your observers comfortable? Joe asked delicately, knowing that the Drakari had also been saddled with Council representatives who were likely just as nervous as Vexnar. Tazriel's mandibles clicked in a pattern that the human crew had come to recognize as amusement. Councillor Plex is currently experiencing what his species calls moderate digestive distress. Apparently, the concept of simulated combat is upsetting to his constitution. Joe allowed himself a small smile. Councillor Vexnar seems to be holding up slightly better, though I suspect that's only because his species lacks a conventional digestive system. Beside him, Vexnar rippled indignantly. Indeed. Shall we proceed with Phase 1 of the exercise? My gunners are particularly looking forward to testing their targeting systems against your new stealth frigates. By all means, Joe nodded. Though I should warn you, Our point defense AI has been significantly upgraded since our last joint operation. Your bombers might find their reception rather warm. Welcome the challenge, Admiral. Drakari vessels, assume formation Talon Strike. Begin countdown to exercise commencement. As the Drakari ships began to move with uncanny precision into an attack formation, Vexnar oozed closer to Joe, lowering his voice. This casual discussion of violence. It's disturbing, Admiral. Most species in the galaxy have evolved beyond such primitive instincts. Joe glanced at the counselor, then back at the screen where Tazril was barking orders to his crew. With respect, Counselor, most species in the galaxy evolved on worlds that didn't actively try to kill them every day. When your planet tries to poison you, burn you, freeze you, drown you, or have something eat you on a regular basis, you either develop what you call primitive instincts, or you go extinct. And yet here you both are, bringing those instincts to the stars. Vexnar replied sourly. Yes, Joe agreed. Here we are, and thank the stars for that, or the Hive would be sitting in the council chambers right now, deciding which of your worlds to consume next.
We must act now.
On the view screen, the countdown reached 0, and the exercise began. Lieutenant Kai Wilson was having the time of his life, even as warning klaxons blared and his fighter shuddered under the strain of a high G turn. His squadron of 12 Earth Space Force Raptors was engaged in a furious dogfight with an equal number of Drakari Talon fighters, and the simulated battle had quickly evolved into an elaborate three-dimensional dance of death. Razor 3, break left. You've got one on your tail. Kai shouted into his comm as he rolled his own fighter and lined up a shot on a Talon that was pursuing his wingman. I see him, Razor Lead, came the tense reply from Lieutenant Ali Nejum. Can't shake him. These bugs can pull G's that would turn us into jelly. Kai's targeting computer locked onto the pursuing Drakari fighter, and he triggered a simulated missile launch. In a real battle, a hypervelocity projectile would have streaked toward the target. In this exercise, the computer simply calculated trajectories and outcomes. His HUD flashed, miss. The Drakari pilot had detected the launch and executed an evasion maneuver that should have been physically impossible, even for their species. How the hell? Kai began, before his own warning system screamed at him. A Talon had somehow gotten on his 6 without him noticing. Before he could react, his fighter shuddered as the simulation registered a direct hit. Engine critical. Simulated kill. Damn it! Kai swore as his controls locked up, the simulation forcing him to play dead. He could only watch helplessly as the remaining members of his squadron were methodically picked off by the more maneuverable Drakari fighters. As the last human fighter was killed, a communication channel opened, and the face of his Drakari opponent appeared on his screen. Flight Commander Ixara's mandibles were spread in what Kai had learned was a gesture of respect. Excellently fought, Lieutenant Wilson, she chittered, her translator converting it to slightly accented English. Your tactics were creative, if ultimately futile. Despite his competitive nature hating the loss, Kai couldn't help but grin. Your pilots move like they're not bound by physics, Commander. What's your secret? Some kind of inertial dampening tech we don't know about? Ixara made a sound that the translator didn't catch, something between a chuckle and a hiss. Nothing so exotic. We simply evolved on a world with 1.3 times gravity, and with predators that could strike from any direction. Natural selection favored those who could withstand extreme acceleration and change direction rapidly. So what you're saying is, I need to start working out in a high G chamber, Kai joked. It would be a start, Ixara replied, and Kai could have sworn there was a teasing tone in her translated voice. Though I doubt your endoskeleton could ever match our natural advantages. Maybe not, but give us humans time. We're pretty good at adapting. It's kind of our thing. As is ours, Ixara agreed. Perhaps that is why our species understand each other, while the rest of the galaxy fears us both. Before Kai could respond, Admiral Joe's voice came over the general channel. All units, exercise Phase 1 complete. Return to your respective carriers for debriefing. Phase 2 will commence in 3 hours. As Kai's fighter's systems came back online and he turned back toward the Intrepid, he found himself looking forward to the next phase of the exercise. There was something exhilarating about testing himself against the Drakari, challenging in a way that training exercises against other humans had never been. The rest of the galaxy might see 2 dangerous Deathworld species, but all Kai saw was the potential for humanity to learn and grow stronger from the competition. And maybe, just maybe, make some interesting friends along the way. In the observation lounge of Galactic Council Station T9, Counselor Vexnar and his colleague Plex sat watching recordings of the military exercise with expressions that, despite their alien physiologies, could only be described as horrified fascination. "Do you see the way they communicate during combat?" Plex whispered, his 8 eyes blinking rapidly as the holographic display showed human and Drakari forces engaged in simulated ship-to-ship warfare. "There's casual banter, jokes even. What kind of evolved beings joke while engaging in violence?" "Deathworlders," Vexenar replied with a shudder that rippled through his gelatinous form. "Their neural pathways must be fundamentally different from ours. The stress hormones alone would render most civilized species catatonic." On the display, a human cruiser executed a daring maneuver, deliberately taking a glancing hit from a Drakari warship's simulated weapons to position itself for a more advantageous firing solution. Both counselors winced at the recklessness of it. "And they seem to be enjoying themselves," Plex noted with disbelief. "Look at the biometric readings from both crews. Elevated heart rates, increased neural activity, but none of the fear responses we would expect. It's as if they find this stimulating in a positive way." "That's precisely what worries me about having 2 Deathworld species in the Council," Vexenar said, lowering his voice even though they were alone in the lounge. "They think differently, react differently. What happens when they decide their interests align against the rest of us?" Plex shifted uncomfortably. "You're not suggesting they would form an alliance against the Council. I'm suggesting we need to be prepared for the possibility. These exercises were supposed to highlight their differences, remind them of their competitive instincts. Instead, they're building camaraderie, sharing tactics, even socializing between drills." The door to the observation lounge hissed open, and both counselors startled, their conversation cutting off abruptly. Olivia Reed entered, followed closely by Kazarth. Both were still in their military uniforms, though Kazarth's was a complex arrangement of articulated plates that accommodated his exoskeleton, while Olivia's was the more conventional blue and gold of the Earth Space Force. "Counselors," Olivia greeted them with a nod that was just this side of respectful. "Enjoying the show?" "Captain Reed, Ambassador Kazarth," Vexenar acknowledged, trying to keep the nervousness from his voice. "We were just analyzing the tactical data from today's exercises." "Fascinating stuff, isn't it?" Kazarth clicked, mandibles moving in what the counselors had learned was amusement. "I was just telling Captain Reed how impressed I am with humanity's point defense systems. Quite creative, using such simple projectile technology with such complex targeting algorithms. And I was complimenting the Ambassador on the Drakari's new shield harmonics," Olivia added. "Absolutely brilliant way to conserve energy while maintaining protective coverage." Vexenar and Plex exchanged worried glances. "You're sharing military technology assessments?" Plex asked, voice higher than usual. Olivia shrugged. "Nothing classified. Just professional observations between allies." "Allies?" Vexenar repeated, the word clearly making him uncomfortable. "I was under the impression that Earth and the Drakari Imperium merely had a non-aggression pact and some trade agreements." Kazarth's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "Perhaps allies is premature, but friends seems appropriate. After all, we share much in common." "Such as?" Plex inquired, a hint of challenge in his tone. "Coming from planets that wanted us dead, for starters," Olivia replied casually. "You know, where evolution was a constant arms race between predator and prey, where the environment itself is trying to poison you, freeze you, or fry you depending on the season. Where everyday survival requires innovation, adaptation, and occasionally a really good immune system," Kazarth added. "Things that the Council species, evolving on their garden worlds, never had to develop." Vexenar's body darkened several shades, a sign of indignation. "Our evolutionary paths may have been less violent than yours, but that hardly makes them inferior. In fact, many would argue that species who evolved beyond the need for aggression are more advanced." Olivia held up her hands in a placating gesture. "No one's saying your evolution was inferior, Counselor. Just different. And those differences make it hard for you to understand why humans and the Drakari get each other so well." "Because you're both naturally aggressive?" Plex suggested, not bothering to hide his disapproval. Kazarth clicked his mandibles in what might have been a sigh. "Because we both understand that sometimes in life you have to fight. Sometimes against nature, sometimes against others who would do you harm. And knowing when and how to fight, and when not to, that's something our species have had to master to survive. While the Council races had the luxury of developing without those pressures," Olivia continued. "Which is great. It led to your amazing artistic and philosophical achievements, but it also left you vulnerable to threats like the Hive." The mention of the Hive caused both counselors to ripple with discomfort. The recent invasion had caught the Council completely unprepared. Their defense forces insufficient, and their decision-making processes too slow to respond effectively. "You need us," Kazarth said simply. "As much as our ways disturb you, the galaxy needs species who know how to fight when fighting is necessary." An uncomfortable silence fell over the room. On the holographic display, the exercise continued, human and Drakari ships moving in complex patterns, testing each other's capabilities while simultaneously learning from each other. Finally, Vexinar spoke, his voice subdued. "Perhaps you're right, Ambassador, but that doesn't make your casual attitude toward violence any less concerning to us." Olivia's expression softened slightly. "We're not violent for violence's sake, Counselor. We're prepared for it when necessary. There's a difference." "I hope so, Captain," Plex said quietly. "For all our sakes." Dr. Eliza Morgan wiped sweat from her brow as she carefully extracted a sample from what appeared to be a massive, pulsating fungal growth. The rainforest of Drakari Prime was like Earth's Amazon on steroids. Hotter, more humid, with flora and fauna that seemed determined to set new records for both size and toxicity. "Careful with that one," chittered Tikral, her Drakari counterpart and guide on this xenobiology expedition. "The spores can cause temporary blindness in my species. No data on what they might do to your kind yet." "Fantastic," Eliza muttered, carefully sealing the sample container. "Just what I always wanted. To be the first human to discover whether alien fungus spores will melt my eyeballs." "Science requires sacrifice," Tikral replied, his translator rendering his chittering in a tone that Eliza couldn't quite tell was serious or sarcastic. After 3 weeks working together, she still found Drakari humor elusive at times. She straightened up, wincing as her back protested. The higher gravity of Drakari Prime was taking its toll, despite the conditioning all the human scientists had undergone before the expedition. "How much farther to the river basin?" she asked, checking her environmental suit's readings. The atmosphere was technically breathable for humans, but the higher concentration of certain gases meant they couldn't risk prolonged exposure without filters. Tikral pointed with one of his upper limbs. "About 2 of your kilometers that way. But we should move quickly. The light is fading, and you do not want to be in the jungle after dark." "Why not? More blindness-inducing fungus?" "No," Tikral said, suddenly serious. "The stalkers hunt at night." Eliza felt a chill despite the oppressive heat. She'd been briefed on the stalkers, apex predators that had nearly driven the pre-industrial Drakari to extinction. 12 feet of muscle, claws, and teeth, with a chameleon-like ability to blend into the jungle and intelligence that bordered on sentience. "I thought stalkers were confined to the northern continent these days," she said, trying to keep her voice steady as she packed up her equipment. "Mostly," Tikral agreed, "but this is still their world as much as ours. We may have cities and technology now, but step too far from them, and Drakari Prime reminds us who really rules here." As if on cue, a sound echoed through the jungle, part roar, part screech, entirely terrifying. It was distant, but not distant enough for Eliza's comfort. "Right," she said, slinging her pack over her shoulder with new urgency. "River basin, lead the way." They moved through the jungle with as much speed as the dense vegetation and Eliza's human limitations would allow. Tikral, despite his larger size, moved with surprising grace, his exoskeleton providing natural protection against the various thorns, spines, and stinging plants that Eliza had to carefully avoid. "You know," she said between controlled breaths, as they navigated a particularly challenging stretch. "When I signed up for this exchange program, I expected to spend most of my time in labs and controlled environments, not trekking through death-world jungles with night coming on and carnivores the size of small buses in the vicinity." Tikaral's mandibles clicked in what she now recognized his version of laughter. "And when I agreed to be your guide, I expected a scientist who would prefer the safety of the dome cities, not one who would insist on collecting samples from the most toxic and dangerous parts of our ecosystem." "Touché," Eliza grinned behind her mask. "I guess Deathworlders are Deathworlders, regardless of the specific planet, huh?" "Indeed. Your Earth, with its pathogens, predators, natural disasters, and extremes of temperature, produced a species that, like mine, sees danger as an acceptable risk in pursuit of knowledge." Another distant roar interrupted their conversation, noticeably closer this time. "Though perhaps," Tikral added, picking up the pace, "we should discuss our shared evolutionary psychology when we're not potentially being hunted." They reached the river as the last of the daylight was fading, the 3 moons of Drakari Prime beginning to rise and cast an eerie, multi-hued glow over the landscape. The river was wider than Eliza had expected, its waters a deep purple that seemed almost black in the dim light. Tikral led her to what appeared to be a small structure built on stilts at the river's edge. As they approached, lights activated automatically, revealing a research outpost. "We'll be safe here for the night," Tikral explained as he entered a code into a panel by the door. "The structure is reinforced, and we have deterrent systems that keep stalkers and other predators at bay." Inside, the outpost was spartanly furnished but functional, with equipment for analyzing samples and basic living quarters. Most importantly to Eliza at that moment, it had environmental controls that reduced the humidity to something her human body could tolerate more comfortably. She removed her mask with a grateful sigh, then set about organizing the samples they'd collected throughout the day. Tikral moved to a communication console, presumably reporting their location status to whatever passed for a safety authority in the Drakari research establishment. "The nearest city is about 60 kilometers from here," he said after completing his transmission. "A transport can retrieve us tomorrow if you've collected sufficient data." Eliza looked up from her samples. "Already? But we've barely scratched the surface of this ecosystem. I was hoping to spend at least another few days in this region." Tikral stared at her with all four of his eyes, his expression unreadable to human sensibilities. "You wish to remain in one of the most dangerous environments on our planet. For fun? For science," Eliza corrected, then grinned. "Though I can't deny there's a certain thrill to it." After a moment, Tikral's mandibles shifted in what she now recognized as his equivalent of a smile. "Dr. Morgan, I believe you would have made an excellent Drakari." "And you," she replied, "would fit right in on Earth, especially in Australia." As night fell completely outside, they settled in to analyze their findings. Two Deathworld species united by their curiosity and their willingness to face danger in pursuit of understanding. A combination that the rest of the galactic community found equal parts admirable and terrifying. The Galactic Council's Grand Chamber was designed to intimidate. Soaring ceilings, ornate decorations from 100 worlds, and acoustics that made every word spoken from the central podium resonate with artificial gravitas. It was meant to remind delegates of the Council's power and authority, which had gone largely unchallenged for over 10,000 years. Admiral Zhou found it tacky. "Distinguished delegates," he addressed the assembled representatives, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "The combined human and Drakari intelligence services have confirmed that the Hive has regrouped. They are preparing for a second invasion, one that will dwarf their previous incursion. We have less than 6 standard months to prepare." The chamber erupted in a cacophony of voices, translators struggling to keep up as dozens of species expressed shock, disbelief, or outright panic. At Zhou's side, War Commander Tazaril stood impassively, only the slight twitching of his mandibles betraying his impatience with the Council's reaction. High Counselor Quila, a member of the ancient Ilir species who had been among the founders of the Galactic Council, raised a slender, 6-fingered hand for silence. Gradually, the chamber quieted. "Admiral Zhou, War Commander Tazril," Quila's melodious voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. "These are grave tidings indeed, but we must approach this with reason and caution. The Hive's previous attack caused significant damage, yes, but our forces eventually repelled them." "With respect, High Counselor," Tazaril rumbled, "your forces did very little repelling. It was human and Drakari ships that bore the brunt of the fighting, while Council forces were held in reserve to protect vital systems." A murmur of discontent rippled through the chamber at the blunt assessment. "That is a simplification of a complex strategic situation," Counselor Vexner interjected from his position in the lower tier. "It's the truth," Zhou said flatly. "And it's a truth we don't have time to dance around diplomatically. The Hive is coming back, stronger than before. If we stand against them as individual species, or even worse, if we repeat the disjointed response of the last invasion, we will fall." "What exactly are you proposing, Admiral?" Keela asked, her large, luminescent eyes narrowing slightly. Zhu nodded to a human aide, who activated a holographic display in the center of the chamber. A complex battle plan materialized, showing fleet positions, defensive arrays, and supply chains spanning dozens of star systems. A unified defense strategy, one that plays to each species' strengths rather than adhering to the Council's traditional hierarchy. Human and Drakari forces would form the vanguard, with Council species providing logistical support, medical services, and specialized technical capabilities. "You're asking us to cede military control to your Deathworld forces?" one of the Vral delegates asked incredulously, his feathered crest rising in agitation. "I'm asking you to acknowledge reality," Zhou replied calmly. Our species evolved to fight, to survive against overwhelming odds. Yours didn't. That's not a moral judgment, it's biological fact. Tazariel stepped forward, his imposing presence causing several nearby delegates to edge away subtly. Consider this. In the last incursion, Hive forces breached Council lines within hours. When they encountered human and Drakari resistance, their advance slowed, then stopped. This is not coincidence. It could be argued, Councillor Plex said hesitantly, that the Hive simply wasn't prepared for your unorthodox tactics. Then let us be unorthodox again, Joe urged. But this time with coordination, with the full support of the Council behind us, instead of bureaucratic interference. The chamber fell silent as the delegates considered the proposal. Joe could practically see the calculations happening behind their various alien features, weighing pride against practicality, tradition against survival. Finally, High Councillor Quila spoke. This proposal represents a significant departure from Council protocols that have served us for millennia. They cannot simply be cast aside, yes. Joe interrupted, his patience finally wearing thin. We've heard this before, but those protocols were designed for a peaceful galaxy, where the greatest threat was trade disputes or minor border skirmishes. They were not designed for an enemy like the Hive. What the Admiral means, Tazriel added, his tone slightly more diplomatic, is that extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures. The Hive doesn't care about your protocols. They care about consuming your worlds and your people. Murmurs spread through the chamber again, but this time with a different tenor. Less outrage, more uncertainty. May I speak? A new voice entered the conversation, and heads turned to see Ambassador Kazarth, standing from his position among the Drakari delegation. Without waiting for permission, he moved to join Joe and Tazriel at the central podium. This council has long prided itself on representing the pinnacle of galactic civilization. Kazarth began, his translated voice carrying the formal tones of practiced diplomacy. You have built something remarkable, a community of species working together despite vast differences. But civilization is not just about art and philosophy and comfortable living. It's about survival. And sometimes, survival requires acknowledging that different evolutionary paths have created different strengths. He gestured to the holographic battle plan still rotating above them. This plan doesn't ask you to become warriors. It asks you to let those of us who are natural warriors do what we do best, while you do what you do best. Is that not the very essence of cooperation that this council was founded upon? The chamber was silent now, many delegates looking thoughtful. And consider this, Kazarth continued. Humans and Drakari, the species you fear for their aggressive instincts, are volunteering to place themselves at the front lines. To die first, if necessary, to protect worlds that have often treated them with suspicion since they joined this community. If that is not civilization, I do not know what is.
Illogical and reckless.
High Councillor Quila studied Kazarth for a long moment, then looked to Joe and Tazriel. Something in her ancient eyes shifted. Ambassador Kazarth makes a compelling point, she said finally, as does the tactical data from the previous incursion. She turned to address the full chamber. We will recess for 12 hours to review the proposed strategy in detail. But I will say this. Pride is a luxury we cannot afford in the face of extinction. As the session adjourned and delegates began filing out, already engaged in intense discussions, Kazarth turned to Joe and Tazriel. That went better than expected, he clicked quietly. Your speech helped, Joe acknowledged. Though I suspect what really convinced them was the realization that we're volunteering to die so they don't have to. Tazriel's mandibles clacked in dark amusement. Perhaps. But they forget one important detail. What's that? Joe asked. Deathworlders don't die easily. 6 months later, the bridge of the UES Intrepid was a storm of controlled chaos, as the first wave of Hive ships emerged from FTL at the edge of the Vega system. Admiral Joe stood at the tactical display, watching as the human Drakari joint fleet moved into attack formation. All ships report ready, Admiral. Lieutenant Commander Samantha Reyes reported from her station. Drakari dreadnoughts are in position. Our carriers are launching fighters now. Excellent, Joe nodded. Comms, put me through to War Commander Tazriel. The imposing Drakari appeared on the main view screen, his battle armor gleaming under the lights of his own bridge. Unlike human ships with their clean, minimalist aesthetics, Drakari vessels favored a more organic look, with command centers that resembled nothing so much as the inside of some great beast. Admiral, Tazriel greeted him.
The Hive approaches exactly as your intelligence predicted. We are ready to receive them. Let's hope our new tactics work as well in practice as they did in simulation, Joe replied.
The Council forces are in position to provide support? Tazriel's mandibles clicked in what Joe had learned was a gesture of confirmation. Yes, though I sense reluctance still. Old habits die hard, it seems. They'll get over it when they see our plan in action. Joe turned to his tactical officer. Status of the Hive fleet? 73 capital ships and approximately 300 smaller vessels detected so far, sir. Configuration matches intelligence reports. They've upgraded their weapons and shielding since the last encounter. Joe's expression remained impassive, but he felt a flutter of concern. Those were significant numbers, even for their combined fleet.
But then no one had said this would be easy.
Very well. Signal all ships. Operation Thermopylae is a go. Let's show these bugs what happens when they pick a fight with Deathworlders. The battle that followed would later be studied in military academies across the galaxy. The human Drakari fleet didn't attempt to form a traditional defensive line. Instead, they employed a strategy that seemed, to outside observers, like barely controlled chaos. Human carriers launched swarms of fighters that darted between the larger Hive vessels, drawing fire and creating confusion, while Drakari warships executed precision jumps into and out of the battle zone, appearing where they were least expected to deliver devastating strikes before vanishing again. It was a strategy that played to both species' strengths. Human adaptability and improvisational tactics paired with Drakari ferocity and precision. And behind them, Council ships provided crucial support, their advanced sensor arrays giving the combat vessels real-time intelligence on Hive movements, their medical ships standing ready to receive casualties, their logistics fleet ensuring ammunition and supplies flowed smoothly. For the first time, the diverse species of the galaxy were working in true harmony, each contributing what they did best to a common cause. 3 hours into the battle, the tide began to turn. The Hive, accustomed to overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers and brute force, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn by the seemingly unpredictable movements of the human Drakari forces. On the bridge of the Intrepid, Admiral Joe allowed himself a small smile as the tactical display showed yet another Hive capital ship breaking apart under concentrated fire. "Sir," Lieutenant Commander Reyes reported, "Hive forces are beginning to pull back to regroup. Their formation is fragmenting." "Now's our chance," Joe said. "Signal War Commander Tazriel. Execute Phase 3. On the view screen, Tazriel's mandibles spread in what Joe had come to recognize as a predatory smile. "With pleasure, Admiral. All Drakari vessels, implement Phase 3. Target their command ship." What followed was a display of coordination that would have seemed impossible 6 months earlier. Human carriers launched their remaining fighters in a wave that drew the Hive's point defense systems, creating gaps in their coverage. At the same time, Drakari warships executed a complex series of micro-jumps, appearing at precisely calculated points around the massive Hive command vessel. The attack was devastatingly effective. Within minutes, the Hive command ship was crippled, its propulsion and weapon systems offline. Without central coordination, the remaining Hive vessels fell into disarray. "All ships, press the advantage," Joe ordered, his voice calm despite the exhilaration of impending victory. "Don't let them regroup." By the time the last Hive ship was destroyed or driven off, the combined fleet had sustained significant damage, but remarkably few casualties. The innovative tactics, along with the Council species' superior medical technology, had kept losses to a minimum. As the all-clear was sounded and damage reports began coming in, Joe opened a channel to Tazriel. "War Commander, I believe congratulations are in order." Tazriel inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Victory is sweet, Admiral, but this was merely the first wave. Our intelligence suggests the main Hive fleet is still gathering." "True," Joe agreed. "But we've proven our strategy works. And more importantly, we've shown what can be accomplished when the galaxy stands united." "Indeed. Although I suspect certain Council representatives may be somewhat discomfited by just how effective our Deathworlder tactics proved to be." Joe chuckled. "Let them be uncomfortable. As long as they're alive to feel that way, I count it as a win." 2 days later, aboard Galactic Council Station T9, a celebration was in full swing. Representatives from dozens of species mingled in the station's grand reception hall, partaking in a dizzying array of foods, drinks, and recreational substances tailored to their various biologies. Captain Olivia Reed stood near one of the viewports, nursing a glass of actual Earth whiskey, a luxury in this part of space. and watching the diverse gathering with a mixture of amusement and pride. Nearby, Kazarth was engaged in what appeared to be a spirited debate with a group of council scientists, his mandibles clicking rapidly as he gesticulated with his upper limbs. "Captain Reed," a familiar voice burbled beside her. Olivia turned to find Counselor Vexnar approaching, his gelatinous form glowing with what she had learned was a sign of good spirits among his kind. "Counselor," she nodded politely. "Enjoying the festivities?" "Indeed," Vexnar rippled. "Victory is a rare pleasure in these dark times, and this particular victory was illuminating for many of us." Olivia raised an eyebrow. "Illuminating how?" Vexnar's form shifted in what might have been embarrassment. "I must confess, many in the council, myself included, have harbored concerns about the inclusion of humans and Drakari in galactic society. Your species seems so intense to us, driven in ways that can be unsettling." "You mean we scare the hell out of you?" Olivia translated bluntly, taking a sip of her whiskey. Vexnar rippled again. "To put it directly, yes. Your capacity for violence, your comfort with risk-taking behavior, these are traits that most evolved species in the galaxy have deliberately bred out of themselves over millennia of civilization. And yet," Olivia noted, "those traits just saved a whole lot of civilized backsides from becoming hive food." "Precisely my point," Vexnar acknowledged. "What we perceived as dangerous aggression was, in fact, protective ferocity. What we saw as recklessness was adaptive courage. I believe we owe your species, both humans and Drakari, an apology for our prejudice." Olivia nearly choked on her drink. Council species rarely admitted error, and apologies were practically unheard of. "Well," she managed after recovering, "that's unexpected. Thank you, Counselor." "No, Captain." Vexnar's voice became solemn. "Thank you, and all your kind. The Council has existed for thousands of years, but we have become complacent. Perhaps we needed the challenge that your species represent to remember that evolution and progress are not always comfortable processes." Before Olivia could respond, Kazarth approached, his debate apparently concluded. "Captain Reed, Counselor," he greeted them. "I hope I'm not interrupting?" "Not at all," Vexnar assured him. "I was just expressing to Captain Reed my newfound appreciation for our Deathworld allies." Kazarth's 4 eyes blinked in sequence, a sign of surprise. "Such a change in perspective is most welcome, Counselor, though I suspect it may not be shared by all of your colleagues." "Change comes slowly to species as long-lived as mine," Vexnar admitted. "But this battle has started conversations that were long overdue. If you'll excuse me, I believe High Counselor Quila is about to make an address." As Vexnar oozed away toward the center of the hall, Kazarth turned to Olivia. "Did I just witness a council member acknowledging they were wrong about something? Perhaps the universe is ending after all." Olivia laughed. "Apparently all it took was a near-extinction event, and us putting our lives on the line to save them. Who knew?" "Speaking of saving lives," Kazarth's tone grew more serious. "I received word that Lieutenant Kai Wilson's squadron performed exceptionally well during the battle. Commander Ixara specifically mentioned his adaptive tactics." "Good to hear," Olivia nodded. "Kai's a born fighter, but he's smart enough to learn from your people's techniques. That kind of cross-species adaptation is what's going to keep us all alive in the long run." Kazarth's mandibles clicked in agreement. "Indeed. And Dr. Morgan's research on Drakari Prime has yielded promising results as well. Her team's analysis of our native flora has identified compounds that may be effective against certain hive biotechnology. See? This is what Vexnar and his friends don't get. It's not just about who can fight better. It's about combining our different perspectives, our different evolutionary paths, to create something stronger than either of us could be alone." Before Kazarth could respond, the ambient lighting dimmed, and High Counselor Quila stepped onto a raised platform at the center of the hall. The diverse crowd quieted as her serene presence commanded attention. "Representatives of the galaxy's united species," she began, her melodious voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. "Today we celebrate not just a victory against the Hive, but a victory for a new kind of galactic cooperation. One that recognizes and values the diverse strengths that each species brings to our collective society." Murmurs of approval rippled through the assembly. "For too long," Keela continued, "the Council has operated on the assumption that there is one path of evolution, one definition of civilization. Recent events have proved this assumption not just wrong, but dangerously limited. Olivia and Kazarth exchanged surprised glances. For the High Counselor herself to acknowledge such a foundational error was unprecedented. In recognition of this new understanding, and in gratitude for their leadership in the recent conflict, the Council has unanimously voted to elevate both humanity and the Drakari Imperium to full senior member status, with all the rights and responsibilities therein. The announcement caused a wave of reactions throughout the hall. Surprise, approval, and from some quarters, visible concern. Senior member status was typically reserved for species with at least 1,000 years of Council participation. Furthermore, Keela continued when the murmurs subsided, we are establishing a new joint defense initiative, to be led jointly by human and Drakari commanders, with participation from all Council species according to their capabilities. The initiative will coordinate our preparations for the expected arrival of the main Hive Fleet, as well as develop protocols for future threats. As Keela concluded her remarks and the gathering erupted in discussions, Olivia turned to Kazarth. Well, she said, raising her glass, here's to Deathworlders showing the galaxy how it's done. Kazarth mimicked the gesture with his own drinking vessel. To Deathworlders, may we continue to terrify and impress in equal measure. Lieutenant Kai Wilson's fighter squadron was on patrol at the edge of the Vega system, maintaining vigilance despite the recent victory. Intelligence suggested the main Hive fleet was still several weeks away from arrival, but no one was taking chances. Razor lead to squadron, maintain formation and prepare for sector sweep, Kai instructed, his fighter gliding smoothly through the void, flanked by his human wingmen and an equal number of Drakari Talon fighters. The joint patrols had been implemented immediately after the battle, combining human and Drakari pilots to leverage their complementary skills. What had begun as a wary professional arrangement had quickly evolved into something approaching camaraderie.
Razor lead, this is Talon 3, came the voice of Ixara over the comm.
Sensors detecting unusual energy signatures at coordinates 227 Mark 45. Request permission to investigate. Copy that, Talon 3. Take Razor 2 and Talon 6 with you. The rest of us will continue the patrol pattern. As the three fighters peeled off toward the anomaly, Kai adjusted his course slightly, bringing his fighter alongside the Talon fighter piloted by Rizkar, a younger Drakari pilot who had joined their squadron after the battle. So, Rizkar, Kai said conversationally over a private channel, still think human maneuvers are needlessly flashy and inefficient? A chittering sound that the translator rendered as a chuckle came through the comm. I maintain that your species has an unnecessary flair for the dramatic, Lieutenant Wilson. However, I must admit that your unorthodox approach to spatial dynamics has certain advantages in combat situations. High praise coming from you, Kai grinned. And I suppose I might concede that Drakari precision targeting has its merits, even if it lacks a certain human creativity. Their good-natured banter was interrupted by an urgent communication from Ixara. All fighters return to my position immediately. We've discovered... The transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by static. Talon 3, come in! Kai called, already banking his fighter sharply toward the coordinates where Ixara had been investigating. Razor 2, report! Nothing but static answered him. All fighters full burn to those coordinates, Kai ordered, pushing his engines to maximum. The squadron responded instantly, human and Drakari vessels moving as one. They arrived at the location to find a disturbing scene. Razor 2, Lieutenant Ali Najem's fighter, was drifting, its systems apparently offline. Talon 6 was nowhere to be seen, and Ixara's fighter was being pulled toward what appeared to be a small artificial structure floating in space, some kind of automated station of unfamiliar design. Evasive maneuvers, Kai shouted as his sensors began blaring warnings. That thing is generating some kind of tractor beam. The squadron scattered, executing the complex evasive patterns they had developed during their joint training. All except Rizkar, whose fighter suddenly lurched toward the mysterious station. My controls aren't responding, the Drakari pilot reported, his usually calm voice tight with tension. The beam has locked onto my ship. Kai made a split-second decision. All fighters, target that station and fire. Full weapons, now. A barrage of missiles and energy weapons converged on the mysterious structure. For a moment, it seemed to absorb the assault without effect. Then, with a flash of light that temporarily blinded their sensors, it exploded. The explosion released Ixara and Rizkar's fighters, but the shockwave sent them tumbling dangerously. Kai maneuvered his own vessel to intercept Rizkar's, using his fighter's tractor systems to stabilize the Drakari ship. Talon 3, Talon 6, report status, he called. Talon 3, systems rebooting, Ixara responded after a tense moment. Minor damage only. This is Razor 2. came Najem's voice, to Kai's immense relief. "I was knocked out briefly, but systems are coming back online. What the hell was that thing?" "Unknown," Kai replied. "But we need to recover any debris for analysis. And someone better inform command that the Hive might have left us a few surprises." As the squadron regrouped and began the careful process of collecting fragments from the destroyed station, Rizkar opened a private channel to Kai. "Lieutenant Wilson," the Drakari pilot said, his translator conveying a tone of sincere respect. "I owe you my gratitude. Your quick action saved my life." "Just doing what partners do," Kai replied. "Besides, I'm pretty sure you'd have done the same for me." "Without hesitation," Rizikar confirmed. "It seems our species have more in common than either of us initially believed." Kai smiled behind his flight helmet. "Deathworlders looking out for each other. Turns out that's a pretty effective survival strategy." "Indeed," Rizkar agreed. "Perhaps the best strategy of all." Dr. Eliza Morgan stood in the laboratory aboard Galactic Council Station T9, surrounded by samples from both Earth and Drakari Prime. The joint xenobiology research project had been accelerated following the battle, with Council resources now fully supporting the exchange of knowledge between the two Deathworld species. "The cellular regeneration rate is remarkable," Tikral observed, his four eyes focused on a microscope displaying tissue samples from an Earth reptile. "Much faster than any comparable Drakari species. And yet slower than your insectoid analogs," Eliza pointed out, gesturing to another display showing cellular activity from a Drakari specimen. "It's fascinating how our planets developed such different solutions to similar evolutionary pressures." Their research had taken on new urgency after the discovery of the Hive outpost. Analysis of the debris had confirmed their worst fears. It was an automated biological research station, likely collecting data on human and Drakari physiology to help the Hive develop more effective weapons against them. "The Council scientists have finished their analysis of the Hive bioweapon fragments," Tikral said, mandibles twitching in what Eliza now recognized as concern. "The preliminary findings suggest they're developing pathogenic agents specifically targeted at our species' unique biology." Eliza frowned. "That's disturbing, but not surprising. The Hive recognized who the real threats were in the last battle." "Indeed. However, this may actually work to our advantage." "How so?" Tikral moved to a holographic display and activated it, showing complex molecular structures. "The Hive's focus on our specific biological vulnerabilities means they're developing highly specialized weapons, but our research here has already identified something interesting." He manipulated the display, highlighting certain molecular patterns. "Human immune responses and Drakari exoskeletal regeneration mechanisms share certain fundamental processes, despite evolving on different worlds. It's as if death worlds, despite their differences, force evolution along certain optimized pathways." Eliza's eyes widened as she grasped the implications. "So a bioweapon designed to target specifically human or specifically Drakari biology might be less effective than they hope, because we have underlying similarities they don't understand." "Precisely. And more importantly, by combining our medical knowledge, we may be able to develop countermeasures more rapidly than the Hive can adapt their weapons." They were interrupted by the arrival of a Council scientist, Plex, who had been assigned as liaison to their research team. The eight-eyed alien still seemed vaguely uncomfortable around them, but his initial fear had given way to a reluctant professional respect. "Dr. Morgan, researcher Tikral," he greeted them with a formal gesture. "The Council wishes to be updated on your progress. We've made significant breakthroughs in understanding the complementary nature of human and Drakari biology," Eliza explained, "particularly as it relates to potential resistance against Hive bioweapons." Plex's eyes blinked in sequence. A gesture Eliza had learned indicated interest. "The Council will be pleased to hear this. However, there is another matter of some delicacy that I have been asked to discuss with you." Tikral's mandibles shifted slightly, the equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "What matter is that, Counselor?" Plex seemed to hesitate, his posture shifting uncomfortably. "There has been discussion among certain Council members about the possibility of adapting some of your Deathworld biological advantages for other species." Eliza and Tikral exchanged glances. "You're talking about genetic engineering," Eliza said flatly. "Taking traits that humans and Drakari evolved over millions of years of survival pressure and artificially introducing them into Council species." "It is merely a theoretical discussion at this point," Plex hurried to clarify. "But yes, Some believe that this crisis presents an opportunity to strengthen all galactic species against future threats. Tikral's posture stiffened, a warning sign that Eliza had learned to recognize. Counselor, with respect, such enhancements would be far more complex than simply transferring genetic code. Our traits evolved in specific environmental contexts, balanced by countless other adaptations. The unintended consequences could be severe. Not to mention the ethical implications, Eliza added. Are all Council species in agreement with this theoretical discussion? Or are some being volunteered as test subjects by others?
Brace for impact.
Plex's discomfort was now obvious, his color shifting to a deeper hue. There are differing opinions on the Council, which is why I have been asked to sound out your thoughts on the matter, discreetly. Eliza sighed. Counselor, we're scientists. We believe in the free exchange of knowledge for the benefit of all. But what you're suggesting goes beyond knowledge sharing into something much more problematic. Perhaps, Tikral suggested, his tone more diplomatic. We could focus first on developing medical treatments and defensive measures based on our combined research. Genetic engineering of entire species is a step that would require far more study and ethical consideration than our current crisis allows for. Plex seemed relieved by this compromise. That seems a reasonable approach. I will convey your perspective to the Council. After he had left, Eliza turned to Tikral. Did that conversation strike you as ominous, or is it just me? Not just you, Tikral confirmed, his mandibles clicking rapidly, a sign of agitation.
For millennia, Council species have regarded Deathworlders with fear and suspicion. Now, suddenly, they wish to adopt our traits? I find the shift concerning. From dangerous savages to useful genetic material in one easy step, Eliza muttered. I guess we should be flattered? Or vigilant, Tikral replied.
In my experience, those who fear you rarely develop genuine respect overnight. More likely, they simply find new ways to view you as a resource rather than an equal. Eliza nodded slowly. Well, let's focus on what we can control. Developing defenses against the Hive. And maybe keeping copies of our most important research in secure locations, just in case. A prudent Deathworlder precaution. Tikral agreed, his mandibles shifting into what Eliza now recognized as a smile. It seems our evolutionary paranoia has its uses. Always has, Eliza smiled back. That's kind of the point. The emergency meeting of the Joint Defense Initiative was called at 0300 station time, rousing commanders and representatives from their sleep cycles. Admiral Zhou and War Commander Tazriel stood at the head of the conference table, their expressions grim. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. Zhou began without preamble. Approximately 4 hours ago, our long-range scout vessels detected the main Hive fleet entering the Proxima system. They will reach Vega in less than 72 hours. A holographic display activated above the table, showing a massive assemblage of Hive vessels, far larger than anyone had anticipated. By our current count, they have over 300 capital ships and nearly 2,000 support vessels. Tazriel continued, his normally steady voice tinged with concern. This is more than triple the force we faced in the previous battle. The room erupted in shocked murmurs. Ambassador Kazarth, present as the civilian representative of the Drakari, clicked his mandibles anxiously. Our current forces cannot hope to defeat such numbers through conventional tactics, he stated, voice grave. No, Zhou agreed. They cannot, which is why we're not going to use conventional tactics. He nodded to Captain Reed, who activated a different holographic display. This one showing schematics for what appeared to be massive space stations positioned at strategic points throughout the Vega system. These are gravitational disruption arrays, Zhou explained. Based on technology that both our species have been developing independently, but that we've now combined. When activated, they will create localized distortions in space-time that will effectively trap the Hive fleet in bubbles of altered physics. In simple terms, Tazriel added, their ships will experience extreme time dilation. What seems like minutes to them will be hours to us, giving our forces the time to target and eliminate their vessels systematically. Councillor Vexnar, who had been uncharacteristically quiet until now, rippled with obvious concern. This technology, it violates several Council prohibitions on weapons of mass destruction. Manipulating the fundamental forces of the universe is precisely the kind of research that led to the cataclysm of Deneb III. With respect, Counselor, Zhou replied, the cataclysm occurred because those scientists didn't fully understand what they were doing. Our research teams, working together, have solved the stability issues that plagued earlier attempts. And we have no choice, Kazarth added firmly. The alternative is allowing the Hive to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Would prefer we adhere to regulations and face extinction, or bend them and survive? The room fell silent as the implications sank in. It was High Counselor Quila who finally spoke, her ancient voice carrying the weight of countless difficult decisions. How quickly can these arrays be deployed? We've already begun construction using automated facilities throughout the system, Tazaril answered. The basic frameworks will be in place within 48 hours, but to complete them in time, we'll need every available ship and worker, Joe finished, including all Council vessels currently in the system. Keela's luminescent eyes studied the schematics floating above the table. After what seemed an eternity, she nodded. The Council grants emergency authorization for this technology, with the understanding that all research and deployment information will be surrendered for review once the crisis has passed. Joe and Tazaril exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement that copies of the research would already be secured elsewhere, regardless of future Council decisions. Thank you, High Counselor, Joe said with formal respect. Now let's get to work. We have less than 3 days to prepare the biggest surprise party the Hive has ever experienced. As the meeting dispersed into action teams, Kazarth moved to join Captain Reed, who was already coordinating deployment schedules with a mixed team of human and Drakari officers. It seems the Council's fear of Deathworlders was not entirely misplaced, he commented quietly. We are indeed dangerous, just not to them. Olivia glanced up from her work with a grim smile. That's the thing about evolution on a planet that wants to kill you. You get really good at staying alive. And now, we're going to teach the Hive that lesson the hard way. The main Hive fleet emerged from FTL exactly where intelligence had predicted, their massive ships casting long shadows across the Vega system as they approached in an ominous, perfectly coordinated formation. Their numbers were even greater than the scouts had reported, a veritable armada of biological mechanical hybrid vessels that darkened the space around them. But the defenders were ready. All ships, assume defensive positions. Admiral Joe's voice was calm and steady as it echoed across communication channels throughout the combined fleet. Gravitational array control teams, stand by for activation on my mark. The human Drakari fleet had positioned itself in what appeared, at first glance, to be a suicidal formation, clustered in tight groups that would be easy targets for the Hive's overwhelming firepower. But appearances, as the saying went, were deceiving.
Hive vessels accelerating, reported Lieutenant Commander Reyes from her station on the Intrepid's bridge. They're moving to engage. Let them come, Joe said quietly.
Wait for them to commit. On the view screen, the massive Hive ships continued their advance, their organic-looking hulls pulsing with ominous energy as weapons systems charged. They showed no hesitation, no caution, only the relentless hunger that drove their species. Range in 30 seconds, Reyes counted down. 20. 10. Gravitational arrays, activate! Joe commanded. Throughout the system, the hastily constructed but precisely placed arrays hummed to life, their exotic power cores generating fields of distorted space-time that expanded outward in carefully calculated patterns. To outside observers, it appeared as if the fabric of reality itself was rippling around the advancing Hive fleet. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The foremost Hive vessels seemed to slow, their movements becoming sluggish, as if they were pushing through invisible molasses. Behind them, ships that hadn't yet entered the fields continued at normal speed, creating a cascading collision effect as vessels crashed into one another. It's working! Someone shouted from the tactical station, unable to maintain professional detachment in the face of such a spectacle. All ships, commence attack pattern Obsidian, Joe ordered. Target priority vessels as assigned. Remember, the time dilation isn't absolute. They'll still be able to fight back, just much slower than normal. The combined fleet moved with practiced precision, unleashing devastating volleys against the now vulnerable Hive ships. What would normally have been an even exchange of fire became entirely one-sided, with human and Drakari vessels striking multiple blows before the Hive could respond with even a single shot. On the bridge of the Drakari dreadnought Eternal Vigilance, War Commander Tazaril watched the battle unfold with fierce satisfaction. The Deathworlders' advantage, he rumbled to his second-in-command. We understand that sometimes, victory requires changing the rules of engagement. The battle raged for hours, but its outcome was never truly in doubt. By the time the last Hive vessel was destroyed or disabled, the combined fleet had suffered only minimal casualties, a miracle by any standard when facing such overwhelming numbers.
As the all-clear signals went out across the system and the gravitational arrays powered down, Joe opened a channel to all ships.
This is Admiral Joe. The Hive threat has been neutralized. To all who participated in this defense, human, Drakari, and Council alike, you have my deepest thanks and highest commendation. Today, we have proven that the diverse species of this galaxy, working together, can overcome any threat. He paused, allowing the significance of the moment to sink in. But more than that, we have proven something that Deathworlders have always known. It's not the size of the force that matters, but the adaptability, the creativity, and the sheer stubborn will to survive. Today, those qualities save not just our worlds, but all worlds. Remember this moment, for it marks a new chapter in galactic history. As cheers erupted across communication channels and ships throughout the fleet flashed their running lights in celebration, Joe turned to his communications officer. "Get me a private channel to War Commander Tazriel." When the imposing Drakari appeared on his personal screen, Joe allowed himself a small smile. "Well, War Commander, it appears our little demonstration of Deathworld ingenuity was rather effective." Tazriel's mandibles spread in what Joe now recognized as the Drakari equivalent of a grin. "Indeed, Admiral. I suspect the Council will be viewing our primitive instincts with considerably more appreciation from now on. At least until the crisis passes and they go back to being nervous about us," Joe noted dryly. "Perhaps," Tazriel acknowledged, "but they will never again be able to dismiss us. And more importantly, they will never forget that when faced with extinction, it was the Deathworlders who saved them." "To Deathworlders, then," Joe said, raising a virtual toast. "May we continue to terrify and protect in equal measure." "To Deathworlders," Tazriel agreed. "Long may we thrive among the stars." 6 months after the decisive battle against the Hive, the Galactic Council chamber was again filled with representatives from across the galaxy. But this time the atmosphere was markedly different. Where once there had been thinly veiled suspicion and unease surrounding the human and Drakari delegations, now there was a new respect. Sometimes grudging, but respect nonetheless. High Counselor Quila stood at the central podium, her ancient face serene as she addressed the assembly. "Today marks the formal ratification of the Defense Cooperation Treaty between all Council species," she announced, her melodious voice carrying easily through the vast chamber. "For the first time in our long history, we acknowledge that security cannot be separated from diversity, that different evolutionary paths bring different strengths, all of which are necessary for our collective survival." In their positions of honor near the podium, Admiral Joe and War Commander Tazriel stood side by side, exemplifying the new alliance that had formed between their species. Behind them, Captain Reed and Ambassador Kazarth represented the civilian leadership that had helped bridge the cultural gaps between humans, Drakari, and the wider galactic community. "Furthermore," Keela continued, "the Council has unanimously approved the establishment of the Interspecies Research Initiative, dedicated to the ethical exchange of knowledge between all our diverse biologies and technologies. No longer will we allow fear of difference to impede scientific progress that benefits all." From their place among the scientific delegation, Dr. Eliza Morgan and researcher Tikral exchanged satisfied glances. Their joint work had already led to several breakthroughs in medical technology, benefiting species across the galaxy. "And finally," Keela said, her tone becoming more solemn, "we must acknowledge a truth that recent events have made undeniable. For too long, this Council has operated on the assumption that there is one correct path of evolution, one ideal form of civilization. We now recognize this view as not merely limited, but dangerous." A murmur ran through the chamber, some approving, some clearly uncomfortable with such a fundamental challenge to traditional Council philosophy. "The humans have a saying," Keela continued. "Diversity is strength. In their brief time among the stars, they have demonstrated the wisdom of this principle. The Drakari, too, have shown us that different does not mean lesser, that adaptation to harsh conditions produces not savagery, but resilience." She gestured toward the human and Drakari representatives. "When two Deathworld species met, many feared conflict. Instead, they recognized kindred spirits, and in doing so, they taught the rest of us a valuable lesson about looking beyond superficial differences to find common ground." As the formal session concluded and the chamber broke into smaller discussion groups, Captain Reed found herself approached by Counselor Vexnar, who seemed to have overcome much of his previous nervousness around humans. "Captain Reed," he greeted her, his gelatinous form rippling in what she now recognized as a gesture of respect. I wanted to personally thank you for your efforts during the crisis. Your leadership was most impressive.
It risks
Thank you,
everything
Counselor,
we've built.
Olivia replied with a genuine smile. Though I think the credit belongs to all of us. When it mattered, we set aside our differences and worked together. Indeed, Vexnar agreed. Although I must confess, some of those differences still perplex me. Such as? Well, Vexnar's form shifted in what might have been embarrassment. Just yesterday, I observed a group of human and Drakari pilots engaged in some kind of competitive physical activity in the station's recreation area. There was shouting, physical contact, and what appeared to be deliberate attempts to cause minor injury to one another. And yet, afterward, they all seemed pleased about the experience. Olivia laughed. They were probably playing rugby. It's a human sport that the Drakari have taken to with surprising enthusiasm. Something about the controlled aggression appeals to them. You deliberately engage in activities that risk physical harm. For entertainment? Vexnar sounded both horrified and fascinated. It's not just about the risk or the aggression, Olivia explained. It's about testing limits, building teamwork, experiencing the full range of what our bodies can do. Deathworld species tend to find that exhilarating rather than frightening. Vexnar considered this for a moment, his translucent body shifting through various hues as he processed the information. I suppose when one evolves on a world where death is a constant possibility, small controlled risks seem insignificant by comparison. Exactly, Olivia nodded, impressed by his insight. And there's something else that Deathworld species understand intuitively that Council species sometimes struggle with. What's that? That comfort isn't always the same as safety. Sometimes, the comfortable choice, the one that feels safe in the moment, leads to greater danger in the long run. Both humans and Drakari evolved in environments where complacency could be fatal. Vexnar rippled thoughtfully. That explains much about your approach to the Hive threat. While we sought consensus and minimal disruption, the comfortable path, you and the Drakari immediately prepared for the worst-case scenario. And in doing so, we were ready when it arrived, Olivia confirmed. It's not that we enjoy violence or danger, Counselor. It's that we respect it too much to pretend it doesn't exist. A profound difference in perspective, Vexnar acknowledged. Perhaps one that all species in the galaxy would benefit from understanding better. Across the chamber, Ambassador Kazarth was engaged in a similar conversation with a group of Council scientists, explaining aspects of Drakari culture that had previously been misinterpreted as aggression rather than adaptive caution. Our greeting ritual, which involves the extension of combat limbs, he was explaining, is not a threat display as many have assumed. It's a demonstration of trust, showing that although we are capable of violence, we choose connection instead. The scientists listened with newfound interest, asking questions that would have been considered impolitely direct just months earlier. The barriers of fear were breaking down, replaced by genuine curiosity. By the end of the day, as representatives began departing for their respective quarters, Admiral Joe found himself standing alone at one of the chamber's vast viewports, looking out at the stars. War Commander Tazariel approached, his heavy footsteps announcing his presence long before he arrived. "Reflective, Admiral?" the Drakari commander inquired, moving to stand beside his human counterpart. "Just thinking about how far we've come," Joe replied. "Not just in space, but in understanding. 6 months ago, most of the beings in that chamber viewed us with suspicion at best, fear at worst. And now?" Joe smiled slightly. "Now they're trying to understand us. That's progress." "Indeed," Tazaril agreed. "Though I suspect some still fear us. The difference is they now see value in what they fear." "Is that enough?" Joe wondered aloud. "Being valued for our capacity for violence, even if it's in their defense?" Tazaril's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. "It is a beginning. My people were spacefaring for nearly 3 centuries before joining the Council. In that time, we learned that understanding between different evolutionary paths comes slowly, but it does come." "I hope you're right," Joe said. "Because there's more out there than just the Hive. The galaxy is vast, and if our experiences on Earth and Drakari Prime taught us anything, it's that nature is endlessly creative in developing threats." "Then it is fortunate," Tazriel replied, "that Deathworlders are equally creative in developing solutions. And perhaps even more fortunate that we found each other before finding something worse." Joe turned away from the viewport to face his ally directly. "Two unlikely friends, then?" and to teaching the galaxy that when two Deathworld species meet, one does not have to bow. Tazariel finished. Both can stand tall together. Epilogue. 1 year later. The observation deck of the newly constructed Interspecies Academy was crowded with representatives from dozens of worlds, all gathered to witness the inaugural class, the first generation of officers trained in both human and Drakari tactics, as well as Council diplomatic protocols. Lieutenant Kai Wilson stood proudly in his dress uniform, now adorned with both Earth Space Force insignia and a small emblem representing his cross-training with the Drakari fleet. Beside him, Rizkar wore the equivalent ceremonial armor of his people, similarly modified to acknowledge his human training. Hard to believe it's been a year, Kai remarked quietly, as they watched various dignitaries giving speeches at the podium. Feels like that first joint exercise was yesterday. Time moves differently when survival is at stake, Rizkar replied philosophically. Though I must admit, learning your human sports has made the year pass more enjoyably than expected. Kai grinned. Still sore about losing that last rugby match? You had an unfair advantage. Rizikar clicked his mandibles in mock indignation. Your team included Dr. Morgan, who inexplicably understands Drakari's center of balance weaknesses all too well. That's what you get for letting her study your physiology for 6 months, Kai laughed. Knowledge is power, my friend. Their banter was interrupted as Admiral Joe took the podium, his voice carrying across the observation deck with practiced authority. Today marks not just the christening of this academy, but the beginning of a new chapter in galactic history, he began. 1 year ago, in the wake of the Hive conflict, many wondered if the newfound cooperation between species would last beyond the immediate crisis. Today, looking at these cadets, human, Drakari, and yes, representatives from 12 Council species as well, I believe we have our answer. From her position among the civilian leadership, Captain Reed, now Ambassador Reed, exchanged a satisfied glance with Kazarth, who had been instrumental in designing the Academy's cultural exchange curriculum. The Interspecies Academy represents our commitment to learning from each other, Joe continued, not erasing our differences or pretending they don't exist, but understanding them, respecting them, and finding strength in them. The crowd applauded politely, though Kai noticed that the human and Drakari sections did so with considerably more enthusiasm than some of the Council representatives. Old habits die hard, he murmured to Rizikar. As do old fears, the Drakari agreed. But they do eventually die, or at least evolve into something more productive. As the ceremony concluded, and the formal reception began, Dr. Morgan found herself approached by a young Council scientist, a Minert, one of the so-called marshmallow species that Olivia had once joked about, with their soft bodies and generally gentle dispositions. Dr. Morgan, the Minert greeted her with a formal gesture. I am researcher Lumi. I've been studying your papers on comparative evolutionary pressure responses. Your work is challenging many of our assumptions. In a good way, I hope? Eliza smiled. In a necessary way, Lumi replied seriously. For too long, my species has avoided difficult questions about our place in the galaxy. We evolved in nearly ideal conditions, with few predators and stable environments. It made us contemplative, artistic, and vulnerable. Eliza finished gently. Yes, Lumi's soft voice carried a new determination. Which is why I volunteered for the Academy's scientific division. I want to understand how Deathworld species think, how you prepare for threats before they emerge. Not to become like you, but to complement your approaches with our own strengths. Eliza felt a surge of optimism hearing those words. That's exactly the point of this academy. Not homogenization, but synergy. Each species bringing their evolutionary advantages to the table. Across the reception hall, High Counselor Quila was engaged in conversation with War Commander Tazriel, her ancient eyes studying him with new understanding. I must confess, War Commander, she said softly, that when humans and Drakari first joined the Council in such close succession, I feared you would eventually form an alliance against the rest of us. Your similar evolutionary backgrounds seem to make you natural allies, and potential conquerors. Tazariel's mandibles shifted in what she now recognized as amusement rather than aggression. A logical fear, High Counselor, but one based on fundamental misunderstanding of what Deathworlds teach their children. Which is that power without restraint destroys itself, Tazriel explained. On a world that constantly tries to kill you, those who cannot control their strength, who waste resources on unnecessary conflicts, who fail to form cooperative bonds, they do not survive long enough to reach the stars. Keela considered this, her luminescent eyes thoughtful. A harsh but effective teacher, it seems. The harshest, Tazaril agreed, but one whose lessons, once learned, are never forgotten. As the reception continued into the evening, the various species mingled more freely than would have been imaginable a year earlier. Cultural barriers still existed, of course. Evolutionary differences couldn't be erased by mere goodwill. But the fear that had once defined those interactions was noticeably diminished. In one corner, Lieutenant Commander Reyes was teaching a group of Council junior officers a simplified version of poker, explaining how the human game of bluffing and probability calculation had surprising tactical applications. In another, Drakari engineers were demonstrating their exoskeletal augmentation technology to fascinated Council scientists, showing how adaptations originally evolved for survival on their harsh homeworld had been refined into tools for exploration and construction. And at the center of it all, Admiral Joe and Ambassador Reed stood with their Drakari counterparts, watching the future of the galaxy take shape before their eyes. "You know what's absolutely ridiculous?" Reed said with a smile, deliberately echoing her words from that conversation with Kazarth a year earlier. "The fact that it took a near-extinction event for everyone to realize that diversity is actually an advantage." Kazarth's mandibles clicked in amusement. "Perhaps what's more ridiculous is that anyone ever thought otherwise. After all, evolution itself demonstrates that adaptability, not uniformity, is the key to survival." "To adaptability, then," Joe raised his glass in toast, "and to the continued cooperation of Deathworlders and Gardenworlders alike. To the future," Tazril added. "Whatever threats it may hold, we will face them not as separate species, but as one galaxy." As glasses clinked and mandibles clicked in agreement, human and Drakari eyes met with shared understanding. The understanding that comes from walking similar paths on different worlds. Two Deathworld species who had found in each other not enemies to be feared, but allies to be valued. For in the end, when two Deathworlders meet, it is not inevitable that one must bow. Sometimes they simply recognize each other, stand tall together, and teach the rest of the galaxy what real strength looks like. The end. "You invaded Earth? Are you completely out of your multi-dimensional minds?" The question bounced around the circular chamber, ricocheting off the polished obsidian walls like a hyperactive rubber ball of incredulity. Ambassador Trelk of the Vindurian hegemony adjusted his breathing apparatus and fluttered his sensory appendages in what passed for amusement among his kind. "I fail to see the issue, First Speaker. They're a pre-FTL civilization on a backwater world orbiting an unremarkable G-type star. The invasion protocols were followed to the letter." The First Speaker of the Galactic Council, a being of pure energy contained within an ornate hovering matrix, pulsed an angry crimson. "Did you even read the classification file on humans?" "Well, no, not personally," Trelk admitted, his confidence wavering slightly. "My military advisors assured me it was a standard operation. A show of force, minimal casualties, resource acquisition, symbolic submission, the usual. Why are you making such a fuss?" The chamber erupted into a cacophony of alarmed vocalizations, tentacle waving, and atmospheric disturbances that indicated profound dismay among the assembled representatives of Galaxy's 73 most advanced civilizations. "Silence!" The First Speaker's matrix flared so brightly that several delegates had to adjust their optical filters. "Ambassador Trelk, you have potentially endangered every spacefaring species in this sector with your recklessness." A holographic display materialized in the center of the chamber, showing a slowly rotating blue-green planet. "Earth," continued the First Speaker, "is classified as prohibited territory under Galactic Statute 7293B. Subsection, oh dear God, no. I don't understand," stammered Trelk, his previously puffed-up thorax now deflating rapidly. "They're just primitive bipeds. They haven't even colonized their own moon yet." From across the chamber, a gravelly voice like stones being ground together spoke up. "Tell that to the Mexilori," rumbled Councillor Grztek of the Silicon Confederation. "They thought the same thing 2 centuries ago." "The who?" Trelk's translator struggled with confusion. "Exactly," hissed Grztek. "The who? Nobody remembers them because there aren't any left to remember." An uncomfortable silence settled over the council chamber.
broken only by the soft whirring of environmental systems and the occasional nervous rustle of appendages. "Perhaps," offered a melodious voice from the shadows, "our esteemed colleague from the Vindurian hegemony should see the video." Murmurs of agreement, and several gasps of horror, circulated through the chamber.
"Is that really necessary, Ambassador Lyria?" asked the first speaker, energy patterns shifting to a concerned violet. The speaker emerged from the shadows, a tall, graceful being with iridescent skin and eyes like liquid mercury. Ambassador Lyria of the Etherean Conclave was over 900 standard years old, and had seen enough of the universe's horrors to know when a sobering reality check was needed.
"I believe it is, first speaker. If the Vindurians are to understand the magnitude of their error, they must see what we're dealing with." The first speaker's matrix pulsed in resignation.
"Very well. Cue historical record Earth X937, classified viewing only." The central hologram shifted, and the image of Earth disappeared, replaced by footage that appeared grainy and primitive by Galactic Council standards.
"What you are about to witness," intoned the first speaker, "is authentic surveillance footage recovered from a Mexalori scout ship. It is the last transmission received before their attempted invasion of Earth approximately 200 solar cycles ago." The footage began playing. The recording showed a sterile white room filled with sleek technology.
Tall, elegant aliens with 6 limbs, elongated craniums worked at various stations. Their movements were precise, confident, the demeanor of a species that had conquered hundreds of worlds without meaningful resistance. A command figure stood in the center, issuing orders in a language long dead, but translated by the Council's systems. Planetary defenses, minimal, primitive projectile weapons, and early-stage nuclear capabilities. No orbital platforms, no detection grid. Recommendation: standard pacification protocol. The scene shifted to external footage. Massive ships descending through Earth's atmosphere, breaking through cloud cover to reveal sprawling cities below. Deployment zones selected, population centers targeted for maximum psychological impact. Commencing shock and awe protocol. Energy weapons fired from the ships, striking various monuments and military installations. A demonstration of overwhelming technological superiority designed to force immediate surrender. But then something unexpected happened. Rather than panicking or submitting, the humans organized. With astonishing speed, the footage became chaotic. Mexalori ground forces reported unexpected resistance, not just from military units, but from civilians. Elderly humans throwing improvised explosives, children acting as spotters and messengers, domestic animals being deployed as detection systems and even attack units. A Mexalori commander's voice, increasingly frantic. "They're using their entertainment media as training simulations. They've been rehearsing this scenario for centuries. They already know all our tactics." The footage jumped between scenes of escalating disaster for the invaders. A group of Mexalori soldiers cornered by what appeared to be office workers, wielding furniture and kitchen implements. A Mexalori ship grounded by something as simple as a reflective material confusing its sensors. Humans in various uniforms working alongside humans in no uniforms at all, communicating with hand signals, repurposing the invaders' own technology against them with implausible speed. The final segment showed the Mexalori command ship. Alarms blaring, systems failing. "How are they in our network? How? They can't even have conceived of our programming language." A human voice responded over the ship's own communication system, speaking perfect. Mexalori: "We watch a lot of sci-fi, buddy. Now about those engine core self-destruct codes." The transmission ended with a blinding flash. "Sure." The chamber remained silent as the hologram faded. Zextrelk's breathing apparatus worked overtime. That can't be real. It must be propaganda." Ambassador Lyria's mercury eyes reflected the ambient light of the chamber. "If only that were true, Ambassador. Unfortunately, what you just witnessed is merely the beginning of what happens when someone makes the mistake of invading Earth." "The Mexalori were a Type 2 civilization," added Counselor Gristek. "They had conquered 73 worlds across 12 star systems. Nothing remained of them within 6 standard months of their Earth invasion. Nothing." "But how?" Zextrelk's voice had risen to a pitch his translator struggled to modulate. The first speaker's matrix shifted to a didactic blue. "Allow me to explain the unique properties of humans, Ambassador. They are, individually, rather unimpressive specimens. Limited sensory capacity, no natural defenses. Physically weak compared to many sentient species.
The view
Then
of the
I don't...
Cygnus Nebula
I'm not finished,
is stunning
interrupted the
this
first speaker.
evening.
What makes humans unique
It
and
almost
terrifying
makes the
is their
journey
psychological
through the
makeup,
void
social
worth it.
structures, and evolutionary history. A new hologram appeared, showing various scenes of human history. Humans evolved as persistence predators on a death world of exceptional environmental diversity. Their planet contains ecosystems ranging from frozen wastelands to scorching deserts, from oxygen-deprived mountains to crushing oceanic depths. And humans have found ways to survive in all of them. The hologram shifted to show humans in various environments, climbing impossibly steep mountains, diving into oceanic trenches, traversing burning deserts, establishing bases in Antarctica. They are the only known sentient species that recreationally goes to dangerous places that might kill them. For fun. Scenes of humans engaging in activities labeled as extreme sports, exploration, and adventure tourism played across the hologram. But that's not the worst of it, continued the first speaker. The truly problematic aspect of humanity is this. They are simultaneously the most cooperative and the most conflict-prone species we've ever encountered. The hologram displayed scenes of human warfare through the ages, juxtaposed with examples of massive cooperative endeavors. They can form social bonds with literally anything, added Ambassador Lyria. They create emotional attachments to members of other species, inanimate objects, and even conceptual constructs. Yet they've also spent most of their history fighting each other, which means they've been honing their combat tactics against the only worthy opponent they know, themselves. Counselor Gristak rumbled ominously. And when faced with an external threat, their internal conflicts are immediately set aside in favor of the greater human collective. It's unnatural. Also, added a previously silent delegate from the methane-breathing Jovoid collective, they have this peculiar psychological response to attempted domination. They call it... The delegate consulted a datapad. Spite. They will accept tremendous personal harm if it means thwarting the will of an entity trying to control them.
Of action is illogical.
Most rational
and
species
reckless.
submit to
It
superior
risks
force as a
everything
survival
we've built.
mechanism.
And inaction
Humans view submission as
guarantees
worse
our
than death.
demise. We must act
Zekis
now.
Trelk's appendages trembled. Surely our technology is meaningless, the first speaker cut in. The technological gap between the Mexalori and humans
engines
was
are
greater than
failing.
the gap between your civilization and theirs.
Brace for impact.
Didn't help them, did it? Humans don't approach problems from a position of technological parity. They specialize in asymmetric responses. But my invasion force has already been deployed, yes, said the first speaker grimly. And how long ago did they establish contact with Earth? Zekis Trelk checked his chronometer. Approximately 3 local Earth rotations. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber. 3 days? Ambassador Lyria's mercury eyes widened. You might already be too late. What do you mean, too late? Zekis Trelk demanded, panic evident even through his translator. The first speaker's matrix darkened. Tell me, Ambassador, have you received any communications from your invasion fleet since they established contact? Well, no, but that's standard procedure during initial... It's not standard procedure, it's a very bad sign, the first speaker interrupted. We should check Earth's current status immediately. Activate long-range monitoring. The central hologram shifted again, now showing a real-time view of Earth from a hidden Council observation platform in the outer solar system. What they saw caused several delegates to emit involuntary distress signals. Earth was unchanged, still blue and green and beautiful. But in orbit around it floated the unmistakable shapes of Vindurian warships. Or rather, what remained of them. Some were clearly disabled, drifting lifelessly. Others showed signs of having been systematically disassembled. A few appeared to have been repurposed. Their distinctive propulsion systems now fitted to crude but apparently functional human-made structures. That's impossible, whispered Zekis Trelk. It's only been 3 rotations. And look there, said Counselor Gristak, pointing a silicon appendage at the hologram. The view zoomed in on what appeared to be a crude space station cobbled together from parts of Vindurian ships and what must have been pre-existing human orbital platforms. Around it swarmed small craft, some clearly Vindurian shuttles, others entirely of human design that hadn't existed 3 days earlier. They're reverse engineering our technology, Zekis Trelk said in disbelief. No, corrected the first speaker. They're improving it. But our encryption, our security protocols, meant nothing, interrupted Ambassador Lyria. Humans have a saying that perfectly encapsulates their approach to technological barriers. Hold my beer. It's simultaneously a pledge to attempt the impossible and a social bonding ritual involving recreational neurotoxins. Can we establish communication with Earth? Asked the first speaker. The chamber's AI responded. Earth is broadcasting on all frequencies, first speaker. They are using Vindurian communication protocols. On screen, ordered the first speaker. The hologram shifted again. Now it showed a human. An unremarkable specimen with pale skin and dark facial hair, wearing what appeared to be a hastily modified Vindurian environmental suit adjusted for human physiology. "Attention, alien vessel," said the human in perfectly modulated galactic standard. "This is Captain Thomas Flynn of Earth Unified Defense. We've been expecting your call." The chamber fell silent again. "Captain Flynn," began the first speaker cautiously. "I am the first speaker of the Galactic Council. May I ask how you learned our language so quickly?" The human's face displayed the facial expression categorized in xenobiological records as a smirk. "Let's just say your friends the Vindurians were very informative. Amazing what people will tell you when you ask them nicely. Or not so nicely." The human gestured, and the view widened to show a Vindurian officer standing beside him, looking distinctly worse for wear but very much alive. "This is Commander Vexlor. He's been helping us understand our place in the galactic community, including the fact that we're apparently on some kind of do not disturb list, which someone clearly ignored." Ambassador Zex Trelk pushed forward. "Commander Vexlor, what is the status of our invasion force?" The Vindurian commander translator crackled. "The invasion is discontinued, Ambassador. I strongly suggest diplomatic reconciliation." "Discontinued? On whose authority? You were sent to subjugate that planet." Captain Flynn's expression shifted to what the xenobiological database later identified as a dangerous smile. "Yeah, about that," said the human. "We need to talk about your definition of subjugate. See, we have a different word for it. We call it messing with the wrong planet. But we're reasonable folks. We're willing to discuss terms." "Terms?" echoed Zex Trelk, his voice rising again. "Sure," said Flynn casually. "We've drafted up a list something we're calling the Earth Protection and Technological Exchange Treaty. Basic points are: 1. You acknowledge Earth's sovereignty. 2. You share some of that fancy FTL tech you're all zooming around with. And 3. You introduce us to the neighborhood properly."
The view of the Cygnus Nebula.
The first speaker's matrix pulsed thoughtfully. "And if these terms are not met?"
It almost makes
Flynn
the journey
shrugged,
through
a
the
uniquely
void
human
worth
gesture
it.
of calculated casualness. "Well, Commander Vexlor has been telling us all about the Vindurian homeworld. Sounds like a lovely place. We were thinking of dropping by for a visit." The implied threat hung in the air like a suspended blade. "You don't have the capability," protested Zekas Trelk, but his translator conveyed a distinct lack of conviction. Flynn pointedly looked around at the repurposed Vindurian vessels now in Earth orbit. "We didn't have this capability 3 days ago either. Amazing what humans can do with a little motivation and some new toys." The first speaker's matrix shifted through several colors before settling on a diplomatic gold. "Captain Flynn, the Galactic Council acknowledges Earth's response as justified self-defense under Statute 4221C. While we cannot officially sanction technological exchange with pre-established civilizations, we are open to discussing observer status for Earth representatives." Flynn nodded. "That's a start. We've prepared a delegation. With your permission, we'll dispatch them to your coordinates immediately." "Immediately?" The first speaker's matrix flickered in surprise. "You have faster-than-light capability already?" "We've got something workable," Flynn said vaguely. "Turns out the principles weren't that complicated once we had working examples. Our engineers are calling it the well, obviously that's how it works drive." Before the council could respond, alarms sounded throughout the chamber. "Unidentified vessel approaching Galactic Council headquarters," announced the chamber's AI. "Configuration unknown. Technology signature appears to be hybrid Vindurian human design." On the holographic display, Captain Flynn spread his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "Oh, would you look at that? They must have been in the neighborhood. Don't worry, they're just eager to meet everyone. We've been alone in the universe for so long, you know? Can't wait to make new friends." The emphasis he placed on the word friends sent a collective shudder through the assembled delegates. The first speaker's matrix stabilized. "We will welcome your delegation, Captain Flynn, and we assure you that the unfortunate incident with the Vindurian hegemony will be addressed appropriately." "Great." Flynn's tone brightened. "I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Flynn out. The communication ended, leaving the council chamber in stunned silence once more. "What?" asked Zex Trelk weakly. "Have I done?" Ambassador Lyria's mercury eyes reflected the ambient light. "You've introduced humanity to the galactic stage centuries before they were meant to arrive. May the cosmic harmony help us all. 6 standard months later, the Galactic Council chamber looked very different. For one thing, it was more crowded. The addition of a human delegation had required physical alterations to accommodate their unique environmental needs and peculiar customs, such as the concept of coffee breaks and bathroom facilities. For another, the traditional seating arrangement, organized by species age in the galactic community, had been disrupted by the humans' insistence on a more egalitarian layout. Ambassador Zax Trelk, significantly diminished in status, but permitted to retain his position due to what the humans called keeping your enemies closer, watched as the human delegation entered the chamber for the quarterly session. Leading them was Ambassador Olivia Blackwell, a formidable human female with dark skin and startlingly keen eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Behind her walked her advisors, a military attaché, a scientific consultant, and, most disturbing of all, a cultural exchange officer, whose job seemed to primarily involve introducing alien species to human entertainment media. Thanks to that individual's efforts, phrases like, "I'll be back," and "May the Force be with you," had inexplicably become common greetings in council proceedings, despite no one being entirely sure what they referenced. "The council recognizes Earth's delegation," announced the first speaker, whose matrix now occasionally displayed a subtle blue-green pattern reminiscent of humanity's homeworld, a diplomatic courtesy that had not gone unnoticed. "Thank you, first speaker," said Ambassador Blackwell, taking her place at the newly installed Earth station in the chamber. "Before we begin today's agenda, I'd like to address the incident at the Proxima Centauri outpost." A collective tension spread through the chamber. The incident, as it was diplomatically termed, had involved a Draxian mining corporation attempting to establish operations in what Earth now claimed as its local neighborhood without proper consultation. The Draxians had discovered, much like the Vendurians before them, that humans took territorial incursions personally. "The Earth Unified Defense Force wishes to extend its regrets for the misunderstanding," continued Blackwell, though her tone suggested a distinct lack of actual regret. "The Draxian ships were given every opportunity to identify themselves and state their intentions." "They were fired upon without provocation," protested the Draxian representative, a squat amphibious being whose mottled skin was currently flushed an angry orange. Ambassador Blackwell raised an eyebrow, a subtle human expression that everyone in the chamber had quickly learned to recognize as dangerous. "Without provocation? They disabled our automated greeting buoy and proceeded to deploy mining equipment in a star system we had clearly marked as under Earth protection. When hailed, they responded with what our linguistics team has translated as, and I quote, 'Mind your own business, primitive dirt walkers.'" She paused, allowing the translator to catch up and the implications to sink in. "As I understand galactic law," she continued smoothly, "preemptive self-defense is permitted when territorial sovereignty is threatened. Our response was measured and appropriate. All Draxian personnel were safely returned to Draxian space." She didn't mention that the Draxian ships had been confiscated and were probably already being taken apart by eager human engineers to see what new technological wonders they might contain. The first speaker's matrix pulsed in what the chamber had come to recognize as the equivalent of a resigned sigh. "The incident will be noted in the record as a territorial misunderstanding. Moving on to the next item, the human proposal for the updated galactic transit protocols." A subtle wave of unease passed through the chamber. The proposal, more accurately described as a comprehensive overhaul of transportation regulations that had stood unchanged for millennia, was just the latest example of humanity's baffling approach to galactic integration. Rather than deferring to established conventions, they questioned everything, suggesting improvements and refinements with an enthusiasm that many species found exhausting. "Thank you, first speaker," said Ambassador Blackwell. "As detailed in our submission, we believe the current protocols are unnecessarily restrictive and inefficient. Our analysis indicates that implementing our suggested changes would reduce transit times by an average of 37%, while improving safety margins by 22%. These protocols have served the galactic community for over 6,000 years, objected Councillor Gristak. They are proven and reliable." Ambassador Blackwell smiled, another expression the Council had learned could mean many things, none of them necessarily good. "With all due respect, Councillor, we've always done it this way isn't a compelling argument against improvement. Our engineers have tested these modifications extensively, and the data speaks for itself." She activated a holographic display showing simulation results that even the most skeptical delegates had to admit were impressive.
From his diminished position, Zex Trelk watched the proceedings with a mixture of resentment and reluctant admiration.
In just 6 months, humans had gone from an isolated pre-FTL civilization to an increasingly influential voice in galactic affairs. They called it catching up quickly. The rest of the galaxy was starting to call it the human problem. Later, during what the humans had instituted as a refreshment interval, Zex Trelk found himself approached by Ambassador Blackwell herself. "Ambassador Zex Trelk." She greeted him with well-practiced pronunciation that his translator nonetheless felt compelled to correct. "I've been hoping for a chance to speak with you privately." Zex Trelk's appendages fluttered nervously. "Ambassador Blackwell, what can I do for Earth's representative?" Her smile was diplomatic but carried an edge. "I wanted to personally thank you." "Thank me?" His translator couldn't quite mask his confusion.
Of course, if your hegemony hadn't decided to invade Earth, we might still be happily oblivious to the wider galactic community, focusing on our petty internal disputes, rather than our rightful place among the stars. She sipped from a container of the stimulant beverage humans called coffee, a substance that several council biologists had classified as a mild neurotoxin, but which humans consumed in vast quantities.
"Your invasion was the best thing that ever happened to our species," she continued conversationally. "It unified us in ways nothing else could have. North, south, east, west. Old divisions disappeared overnight when your ships appeared in our skies. So really, you did us an enormous favor."
Zex Trelk's breathing apparatus worked overtime as he processed the casual audacity of her statement.
"You're welcome?" Ambassador Blackwell's laugh was musical but somehow deeply unsettling. "In fact, there's a growing movement back on Earth to erect a monument to you, the alien who united humanity. Quite the legacy, don't you think?"
And
Before Zex Trelk could formulate a
guarantees our
response,
demise.
they were interrupted
We
by
must
the human
act
delegation's
now.
cultural exchange officer, who approached with barely contained excitement. "Ambassador, the Etherians have agreed to a movie night. I'm thinking we start with Independence Day, and then move on to the day the Earth stood still for contrast. Cultural context, you know?" Ambassador Blackwell nodded thoughtfully. "Excellent choices, though perhaps add arrival to show we understand the importance of communication." The cultural officer brightened. "Perfect. I'll set it up for next cycle." As the officer hurried away, Ambassador Blackwell turned back to Zex Trelk. "You should join us, Ambassador. I think you'd find our fictional depictions of first contact illuminating." With that, she departed, leaving Zex Trelk wondering, not for the first time, if humanity's seemingly haphazard approach to galactic diplomacy was as unplanned as it appeared. One standard year after the failed Vindurian invasion of Earth, a special session of the Galactic Council was convened. The agenda contained a single item: the formal ratification of the Earth Protection and Technological Exchange Treaty, now expanded into a comprehensive document that outlined humanity's integration into the galactic community. The chamber was filled to capacity. Representatives from all 73 council species were present, along with observers from non-council races, and, most notably, an expanded Earth delegation that now included specialists in various fields of science, diplomacy, and culture. The first speaker's matrix hovered at the center of the chamber, pulsing with formal gold light. "Before we proceed to the ratification vote," began first speaker, "are there any final statements from the signatory parties?" Ambassador Blackwell stood. Over the past year, she had become a familiar and somewhat feared presence in the council. Today, she wore formal diplomatic attire that subtly incorporated design elements from various alien cultures, a typically human touch that managed to be simultaneously respectful and presumptuous. "The people of Earth wish to express our profound gratitude for the welcome we have received from the galactic community," she began, her voice carrying the practiced sincerity of a seasoned diplomat. "What began as an uninvited intrusion into our world has blossomed into what we hope will be a lasting and mutually beneficial relationship." Several delegates shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the veiled reference to the Vindurian invasion. "In the span of a single Earth year, we have advanced our understanding of the universe and our place within it beyond what might have taken us centuries to achieve on our own. For this acceleration, we are thankful." She paused, her gaze sweeping the chamber. "However, we also recognize that our enthusiastic embrace of galactic citizenship has caused some concern among our new neighbors." An understatement of galactic proportions. In 1 year, humans had established outposts in 12 star systems, created diplomatic relationships with 35 species, initiated 17 technological exchange programs, established a thriving trade in cultural artifacts, particularly something called classic rock that several photosensitive species found inexplicably appealing, and, most alarmingly, begun recruiting non-humans into Earth-led scientific and exploratory initiatives. We wish to assure the Council that Earth has no territorial ambitions beyond what we have already established as our protective sphere. We seek only security, knowledge, and friendship. Ambassador Ziekestrelk, watching from his now even more diminished position, the Vindurian hegemony having suffered significant political consequences for the failed invasion, couldn't help but notice that friendship, as practiced by humans, often looked suspiciously like cultural assimilation. To demonstrate our commitment to galactic harmony, continued Ambassador Blackwell, Earth has prepared a gesture of goodwill. She nodded to a member of her delegation, who activated a holographic display. We have discovered that the extinct Mexilori species, whose unfortunate encounter with Earth 2 centuries ago has been well documented, left behind several colony worlds that have since fallen into neglect. Our archaeological teams have recovered substantial cultural and technological artifacts from these worlds. The hologram showed images of humans carefully preserving and cataloging Mexilori relics. While the Mexilori themselves are tragically beyond recovery, their cultural legacy is not. Earth proposes the establishment of a Mexilori Cultural Preservation Initiative, funded by Earth but overseen by the Galactic Council, to ensure that their contributions to galactic civilization are not forgotten. The chamber was stunned into silence. The humans who had effectively caused the extinction of the Mexilori through self-defense were now proposing to preserve their memory. It was either the height of hypocrisy or a gesture of profound wisdom. No one was quite sure which. The first speaker's matrix shifted through several colors before responding. Earth's proposal is noted and will be considered by the appropriate committees. Now, if there are no further statements, we shall proceed to the ratification vote. The voting process was brief and unanimous, not because all delegates necessarily supported Earth's integration, but because the alternative, leaving humans to their own devices without oversight, was universally considered more dangerous. As the session concluded and delegates began to disperse, Ambassador Lyria of the Etherian Conclave approached Ambassador Blackwell. "A clever proposal," said Lyria, Mercury eyes unreadable. "Preserving the culture of those your species effectively destroyed." Ambassador Blackwell met the ancient being's gaze without flinching. "We learn from history, Ambassador Lyria. The Mexilori's mistake was seeing us as merely primitive. Their loss is a tragedy we don't wish to repeat with any other species. And yet," observed Lyria, "many in the Council fear Earth is replicating the Mexilori's expansionist pattern, merely with diplomacy rather than invasion." Blackwell's expression remained carefully neutral. "There's a human saying, Ambassador. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. We remember what happened to the Mexilori very well. That's why we choose a different path. And that path is? Cooperation," said Blackwell simply. "We've spent most of our history fighting each other. Now that we've found we're not alone in the universe, we'd rather make friends than enemies. Is that so difficult to believe?" Lyria's Mercury eyes studied the human carefully. "What is difficult to believe, Ambassador Blackwell, is that a species can fundamentally change its nature so quickly. Who said anything about changing our nature?" Blackwell smiled. "We're still the same stubborn, curious, innovative, occasionally reckless beings we've always been. We're just applying those qualities to a larger stage now." She gestured around the council chamber. "This civilization you've all built, it's magnificent. Thousands of years of peace and stability. But from what we've observed, it's also become static, comfortable. Perhaps what the galactic community needs is a little human chaos to shake things up. Controlled chaos, of course," she added with another smile. Ambassador Lyria was silent for a long moment. "You know," she said finally, "the first speaker originally advocated for exterminating humanity when we first discovered your world, centuries ago." Blackwell's smile didn't waver, but something flickered in her eyes. "Did they now? What changed their mind?" "I did," said Lyria. "I argued that any species with your potential deserved the chance to evolve without interference. That perhaps, given time, humanity would outgrow its more problematic tendencies. And have we?" "That," said Lyria, "remains to be seen. But I will watch your Mexilori Preservation Initiative with great interest. It may reveal more about humanity's true nature than all your diplomatic assurances." With that cryptic statement, the ancient ambassador glided away, leaving Blackwell alone with her thoughts. 5 standard years after the failed Vindurian invasion, the Galactic Council looked very different indeed. Most visibly, the chamber itself had been redesigned, a process the humans had enthusiastically called renovation, and many older species had quietly termed desecration. The new design incorporated elements from all member civilizations, including the distinctive blue-green palette of Earth.
The seating arrangement had been completely overhauled, now organized by what humans called working groups, rather than traditional status hierarchies. Species with similar interests or complementary expertise were clustered together, facilitating what humans endlessly promoted as cross-cultural pollination. But the physical changes were merely symbolic of deeper transformations. Humans, despite being the newest members of the galactic community, had insinuated themselves into virtually every aspect of council operations. There were humans serving on 78% of council committees. Human-initiated proposals comprised over 40% of the current legislative agenda. Human cultural elements, from their music to their idioms to their inexplicable obsession with something called memes, had spread through the council like a benign but persistent virus. Most concerning to traditionalists, humans had begun forming direct alliances with individual species, creating a web of relationships outside the traditional council structure. On this particular day, the chamber was hosting a celebration, the successful completion of the Mexilori Cultural Preservation Initiative, now expanded into a full-fledged museum and research center orbiting the former Mexilori homeworld. Ambassador Olivia Blackwell, still serving as Earth's primary representative despite numerous offers of promotion, stood before the assembled delegates. 5 years in the galactic community had changed her as well. Her formal attire now incorporated not just design elements, but actual technological components from various alien cultures, including a communication device modeled after Etherian patterns and environmental monitors of Vindurian design. Today marks not just the preservation of a past civilization, she was saying, but a commitment to ensuring no other species meets a similar fate due to misunderstanding or conflict. The holographic display showed the impressive orbital facility, staffed by a mixed team of humans and various council species, all working to catalog and preserve Mexilori achievements. From tragedy, we have created legacy, continued Blackwell, and in doing so, we reaffirm the fundamental principle that diversity, of form, of thought, of approach, is the true strength of this galactic community. As polite applause rippled through chamber, Ambassador Lyria approached Blackwell once the ceremony concluded. Impressive, she admitted, mercury eyes reflecting the ambient light. You've managed to transform a cautionary tale into a monument to cross-species cooperation. Blackwell smiled. That's what humans do best. We adapt the narrative. And rewrite history in the process? There was no accusation in Lyria's tone, merely curiosity. Not rewrite, Blackwell corrected. Expand. The Mexilori story used to be simply, they invaded Earth and disappeared. Now it's, they encountered Earth, conflict ensued, and from that tragedy, we've all learned something valuable. Lyria studied her for a long moment. You know, in all my centuries observing the cosmos, I've never encountered a species quite like yours. Is that a compliment or a warning? Perhaps both, said Lyria. 5 years ago, you were isolated on your world, focused on your own conflicts. Now you're integrated into every aspect of galactic civilization, pushing change at a pace that makes many uncomfortable. Change doesn't have to be frightening, said Blackwell. No, agreed Lyria, but it can be transformative. She gestured around the chamber, at the humans now scattered throughout, at the species who had once barely acknowledged each other now engaged in animated discussion, at the holographic displays showing joint human-alien ventures across dozens of star systems. The Council stood unchanged for thousands of years before humanity arrived, Lyria continued. In 5 years, you've initiated more reforms than the previous 5 centuries combined. And is that so terrible? Asked Blackwell. Lyria's mercury eyes gleamed with something that might have been amusement. I didn't say terrible, I said transformative. She paused. I admit, I was wrong about your species.
The view of the Cygnus Nebula is stunning.
I thought you might outgrow your chaotic tendencies. Instead, you've channeled them, and somehow convinced the rest of us to join you. In the center of the chamber, the first speaker's matrix pulsed with colors that had never been seen in the council before. Vibrant, shifting patterns that somehow captured the essence of the celebration. Do you know what the first speaker said to me yesterday? Lyria asked. Blackwell shook her head. They said, perhaps the true danger of humanity isn't their potential for destruction, but their capacity to make the rest of us want to be more like them. Blackwell laughed, a genuine warm sound. Warm. Now that is a compliment. Or a warning, Lyria countered. But there was unmistakable warmth in her voice as well. Above them, the holographic display shifted to show Earth, still blue and green and beautiful, but now surrounded by a network of stations, ships, and satellites that connected it to the broader galactic community.
No longer isolated.
No longer alone. You know, said Blackwell, looking up at the image of her homeworld. There's another human saying that seems appropriate. Don't invade Russia in winter. I don't understand the reference, admitted Lyria. Blackwell smiled. It means some fights aren't worth starting because you can't possibly win them. She gestured to the image of Earth. The Vendurians learned that lesson the hard way. And what lesson should the rest of the galaxy take from humanity's rise? Blackwell considered this for a moment. Perhaps simply this: underestimate us at your peril, but ally with us and watch what we can accomplish together. As they stood watching the celebration unfold around them, neither spoke the obvious truth that hung in the air between them. The galaxy would never be the same again, and that perhaps was exactly what it needed. The end. You know that moment when you accidentally dial the wrong number and end up ordering pizza from a funeral home? Well, imagine that. But instead of pizza, you're asking for military assistance. And instead of a funeral home, you've just contacted the most violently creative species in the known galaxy. That's essentially what happened to the Zilithian Empire on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday. Or what passes for Tuesday when you're floating around in the void between stars, wondering why your life choices led you to become a galactic communications officer. Meet Zixtal Morhadoon, a being whose name sounds like someone sneezing during a dissertation defense, and whose job it was to manage the Empire's emergency distress beacon. Now Zix, we're not going through that whole name thing every time, was what you might generously call detail-oriented, and what you might more accurately call the kind of guy who double-checks his coffee orders 17 times and still somehow ends up with decaf. The Zilithian Empire, for those keeping score at home, was your standard mid-tier galactic civilization. They had faster-than-light travel, energy weapons that went pew-pew with the best of them, and that particular brand of bureaucratic incompetence that seems to be a universal constant across all sentient species. They were currently being invaded by the Krexari hive, think angry space wasps, but with worse attitudes and better dental plans. So there Zix was, tentacles flying across his communication console like a caffeinated octopus at a keyboard, trying to send out a distress call to their allies in the Altarian Federation. Simple enough, right? Just punch in the emergency frequency, broadcast the "please help us, we're being murdered by giant insects" message, and wait for the cavalry. Except Zix, bless his three hearts, had the spatial awareness of a goldfish in a blender. Instead of inputting the Altarian emergency frequency of 847.2 Delta Prime, he fat-tentacled the input and entered 847.2 Delta Primate. Now you might think, what's the big deal? One little letter difference. And you'd be absolutely right to think that, right up until you realize that Delta Primate happened to be the emergency frequency for a little blue-green marble of a planet orbiting a star that the locals had unimaginatively named Sol. Earth, as it turns out, had been monitoring galactic frequencies for about 30 years. Ever since they figured out that all that static coming from space wasn't just cosmic background radiation, but actually the universe's most chaotic group chat. The humans had been quietly listening in, taking notes, and doing what humans do best when presented with something new and exciting, figuring out how to weaponize it. The message that reached Earth's Deep Space Monitoring Station, which was really just a converted missile silo in Montana with better Wi-Fi, was crystal clear in its desperation. Emergency! This is Zixtal Morhadoon of the Zilithian Empire, broadcasting on all allied frequencies. We are under attack by the Krexari hive. Our defenses are failing. We require immediate military assistance. Repeat, we need help! The bugs are winning and they're really gross about it. Please respond if you are receiving this transmission. The message was picked up by specialist Tommy Kowalski, a 26-year-old former Marine who had been transferred to deep space monitoring after an unfortunate incident involving a superior officer, a rubber duck, and what the disciplinary committee had described as creative insubordination. Tommy was currently on the night shift, which meant he was 3 energy drinks deep and operating on the kind of caffeine-fueled clarity that makes everything seem like either a brilliant idea or someone else's problem. Tommy stared at his screen, blinked twice, and then did what any reasonable person would do when faced with an impossible situation. He called his supervisor, Hey, Lieutenant Hayes, you're gonna want to hear this. Lieutenant Rebecca Chen was the kind of officer who had earned her rank through a combination of competence, stubbornness, and an unsettling ability to make paperwork disappear. She arrived at Tommy's station wearing the expression of someone who had been woken up to deal with what was probably another false alarm from a particularly imaginative weather satellite. What have you got, Kowalski? Well, ma'am, either we just intercepted a very elaborate prank call, or some aliens are getting their butts kicked by space bugs, and they want our help. Chen listened to the recording twice, then once more for good measure. Her expression evolved from skeptical to intrigued, to something that could best be described as dangerously interested. Kowalski, how long have we been monitoring these frequencies? About 30 years, ma'am. This is the first direct request for assistance we've ever received. And what's our standard protocol for this situation? Well, ma'am, according to the manual, we're supposed to forward any potential alien communications to the Pentagon, the UN, and the Department of, Tommy flipped through a manual that looked like it had been written by committee and translated through Google Translate. The Department of oh crap, it's actually happening. That's not a real department, Kowalski. Yes, ma'am. That's why I called you instead. Chen stood there for a moment, listening to the recording one more time. In the background, they could hear what sounded like explosions, screaming, and something that might have been alien profanity. It was, she had to admit, pretty compelling evidence that this wasn't someone's idea of a joke. Kowalski, patch me through to General Morrison at Central Command. The General? Ma'am, it's 0300 hours. Trust me, he's going to want to be woken up for this. Chapter 2. How to accidentally start an interstellar incident. General Patrick Morrison was a man who had spent 40 years in the military, survived 3 wars, 2 budget committees, and one particularly memorable incident involving a karaoke machine and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was not easily rattled, but at 3:47 a.m., when his secure phone started ringing with the tone that meant someone, somewhere is about to ruin your day, he knew this was going to be special. This better be good, Chen. Sir, we've received what appears to be a legitimate distress call from an alien civilization requesting military assistance against hostile forces. There was a pause. The kind of pause that happens when your brain needs a moment to process information that doesn't fit into any of your existing mental categories. Say that again, Lieutenant. Aliens, sir. They're being attacked by other aliens and they want our help. Chen, are you drunk? Stone sober, sir. I'm forwarding you the recording now. General Morrison listened to the message 3 times. First with skepticism, then with growing interest, and finally with the expression of a man who realizes his retirement plans just became significantly more complicated. Chen, who else has heard this? Just myself and Specialist Kowalski, sir. Keep it that way for now. I'm making some calls. What followed was the kind of early morning phone tree that usually indicates either a nuclear emergency or someone important getting caught doing something spectacularly stupid. Within 2 hours, a secure conference room at the Pentagon contained more stars and eagles than a particularly patriotic fireworks display. Admiral Janet Foster, Chief of Naval Operations, stared at the assembled group with the expression of someone who had been briefed on the situation and was still trying to wrap her head around it. So let me get this straight. Aliens called us for help. That appears to be the situation, yes, confirmed General Morrison. Aliens called us for military assistance. Yes, ma'am. And we're actually considering responding? Well, interjected Dr. Elizabeth Martinez from the Joint Chiefs Science Advisory Board. From a purely strategic perspective, this represents an unprecedented opportunity for first contact under favorable circumstances. They're asking for our help, which puts us in a position of strength. We could potentially gain access to alien technology, establish diplomatic relations, or, interrupted General Morrison with the tone of someone who had spent a career expecting the worst-case scenario. We could be walking into the galaxy's most elaborate trap. For all we know, this could be a test or bait, or the opening move in an invasion that makes Independence Day look like a nature documentary. Admiral Foster leaned back in her chair. What do we actually know about their tactical situation? Dr. Martinez consulted her tablet. Based on the transmission, the Zalithian Empire is under attack by something called the Krexari Hive. From the background audio, it sounds like they're losing badly. The distress call was apparently meant for their allies in something called the Altarian Federation, but they botched the frequency. So we're not even their first choice, muttered General Harrison from the Joint Special Operations Command. How flattering. Actually, Dr. Martinez continued, that works in our favor. If this is legitimate, it means we're not walking into a diplomatic minefield. We'd be responding to what amounts to a wrong number. No existing obligations, no complex political ramifications. Admiral Foster drummed her fingers on the table. What kind of response capability are we talking about? How far away are these aliens? The signal originated approximately 47 light-years away, in what we've designated the Kepler 442 system. Based on the signal strength and propagation delay, we estimate the transmission was sent about 3 days ago. So by the time we get there, this war could be over. Not necessarily, said Dr. Martinez. The transmission mentioned that their defenses were failing, but it also indicated ongoing combat. If we could get a response force there quickly enough. How quickly is quickly in interstellar terms? Asked Admiral Foster. There was an uncomfortable silence. The kind of silence that happens when everyone realizes they're discussing something that should be impossible. General Morrison cleared his throat. That's actually the interesting part. Dr. Martinez? Dr. Martinez looked like she'd rather be anywhere else in the universe. 3 months ago, the Skunkworks division completed testing on what they've been calling the Alcubierre Drive Mark VII. It's based on theoretical work from the 1990s, refined using some unconventional approaches to space-time manipulation. English, Doctor. We built a faster-than-light engine. Several of them, actually. They work. The silence that followed was the kind that accompanies the realization that your entire worldview has just shifted sideways. Admiral Foster was the first to recover. And nobody thought to mention this? It was classified above my pay grade until about 6 hours ago, admitted General Morrison. The project was originally designed as a deep space exploration platform, but the drives have been installed in modified versions of our existing fleet architecture. You're telling me we have spaceships? We have spaceships. Faster-than-light spaceships. Faster-than-light spaceships with military capabilities? Yes, ma'am. Admiral Foster rubbed her temples. This is insane. We're talking about responding to an alien distress call with a secret space fleet that officially doesn't exist. Well, said General Harrison with the kind of grin that usually preceded something spectacularly dangerous. When you put it that way, it sounds like exactly the kind of mission we were trained for. Chapter 3. The Fleet. Nobody knew about. The Mojave Desert is full of secrets. Most of them involve questionable government experiments, enthusiastic conspiracy theorists, and the occasional UFO sighting that turns out to be a weather balloon with delusions of grandeur. But 50 miles northeast of Edwards Air Force Base, behind enough razor wire to decorate a small country, and under enough security clearance to make the CIA jealous, sat something that would have made every science fiction writer in history weep with joy. Fleet Command Mojave wasn't on any official military maps. According to the paperwork, what little existed, it was a deep desert training facility for specialized atmospheric research. In reality, it was where humanity kept its first, and until now, secret interstellar navy. Commander David Lee stood on the observation deck of the facility's primary hangar, looking down at what had to be the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. The UES Defiant hung in its maintenance cradle like a metal cathedral, all clean lines and purposeful angles. At 400 meters long, it was larger than most naval vessels, but it moved through space with a grace that would have made dolphins jealous. The ship was a study in functional aesthetics. The hull was composed of a metamaterial that could shift its properties based on combat conditions, reflective for energy weapons, ablative for kinetic impacts, and occasionally, when the crew was feeling particularly creative, capable of displaying messages that were inappropriate for mixed company. The forward section housed the primary weapon systems, particle beam arrays that could core a small moon, railguns that fire projectiles at significant fractions of the speed of light, and missile systems that took the phrase "fire and forget" to impressive extremes. But the real magic was in the engineering section. The Alcubierre Drive Mark VII was a marvel of human stubbornness applied to theoretical physics.
The view of the
where
Cygnus
conventional
Nebula
FTL
is
drives required exotic matter, and the sacrifice of small
It
farm
almost
animals to the
makes
gods
the
of quantum
journey through the
mechanics.
void
The Mark
worth it.
VII ran on a combination of controlled fusion, weaponized mathematics, and what the engineers cheerfully described as making space-time very, very angry. Commander Lee had been in charge of the Defiant for 2 years, ever since the ship had completed its shakedown cruise to Proxima Centauri. The mission had been simple: fly there, take some pictures, don't break anything important. They'd accomplished 2 out of 3 objectives, which was considered a rousing success by military standards. Sir? His executive officer, Lieutenant Commander Rachel Torres, approached with the expression of someone carrying interesting news. We just received new orders from Fleet Command. Lee accepted the sealed orders packet, noting the impressive array of classification stamps covering the envelope. Let me guess, another training exercise in the outer system? Not exactly, sir. Lee read through the orders once, then again more carefully. His expression evolved from casual interest to focused attention to something that could best be described as professionally enthusiastic. Torres, assemble the senior staff. We're having a briefing in 15 minutes. Yes, sir. Should I notify the other ships? Lee glanced out at the hangar, where 5 more vessels hung in various stages of preparation. The relentless, the indomitable, the unconquerable, the unstoppable, and the somewhat irritated. The Navy's naming committee had been having a difficult day. Each ship represented humanity's best guess at what a space warship should look like, combined with their unshakable belief that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing with excessive firepower. Yes, all ships. We're going to need the full task force for this one. The briefing room aboard the Defiant had been designed with military efficiency in mind, which meant it was functional, uncomfortable, and painted in a shade of gray that could induce depression in laboratory mice. The senior staff filed in with the casual professionalism of people who had spent months preparing for something they weren't sure would ever happen. Major Alex Donovan, the ship's Marine commander, was a compact man who gave the impression of being constructed from equal parts muscle, sarcasm, and barely contained violence. Captain Jennifer Park, the chief engineer, looked like she hadn't slept in 3 days but could probably rebuild the ship's drive system using spare parts and creative profanity.
Doctor!
Michael Bennett, the ship's science officer, had the slightly wild-eyed expression of someone who had spent too much time staring into the mathematical void and found it staring back. Commander Lee activated the briefing room's main display, which showed a star map with their current position and a highlighted destination that was significantly farther away than anyone in the room had ever traveled. Ladies and gentlemen, we've received humanity's first official request for interstellar military assistance. The room fell silent. The kind of silence that happens when everyone realizes the training is over, and it's time for the real thing. 3 days ago, we intercepted a distress call from an alien civilization called the Zilithian Empire. They're under attack by hostile forces and requested military support. Due to a communications error, their distress call was routed to us instead of their intended allies. Major Donovan raised his hand.
Sir, are we sure this isn't some kind of test? Or trap? Or elaborate practical joke involving the entire universe? Those concerns have been raised and considered,
Lee replied. However, analysis of the signal indicates it's legitimate. The transmission included background audio consistent with active combat, technical details about their tactical situation, and what our linguists have identified as genuine panic. Dr. Bennett leaned forward with the expression of someone who had just realized Christmas had come early. Sir, this represents an unprecedented scientific opportunity. First contact with not one, but potentially 3 alien civilizations. The Zilithians, their attackers, and their intended allies. It also represents, added Captain Park, an opportunity to test our systems under actual combat conditions. The Mark 7 drives have only been tested in controlled environments. This would be our first operational deployment. Commander Lee nodded. Which brings us to our mission parameters. We are tasked with responding to the Zilithian distress call, assessing the tactical situation, and providing appropriate assistance. Our orders are deliberately broad, which means we have significant discretion in how we interpret appropriate assistance. Major Donovan grinned with the expression of someone who had spent his career waiting for exactly this kind of mission. Define appropriate assistance, sir. Use your best judgment, Major. But remember, this is first contact. Whatever we do out there reflects on all of humanity. So no pressure then. None whatsoever. Lee turned back to the display. Transit time to the Kepler 442 system is estimated at 4 days using maximum sustainable warp. We'll be traveling as a task force, all 6 ships, with the Defiant as flagship. Questions? Dr. Bennett raised his hand. Sir, what do we actually know about the species involved? Are we walking into a conflict between spacefaring democracies? Or could we be accidentally supporting galactic fascists against freedom fighters? It was, Lee had to admit, an excellent question. Intelligence analysis suggests the Zilithian Empire is a standard mid-tier galactic civilization with no obvious signs of aggressive expansion or oppressive practices. The Krexari hive appears to be, well, a hive mind with expansionist tendencies and what our xenobiologists describe as concerning dietary habits. They eat people? They eat everything, including the planets they conquer. The silence that followed was the kind that accompanies the realization that the universe is stranger and more dangerous than anyone had properly prepared for. Any other questions? Lee asked. Captain Park raised her hand. Sir, what's our cover story if this goes sideways and we end up starting an interstellar war? According to our briefing documents, if anyone asks, we're an independent human exploration vessel that happened to be in the area and decided to help out of the goodness of our hearts. And if they don't believe that, then we improvise. Chapter 4. Transit and Realizations. Space, it turns out, is really, really big. This comes as a surprise to absolutely no one who has spent any time thinking about it. But it bears repeating because the human brain isn't really designed to comprehend distances measured in light years. It's like trying to understand the national debt using pocket change. Theoretically possible, but likely to cause headaches. The UES task force had been in hyperspace for 3 days, traveling at what Dr. Bennett cheerfully described as speeds that make Einstein cry. The Alcubierre drive worked by compressing space in front of the ship and expanding it behind, creating a wave of distorted space-time that carried the vessel along faster than light without technically violating relativity.
It was elegant, efficient, and made a humming noise that sounded like the universe clearing its throat.
Commander Lee stood on the Defiance bridge, watching the swirling pattern of compressed space-time on the main display. Hyperspace looked like what would happen if a rainbow had an argument with a kaleidoscope and decided to settle it with physics. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and after 3 days, profoundly boring. Status report, Lieutenant Torres. All ships maintaining formation, sir. We're approximately 18 hours from the Kepler 442 system. Engineering reports all systems operating within normal parameters, though Chief Park requests permission to tune the engines for optimal combat performance. Lee had learned to be wary of Captain Park's tuning sessions. The last time she'd optimized the ship's systems, they'd arrived at their destination 3 hours early and glowing faintly green. Granted, but tell her to keep the modifications within warranty specifications. Aye, sir. The bridge of the Defiant was humanity's best guess at what the command center of a starship should look like, filtered through decades of science fiction and a surprisingly practical understanding of ergonomics. The main view screen dominated the forward wall, surrounded by workstations that could have been lifted from the bridge of any modern naval vessel, if modern naval vessels needed stations for exotic particle management and gravitational field manipulation. Lieutenant Amy Richardson, the ship's communications officer, looked up from her console with the expression of someone who had just encountered something interesting. Sir, I'm picking up additional transmissions from the target system. It looks like the Zilithian distress calls are continuing, but the signal strength is weaker than the original transmission. Patch it through. The bridge speakers crackled with the familiar voice of Zixtal Morhaden, though he sounded considerably more stressed than in his original message. This is Zixtal Morhaden of the Zilithian Empire, broadcasting on all frequencies. Our situation has deteriorated. The Krexari have broken through our outer defense perimeter. We are evacuating civilians from the primary population centers. If anyone receives this transmission, please respond. We are running out of time. The background noise of the transmission included sounds that didn't need translation. Explosions, screaming, and what might have been the collapse of large structures. It was the universal soundtrack of a civilization under attack. Any response from their intended allies? Lee asked. Lieutenant Richardson shook her head. Nothing, sir. Either the Altarian Federation hasn't received the message, or they're too far away to respond in time. Dr. Bennett approached from his science station, carrying a tablet loaded with analysis data. Sir, I've been reviewing our intelligence on the Krexari hive. It's concerning. Define concerning, Doctor. They're a hive mind species that reproduces by consuming organic matter and converting it into additional hive members. They strip planets of all biological material, including the planetary ecosystem, before moving on to the next target. From an ecological perspective, they're essentially a self-replicating planetary extinction event. Major Donovan, who had been quietly observing from the tactical station, looked up with interest. So we're dealing with space locusts? Space locusts with starships, advanced weaponry, and a complete disregard for the concept of sustainable resource management. Dr. Bennett confirmed. How many of them are we talking about? Dr. Bennett consulted his tablet. Based on the transmission data, the attack force appears to be approximately... Well, this is where it gets interesting. The Zilithian reports mention countless swarms, but our signal analysis suggests we're looking at somewhere between 50 and 100 vessels. Commander Lee raised an eyebrow. That's a significant discrepancy. Yes, sir. It's possible the Zilithians are prone to hyperbole, or the Krexari reproduction cycle allows them to rapidly increase their numbers during an active conquest, in which case, countless swarms might be an accurate description of their current status. The bridge fell into the kind of thoughtful silence that accompanies the realization that you might have volunteered for something significantly more complicated than originally advertised. Major Donovan, Lee said, what's your assessment of our tactical capabilities against an unknown number of hostile alien vessels? Donovan grinned with the confidence of someone who had spent his career preparing for impossible odds. Sir, we have 6 ships armed with the most advanced weapon systems humanity has ever developed. Crewed by people who are either the best of the best, or crazy enough to volunteer for a mission that officially doesn't exist. Either way, I like our chances. And if we're outnumbered 50-1, then it'll be a fair fight. Lieutenant Torres looked up from her station with the expression of someone who had just realized something important. Sir, we're receiving another transmission. This one's different. Different how? It's not from the Zilithians. The signal originates from the same system, but it's using a completely different communication protocol. Put it through. The bridge speakers filled with a sound that was definitely not human, and probably not from anything that had ever been human. It was a chittering, clicking noise that sounded like someone had decided to turn insect communication into a form of aggressive punctuation. After a moment, the ship's translation system kicked in, converting the alien sounds into oddly formal English. This is Hive Commander Vexkar of the Krexari Assault Fleet. We have detected the approach of unknown vessels. Identify yourselves and state your intentions, or be consumed for the glory of the Hive. The bridge crew exchanged glances. It was, everyone had to admit, about as friendly as they'd expected from a species that apparently ate planets for breakfast. Lieutenant Richardson looked to Commander Lee. Sir, are we responding? Lee considered his options. On one hand, establishing communication might provide valuable intelligence about the tactical situation. On the other hand, announcing their presence would eliminate any element of surprise they might have had. Open a channel, he decided. Let's see what we're dealing with. Channel open, sir. Hive Commander Vexkar. This is Commander David Lee of the Terran vessel UES Defiant. We are responding to a distress call from the Zilithian Empire. We request that you cease your attacks and withdraw from this system. The response came immediately, which suggested either excellent communication discipline or a complete lack of interest in negotiation. Terran, your species designation is unknown. You will submit to immediate absorption or be destroyed. The Hive does not negotiate with food. Dr. Bennett leaned toward Commander Lee. Sir, I believe they just called us food. I caught that, Doctor. Major Donovan's grin widened. Sir, I formally request permission to show them the error of their dietary assumptions. Patience, Major. Hive Commander Vexkar, the Terran fleet is prepared to defend the Zilithian Empire. This is your final warning to withdraw. Terran fleet? The alien voice carried what might have been amusement. Our sensors detect 6 vessels. We have 73 ships in this system, with more arriving daily. Your fleet will provide adequate nutrition for perhaps half a Hive cycle. We thank you for this unexpected meal delivery. Lieutenant Richardson muted the channel and looked to Commander Lee. Sir, they definitely think we're food. So I gathered. Any sign of their fleet on our sensors? Lieutenant Carlos Mendez at the tactical station consulted his displays. Sir, we're still 18 hours out from the system, but long-range sensors are picking up multiple contacts in orbit around the 4th planet. The signatures are consistent with spacecraft, but the designs are unlike anything in our databases. How unlike? They appear to be organic, sir. Like someone crossed a spacecraft with a very large insect. Commander Lee nodded slowly. All right, people. It looks like we're going into this one the hard way. Dr. Bennett, I want a full analysis of everything we know about Krexari technology and tactics. Major Donovan, start planning our combat approach. Torres, send a message to the other ships. We're going to combat readiness. Aye, sir. And Lieutenant Richardson? Yes, sir. Send a response to the Krexari. Tell them that if they think 6 human ships constitute a meal delivery, they're about to discover why that's the worst mistake they'll ever make. Should I use those exact words, sir? Commander Lee considered this. Clean it up for diplomatic purposes, but make sure the sentiment comes through. As the crew bustled to prepare for combat, Commander Lee remained on the bridge, staring at the swirling patterns of hyperspace. Somewhere ahead of them, an alien civilization was fighting for its survival against an enemy that viewed entire planets as nothing more than particularly large snacks. In 18 hours, humanity would find out what happened when an unstoppable force met an object that was really annoyed about being called food. It was, he had to admit, exactly the kind of situation they'd trained for, even if nobody had expected it to happen quite this soon. Chapter 5: Arrival and First Impressions. The Kepler 442 system turned out to be one of those picturesque stellar neighborhoods that would have made excellent tourist destinations, if not for the slight problem of it currently being invaded by spacefaring insects with anger management issues. The primary star was a G-type main sequence, similar to Sol, but slightly more orange, casting everything in a warm light that would have been pleasant if not for all the explosions. The UES task force dropped out of hyperspace at the system's edge, their arrival announced by the telltale flash of compressed space-time snapping back to normal dimensions. 6 human warships materialized in perfect formation, their hulls gleaming in the alien sunlight like metal predators fresh from some cosmic ocean. Commander Lee stood on the Defiance bridge, watching the tactical display populate with sensor data as the ship's systems took their first detailed look at an active interstellar war zone. The results were, to put it mildly, educational. Report, Lieutenant Mendez. Sir, sensors are showing massive fleet engagement in orbit around the 4th planet. I count 74 Krexari vessels, various sizes, all showing the organic design patterns we detected during transit.
They appear to be... Sir, this is going to sound weird, but they appear to be feeding.
Feeding? Yes, sir. Long-range scans show several Krexari ships have extended what look like organic tendrils down to the planet's surface. They're literally sucking something up from the surface. Dr. Bennett moved to his science console, his fingers dancing across the displays as he analyzed the incoming data. Sir, I'm reading massive biosignature depletion across the planet's surface. They're strip mining the biosphere. Commander Lee felt something cold settle in his stomach. What about the Zalithian fleet? Lieutenant Mendez's expression grew grimmer. I'm reading 19 Zalithian vessels, down from an estimated 40 plus based on their earlier transmissions. They're in a defensive formation around the planet's 2 moons, but sir, they're not winning. Define not winning. They're being systematically overwhelmed. The Krexari ships are larger, more numerous, and appear to be using some kind of bioweapon that's interfering with Zalithian ship systems. Several of the Zalithian vessels are showing signs of organic contamination. Dr. Bennett looked up from his console with the expression of someone who had just solved a particularly unpleasant puzzle. Sir, I think I understand their reproduction method. They don't just consume organic matter, they convert it. Those contaminated Zalithian ships are probably being transformed into additional Krexari vessels. The bridge fell silent as everyone processed the implications of fighting an enemy that could literally turn your own ships against you. Any response to our arrival? Lee asked. Lieutenant Richardson checked her communications console.
Sir, we're receiving hails from both fleets.
The Zalithians sound, well, surprised but grateful. The Krexari sound like they think we just delivered them dessert. Patch through the Zalithian communication first. The main speakers filled with the familiar voice of Zixtal Morhaden, though he sounded like he was speaking from inside a hurricane. Unknown vessels, this is the Zalithian Empire. We did not expect... Who are you? How did you receive our distress call? Commander Lee activated his communications system. Zixtal Morhaden. This is Commander David Lee of the Terran Fleet. We received your emergency transmission and have come to render assistance. There was a pause. The kind of pause that happens when someone's entire worldview shifts sideways. Terran? We sent our distress call to the Altarian Federation.
How did...
There was an error in your transmission frequency. Your message was routed to our monitoring station instead. You came anyway? You traveled across interstellar space to help complete strangers? Commander Lee exchanged glances with his crew. When put that way, it did sound like exactly the kind of thing humans would do. That's correct. But why? We have no treaties, no alliances, no mutual defense agreements. You had no obligation to respond. No, Lee agreed. We didn't. We came anyway. The silence that followed was pregnant with the kind of cultural revelation that happens when 2 species discover they have fundamentally different assumptions about how the universe works. I don't understand. Major Donovan stepped forward with a grin that could have been seen from orbit. With respect, sir, understanding isn't required. Gratitude, however, would be appreciated. Now, what's the tactical situation? Zix spoke with the rapid cadence of someone who had been managing a crisis for too long. The Krexari broke through our outer defenses 18 hours ago. We've lost 26 ships, and 3 of our surviving vessels are showing signs of biocontamination. They'll be converted within the hour unless we can purge the infestation. What about planetary defenses? Overrun. The civilian population is being evacuated to our moon colonies, but the Krexari are consuming everything. Forests, oceans, atmosphere. At current rates, the planet will be stripped bare within 3 days. Commander Lee nodded grimly. Understood. We're moving to engage. Can you provide us with tactical data on Krexari capabilities? Commander, with respect, you have 6 ships. We started this engagement with 40. The Krexari vessels are heavily armored, self-repairing, and their weapons discharge some kind of corrosive bioplasma that eats through conventional shielding. I don't see how... Leave that to us, Commander Lee interrupted. Just stay clear of our engagement zone and be ready to assist with evacuation efforts if needed. Commander Lee, I must protest. You don't understand what you're facing. These creatures are... Hive Commander Vexcar is hailing us, Lieutenant Richardson interrupted. Patch it through. The bridge speakers filled with the chittering, clicking sounds of Krexari communication, followed by the ship's translation system rendering it into mechanically precise English. Terran vessels, you have entered a Krexari feeding zone. Submit to immediate absorption or be destroyed. Your biological material will serve the Hive regardless of your choice. Commander Lee activated his comm system. Hive Commander Vexcar, this is Commander Lee. We've given you the opportunity to withdraw. Since you've declined, we'll be proceeding with alternative negotiation methods. You persist in this foolishness. Very well. Prepare to feed the Hive, mammals. The channel went dead. Dr. Bennett looked up from his science station. Sir, mammals? How did they know we were mammals? Probably scanned our ships, Major Donovan suggested. Or maybe they just made a lucky guess. Either way, I'm taking it personally. Commander Lee turned to address his bridge crew. All stations, combat alert. Weapons free, shields up. Lieutenant Torres, signal the task force. We're going in. Aye, sir. All ships report ready for combat. Lieutenant Mendez, what's our tactical picture? Sir, the Krexari fleet is spread across a wide formation around the fourth planet. 74 vessels, ranging from what appear to be frigate-class ships about 200 meters long, to several large vessels that could be considered battleships, over a kilometer in length. They're maintaining position while they feed on the planet. Feeding ships are probably less maneuverable, Major Donovan observed. If we hit them while they're attached to the surface. My thoughts exactly. Mendez, plot an intercept course for the largest group of feeding vessels. Torres, signal the fleet. Attack pattern Delta. We're going to introduce the Krexari to human military doctrine. Which is? Dr. Bennett asked. Commander Lee smiled with the expression of someone who had been waiting his entire career for exactly this moment. Hit them hard, hit them fast, and hit them with everything we have. The UES task force moved into combat formation, with the practiced precision of crews who had drilled these maneuvers hundreds of times. The Defiant took point, with the relentless and indomitable flanking to port and starboard. The unconquerable, unstoppable, and somewhat irritated formed the second wave, ready to exploit any breakthrough the lead ships created. As they approached the Krexari fleet, the enemy vessels began to react. Ships that had been peacefully stripping the planet's biosphere suddenly came alive, organic hulls rippling with what might have been excitement or hunger. Long, segmented appendages retracted from the planet's surface, and weapon ports that looked disturbingly like insect mouths began to track the approaching human fleet. Sir, Lieutenant Richardson called out. We're being hailed by multiple Krexari vessels. Same message from all of them. Let's hear it. Food approaches. The Hive celebrates this bounty. You will be consumed with gratitude. Well, Major Donovan commented. At least they're polite about it. Range to target? Commander Lee asked. 200,000 kilometers in closing. Enemy vessels are moving to intercept. All ships prepare to engage. Show them what human hospitality looks like. Chapter 6. Human Hospitality. The first indication that the Krexari had seriously misjudged their new opponents came when the lead human vessel opened fire at a range that should have been impossible for any civilized species' weapon systems. The UES Defiant's primary particle beam array discharged with a flash of coherent energy that turned space briefly purple, crossing 200,000 kilometers of vacuum in approximately the time it takes to sneeze. The beam struck the lead Krexari battleship center mass, and the results were immediate and educational. The organic hull, which had presumably evolved to withstand the rigors of interstellar travel and conventional energy weapons, discovered that human weapons designers had some very unconventional ideas about what constituted appropriate firepower. The Krexari ship's bio-armor, which had shrugged off Zilithian plasma bolts for the past several days, encountered a focused stream of particles accelerated to a significant fraction of light speed and containing enough energy to power a small city. The armor lasted approximately 3 seconds before giving up and allowing the beam to core through the ship like a hot knife through particularly surprised butter. On the bridge of the Defiant, Lieutenant Mendez stared at his tactical display with the expression of someone who had just witnessed something that probably violated several laws of physics. Sir, direct hit on the lead Krexari battleship. Target is... Well, sir, target appears to be experiencing rapid unscheduled disassembly. Commander Lee nodded with satisfaction. That's what we call a good opening argument. All ships, engage at will. What followed was humanity's introduction to galactic warfare, and it was an introduction that would be remembered for a very long time. The human fleet moved through the Krexari formation like wolves through a flock of very surprised sheep, their weapons systems demonstrating a level of creative violence that suggested their designers had spent considerable time thinking about how to make other people's bad days significantly worse. The Relentless engaged 3 Krexari cruisers simultaneously, its railgun systems firing projectiles that crossed the engagement zone at velocities that made relativistic calculations necessary. The tungsten core penetrators struck with kinetic energy that converted matter directly into plasma, creating brief new stars where enemy ships used to be. The Indomitable demonstrated humanity's approach to missile warfare by launching a spread of smart munitions that exhibited behavior patterns somewhere between aggressively helpful and completely unhinged. The missiles used adaptive AI to analyze their targets in real time, adjusting their approach vectors and payload deployment to maximize what the technical manuals euphemistically called target negation efficiency. "Sir," Dr. Bennett called out, his voice carrying a note of scientific fascination. "The Krexari ships are trying to adapt to our weapons. Their hulls are shifting composition, trying to optimize against our beam frequencies."
Smart bugs, Major Donovan acknowledged.
"Too bad we're smarter." As if to prove his point, the human fleet shifted tactics without missing a beat. Ships that had been using particle beams switched to kinetic weapons, while vessels employing railguns began using energy weapons. The adaptive Krexari hulls found themselves trying to optimize against weapons that were no longer being used, while being hit by completely different systems they hadn't anticipated. "It's like they've never fought anyone who changes tactics mid-engagement," Lieutenant Mendez observed. "Most civilized species probably don't," Commander Lee replied. "They likely develop standardized combat doctrines and stick to them. We, on the other hand, specialize in creative improvisation." The Krexari fleet was beginning to realize they had made a significant error in judgment. What they had assumed would be a brief and appetizing encounter with primitive mammals was turning into the kind of nightmare that gave hive minds insomnia. Ships that had survived decades of galactic warfare were being systematically dismantled by weapons that seemed to operate on principles that were both innovative and deeply unsporting. "Hive Commander Vexkar is hailing us," Lieutenant Richardson reported. "Put him through." The chittering, clicking sounds of agitated Krexari filled the bridge, followed by the translation system's mechanical rendering. "What manner of creatures are you?" "Your weapons violate established conventions of civilized warfare." Commander Lee activated his comm system. "Hive Commander, there seems to be some confusion. We're not civilized. We're humans. This is impossible. No species develops such aggressive combat capabilities without being consumed by their own violence. You'd be surprised what you can accomplish with proper anger management and a really good military-industrial complex." Major Donovan stepped forward with the expression of someone who was enjoying the conversation immensely. "Commander Vexkar, we'd like to extend an invitation to discuss terms for your immediate withdrawal from this system. The Hive does not negotiate. That's unfortunate, because we've been looking forward to showing you our extended hospitality. All ships, prepare for the welcome wagon." What the Krexari fleet received next was humanity's interpretation of extended hospitality, which involved coordinated strikes from 6 different vessels using every weapon system in the human arsenal simultaneously. The Defiance particle beams carved through enemy formations, while the Relentless's railguns created kinetic art installations where Krexari ships used to be. The Indomitable launched a spread of missiles that seemed to take personal offense at the continued existence of their targets. The Unconquerable, Unstoppable, and somewhat irritated joined the engagement with enthusiasm that bordered on the artistic. Their weapon systems painted the vacuum with energy discharges that would have made Aurora Borealis jealous, while their targeting systems demonstrated the kind of precision that suggested someone had been spending quality time with the gunnery simulators. "Sir," Lieutenant Richardson called out, "we're receiving a transmission from the Zilithian fleet. Zixtal Morhadoon wants to know if we're actually human, or if we're some kind of mythical warrior species masquerading as mammals. Tell him we're definitely human, but we appreciate the compliment." The Krexari formation was rapidly discovering the disadvantages of fighting an enemy that didn't follow conventional tactical doctrine. Human ships moved in patterns that seemed to ignore standard fleet engagement protocols, using maneuvers that combined elements of fighter aircraft tactics with naval strategy and what appeared to be pure psychological warfare. "Lieutenant Mendez, status report." "Sir, we've neutralized 37 Krexari vessels with minimal damage to our own fleet. The enemy is attempting to reorganize into a defensive formation, but they're having trouble adapting to our engagement patterns. Their problem," Major Donovan observed, "is that they're trying to fight us like we're a conventional fleet. We're not. We're 6 ships full of humans who've been waiting our entire lives for someone to start an interstellar war with us." Dr. Bennett looked up from his science station with the expression of someone who had just made an interesting discovery. "Sir, I'm detecting some unusual readings from the remaining Krexari vessels. Their biosignatures are changing. Changing how? They're
Well, sir, this is going to sound strange, but they appear to be getting nervous.
Commander Lee raised an eyebrow. Nervous? Yes, sir. The bioelectrical patterns in their hulls are showing stress indicators consistent with anxiety, confusion, and what I can only describe as existential dread. Existential dread? They're hive-minded, sir. They're not used to encountering situations they can't understand or adapt to. We're causing them to question fundamental assumptions about how the universe works. Major Donovan grinned with obvious delight. So we're not just beating them, we're giving them an identity crisis? That appears to be the case, yes. Outstanding. I love our job. The Krexari fleet's attempt at reorganization was interrupted by the arrival of 3 more human ships, which approached from an unexpected vector and opened fire before the enemy had time to adapt their formation. The newcomers, actually the same ships using a tactical maneuver that involved jumping to hyperspace for approximately 30 seconds and emerging in a completely different position, caught the Krexari completely off guard. Sir, Lieutenant Richardson reported, Hive Commander Vexcar is attempting to hail us again. Put him through. The Krexari communication was noticeably less confident than previous transmissions. Terran Fleet, the Hive requests clarification of your tactical objectives. Our tactical objective, Commander Lee replied, is for you to leave this system immediately and never come back. But the Hive has invested significant resources in this conquest. We have already consumed considerable biomass. To withdraw now would represent a substantial loss. Major Donovan leaned toward the comm system. Commander Vexcar, let me explain something about human economics. The cost of withdrawing now is significantly less than the cost of continuing to fight us. You cannot maintain this level of combat effectiveness indefinitely. Our analysis suggests you must be expending resources at an unsustainable rate. Dr. Bennett checked his displays and smiled. Sir, our weapon systems are operating at approximately 12% of maximum capacity, and our power reserves are at 94%. Commander Lee activated the comm. Hive Commander, we'd like you to know that we're currently operating at what we consider low-intensity conflict parameters. Would you like a demonstration of our full capabilities? The pause that followed was the kind that accompanies the realization that you've been playing poker with someone who's been holding 4 aces and just waiting for you to bet everything you have. The Hive would appreciate such a demonstration. Really? Are you sure? Another pause. Perhaps the Hive has been hasty in its assessment of this situation. Commander Lee exchanged glances with his crew. Are you requesting a ceasefire, Hive Commander? The Hive is reconsidering its position regarding this system. Excellent. Here are our terms. Immediate withdrawal of all Krexari forces from this system. Release of any captured or converted Zilithian vessels, and a formal agreement never to return to Zilithian space. These terms are acceptable, but the Hive requires assurance that Terran forces will not pursue our withdrawal fleet. Major Donovan stepped forward with a grin. Hive Commander, as long as you leave immediately and don't come back, we have no interest in pursuing you. However, if you decide to return at some point in the future, we'll be happy to continue our conversation about human hospitality. Understood. The Hive will comply with these terms. The Krexari fleet began to withdraw with a speed that suggested considerable enthusiasm for being somewhere else. Ships that had been confidently stripping a planet's biosphere 20 minutes earlier were now competing to see who could reach the system's edge fastest. Lieutenant Richardson looked up from her console. Sir, we're receiving a transmission from Zixtal Morhaden. Put him through. Commander Lee, this is unprecedented. In our recorded history, no one has ever successfully negotiated a Krexari withdrawal. They simply don't retreat, ever. Well, Commander Lee replied, I guess they just needed the right incentive structure. How did you do that? Your weapons, your tactics, your entire approach to combat. It's unlike anything we've ever encountered. Major Donovan stepped forward with obvious pride. Zixtal, let me tell you something about humans. We've been fighting wars since we figured out how to hit each other with sticks. By the time we developed interstellar travel, we had gotten very, very good at it. But your ships, your weapons, they're so advanced. Dr. Bennett looked up from his science station. Actually, these are our first-generation interstellar vessels. We only finished building them about 2 years ago. The silence that followed was the kind that accompanies the realization that you've just witnessed the opening act of something much larger. First generation? Zix's voice carried a note of something that might have been terror. These are your prototype vessels? That's correct, Commander Lee confirmed. Why? Because if these are your prototypes, what do your production models look like?
Commander Lee considered this question for a moment.
Honestly, we're not sure yet. We're still working on those. Chapter 7. Diplomatic Complications. The aftermath of humanity's first interstellar military engagement was, to put it mildly, complicated. The Krexari fleet had withdrawn as promised, taking their appetite for planetary biosystems to some other corner of the galaxy. The Zilithian Empire was saved, their civilization intact, and their faith in the fundamental order of the universe thoroughly disrupted. Commander Lee stood in the Defiance main conference room, which had been hastily reconfigured for what the diplomatic corps would probably describe as first contact protocols, and what everyone else was calling trying to explain what the hell just happened. The room's main display showed a three-dimensional map of the local galactic region, with various alien territories marked in colors that suggested someone had been having fun with the graphics interface. Zixtal Morhadoon had requested a face-to-face meeting, which had required some creative problem-solving regarding atmospheric compatibility, and the fact that Zilithians looked like someone had crossed an octopus with a philosophy professor. The solution involved a holographic communication system that allowed both species to interact without worrying about things like breathing the same air, or not accidentally poisoning each other with their metabolic byproducts. Commander Lee, Zixtal said, his holographic image shimmering slightly as the translation systems worked to convert his native language into something resembling English. I must begin by expressing the gratitude of the Zilithian Empire. You have saved our civilization. We were happy to help, Lee replied, which was true, but also seemed like a massive understatement given the circumstances. But I must also express our confusion. Your species is completely unknown to us, yet you possess military capabilities that exceed those of established galactic powers. Your weapons technology appears to be centuries ahead of anything in our databases, and your tactical doctrine is unprecedented. Dr. Bennett looked up from his tablet, where he'd been reviewing the post-battle analysis. Actually, our weapons technology is based on principles that are about a century old. We just applied them in ways that most civilized species apparently don't consider. What do you mean? Major Donovan leaned forward with the expression of someone who was enjoying this conversation immensely. Most galactic species seem to develop weapons that are efficient, elegant, and designed to minimize collateral damage. We took a different approach, which was, we designed weapons to be as terrifying as possible while still technically qualifying as legitimate military hardware. Zixtal's tentacles writhed in what might have been confusion or concern. That seems excessive. It's actually quite practical, Dr. Bennett added. When your enemies are more afraid of fighting you than they are of retreating, most conflicts end much more quickly. But the Krexari are hive-minded. They don't experience fear the way individual species do. No, Commander Lee agreed. But they do experience confusion, and they definitely experience cost-benefit analysis. When the cost of fighting us exceeded the benefit of conquering your system, they made the logical choice. Zixtal was quiet for a moment, presumably processing this information through whatever cognitive framework Zilithians use to make sense of the universe. Commander Lee, I need to ask you something, and I hope you'll forgive the directness of the question.
The engines
Go ahead.
are failing.
Are humans a warrior species?
Brace for impact.
It was, Lee had to admit, an excellent question. Define warrior species. A species whose primary evolutionary strategy involves aggressive expansion through military conquest. In our experience, such species either destroy themselves through internal conflict, or become galactic threats that must be contained. Major Donovan raised an eyebrow. Contained by who? The Galactic Council maintains a military force specifically to address threats from warrior species. When such a species achieves interstellar capability, they're given a choice. Submit to strict limitations on their expansion and military capabilities, or be eliminated. The conference room fell into the kind of silence that accompanies the realization that your first day on the galactic scene might also be your last. That seems a bit harsh, Dr. Bennett observed. It's necessary, Zixtal replied. Warrior species are fundamentally incompatible with galactic civilization. They view diplomacy as weakness, treat other species as resources to be exploited, and inevitably attempt to conquer everything within their reach. Commander Lee considered this. What makes you think we might be a warrior species? Your military capabilities, your tactical doctrine, and the fact that you traveled interstellar distances to fight in a war that wasn't yours for people you'd never met.
All hail the eye.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
All hail the dome.
For a warrior
We march
species,
as one.
altruistic behavior is typically a precursor to establishing dominance. You help others so they become dependent on you, then use that dependency to expand your influence. Major Donovan laughed, which apparently wasn't the response Zixtal had been expecting. Zixtal, let me tell you something about humans. We're absolutely a warrior species. We've been fighting war since we figured out how to pick up rocks, and we've gotten very good at it. But here's the thing you're missing, which is, we're also really good at making friends, and we tend to fight hardest for our friends. Dr. Bennett nodded. Human military doctrine is actually quite simple. We're willing to be incredibly violent in defense of things we care about, but we're generally peaceful toward anyone who isn't threatening us or people we've decided to protect. But how do we know you won't decide to protect everyone in the galaxy, whether they want your protection or not? It was, Commander Lee had to admit, another excellent question. I suppose you'll have to trust us. Trust? A warrior species? Yes. Because here's the thing, Zixtal. We could have demanded payment for helping you. We could have insisted on territorial concessions or technological exchanges or any number of things that would have increased our power and influence. Instead, we're asking for exactly nothing except the knowledge that your people are safe. Zixtal's tentacles writhed thoughtfully. That is unusual. It's also very human, Major Donovan added. We have a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Most of us take that pretty seriously. Most of you? Well, we're not perfect. Some humans are jerks, but as a species we generally try to do the right thing, especially when it comes to protecting people who can't protect themselves. Dr. Bennett consulted his tablet. Zixtal, can I ask you something about this Galactic Council? Certainly. How do they typically determine whether a species is a threat? Through a combination of military assessment, cultural analysis, and behavioral observation. A species that demonstrates excessive military capability combined with aggressive expansion tendencies is classified as a potential threat. And then what happens? They're given the ultimatum I mentioned. Submit to limitations or be eliminated. Has any species ever chosen elimination? Zixtal's holographic image flickered slightly. No, the Council's military capabilities are substantial. Commander Lee exchanged glances with his crew. How substantial? The Council maintains a fleet of approximately 10,000 vessels, drawn from 37 member species. Their weapons technology represents the combined scientific advancement of civilizations that have been spacefaring for millennia. The silence that followed was the kind that accompanies the realization that your new neighborhood has some very strict homeowners association rules. 10,000 ships, Major Donovan said thoughtfully. That's a lot of ships. It's never been insufficient, Zixtal confirmed. Dr. Bennett looked up from his calculations. Zixtal, when does the Council typically make contact with new spacefaring species? Usually within weeks of their achieving interstellar capability. The Council monitors subspace communications and investigates any species that demonstrates FTL travel, so they probably already know about us. Almost certainly. Your arrival in this system would have been detected by their sensor networks. Commander Lee stood up, a decision crystallizing in his mind. Lieutenant Torres, send a message to Fleet Command. Tell them we may have inadvertently announced humanity's presence to a galactic government with 10,000 warships and strong opinions about warrior species. Should I mention that we just defeated a fleet that this galactic government couldn't handle? Torres asked. Definitely mention that. Also mention that they're probably going to want to have a conversation with us. Zixtal's image brightened slightly. Commander Lee, there may be a solution to this situation. We're listening. The Zilithian Empire is a member of the Galactic Council. We could speak on your behalf, vouching for your character and intentions. If the Council believes you're acting under our guidance, you'd be willing to do that? Commander, you saved our entire species. Vouching for your character is the least we can do. Major Donovan grinned. So you're willing to tell them we're the good guys? I'm willing to tell them that in our experience, humans are a species that can be trusted with great power because they use it to protect others rather than exploit them. Dr. Bennett looked thoughtful. There's just one small problem with that approach, which is, if the Council thinks we're acting under Zilithian guidance, what happens when they find out we're actually completely independent and have our own fleet of ships with weapons they've never seen before? The conference room fell silent as everyone contemplated the implications of that particular revelation. One problem at a time, Commander Lee decided. First, let's make sure the Council doesn't decide to preemptively eliminate us. Then we can worry about explaining the rest.
Chapter 8. The Council Calls. 3 days after the Battle of Kepler 442, as it was already being called in the preliminary after-action reports, the UES task force received a message that nobody had been expecting, but everyone had been dreading.
It came through on a communication frequency that their equipment shouldn't have been able to receive. using encryption protocols that their computers shouldn't have been able to decode, and bearing the unmistakable stamp of a bureaucracy that had been perfecting the art of intimidation for several thousand years.
Lieutenant Richardson stared at her communications console with the expression of someone who had just realized that her day was about to become significantly more complicated.
Sir, we're receiving a transmission on... well, I'm not sure what frequency this is. Our equipment is automatically decoding it, but according to our technical specifications, that should be impossible. Commander Lee moved to her station, looking over the displays with growing concern. What's the message? It's addressed to the unknown military force operating in the Kepler 442 system, and it's from something called the Galactic Council Military Authority. They're requesting immediate communication with our commanding officer.
Requesting or demanding? Lieutenant Richardson double-checked her translation software.
Demanding, sir. Politely but definitely demanding. Dr. Bennett looked up from his science station, where he'd been analyzing the message's technical characteristics. Sir, this communication is using quantum entanglement for data transmission. That's technology we don't have. Whoever sent this has capabilities that are significantly ahead of ours.
Major Donovan approached with the expression of someone who had been expecting this conversation.
How significantly ahead? Based on the technical requirements for quantum communication across interstellar distances, maybe centuries ahead. Commander Lee nodded slowly. All right, people. It looks like we're about to meet the neighbors. Lieutenant Richardson, open a channel. Sir, are you sure that's wise? We don't know what their intentions are.
Their intentions are probably to figure out whether we're a threat to galactic civilization. Refusing to talk to them would suggest that we are. Good point. Channel open, sir.
The main display flickered and then resolved into an image that was both familiar and utterly alien. The being on screen was clearly organic, but appeared to have been designed by someone who had very different ideas about what constituted optimal body architecture. It stood approximately 3 meters tall, had 4 arms, skin that looked like polished metal, and eyes that suggested it had seen things that would give nightmares insomnia.
Unknown military force, the being said in a voice that sounded like it had been processed through a very expensive speaker system.
I am Council Admiral Vex Theron of the Galactic Military Authority. You will identify yourselves immediately and explain your presence in Council space. Commander Lee stepped forward. Council Admiral, I'm Commander David Lee of the Terran vessel UES Defiant. We responded to a distress call from the Zilithian Empire and provided assistance against Krexari forces. Terran. Vex Theron consulted what appeared to be a holographic display floating beside him. No species by that designation appears in our databases. You claim to represent an unknown civilization, yet you possess military capabilities sufficient to defeat a Krexari assault fleet. Explain. We're human, Admiral. Our homeworld is called Earth, located in the Sol system. We achieved interstellar capability approximately 2 years ago. The silence that followed was the kind that happens when someone's fundamental assumptions about reality undergo catastrophic failure. 2 years? Vex Theron's voice carried a note of what might have been disbelief. You achieved faster-than-light travel 2 years ago and already possess weapons technology capable of defeating established galactic threats? That's correct. Impossible. No species develops such advanced military capabilities without centuries of spacefaring experience. Dr. Bennett stepped forward. With respect, Admiral, that assumption may not account for species that develop military technology as a primary evolutionary strategy. You admit to being a warrior species? We admit to being very good at warfare when circumstances require it. Vex Theron's 4 arms moved in what might have been agitation or calculation. Commander Lee, you will maintain your current position while a council evaluation team is dispatched to assess your species' threat level. Any attempt to leave this system will be considered an act of aggression. Major Donovan stepped into view with the expression of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Admiral, with respect, you might want to reconsider that approach. Explain. We're not your subjects, we're not members of your council, and we're not particularly interested in being assessed by anyone. We came here to help people who were under attack. We accomplished that mission, and now we're planning to go home. If you attempt to leave, you'll do what, exactly? Major Donovan's voice carried the kind of polite interest that usually preceded something unfortunate. Send your fleet to stop us? If necessary, yes. How many ships? Vex Theron's eyes narrowed. As many as required. That's not really an answer, Admiral. See, we've been doing some research on your organization, and we're curious about something. Your council has been the dominant galactic power for how long? The Galactic Council has maintained interstellar peace for over 3,000 years. 3,000 years. That's impressive. And in all that time, how many species have successfully resisted your authority? None. None.
So you've never actually had to fight anyone who could fight back?
The silence that followed was pregnant with implications that nobody particularly wanted to examine. Commander Lee stepped forward, deciding it was time to reclaim control of the conversation. Admiral Vex Theron, let me be clear about something. Humanity has no interest in challenging the Galactic Council's authority, or disrupting the peace you've maintained. We're not expansionist, we're not looking for trouble, and we have no desire to conquer anyone. Then why do you possess such advanced military capabilities? Because sometimes, Admiral, the people who need help are being attacked by someone with advanced military capabilities of their own. The Krexari didn't withdraw because we asked them nicely.
Dr. Bennett consulted his tablet.
Admiral, if I may ask, how does the Council typically handle threats like the Krexari hive? Containment protocols. We establish defensive perimeters around threatened systems and evacuate civilian populations while negotiating territorial boundaries. You negotiate with species that consume entire planetary biospheres? All sentient species have legitimate resource requirements. The Council mediates disputes to ensure equitable distribution of resources. The bridge crew exchanged glances that suggested they were all having the same thought simultaneously. Admiral, Commander Lee said carefully, are you telling us that the Galactic Council's standard response to the Krexari is to let them eat planets as long as they don't eat too many? The Council maintains a balance between the legitimate expansion needs of all species and the preservation of established civilizations. By sacrificing some civilizations to preserve others? By making pragmatic decisions based on mathematical reality. Not every species can be saved, Commander.
The Council focuses on preserving the greatest number of lives across the largest possible time span.
Major Donovan looked like he was struggling with a concept that refused to fit into any of his existing mental categories. So, when the Zilithians called for help, your response would have been to evacuate as many of them as possible, and then negotiate with the Krexari about how much of the Zilithian Empire they'd be allowed to consume? That is the established protocol for Krexari incursions, yes. And that's worked for 3,000 years? It has maintained galactic stability, yes. Well, Major Donovan said with a grin that was visible from orbit, we can see why you might be concerned about our methods. Admiral Vex Theron's image flickered slightly, which might have been a technical issue, or might have been a reaction to the dawning realization that his carefully ordered universe had just encountered something it wasn't designed to handle. Commander Lee, the Council requires assurance that humanity will not use its military capabilities to disrupt established galactic order. What kind of assurance? Technological limitations on your weapon systems, territorial restrictions on your expansion, and integration into Council oversight protocols.
It risks everything we've
Commander
built.
Lee was quiet for a long moment, considering the implications of what he was being asked. And if we decline, then you will be classified as a threat to galactic stability and dealt with accordingly. Dealt with? Eliminated.
The engines are failing.
The bridge fell silent. The kind of silence that happens when diplomacy reaches its natural conclusion, and everyone starts thinking about their other options. Admiral, Commander Lee said finally, I'm going to need to consult with my superiors before responding to that ultimatum. How long do we have? You have 72 hours to provide your answer. A Council evaluation fleet is already en route to this system. How large is this evaluation fleet? Admiral Vex Theron's expression suggested that this was not a question he was accustomed to being asked. Large enough. After the transmission ended, the bridge of the Defiant became a study in controlled tension. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. Major Donovan, never one to let awkward silences fester, broke first. So, to summarize, we've got 72 hours to decide whether to submit to alien oversight or fight a galactic empire that's never lost a war. That's an accurate summary, yes, Commander Lee confirmed. Dr. Bennett looked up from his calculations with the expression of someone who had just solved a particularly unpleasant math problem. Sir, based on Admiral Vex Theron's statements about Council capabilities and their historical success rate, we're probably looking at facing a force of several hundred ships crewed by species with millennia of spacefaring experience. Several hundred? At minimum, possibly more, depending on how seriously they take the threat assessment. Lieutenant Torres checked her communications console. Sir, message from Fleet Command, Priority Alpha. Put it through. The main display switched to show General Morrison, who appeared to be sitting in what looked like the Pentagon's most secure briefing room. Behind him, Commander Lee could see other military personnel, scientists, and what appeared to be several very important people in very expensive suits. Commander Lee, we've been monitoring your communications with the Galactic Council. Are you telling me that humanity's first contact with galactic civilization is an ultimatum demanding our submission or elimination? That appears to be the situation. Yes, sir. And this council has successfully eliminated every species that's refused their authority? According to their representative, yes, sir. General Morrison was quiet for a moment, presumably consulting with the people behind him. When he turned back to the camera, his expression carried the weight of a decision that would affect the entire human species.
Commander, what's your assessment of their military capabilities? Unknown, sir, but potentially significant. They're using technology we don't have. They've been spacefaring for millennia, and they've never lost an engagement.
What's your assessment of our chances if we refuse their ultimatum? Commander Lee exchanged glances with his crew.
Honestly, sir, we don't know.
We might be facing overwhelming odds, or we might be facing a paper tiger that's never had to fight anyone who could fight back. There's no way to know until it starts. Major Donovan stepped forward. Sir, if I may add something? Go ahead, Major. In our engagement with the Kreksari, we learned something important. Galactic civilization appears to be based on very different assumptions about warfare than ours. They develop standardized doctrines and expect their enemies to do the same. They negotiate with threats instead of eliminating them. And they've never encountered anyone who approaches conflict the way we do, which is win at all costs, using whatever methods are necessary, with complete disregard for conventional tactics or established precedent. General Morrison nodded slowly. Major, are you suggesting that humanity's approach to warfare might give us an advantage despite being outnumbered? Sir, I'm suggesting that our approach to warfare is so fundamentally different from galactic norms that they may not know how to counter it effectively. Dr. Bennett consulted his tablet. Sir, there's another factor to consider. The Council's ultimatum assumes we're a standard spacefaring species that can be contained or eliminated using conventional methods. They don't know about Earth's industrial capacity, our population, or our potential for rapid technological development. Explain. Sir, they're treating us like a single species with limited resources. They don't know that we're a planet of 8 billion humans with a military-industrial complex that's been optimizing for conflict for centuries. If they force us into a war, they won't just be fighting 6 ships. They'll be fighting an entire civilization that specializes in turning peaceful activities into military advantages. General Morrison leaned back in his chair. Are you telling me that if we go to war with the Galactic Council, we might actually win? Sir, Commander Lee said carefully, I'm telling you that if we go to war with the Galactic Council, it won't be the kind of war they're expecting. The general was quiet for several minutes, presumably engaged in the kind of high-level consultation that determines the fate of civilizations. When he finally returned his attention to the camera, his expression had settled into the look of a man who had made a decision that would either go down in history as brilliant or catastrophic. Commander Lee, you're authorized to inform the Galactic Council that humanity declines their ultimatum. Sir? Tell them that humanity appreciates their concern for galactic stability, but we're not interested in submitting to external oversight. If they want to discuss terms for peaceful coexistence, we're happy to negotiate. If they want to fight, we're prepared for that too. Major Donovan grinned with obvious delight. Sir, could we mention that declining their ultimatum might result in the most entertaining interstellar war in galactic history? Major, let's keep that observation to ourselves for now. Chapter 9. Preparations and Revelations. The 72 hours that followed Admiral Vex Theron's ultimatum were among the most intensively productive in human history. Across Earth's solar system, industrial facilities that had been designed for peaceful purposes underwent rapid conversion to military applications, while research installations that had been theoretical suddenly became very practical indeed. Commander Lee stood in the Defiance briefing room, reviewing intelligence reports that painted a picture of humanity's response to its first interstellar crisis. The data streaming across his display would have made any reasonable person question whether humans were actually a sensible species. Status report, Dr. Bennett. Sir, Fleet Command has authorized the deployment of, well, everything. The shipyards at Luna Station have completed construction of 12 additional vessels using the Mark 7 drive system. Mars Industrial is finishing 8 more, and the Jupiter orbital facilities are producing components for another 20 ships. 20 ships in 72 hours? Sir, it turns out that when you tell human engineers they have 3 days to build a fleet or face alien invasion, they interpret that as a personal challenge. Lieutenant Torres looked up from her communications station. Sir, we're also receiving volunteer applications from everyone. The entire Terran Space Force has requested transfer to the Interstellar Combat Fleet. 3 different nations have offered their complete naval assets, and apparently several civilian cargo haulers have submitted plans for converting their ships into improvised military vessels. Improvised how? Well, sir, one captain submitted blueprints for mounting fusion rockets as kinetic weapons. Another proposed using cargo containers as missile launchers.
And inaction
And there's a proposal
guarantees
from a
our
mining
demise.
consortium to
We
weaponize
must act
asteroid-moving
now.
equipment. Major Donovan entered the briefing room carrying a tablet and wearing the expression of someone who had been reviewing data that defied logical explanation.
Engines are
Sir,
failing.
you need to see the latest intelligence estimates.
Brace for impact.
What have you got, Major? Fleet Command's analysis suggests that if the Galactic Council sends their evaluation fleet to Earth, they're going to encounter approximately 47 fully armed human warships, supported by defensive installations that were designed by people who watched too many science fiction movies and had access to military-grade construction equipment. 47 ships? That's the conservative estimate, sir. It doesn't include the civilian vessels that are volunteering for combat duty, or the experimental platforms that various research institutions are contributing. Dr. Bennett pulled up a schematic on his tablet. Major, what exactly qualifies as an experimental platform? Well, Doctor, there's a deep space research station that's apparently been testing something called a gravity manipulation array for the past 5 years. When they learned about the situation, they volunteered to serve as a weapons platform. A gravity manipulation array? Yes, sir. According to their technical specifications, it can create localized gravitational anomalies powerful enough to crush most forms of matter into highly compressed states. Commander Lee stared at the schematic. Are you telling me that someone built a gravity weapon and nobody thought to mention it? Apparently it was classified as a theoretical research project. The researchers assumed it would never have practical applications.
All
And
hail
now?
the eye.
Now they're very
All
excited
hail
about the
the
opportunity
dome.
to test it under
We
combat
march
conditions.
as one.
Lieutenant Richardson approached with a communication tablet. Sir, we're receiving a transmission from Admiral Vex Theron. He's requesting an update on our decision. Commander Lee activated the main display, which showed the Admiral's imposing figure against the backdrop of what appeared to be a very large and very intimidating starship bridge. Commander Lee, the 72-hour period is nearly expired. Have you reached a decision regarding Council oversight? We have, Admiral. Humanity respectfully declines your ultimatum. The silence that followed was the kind that happens when someone realizes they've just heard something that doesn't fit into any of their existing conceptual frameworks. You decline? That's correct. We appreciate Council's concern for galactic stability, but we're not interested in submitting to external limitations on our sovereignty. Commander, you do not appear to understand the implications of your decision. The Council's evaluation fleet consists of 300 vessels representing the combined military might of 37 spacefaring civilizations. Your 6 ships cannot possibly... Admiral, Major Donovan interrupted. I think there may be some confusion about our current situation. Explain. We're not 6 ships anymore. Admiral Vex Theron's forearms moved in what might have been confusion or calculation. What do you mean? Dr. Bennett stepped forward with the expression of someone who was about to deliver news that would probably cause problems. Admiral, when you gave us 72 hours to consider your ultimatum, we used that time to prepare for the possibility that negotiations might fail. Prepare how? We built a fleet. A fleet? In 3 days? Humans are very motivated by deadlines, Admiral. Especially deadlines that involve potential extinction. Commander Lee activated his tactical display, showing the positions of human vessels throughout the Sol system. Admiral, I'd like you to understand something about human psychology. When you threaten us, we don't become more compliant. We become more creative. The display showed 47 warships in various stages of deployment, along with defensive installations, mobile weapons platforms, and what appeared to be several large objects that didn't fit into any conventional military category. Admiral Vex Theron stared at the display with the expression of someone whose entire understanding of reality was undergoing catastrophic revision. This is impossible. No species can construct a military fleet in 72 hours. Most species probably can't, Major Donovan agreed. But most species didn't spend their entire evolutionary history competing with each other for limited resources on a single planet. We got very good at rapid military mobilization. But the resources, the industrial capacity, the technical expertise... Dr. Bennett consulted his tablet. Admiral, Earth's current population is approximately 8 billion humans. Our industrial output is capable of supporting a spacefaring civilization that spans multiple planets and asteroid belts. When you threatened us, you weren't just threatening 6 ships. You were threatening an entire species that has extensive experience with total war. Total war? Conflicts involving the complete mobilization of a civilization's resources for military purposes. It's a human specialty. Admiral Vex Theron was quiet for several long moments, presumably engaged in the kind of deep thinking that happens when your fundamental assumptions about the universe prove to be incorrect. Commander Lee, the Council's evaluation fleet is already en route to this system. Even if your claims about your fleet size are accurate, 300 vessels with millennia of combat experience will be facing an opponent they've never encountered before. Commander Lee finished. Admiral, let me ask you something. In 3,000 years of galactic peace, how many times has the Council fought an enemy that could adapt their tactics in real time, modify their weapons during combat, and treat conventional warfare doctrine as merely a starting point for creative improvisation? Never. Then this should be educational for everyone involved. Major Donovan stepped forward with a grin that suggested he was looking forward to the upcoming educational experience immensely. Admiral, there's something else you should know about humans. Which is? We don't just fight wars, we win them. And we do whatever it takes to win them, using whatever resources we have available, without regard for conventional limitations or established precedent. What are you saying? Dr. Bennett pulled up another display, showing the technical specifications of human weapons systems. Admiral, the weapons we used against the Krexari were designed as ship-to-ship combat systems. They represent approximately 12% of our current military capability. 12%? Yes, sir. Our ship-based weapons are optimized for mobility and precision. Our planetary defense systems are optimized for, well, for making very large objects go away very quickly. Admiral Vex Theron studied the weapons specifications with growing alarm. These power output readings, these can't be accurate. They're conservative estimates, Admiral. We tend to underpromise and overdeliver when it comes to military hardware. But weapons of this magnitude, the energy requirements alone, are well within our industrial capacity, Commander Lee confirmed. Admiral, I want to be very clear about something. Humanity doesn't want a war with the Galactic Council. We'd prefer to resolve this situation through peaceful negotiation. But if you force us to fight, you should understand that it won't be the kind of conflict you're accustomed to. What do you mean? Major Donovan's expression grew serious. Admiral, galactic warfare appears to be a civilized affair involving standardized tactics, established protocols, and mutual recognition of conventional limitations. Human warfare is not civilized. It's comprehensive, ruthless, and designed to achieve total victory regardless of cost. Are you threatening the Council? No, Admiral. We're warning you. There's a difference. Admiral Vex Theron terminated the communication without another word, leaving the human fleet to contemplate the implications of what they had just set in motion. Dr. Bennett broke the silence first. Sir, do you think we may have been overly dramatic in our presentation? Doctor, we just told a galactic empire that we're prepared to fight their entire civilization using weapons they've never seen and tactics they can't comprehend. I'd say dramatic was appropriate. Major Donovan checked his tactical displays. Sir, how long until the Council fleet arrives? Based on their transmission delay, approximately 6 hours. 6 hours to find out whether humanity's approach to interstellar diplomacy is brilliant or catastrophically stupid. Commander Lee nodded. Major, in my experience, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Chapter 10. The Battle of Sol. The Council evaluation fleet dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the Sol system with the kind of precision that spoke of millennia of military experience and an unshakable confidence in their technological superiority. 300 vessels materialized in perfect formation, their hulls gleaming with the accumulated knowledge of 37 spacefaring civilizations and the authority of 3,000 years of unopposed galactic dominance. Admiral Vex Theron stood on the bridge of the Council flagship Eternal Dominion, surveying his fleet with the satisfaction of someone who had never encountered a problem that couldn't be solved with overwhelming force and superior technology. His forearms moved across the command console with practiced efficiency as he reviewed the tactical assessment of humanity's claimed defensive capabilities. Fleet Commander Zarethan, he addressed his tactical officer. Status report on human military assets. The Fleet Commander, a being that appeared to have been designed by someone with a deep appreciation for arthropod engineering principles, consulted his displays with professional competence. Admiral, our sensors detect 49 human vessels in various positions throughout the system, along with numerous defensive installations and what appear to be mobile weapons platforms of unknown design. 49 vessels against 300. Even accounting for the technological advantages they demonstrated against the Krexari, the mathematics are clear. Yes, Admiral. However? Our sensor analysis of human weapon systems suggests they operate on principles that are unconventional. The power output readings are inconsistent with known energy generation methods. Admiral Vex Theron consulted his own tactical displays, noting the positions of human ships with growing concern. Instead of maintaining a defensive formation around their homeworld, the human fleet was distributed throughout the system in patterns that seemed to ignore conventional defensive doctrine. Fleet Commander, the human deployment pattern makes no strategic sense. They've divided their forces across multiple positions, leaving their homeworld vulnerable to direct assault. Yes, Admiral. It's possible they lack experience in large-scale fleet tactics. Or it's possible, came a new voice over the communication system, that we're using tactics you're not familiar with. The Council bridge crew turned to locate the source of the unauthorized communication, discovering that someone had managed to access their secure tactical channel without triggering any of their intrusion detection systems. This is Admiral Vex Theron of the Council Evaluation Fleet. Identify yourself. This is Admiral Sarah Hayes, commanding the Terran Defense Fleet. We've been monitoring your approach and thought it might be time for a conversation. Admiral Vex Theron's tactical displays updated to show the position of the human flagship, a vessel that appeared to be significantly larger than the ships humanity had deployed against the Krexari. Its energy signature was unlike anything in the Council databases, and its weapon systems appeared to be charging to levels that suggested either impressive capabilities or impending catastrophic failure. Admiral Hayes, you are in violation of Council space and in defiance of lawful authority. Surrender immediately or face the consequences. Admiral Vex Theron, with respect, this is our home system. You're the one in violation of our space. The Council does not recognize human territorial claims. You will submit to evaluation and accept Council oversight, or be eliminated as a threat to galactic stability. That's unfortunate, Admiral, because we're not particularly interested in submitting to anyone. Fleet Commander Zarethan approached Admiral Vex Theron with a tablet displaying updated sensor data. Admiral, we're detecting significant energy buildup from multiple human positions. Their weapon systems appear to be activating. All human positions? Yes, Admiral. Every ship, every installation, and several objects we haven't been able to identify. Admiral Vex Theron activated his fleet communication system. All Council vessels prepare for combat. Target human military assets and disable their resistance capabilities. Minimize damage to infrastructure and civilian populations. Admiral Hayes, he transmitted to the human flagship. This is your final warning. Stand down immediately or face annihilation. The response came with what might have been amusement. Admiral, you seem to be operating under some misconceptions about this situation. Explain. You think this is going to be a conventional fleet engagement where 300 ships defeat 49 ships through superior numbers and established tactics. That is the mathematical reality, yes. Admiral, let me explain something about human mathematics. When we're defending our home, the numbers work differently. Before Admiral Vex Theron could respond, his tactical displays lit up with alerts as the human fleet opened fire simultaneously. But instead of the ship-to-ship engagement he had been expecting, the human vessels launched what appeared to be a coordinated system-wide bombardment using weapons that operated on principles the Council had never encountered. The first indication that this wasn't going to be a conventional battle came when several human vessels fired projectiles that accelerated to velocities that should have been impossible without violating several laws of physics. The projectiles crossed interplanetary distances in minutes rather than hours, striking Council ships with kinetic energy that converted matter directly into expanding plasma clouds. Fleet Commander, what are we facing? Admiral, the humans appear to be using weaponized physics. Their projectile weapons are achieving velocities that approach significant fractions of light speed, and their energy weapons are operating at power levels that exceed our theoretical maximums. The second indication came when the human defensive installations revealed themselves to be significantly more than passive fortifications. The facility orbiting Jupiter activated what appeared to be a gravity manipulation system, creating localized space-time distortions that pulled 3 Council vessels out of formation and compressed them into objects that were no longer recognizable as spacecraft. Admiral, Fleet Commander Zarethan reported with growing alarm. We're facing weapons technology that doesn't appear in any of our databases. The humans are using military applications of theoretical physics that most civilizations consider impossible. Impossible or not, they're working. Order all vessels to maximum combat readiness. Deploy countermeasures. The Council fleet began to return fire with weapons that represented millennia of accumulated galactic military technology. Energy beams that could vaporize asteroids lanced across space toward human positions. while missiles carrying
Course of
exotic
action
warheads
is
streaked toward their
illogical
targets
and
with the
reckless.
confidence of
It
technology
risks
that had never
everything
failed to
we've
achieve its
And
objectives.
inaction
The human
guarantees
response
our
was immediate and
demise.
educational.
We must act now.
Instead of trying to absorb or deflect the incoming fire, human ships simply weren't there when the weapons arrived. They moved with an agility that suggested their
engines are
maneuvering
failing.
systems operated on principles that treated
Brace for
momentum as a
impact.
polite suggestion, rather than a fundamental law of physics. "Admiral," came Admiral Hayes' voice over the communication system. "You might want to reconsider your approach. We will not be deterred by technological tricks, Admiral Hayes." "These aren't tricks, Admiral. This is just Tuesday for us." As if to prove her point, a human vessel that appeared to be no larger than a Council frigate opened fire with weapons that created what could best be described as localized quantum catastrophes. The beam struck a Council battleship and converted its entire forward section into something that existed in approximately 7 dimensions simultaneously, before collapsing back into normal space as a rapidly expanding cloud of very confused subatomic particles. Admiral Vex Theron stared at his tactical displays with the growing realization that his 3,000-year-old understanding of warfare was rapidly becoming obsolete. "Fleet Commander, analysis of human combat capabilities." "Admiral, they appear to be using weapons that treat conventional physics as a starting point for creative interpretation. Their ships move as though inertia doesn't apply to them. Their projectiles achieve impossible velocities, and their energy weapons operate at power levels that should require the entire energy output of a star. How is that possible?" "Unknown, Admiral. Either they've developed technology that's centuries ahead of galactic civilization, or they've discovered applications for known physics that no one else has considered." The battle continued with a ferocity that would have impressed students of military history, if any students of military history had been present to observe spacecraft engaging in combat using weaponized mathematics. Human vessels darted through the Council formation like metallic sharks, their weapons carving through ships that had been designed to withstand the most advanced military technology in the known galaxy. But it was the human defensive strategy that truly demonstrated the difference between galactic and human approaches to warfare. Instead of trying to protect their homeworld through passive defense, the humans had turned their entire solar system into an integrated weapons platform. Asteroid mining facilities revealed themselves to be magnetic accelerators capable of launching projectiles at relativistic velocities. Research stations activated exotic matter manipulation systems that created localized reality distortions. Even civilian installations contributed to the defense by serving as sensor platforms and communication relays. "Admiral," Fleet Commander Zarathan reported, "we've lost 67 vessels. Human losses are minimal." "Minimal?" "3 ships damaged, none destroyed." "Admiral, they're not fighting us ship to ship. They're fighting us system to ship. Their entire solar system is their weapons platform." Admiral Vex Theron watched his carefully organized fleet being systematically dismantled by opponents who treated established military doctrine as merely one option among many. "Fleet Commander, recommend immediate withdrawal." "Admiral? We're not fighting a fleet commander. We're fighting an entire civilization that has weaponized its solar system and appears to consider our military technology quaint." "But Admiral, the Council has never retreated from... The Council has never faced an enemy that fights wars this way. Signal general retreat. All ships to withdraw to minimum safe distance." As the surviving Council vessels began their withdrawal, Admiral Hayes' voice came over the communication system one final time. "Admiral Vex Theron, before you leave, there's something you should know." "What?" "This was our defensive fleet. Our offensive capabilities are significantly more impressive. The silence that followed was the kind that accompanies the realization that you've just discovered something about the universe that you really didn't want to know. Admiral Hayes, the Council will not accept this defeat. You have demonstrated capabilities that threaten galactic stability. The full Council fleet will be deployed to contain this threat." "Admiral, how large is the full Council fleet?" 10,000 vessels, Admiral Hayes. 10,000 ships crewed by the most experienced military forces in galactic history. 10,000 ships. Admiral Hayes seemed to consider this. "Admiral, let me ask you something. Do you know how many humans live in this solar system?" "Your intelligence suggests approximately 8 billion. "That's correct. And do you know what 8 billion humans are capable of when someone threatens their home?" "No, Admiral. Neither do we, but I think we're all about to find out." Epilogue. New neighbors. 6 months after what historians would eventually call the Battle of Sol, or in less formal circles, the day the galaxy learned why you don't threaten humans at home, the Galactic Council found itself in the unprecedented position of having to completely revise their understanding of how the universe worked. The Council's full fleet, 10,000 vessels, never made it to the Sol system. It was intercepted at the edge of Council space by a human diplomatic mission consisting of 12 ships and Admiral Sarah Hayes, who had requested what she politely described as a conversation about mutual coexistence and the benefits of not finding out what humans are capable of when they're really angry. The conversation had been brief, productive, and had resulted in the Council's first ever negotiated peace treaty with the species they had initially intended to eliminate. Commander Lee stood on the observation deck of the newly constructed Terran Embassy Station, located at the edge of Council space in what had been designated as neutral territory.
The station was a marvel of human engineering crossed with diplomatic necessity, large enough to accommodate representatives from dozens of species, heavily armed enough to discourage unfriendly behavior, and equipped with recreational facilities that had quickly become popular with visiting dignitaries, who discovered that humans had some very interesting ideas about hospitality.
Final status report, Commander. Admiral Hayes said as she approached with the expression of someone who had spent the last 6 months learning that interstellar diplomacy was significantly more complicated than interstellar warfare. The Council has formally recognized human territorial sovereignty over the Sol system and our colonies, Lee reported. They've also agreed to revise their first contact protocols to be less ultimatum-heavy. And in return, we've agreed to serve as the Council's specialized military consultants for dealing with threats that traditional Council methods can't handle. Admiral Hayes nodded. So instead of being eliminated as a threat to galactic stability, we've become the Council's official solution to threats to galactic stability. That appears to be the case, yes ma'am. And the Krexari situation? The Hive has formally requested negotiation for a non-aggression pact. Apparently, word of what happened to their assault fleet has spread throughout their territory, and they've decided that humans might not be the ideal dietary supplement they originally thought. Dr. Bennett approached from the station's science section, carrying a tablet loaded with data that suggested he'd been having far too much fun with his new research opportunities. Admiral, we've received the final analysis of Council military technology from our technical exchange program. What's the assessment, Doctor? Their technology is impressive, highly refined, and optimized for conflicts between civilizations that follow established warfare conventions. It's also completely inadequate for dealing with opponents who treat physics as a set of suggestions rather than absolute laws. Meaning that human military technology isn't necessarily more advanced than Council technology. It's just more creative. We approach warfare as a problem-solving exercise rather than a formal procedure. Admiral Hayes considered this. Doctor, are you saying that humanity's military advantage comes from our willingness to ignore conventional approaches to combat? That's part of it, yes ma'am. But the bigger advantage is that we treat our entire civilization as a potential military asset. The Council maintains separate military and civilian capabilities. We don't recognize that distinction. Major Donovan joined the group with the expression of someone who had just received news that was either very good or very amusing.
Admiral, we've received a formal request from the Zilithian Empire. What kind of request, Major? They want to establish a formal alliance with humanity. Apparently, Zixtal Mor Hadun has been telling everyone in the galaxy about how humans traveled interstellar distances to help complete strangers, defeated an apparently unbeatable enemy, and then negotiated a peaceful resolution to a potential galactic war.
And apparently half the species in Council space want to be our friends, while the other half want to make sure they're never on our bad side. Admiral Hayes smiled. So humanity's reputation in the galaxy is based on being both helpful and terrifying? Yes, ma'am. We're being described as the species you want as allies and never want as enemies. Commander Lee looked out at the stars visible through the observation deck's windows, contemplating humanity's new position in the galactic community. Admiral, do you think we handled this correctly? Commander, 6 months ago, humanity was completely unknown to galactic civilization. Today, we're the Council's military consultants. We have alliance requests from dozens of species, and everyone in the galaxy knows that Earth is the place you call when you need help with problems that can't be solved through conventional methods. So we did handle it correctly? Commander, we turned a potential extinction event into the most successful first contact scenario in recorded history. I'd say we handled it exactly right. Dr. Bennett looked up from his tablet. Admiral, there is one small complication, which is, our success in dealing with the Krexari and the Council has apparently spread beyond this region of the galaxy. We're receiving communication requests from species in distant sectors who have heard about humanity's unique problem-solving capabilities. What kind of problems are they asking for help with? Well, there's a civilization being threatened by something called the Void Devourers, Another species dealing with what they describe as reality pirates, and what appears to be an entire stellar cluster that's being invaded by something the translation systems are rendering as mathematical demons. Major Donovan grinned.
Sounds like we're going to be busy. Admiral Hayes nodded.
Commander Lee, prepare the fleet for extended deployment. It looks like humanity is about to become the galaxy's go-to solution for impossible problems. Yes, ma'am. Should I inform Fleet Command that we're now officially in the business of fighting things that shouldn't exist? Commander, we're humans. Fighting things that shouldn't exist is what we do. As the Terran Embassy Station continued its orbit at the edge of Council space, monitoring communication channels that carried news from across the galaxy, humanity began to realize that their accidental entry into galactic civilization had opened doors to challenges and opportunities that no one had anticipated. The universe, it turned out, was full of problems that needed solving, threats that needed addressing, and species that needed help. And somehow, through a combination of technological creativity, tactical innovation, and sheer stubborn determination, humanity had become the civilization that everyone called when conventional solutions weren't sufficient. It was, everyone had to admit, exactly the kind of job that humans were designed for. Commander Lee remained on the observation deck long after the others had left, watching the stars, and contemplating the fact that humanity's first wrong number call had turned into the most successful career change in species history. Somewhere out there, civilizations were facing threats they couldn't handle using conventional methods. And somewhere else, human engineers were probably already designing unconventional solutions that would make those threats regret their life choices. The galaxy had wanted to know whether humanity was a threat to stability. As it turned out, they were, but only if you were threatening someone else. And that, Lee reflected, was probably exactly as it should be. The end. These things are actually conscious? Lieutenant Commander Zixvac leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the holographic display. They look like overgrown larvae with calcium deposits. Sentient, spacefaring, and apparently quite belligerent, replied Captain Northall, her iridescent scales shimmering under the artificial light of the command center. The Council wants a full tactical assessment before we make first contact. The humans have been broadcasting their communications into space for nearly 2 centuries now, completely oblivious to who might be listening. And what exactly am I supposed to do with this information? Zixvac's mandibles clicked in annoyance. Simple. You're going to teach your cadets about Earth's military history. We need to understand their combat capabilities, and their historical archives are filled with detailed records of their conflicts. The captain's tendrils curled in what passed for a smirk among the Vrexian species. Consider it a fascinating case study in primitive warfare. Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed a deep purple, the Zentari equivalent of a resigned sigh, as if these fresh-molted cadets weren't insufferable enough already. The Council believes the humans might be suitable for military alliance, or at the very least, we should determine if they pose a threat. Northall extended a data crystal. All their broadcast archives are compiled here. You have 1 cycle to prepare your assessment. Wonderful, Zixvac muttered, accepting the crystal with a reluctant pincer. I'll just add, become an expert on bizarre mammalian warfare to my already extensive list of duties. That's the spirit, Lieutenant Commander. The captain's voice modulator emitted the harmonics of amusement. I look forward to your findings. 26 hours later, Zixvac stood before 68 eager cadets in the Academy's largest lecture hall. The young recruits represented 12 different species from across the Galactic Confederacy, each one the brightest their homeworld had to offer. They were the future of the Confederate Space Force, and right now, they were staring at their instructor with varying degrees of confusion and curiosity. Today, Zixvac announced, we will be examining the military history of a pre-contact species designated humans from the planet they call Earth. He activated the holographic display, projecting an image of the blue-green world. The Confederate Council is considering these bipeds for potential alliance, assuming they don't destroy themselves before we get there. A tentacled Morcadian in the front row raised an appendage. Sir, why study primitives? Our technology is centuries beyond anything they could possibly possess. An excellent question, Cadet Blorks, Zixvac replied, his mandibles clicking softly. Anyone care to hazard a guess? A crystalline Solari chimed in from the back. Because technological superiority doesn't always guarantee tactical advantage? Precisely, Cadet Lumshi. Zixvac nodded approvingly. Throughout Confederate history, we've encountered species who, despite their technological limitations, possessed remarkable combat adaptability. The Trescan Revolt, the Quasar Insurgency. Both were led by technologically inferior forces who nevertheless inflicted significant casualties through unorthodox tactics. He tapped a control pad, and the hologram shifted to show various human military vehicles and weapons. Humans have been waging war against each other for their entire recorded history. While their technology is primitive, their experience with combat is extensive. Their species has never known a time of complete peace. This statement generated a wave of surprised clicks, chirps, and subsonic rumbles throughout the lecture hall. "Never?" asked a bioluminescent Phrygian, her light patterns flickering with disbelief. "Never," Zixvac confirmed. Even during their so-called peaceful periods, various factions were engaged in what they term limited conflicts, or proxy wars. Their historical archives contain more documentation about warfare than any other single subject. A heavy gravity-adapted Dornian shifted his massive bulk uncomfortably. "But sir, that's barbaric. How could a species survive with such constant aggression?" "That, Cadet Gruul," Zixvac said, his exoskeleton darkening thoughtfully, "is exactly what we're here to understand. The humans don't just survive despite their warlike nature. They appear to thrive because of it. Their major technological advancements often emerge during or immediately following periods of intense conflict." He dimmed the lights and expanded the holographic display. "We'll begin with what humans call their world wars, global conflicts that engulfed their entire planet. But first, a warning. What you're about to witness may be disturbing. These are not simulations or training exercises. This is actual combat footage recorded by the humans themselves." The room fell silent as the first images appeared. Black and white footage of trench warfare from Earth's First World War. The cadets watched in stunned silence as waves of human soldiers charged across barren landscapes, falling by the thousands to machine gun fire, artillery, and chemical weapons. "This conflict occurred approximately 110 of their years ago," Zixvac explained. "Note the primitive nature of their weapons, yet the devastating effectiveness in mass deployment. Their casualties during this single conflict numbered in the millions." "Millions?" a Tellarite cadet squeaked, their fur bristling. "For what purpose?" "Territory, resources, ideology." Zixvac's antennae twitched. "Sometimes, apparently, just to see who had the better military. These conflicts often began for one reason and continued for entirely different ones." He advanced the footage to show tanks rolling across European plains, aerial dogfights, and naval battles of the Second World War. Just 21 years after the first global conflict ended, they began another, even more destructive war. This one resulted in approximately 75 million casualties and ended with... Zixvac paused for effect. "The detonation of atomic weapons on populated cities." The footage shifted to show mushroom clouds rising over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A collective gasp echoed through the lecture hall. "They use nuclear weapons on themselves?" A normally stoic Zalaxian cadet's voice cracked with horror. "Indeed. And this was merely the beginning of their nuclear age." Zixvac displayed images of increasingly powerful nuclear tests, culminating in the massive hydrogen bomb detonations of the Cold War era. For the next 50 years, their dominant powers stockpiled enough nuclear weapons to destroy their entire planet several times over. "But that's suicidal," protested a multi-eyed Vexcar cadet. "They called it mutually assured destruction. Mad, appropriately enough. The theory being that no one would launch a first strike knowing it would result in their own annihilation." Zixvac's mandibles clacked in what might have been amusement. Somehow it worked. The lieutenant commander proceeded through various conflicts: Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf Wars, Afghanistan, providing context and analysis for each. The cadets watched with increasing unease as the footage showed guerrilla warfare, urban combat, drone strikes, and special operations. While humans excel at large-scale conflicts, they've demonstrated particular adaptability in asymmetric warfare, Zixvac explained, showing footage of insurgent tactics. Their special operations units are especially noteworthy. Small teams of specially trained individuals capable of infiltrating enemy territory, gathering intelligence, and executing precision strikes. He displayed video of Navy SEAL operations, SAS raids, and Spetsnaz training exercises. These units often operate with minimal equipment behind enemy lines for extended periods. Their physical endurance is remarkable for carbon-based life forms. A Drellian cadet with feathered appendages raised one wing. "Sir, are we certain these recordings are authentic? The behavior displayed seems illogical for any sentient species."
The view of the Cygnus
"The authenticity
Nebula
is confirmed,
stunning
Cadet Triz.
this evening.
In fact, Zixvek's compound eyes glinted. I've saved the most illogical behaviors for last. He switched to footage of various extreme human activities. Wingsuit flying between mountain crevices, freediving to impossible depths, ultramarathon running across deserts, and mixed martial arts competitions. These are not military activities, Zixvek explained, but recreational pursuits humans undertake voluntarily, for what they call enjoyment or sport. Note the similarities to military training exercises. They do this for fun? A gelatinous Morphean cadet burbled incredulously. Indeed. Humans appear to find pleasure in activities that simulate the stress and danger of survival situations. Zixvek paused the footage on an image of a human climbing an ice wall without safety equipment. Their recreational activities frequently result in injury or death, yet they persist. The lecture hall had grown so quiet that the gentle hum of the life support system seemed deafening by comparison. I should also note, Zixvek continued, that despite their technological limitations, humans have already sent rudimentary exploratory craft beyond their solar system. They've landed on their moon, maintained orbital habitats, and established a presence on their neighboring planet Mars, all using chemical rockets, and without the benefit of gravitational manipulation or faster-than-light travel. He brought up footage of Apollo missions, space shuttle launches, and the International Space Station. Their determination to explore, even with such primitive technology, is commendable. Zixvek straightened to his full height, his exoskeleton shifting to a formal blue hue. To conclude today's overview, humans are paradoxical beings. They wage war constantly, yet create art celebrating peace. They develop weapons of unprecedented destructiveness, then establish elaborate rules about when and how these weapons can be used. They actively seek out danger for recreation, yet their medical science is dedicated to extending their naturally short lifespans. He dimmed the holographic display. The question we must answer is not whether humans are dangerous, they clearly are, but whether their particular brand of controlled savagery might be useful to the Confederacy. A Zentari cadet in the third row clicked his mandibles for attention. Lieutenant Commander, based on your assessment, how would humans fare against Confederate military forces? Zixvek's compound eyes focused on the cadet. An interesting question, Cadet Zixmore. In terms of technology, they would be hopelessly outmatched. Our gravitic shields alone would render most of their weaponry useless. He paused, his antennae twitching thoughtfully. However, I would not underestimate them in a prolonged conflict. Humans have repeatedly demonstrated an alarming ability to adapt to warfare under seemingly impossible conditions. They have fought in temperatures ranging from 40 to plus 50 degrees on their Celsius scale. They've waged war in mountains, deserts, jungles, Arctic tundra, and even underwater. Zixvek's voice modulator dropped to a lower register. Most concerning is their psychological resilience. Unlike many Confederate species, humans do not easily surrender when facing superior forces. Historical evidence suggests they often become more determined when victory seems impossible. The lecture hall remained silent as the cadets processed this information. Your assignment, Zixvek announced, is to prepare a tactical analysis of human warfare from the perspective of your species' military doctrine. Consider both how you would defend against human aggression and how you might incorporate their tactics into Confederate strategy. You have 3 cycles to complete your analysis. As the cadets filed out of the lecture hall, Zixvek noticed they were unusually quiet, their normal post-lecture chatter replaced by thoughtful silence. He suspected the footage had affected them more deeply than he'd anticipated. Little did he know just how profound that impact would be. 2 days later, Captain Northal's office door chimed. Without looking up from her data terminal, she called out, "Enter!" Zixvek stepped inside, his exoskeleton a troubled shade of orange. "Captain, we have a situation with the cadets." "What kind of situation?" Northal's tendrils twitched with mild annoyance. "Since my lecture on human military history, 29 cadets have submitted formal requests to withdraw from the academy." The captain's head snapped up, her scales flashing a startled blue. 29? That's nearly half your class. "Yes, sir. Additionally, 14 others have requested transfers from combat specializations to support or diplomatic tracks." "Explain," Northal demanded, her voice modulator dropping to a dangerous frequency. Zixvek's mandibles clicked nervously. "It appears the footage of human warfare had an unexpected psychological impact. Many cadets, particularly those from traditionally pacifist species, were deeply disturbed by the humans' capacity for violence. And the others? The others, Zixavac said carefully, expressed admiration. 7 cadets have submitted requests for independent research projects on human combat techniques. 3 have already constructed primitive replicas of human weapons for testing purposes. Northal's scales cycled through several colors before settling on a contemplative purple. You're telling me that exposure to human military history has either terrified our cadets into resignation or inspired them to emulate human tactics? That summarizes the situation accurately, yes. The captain remained silent for several moments, her inner eyelids blinking rapidly, a sign of intense thought among Vrexians. Finally, she activated her comm unit. Connect me to Confederate High Command Priority Channel. She waited for the connection to establish before continuing. This is Captain Northal, Tactical Assessment Division. Regarding potential first contact with species designate human, I'm upgrading their threat assessment from Category 3 to Category 1. Yes, that's correct. Category 1. She glanced at Zixvac. I'm also recommending immediate preparation for diplomatic rather than military first contact. We'll need our best negotiators, not our best warships. After disconnecting, she fixed Zixvac with all 4 of her primary eyes. Lieutenant Commander, I want a full psychological evaluation of all affected cadets and a detailed report on exactly what aspects of human warfare elicited these extreme reactions. Yes, Captain. I've already begun compiling data. Zixvac hesitated. There's one other matter. Several cadets have requested permission to form a study group focused on human culture beyond military applications. They believe understanding the species more completely might provide context for their warlike tendencies. Granted, Northal said immediately. In fact, expand the initiative. I want comprehensive analysis of human art, literature, philosophy, and social structures. If we're going to deal with these beings, we need to understand what drives them. Even their entertainment media? Especially their entertainment. What a species chooses to amuse itself with often reveals more than their formal communications.
The view of the
captain's scales rippled thoughtfully. Actually,
evening.
Lieutenant Commander, I believe I'll join this study group myself. These humans are fascinating. Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed with surprise. Captain? Any species that can inspire both terror and admiration simply through historical records deserves close attention, Northal explained. Besides, if half our cadets are running scared, I want to know exactly what we're dealing with. 3 weeks later, the Confederate Council's First Contact Committee convened an emergency session. Captain Northal stood before the assembled representatives, her scales maintained in a formal diplomatic pattern despite her internal agitation. Counselors, I appear before you today to present our final assessment of species designate human, and our recommendations regarding first contact protocols. The chair being, a gaseous entity contained within an ornate environmental suit, waved a vapor tendril. Proceed, Captain. We understand your division has undergone some unusual developments during this assessment. Yes, chair being. Northal's voice modulator remained steady. What began as a standard tactical evaluation has evolved into the most comprehensive pre-contact species study in Confederate history. Following unexpected reactions from our Academy cadets, we expanded our research to include all aspects of human civilization. She activated the chamber's holographic display, showing a montage of human activities, everything from warfare to art, sports to scientific achievements, religious ceremonies to space exploration. Humans are extraordinary contradictions. They are simultaneously the most violent and the most compassionate species we have ever encountered. They create weapons of mass destruction, then establish elaborate ethical frameworks to prevent their use. They wage war constantly, yet expend enormous resources aiding victims of natural disasters, even among their enemies. A representative from the Tellarite Consortium chittered skeptically. This assessment seems highly subjective, Captain. Your previous reports were notably more clinical. With respect, Counselor, clinical assessment proved inadequate for this species. Northal's scales flickered briefly with controlled emotion. To illustrate, permit me to share an excerpt from human literature that exemplifies their paradoxical nature. She recited from memory. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Brace for impact.
This was written by one of their leading scientists, the same individual who helped develop their first atomic weapons. A murmur rippled through the council chamber. They know the path they're on might lead to their extinction, Northal continued. Yet they persist. More remarkably, they create art, literature, and philosophy that explicitly warns against their own destructive tendencies. They are, as best we can determine, fully aware of their contradictions. The Dornian representative's deep voice rumbled through the chamber. You seem to have developed an admiration for these beings, Captain. Has your objectivity been compromised? I have developed respect, Counselor, not admiration. There is a distinction. Northal's scales remained in their formal pattern, and my team's conclusion is unanimous, including input from our most militaristic and most pacifistic member species. She indicated Lieutenant Commander Zixavac, who stepped forward with a data crystal. Our full report is contained here, but our recommendation can be summarized as follows. Humans should be approached with caution, but not fear. They value courage, honesty, and direct communication. They respect strength, but are suspicious of those who rely solely upon it. The Solari representative chimed softly. And if they prove hostile despite our diplomatic overtures, then we face an adversary unlike any in Confederate history. Zixvac answered, his mandibles clicking softly. Humans do not surrender when outmatched. They innovate. They do not retreat when threatened. They unite. Historical evidence suggests they fight most effectively when victory seems least likely. You make them sound almost mythological, Lieutenant Commander, the chair being observed, vapor tendrils swirling with skepticism. I assure you they are quite real. Zixvac's exoskeleton darkened. What makes humans dangerous is not their technology, which remains primitive by our standards. It is their adaptability and their relentless determination. Captain Northal stepped forward again. Counselors, our recommendation is to initiate diplomatic contact through cultural exchange rather than military or political channels. Humans respond well to expressions of interest in their artistic and scientific achievements. And their response to perceived threats? Asked the Morcadian representative. Immediate, overwhelming force, Northal replied without hesitation, often exceeding what would be considered proportional by Confederate standards. The council chamber fell silent as the representatives processed this information. There is one other factor the council should consider, Zixvac added, his voice modulator carefully neutral. In the 3 weeks since our cadets began studying human culture, applications to the Confederate Diplomatic Corps have increased by 200%. Interest in xenoanthropology has reached unprecedented levels across all educational institutions. The chair being's vapor tendrils coalesced into a questioning pattern. You're suggesting these humans have already influenced our society without direct contact? I am stating it as observable fact, Zixavac replied. Merely learning about humans has changed how many of our people view the galaxy and their place within it. For better or worse, the Tellarite representative chittered. That remains to be determined, Northal answered diplomatically. But it would be naive to assume we can study a species like humanity without being changed by the encounter. The council members exchanged glances, their various communication methods creating a symphony of clicks, hums, light flashes, and pheromone bursts that the chamber's translation systems struggled to process simultaneously. Finally, the chair being waved for silence. Captain Northal, Lieutenant Commander Zixvac, we thank you for your thorough assessment. The Council will deliberate on your recommendations and decide how to proceed with first contact protocols. As they exited the Council chamber, Zixvac's mandibles clicked softly. They're going to approve diplomatic contact, aren't they? Almost certainly, Northal replied, her scales rippling with amusement. The chair being's vapor patterns showed curiosity rather than concern. And what of our cadets? The ones who resigned? Most have already applied to the Diplomatic Corps or the Xenocultural Studies Institute. Northal's tendrils curled in the Vrexian equivalent of a smile. It seems studying humans inspired them to find more creative ways to serve the Confederacy. And the cadets who stayed? The ones who've become obsessed with human combat tactics? They're being formed into a specialized training unit, Northal admitted. High Command believes their unique perspective might prove valuable. Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed with surprise. You can't be serious. Entirely serious. In fact, you've been selected to lead this unit. The captain's scales shimmered with unmistakable amusement. Congratulations on your promotion, Commander Zixvac. This is absurd, Zixvac protested, his mandibles clicking rapidly. I'm an instructor, not a field commander. You're now both. Northal handed him a data crystal. Your new assignment. The unit has already been named. Zixvac examined the crystal, his compound eyes widening. The Human Tactical Adaptation Force? This is a joke, surely. High Command rarely jokes, Commander. You've created quite a stir with your human warfare lectures. Now you get to see where it leads. As they walked through the grand hallways of the council building, Nuerthal added, "I'll be joining the First Contact diplomatic team, of course. Someone needs to make sure we don't accidentally trigger their more belligerent instincts." "And if we do?" Zixvak asked quietly. Nuerthal's scales briefly flashed a pattern that translated roughly as fatalistic amusement.
"Then your new unit will get practical experience much sooner than anticipated." 1 standard year later, the Confederate diplomatic vessel Peaceful Discourse entered Earth's solar system, broadcasting greetings in 78 human languages. Captain Nuerthal, now promoted to Admiral and serving as the Confederate ambassador, stood on the command deck watching as the blue-green planet grew larger on the view screen. "It's smaller than I expected," she remarked to her aide. "Yet it has produced a remarkably diverse biosphere, and at least one species capable of reaching space," replied the aide, a young Solari whose crystalline structure chimed softly with excitement. "Indeed." Nuerthal's scales rippled thoughtfully. "Have we received any response to our transmissions?" "Multiple responses, Admiral. The humans appear to be arguing among themselves about who should represent their species in First Contact." "How perfectly human." Nuerthal's tendrils curled with amusement. "And their military? Their orbital defense platforms and surface-to-space weapons are tracking us, but they've taken no aggressive action. Several of their spacecraft have adjusted course to intercept, but they're maintaining what appears to be a respectful distance. Cautious, but not hostile. Good." Nuerthal activated her comm unit. "Commander Zixvak, status report." Zixvak's voice crackled through the speaker. "The Human Tactical Adaptation Force is on standby, Admiral, though I sincerely hope we won't be needed." "As do I, Commander, but prudence dictates preparedness." "The cadets are eager to test their training against the real thing," Zixvak added, his mandibles clicking audibly over the comm. "Though I've reminded them repeatedly that diplomatic success would be preferable." "Indeed. Maintain your position and await further instructions." Nuerthal disconnected and turned to her communications officer. "Broadcast again. All frequencies. Add that we come seeking peaceful exchange of knowledge and culture, with no territorial or resource demands." As the message was transmitted, a new signal appeared on the communications array. "Admiral," called the communications officer. "We're receiving a direct transmission from the human orbital platform designated International Space Station. It's a single individual requesting private communication." "Interesting. Put it through to my personal channel." Nuerthal moved to a private viewing station and activated the screen. The face that appeared was unmistakably human. A female with dark skin, short cropped hair, and an expression of intense curiosity. She wore a uniform with patches indicating scientific rather than military affiliation. "Greetings," the human said in accented but understandable galactic standard, much to Nuerthal's surprise. "I am Dr. Liana Okafor, xenolinguistics specialist. I've been studying your transmissions since you entered our system." "You speak our language," Nuerthal observed, her scales flickering with surprise. "Not perfectly, but yes. Your mathematical basis for communication is similar to approaches we've theorized." The human smiled. "I've been preparing for this possibility my entire career." "As have I, Dr. Okafor." Nuerthal's tendrils curled in what she hoped would be recognized as a friendly gesture. "I am Admiral Nuerthal of the Galactic Confederacy." "Admiral? You're military, then?" The human's expression showed no alarm, merely increased interest. "I hold military rank, yes, but I serve as diplomatic liaison for First Contact scenarios. My background is in xenoanthropology and comparative cultural studies." Dr. Okafor nodded. "That explains the nature of your transmissions. They emphasize cultural exchange rather than political or military alliance." "We believe that approach would be most comfortable for your species," Nuerthal replied diplomatically. The human's eyes narrowed slightly, her smile taking on a knowing quality. "You've been studying us for some time, haven't you? Our broadcasts?" "We have," Nuerthal admitted. "Your species presents a fascinating study in contrasts." "That's a diplomatic way of saying we're a mess of contradictions." Dr. Okafor laughed. "I won't argue, but I am curious. What aspects of human culture prompted you to finally make contact?" Nuerthal considered her response carefully. "Your resilience, your adaptability, your capacity to imagine futures different from your past." "And our warfare?" Dr. Okafor asked quietly. "I assume that caught your attention as well."
It did, Northal acknowledged. In fact, it nearly caused us to postpone contact indefinitely. What changed your minds? We discovered that humans create more art about peace than war. More songs about love than hate. More stories about cooperation than conflict. Northal's scales shifted to a formal pattern of respect. We concluded that while humans know how to fight, it is not what you prefer to do. Dr. Okafor was silent for a moment, then smiled. Admiral, I believe our species will get along just fine. With your permission, I'd like to serve as preliminary liaison while our governments arrange formal diplomatic meetings. I would welcome that, Doctor. Northal's tendrils curled in genuine pleasure. As the conversation continued, a message appeared on Northal's secondary screen. A text-only communication from Commander Zixvac. Human military vessels maintaining distance but scanning our ships extensively. No weapons powered, but definitely assessing our capabilities. Exactly as their historical patterns predicted. Shall I initiate Protocol 7? Northal sent a brief reply. Negative. Continue observation only. First impressions proceeding better than expected. Returning her attention to Dr. Okafor, the Admiral found herself remarkably optimistic about the prospects for peaceful integration of humanity into the galactic community. Yes, they were potentially dangerous, but so was any species worth knowing.
Tell me, Doctor, Northal asked, how do you think your people will react to discovering they're not alone in the universe? Dr. Okafor's expression became thoughtful.
With everything from terror to ecstasy, Admiral. Some will fear you, others will worship you. Many will want to trade with you, learn from you, or show you our achievements like eager children. And your military leaders? They'll prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. The human smiled wryly. It's what they're trained to do. As are ours, Northal acknowledged.
Perhaps that common ground will serve as a starting point. Perhaps. Dr. Okafor leaned closer to the camera.
But I believe we'll find much stronger connections in our shared curiosity. Humans have been looking at the stars and wondering about life beyond Earth for as long as we've existed. As have we all, Northal replied. It seems to be a universal trait among intelligent species. Then let's begin there, with questions rather than answers. Dr. Okafor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I have about 1,000 to start with. Northal's scales rippled with genuine amusement. As do I, Doctor. As do I. 6 months later, Commander Zixvac stood at attention as Admiral Northal inspected the Human Tactical Adaptation Force. The unit had grown from the original cadets to include representatives from 27 Confederate species, all trained in human-inspired combat techniques adapted for their physiologies. They're impressive, Northal admitted, her scales shimmering with approval. Though I note you've incorporated more than just military tactics. Yes, Admiral. Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed with pride. We found that human approaches to problem-solving extend beyond combat. Their emphasis on individual initiative within framework protocols has proven particularly effective. And the resignation rate? 0 since initial formation, Zixvac replied. In fact, we now have a waiting list of applicants. Northal's tendrils curled thoughtfully. Interesting how something that initially drove cadets away now attracts them. Context makes all the difference, Admiral. When understood as part of a comprehensive cultural framework rather than isolated behavior, human warfare becomes less terrifying and more instructive. Speaking of instruction, Northal said, the Council has approved your request. 3 human military observers will be arriving next month to begin an exchange program with your unit. Zixvac's mandibles clicked with excitement. Excellent news, Admiral. May I ask which branches of their military will be represented? Army, Navy, and something they call Marines, Northal replied. Dr. Okafor specifically recommended the latter, though she wouldn't elaborate on why. She merely smiled in that particular way humans do when they're anticipating your reaction to something unexpected. I look forward to finding out, Zixvac said, his compound eyes gleaming with anticipation. As they walked past the training grounds, they observed a group of cadets practicing a human technique called parkour, adapting it to their various physiologies as they navigated an obstacle course. Who would have thought, Northal mused, that studying a species we initially feared would transform our military training so completely? The humans have a saying, Admiral. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And which are they, Commander? Friends or enemies? Zixvac's exoskeleton shifted to thoughtful blue. Neither and both, I suspect. They're simply human. Northal's scales rippled with amusement, an increasingly meaningful descriptor. As they reached the end of the inspection tour, a communication alert chimed. Northal accessed the message, her scales briefly flashing surprise before returning to their diplomatic pattern. Interesting news, Commander. The human governments have jointly proposed establishing a dedicated military alliance with the Confederacy, not for mutual protection, but for cooperative peacekeeping operations in disputed territories. They want to be galactic police officers? Zixvac's mandibles clicked with surprise. In essence, yes. They're offering their expertise in asymmetric warfare and counterinsurgency operations in exchange for our technological assistance with their space exploration initiatives. A remarkably pragmatic proposal, Zixvac observed. They acknowledge their limitations while leveraging their strengths. Indeed, Nuorthal's tendrils curled with what might have been respect. And they've specifically requested you as the Confederate liaison for the program. Me? Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed a startled yellow. Why? Apparently, Dr. Okafor obtained copies of your original lectures on human warfare. They've been circulating among Earth's military academies as examples of insightful external analysis of human military psychology. I don't know whether to be flattered or concerned, Zixvac admitted, his mandibles clicking rapidly in what humans would recognize as nervousness. Be flattered, Commander. Northal's scales rippled with amusement. The humans appreciate honesty, even when it's not entirely complimentary. Apparently you describe them as terrifyingly adaptive primitive savages with inexplicable artistic tendencies and paradoxical ethical frameworks. That was from my preliminary notes, Zixvac protested, his exoskeleton flushing a deep, embarrassed purple. It wasn't intended for external distribution. Well, the humans found it refreshingly direct and amusingly accurate. Nuorthal's tendrils curled with undisguised mirth. Their official response included the phrase, "It takes one to know one," which Dr. Okafor assures me is a form of affectionate acknowledgement rather than an insult. Zixvac's antennae drooped slightly. Admiral, I'm an academic and a training officer, not a diplomat. Surely there are others more qualified for this liaison position. None who understand human warfare as thoroughly as you do, Nuorthal replied firmly. Besides, the Council believes your, let's call it direct approach, will resonate with human military leaders. And if I refuse, you won't. Nuorthal's scales shifted to a knowing pattern. You're far too curious about them. Zixvac's mandibles clicked in resigned acknowledgement. When do I begin? Immediately. Your first assignment is to review these. Nuorthal handed him a data crystal. Human military historical analyses of their own conflicts. They've provided their internal perspectives to complement your external observations. Fascinating, Zixvac admitted, his compound eyes focusing on the crystal with undisguised interest. Any particular reason for this gesture? They're establishing trust through vulnerability, Nuorthal explained. By sharing their own self-critical analyses, they demonstrate both good faith and confidence. Or they're showing us exactly what they want us to see, Zixvac suggested, his tactical mind automatically considering alternatives. Always the suspicious one, Commander. Nuorthal's scales flickered with amusement, though that's precisely why you're perfect for this role. 2 weeks later, Commander Zixvac stood in the reception bay of Confederate Station Harmony, watching as the human shuttle maneuvered into the docking position. His exoskeleton was maintained in a formal blue hue, though his rapidly twitching antennae betrayed his nervousness to anyone familiar with Zentari body language. Beside him, Admiral Nuorthal remained calm, her scales shifting through subtle patterns of diplomatic welcome. Relax, Commander. You've studied these beings more thoroughly than anyone in the Confederacy. Studying recordings is entirely different from face-to-face interaction, Zixvac replied, his mandibles clicking softly. What if I inadvertently give offense? Their cultural sensitivities are remarkably complex.
Makes the journey
Dr.
through the
Okafor
void
assures me
worth
these
it.
particular humans were selected for their adaptability and open-mindedness. Nuorthal's tendrils curled reassuringly. Besides, they're just as concerned about offending us. The docking procedure completed with a soft thud and the hiss of atmospheric equalization. A moment later, the airlock cycled open to reveal 3 humans in distinct uniforms. The first to step forward was a tall, broad-shouldered male with dark skin and a shaved head. He wore a green camouflage uniform with various insignia that Zixvac immediately recognized as belonging to the United States Army. Colonel Darius Williams, United States Army Special Forces, he announced, executing a crisp salute. Honored to represent Earth's land warfare specialists. The second human was a slightly shorter female with auburn hair tied back in a severe bun. Her blue uniform bore the markings of the British Royal Navy. "Commander Elizabeth Blackwood, Royal Navy Tactical Division," she said, offering a formal bow instead of a salute. "Representing Earth's naval forces." The third human stepped forward with a fluid grace that immediately caught Zixvak's attention. He was of medium height, with weather-beaten features and eyes that seemed to evaluate everything in the docking bay simultaneously. His uniform was a mottled tan and brown, and he carried himself with a coiled intensity that reminded Zixvak of certain predatory species. "Gunnery Sergeant Mikhail Volkov, United States Marine Corps," he said simply, offering neither salute nor bow, but instead extending his hand in the human gesture of greeting. "I'm here to teach you how Marines fight." Zixvak hesitated, then carefully extended his primary manipulator appendage to complete the handshake, mindful not to exert too much pressure with his chitinous pincer. "Commander Zixvak, Confederate Special Tactical Division. Welcome to Station Harmony." Admiral Nuerthal stepped forward. "I am Admiral Nuerthal, Confederate Diplomatic Corps. On behalf of the Galactic Confederacy, I extend formal greetings and welcome you as the first human military representatives to visit Confederate space." The humans exchanged glances, then Colonel Williams spoke. "We appreciate the welcome, Admiral. We're here to learn as much as to teach." "A commendable approach," Nuerthal replied, her scales shifting to a pattern of approval. "Commander Zixvak will serve as your primary liaison and will oversee your integration with our Human Tactical Adaptation Force." "The what now?" Sergeant Volkov asked, his weathered face creasing in what might have been amusement. "A specialized unit formed to study and adapt human combat methodologies for Confederate use," Zixvak explained, his exoskeleton darkening slightly with embarrassment. "The name was not my choice." "You've been studying how we fight?" Commander Blackwood asked, her tone neutral but her eyes sharp with interest. "For approximately 1.3 of your years," Zixvak confirmed. "Initially as an academic exercise, but with increasing practical application." Sergeant Volkov's face split into a wide grin. "Well, isn't that something? The folks back at Quantico said you'd be interested in our tactics, but I didn't expect you'd already have a whole unit dedicated to it. Your warfare methodologies are uniquely adaptable," Zixvak said carefully. "Particularly your approaches to asymmetric conflict and environmental adaptation." "Meaning we're good at fighting dirty and we can fight anywhere," Colonel Williams translated, his own expression now matching Volkov's amused smile. "Fair assessment." Admiral Nuerthal's tendrils curled slightly. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion in more comfortable surroundings. A reception has been prepared to welcome you formally." "Of course, Admiral," Commander Blackwood replied smoothly. "Though I believe I speak for all of us when I say we're eager to observe this adaptation unit in action." "Tomorrow will be soon enough for that," Nuerthal said. "Today is for diplomatic pleasantries." As they walked through the station corridors, Zixvak noticed Sergeant Volkov studying everything with methodical attention. Security barriers, access points, surveillance systems, defensive emplacements. Exactly as human special forces training would dictate. The Marine caught his gaze and offered a slight shrug and another grin. "Force of habit," Volkov said unapologetically. "You always map your exits." "A sensible precaution," Zixvak agreed, his mandibles clicking with unexpected appreciation. Perhaps these humans would be easier to work with than he'd anticipated. The following day, Zixvak led the three humans to the observation deck overlooking the HTAF training facility. Below, approximately 50 cadets from various Confederate species were engaged in combat exercises that combined traditional Confederate tactics with adaptations of human techniques. "Impressive setup," Colonel Williams commented, watching a group of arthropodal cadets executing what appeared to be a modified version of small unit infiltration tactics. "They're using human squad formations, but adapted for their body types." "Precisely," Zixvak confirmed, his exoskeleton brightening with pride. "We found that many human tactics could be optimized for species with different physiological capabilities. The fundamental principles remain the same, but the execution varies." Commander Blackwood gestured toward another group practicing in a simulated aquatic environment. "Those appear to be using naval special warfare techniques." "Yes, adapted from what your species calls SEAL training, though modified for species with natural aquatic adaptations." Zixvak's compound eyes focused on her with interest. "You recognize the patterns?" "I should," she replied with a slight smile. "I served as a liaison officer with the U.S. Navy SEALs for 2 years. Those movement patterns are distinctive, even when performed by..."
beings with tentacles. Sergeant Volkov had been unusually quiet, his attention fixed on a third group of cadets navigating what appeared to be an urban warfare simulation. Finally, he spoke. They're using Marine Force recon infiltration techniques. Not perfectly, but recognizably. He turned to Zixvac.
How? Those protocols aren't even widely shared within our own military.
Zixvac's mandibles clicked in what might have been embarrassment. Your entertainment media is surprisingly detailed, Sergeant. What you call action films and military documentaries contain substantial tactical information. Volkov barked a short laugh.
You learned Marine combat tactics from movies? That's both hilarious and slightly concerning.
The initial concepts, yes, Zixvac admitted. But we refined them through analysis of actual combat footage and historical records. Your species is remarkably thorough in documenting your warfare. For better or worse, Colonel Williams murmured, his expression momentarily somber. Zixvac led them down to the training floor, where the cadets immediately ceased their exercises and formed up in neat ranks, a gesture adopted from human military tradition. "Cadets, attention!" Zixvac announced, his voice modulator projecting to fill the large space. "I present our human military advisors, Colonel Williams, Commander Blackwood, and Sergeant Volkov." The cadets responded with a variety of species-appropriate salutes and gestures of respect. Zixvac noted with approval that they had maintained perfect discipline despite the unprecedented presence of actual humans in their training facility. "At ease," Colonel Williams called out, seeming to intuitively understand the moment called for him to take the lead. "We're here to exchange knowledge, not to inspect or evaluate. Your commander has already impressed upon us the seriousness with which you approach your training." A Morcadian cadet with undulating tentacles raised an appendage in the universal gesture for permission to speak. When Zixvac nodded, the cadet asked, "Sir, is it true that human juveniles engage in recreational activities that simulate combat scenarios?" William smiled. "If you mean do our children play war games, then yes, that's common in many human cultures, though we try to teach them the difference between games and reality. And yet," Commander Blackwood added thoughtfully, "those same games often instill basic tactical thinking and team coordination from an early age." Another cadet, a crystalline Solari, chimed softly before asking, "Do humans truly willingly jump from functional aircraft with only fabric devices to slow their descent?" "Airborne operations," Sergeant Volkov confirmed with a grin. "And yes, we do it routinely. It's actually fun once you get past the initial terror." "Fun?" echoed several cadets simultaneously, their various communication methods creating a symphony of confusion. Humans often derive pleasure from activities that induce controlled fear responses, Zixvac explained, his mandibles clicking in what had become his version of a resigned sigh. "They call it adrenaline rush or thrill-seeking. Keeps life interesting," Volkov shrugged. For the next several hours, the human advisors moved among the cadets, observing exercises, offering suggestions, and answering an endless stream of questions. Zixvac watched with growing satisfaction as his initial concerns about cultural incompatibility dissolved in the face of genuine professional exchange. Later, as the training session concluded, Zixvac escorted the humans to the officers' mess hall. "Your insights were most valuable," he told them. "The cadets responded well to your direct instruction." "They're quick learners," Colonel Williams acknowledged. "Though some of your species have physical capabilities that make human tactics seem limited by comparison. Yet it is not your physical capabilities that make human warfare distinctive," Zixvac replied, his exoskeleton shifting to a thoughtful blue. "It is your adaptive thinking and your ability to improvise under pressure. Adapt and overcome," Sergeant Volkov nodded. "Marine Corps motto might as well be, make it work with what you've got." "Precisely the quality we hope to instill in our forces," Zixvac agreed. "Confederate military doctrine has traditionally emphasized technological superiority and overwhelming force. Effective, but inflexible. Flexibility keeps you alive when plans go sideways," Volkov said. "And plans always go sideways." "Indeed." Zixvac's mandibles clicked in agreement. "This is why the Council authorized this program, despite initial reservations about adopting tactics from, less advanced species. No offense intended." "None taken," Commander Blackwood replied with a slight smile. "We're well aware of our technological limitations compared to your civilization. Yet you've achieved spaceflight using chemical rockets and established a presence on your neighboring planet with what we would consider primitive technology," Zixvac observed. "Your determination is remarkable." "Necessity and stubbornness," Colonel Williams chuckled.
When you can't take the easy way, you find another path. A philosophy that has served your species well, Zixvac acknowledged. And one that the Confederacy would do well to adopt, at least in part. As they entered the mess hall, conversation momentarily ceased as the various Confederate officers and personnel turned to observe the human visitors. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, they returned to their meals, though with frequent curious glances. They'll get used to us, Volkov said quietly. Novelty wears off quick. Perhaps, Zixvac replied, his compound eyes taking in the scene. Though I suspect you underestimate the impact your presence has on many Confederate species. Until recently, the possibility of intelligent mammalian life was considered highly unlikely by our xenobiologists. Just wait until they learn about platypuses, Volkov muttered, causing Williams to snort with suppressed laughter. I beg your pardon. Zixvac's antennae twitched in confusion. Earth zoological reference, Williams explained. Never mind. Cultural exchange for another day. As they selected their meals, the station's culinary staff had prepared special human-compatible nutrition based on Dr. Okafor's recommendations. An alert chimed on Zixvac's communication device. Commander, came Admiral Nurethal's voice. Please bring our guests to Command Center Alpha immediately. Priority situation developing. Zixvac's exoskeleton darkened with concern. Acknowledged, Admiral. En route. He turned to the humans. I apologize for the interruption, but we're needed elsewhere. Trouble? Volkov asked, immediately alert. Unknown, but the Admiral doesn't issue priority summons without cause. 5 minutes later, they entered the command center to find Admiral Nuerthal conferring with several senior Confederate officers over a holographic display of a nearby star system. Commander, advisors, thank you for coming quickly, Nuerthal said, her scales shifting to a formal pattern that Zixvac recognized as indicating serious concern. We have a situation that may benefit from human tactical perspective. How can we help, Admiral? Colonel Williams asked, stepping forward. The Aurelian outpost in the Vega sector has gone silent, Nuerthal explained, gesturing to the holographic display. Last transmission indicated possible hostile action by unknown forces. Pirates? Zixvac suggested. The Vega sector has seen increased raider activity in recent months. Possible, but the outpost's defensive capabilities should have been more than adequate against typical raider forces. Nuerthal's tendrils curled with worry. More concerning is that 3 Confederate response vessels have also ceased communication after entering the system. That suggests a coordinated ambush, Commander Blackwood observed, studying the holographic display with professional interest. What's the strategic value of this outpost? Limited, Nuerthal admitted. It's primarily a research station studying stellar phenomena, with a small security contingent. Then they're not after the outpost itself, but using it as bait, Sergeant Volkov said flatly. Classic guerrilla tactic. Hit a soft target, then ambush the responders. Colonel Williams nodded in agreement. The question is, who has the capability and motivation to attack Confederate forces directly? I was under the impression that the Confederacy doesn't have organized opposition in this sector. We don't. Nuerthal's scales darkened. Or we didn't believe we did. That's what makes this situation particularly concerning. Zixvac's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. Admiral, you mentioned human tactical perspective might be valuable. Are you considering deploying the HTF? I am, Nuerthal confirmed. Though it would be unprecedented to deploy cadets in a potential combat situation. Not cadets, Zixvac corrected. The HTAF includes a full complement of experienced Confederate Special Operations personnel who have completed the adaptation training. Even so, they have no actual combat experience with these methodologies, Nuerthal pointed out. Only simulation training. That's where we could help, Colonel Williams said, stepping forward. If you're willing to accept advisors in an operational capacity. Nuerthal's scales rippled with surprise. You're volunteering to participate in a Confederate military operation? That goes well beyond your diplomatic mandate. Our mandate includes full tactical exchange, Commander Blackwood pointed out. What better way to demonstrate the practical application of human combat methodologies than in an actual field situation? Besides, Sergeant Volkov added with a grim smile, if someone's setting ambushes for your people, they're not expecting human tactics. That gives your team an edge. Admiral Nuerthal was silent for a moment, her inner eyelids blinking rapidly as she considered the implications. Finally, her scales shifted to a decisive pattern. Commander Zixvac, prepare the HTAF for immediate deployment. Our human advisors will accompany your team in a consultant capacity only. With respect, Admiral, Volkov interjected. Consultants don't win firefights. If we're going, we need to be fully integrated into the operation. That would require council approval. Nuerthal began, but Colonel Williams cut her off. Admiral, we represent the first official human military presence in Confederate space. This situation presents an opportunity to demonstrate the value of our alliance in concrete terms. He straightened to his full height. Consider this. Whoever is behind these attacks clearly believes they can challenge Confederate authority. How will they react when faced with an unfamiliar enemy using unpredictable tactics? Nuerthal's tendrils curled thoughtfully. Psychological warfare through tactical surprise. Exactly. Williams nodded. Sometimes the most effective weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know how to defend against. Very well, Nuerthal decided, her scales shifting to the formal pattern used for official pronouncements. By my authority as Confederate military liaison, I hereby grant field commissions to Colonel Williams, Commander Blackwood, and Sergeant Volkov as operational advisors with tactical authority during this mission.
It risks
She fixed her four primary eyes on the humans.
Inaction
However,
guarantees our
ultimate command
demise.
remains with Commander
We must
Zixevac,
act now.
and any actions must comply with Confederate engagement protocols. Understood, Admiral. Williams replied formally. We'll follow Confederate protocols while offering human perspectives. Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed with a complex mixture of emotions. Excitement, concern, and something akin to pride. The HTAF will be ready for deployment within 2 hours, Admiral. Make it one, Nuerthal ordered. If there are survivors at that outpost, every moment counts. As they left the command center, Sergeant Volkov fell into step beside Zixvac. So, Commander, looks like we get to see if your human tactical adaptation force lives up to its name. Indeed. Zixvac's mandibles clicked nervously, though this is hardly the field test I had envisioned. Never is, Volkov replied with a grim smile. Combat has a way of ignoring your carefully laid plans. A distinctly human perspective, Zixvac observed. Maybe, Volkov shrugged. Or maybe just the perspective of anyone who's actually been shot at. Fair point, Zixvac conceded. Though I suspect we're about to discover just how well theory translates to practice. That's what Marines call the fun part, Volkov said, his weathered face creasing in what might have been a smile or a grimace. When everything goes to hell and you have to improvise. You have an unusual definition of fun, Sergeant. So I've been told, Volkov replied. But then you Zentari have an unusual definition of adaptation. How so? You've built an entire military unit around tactics borrowed from a species you've never actually fought alongside, Volkov pointed out. That takes either remarkable confidence or remarkable desperation. Perhaps a measure of both, Zixvac admitted, his compound eyes studying the human with new interest. The Confederacy has enjoyed peace for so long that our combat doctrines have grown stagnant. And nothing cures stagnation like a good old-fashioned ambush, Volkov said cheerfully. Trust me, Commander. If there's one thing humans excel at, it's turning bad situations into learning experiences. That, Zixvac replied, his mandibles clicking with what might have been apprehension or anticipation, is precisely what I'm counting on. 12 hours later, the Confederate Special Operations vessel Silent Hunter dropped out of FTL at the edge of the Vega system. On the command deck, Commander Zixvac and his human advisors studied the tactical display as the ship's sensors swept the area. No signs of Confederate vessels, reported the sensor officer, a bioluminescent Phrygian whose patterns flickered with concentration. However, I'm detecting debris consistent with recent weapons discharge. Location? Zixvac demanded. Scattered throughout the system's inner asteroids. The pattern suggests multiple engagement points. Colonel Williams leaned forward, studying the display. They were hunted, hit the first responder, then waited for the second, then the third. Methodical, Commander Blackwood agreed. Not typical pirate behavior. Scan for comm traffic, any frequency, Zixvac ordered. If there are survivors, they may be transmitting on emergency channels. Nothing on standard frequencies, the communications officer replied. Wait. Detecting a weak signal using an unusual modulation pattern. It's coming from the fourth moon of the gas giant. That's not where the outpost was located. Zixvac's antennae twitched in confusion. No, but it's where I'd go if I needed to hide, Sergeant Volkov interjected. That moon has heavy metallic content in its crust according to your database. Good for masking life signs and power signatures. Can you clean up the signal? Zixvac asked the communications officer. Working on it. There. It's a repeating pattern, not standard Confederate emergency code, but definitely artificial. The bridge speakers crackled, then emitted a series of short and long tones. That's Morse code, Colonel Williams said suddenly. Earth Communication System. It's saying SURVIVORS, HUMAN, PROTOCOL. Human protocol? Zixvak's compound eyes widened. How is that possible? Dr. Okafor, Commander Blackwood realized. She's been teaching Confederate researchers Earth communication methods as part of the cultural exchange. Someone from the outpost must have learned Morse code. And is using it because they know the attackers wouldn't recognize it, Volkov added. Smart thinking. Can you respond? Zixvak asked the communications officer. Using the same modulation, yes. Tell them help is coming, but we need information on hostile forces, Colonel Williams suggested. Ask for numbers, weaponry, and position. As the communications officer transmitted the message, Zixvak turned to his tactical display. We need a covert approach. If the attackers detected 3 Confederate vessels, they'll be watching for more. The asteroid field, Sergeant Volkov suggested immediately. Hug close to the larger rocks. Use them for sensor cover. Old submarine tactic. Submarine. Zixvak's mandibles clicked in confusion. Underwater warfare vessels, Commander Blackwood explained. The principle is sound. Use the natural environment to mask your approach. The communications officer interrupted. Response received. Approximately 20 survivors from the outpost. They report the attackers used ships unlike any Confederate design. Described as organic-looking, with tentacle-like appendages. The Gzak! Zixvak hissed, his exoskeleton darkening to a deep purple. It has to be. I'm not familiar with that species, Colonel Williams said. Not in the briefing materials we received. Because they're not supposed to exist anymore, Zixvak explained, his voice modulator dropping to a lower register. The Kazakh were a predatory species from the Galactic Rim. The Confederacy fought a war against them nearly 3 centuries ago when they attempted to invade Confederate space. What happened? Blackwood asked. They were defeated decisively and forced back to their home system, where a containment field was established. Zixvak's compound eyes narrowed. No Kazakh vessel has been seen outside their system in over 200 years. Until now, Volkov observed grimly. How did they get past your containment? Unknown, but that's a secondary concern. Zixvak turned to his tactical officer. If these are indeed Kazakh vessels, we need to adjust our approach. Their sensor technology was always inferior to Confederate standards, but their weapons are designed to penetrate organic matter. Our shields may not provide adequate protection. Sounds like we need to hit them before they know we're here, Volkov suggested. Quick strike, in and out with the survivors. The Kazakh don't leave survivors, Zixvak said quietly. They're egg layers who use other species as incubation hosts. If there are survivors from the outpost, the Kazakh are using them as bait, just as they used the outpost to lure in the response vessels. A grim silence fell over the command deck. Then we spring the trap, Colonel Williams said finally, but on our terms. How do you propose we do that? Zixvak asked. Williams smiled thinly. By doing exactly what the Kazakh won't expect. Sending in a small team first, while the main vessel appears to be conducting a standard search pattern elsewhere in the system. Divide their attention. Commander Blackwood nodded. Force them to choose between the easy target and the suspicious one. And when they choose, Sergeant Volkov added with a predatory grin, we make them regret it. Zixvak's mandibles clicked rapidly as he considered the proposal. It's unorthodox by Confederate standards, which makes it perfect for this situation. The HTAF was created precisely for such adaptive responses. He turned to his officers. Prepare the assault shuttle for covert deployment. Select 12 operators from the HTAF for the ground team. He paused, then added, and inform them they'll be implementing human small unit tactics under field conditions. With human advisors, Colonel Williams added firmly. Zixvak's compound eyes fixed on the colonel. You intend to accompany the ground team personally? All 3 of us do, Williams replied. You've trained your people in our tactics, but there's no substitute for experience when things inevitably go sideways. Admiral Northal authorized you as advisors, not combat personnel, Zixvak pointed out. She authorized us with tactical authority, Commander Blackwood countered, which is meaningless if we're not on site to exercise it. Besides, Sergeant Volkov added with a shrug, I didn't pack my dress uniform just to sit on your bridge and look pretty. Despite the gravity of the situation, Zixvac found his mandibles clicking in what had become his version of laughter.
Very well. You will wear Confederate combat armor and follow my tactical lead. Wouldn't have it any other way, Commander, Williams assured him.
We're here to complement your forces, not command them. As preparations for the mission began, Zixvac found himself experiencing an unfamiliar emotion. It took him a moment to identify it. Excitement. Not the cold determination of duty, but something warmer, more primal. The thrill of the hunt. How very human, he thought. Perhaps they're rubbing off on me already. The assault shuttle drifted silently toward the fourth moon, its engines powered down to minimal levels, its trajectory calculated to appear like just another piece of debris from the destroyed Confederate vessels. Inside, Commander Zixvac and his team, 12 HTF operators plus the 3 human advisors, made final preparations for insertion.
Approach vector nominal, reported the pilot, a Zentari female whose reflexes were legendary within the Confederate fleet. Estimated touchdown in 17 minutes. Life sign readings? Zixvac asked.
Confused by the moon's mineral content, as expected, replied a Morcadian sensor specialist.
But I'm detecting concentration points consistent with both Confederate and non-Confederate biological signatures. Colonel Williams, now clad in Confederate combat armor modified for human physiology, studied the tactical display. The survivors are here.
He indicated a cluster of readings in what appeared to be a natural cave formation. And I'd bet anything these readings here and here are Kazakh positions, watching the approach vectors.
Agreed, Zixvac said. Standard Confederate rescue protocol would be to land here, at the closest suitable to the survivor position. Which is exactly where they'll expect you, Sergeant Volkov noted.
So we do the opposite. We deploy on the far side of the ridge formation, Commander Blackwood suggested, indicating a rugged area some 2 kilometers from the survivor's position.
Approach on foot, using terrain for cover. The high ground gives better visibility, Volkov added.
And if these Kazakh are as nasty as you say, I want to see them coming. Zixvac's mandibles clicked in agreement.
Pilot, adjust landing coordinates to this position.
He indicated the ridge on the display. Minimum power signature during final approach. As the shuttle continued its stealthy approach, Zixvac addressed the assembled team. The Kazakh are an arthropodal species, superficially similar to Zentari, but with significant biological differences. They possess natural armor plating and specialized appendages that can function as weapons. Their combat doctrine emphasizes overwhelming force and psychological terror.
Sounds like they've never met Marines,
Volkov muttered, checking his borrowed Confederate plasma rifle with practiced efficiency.
They haven't,
Zixvac replied, his compound eyes focusing on the sergeant. Which gives us our only significant advantage. The Kazakh faced Confederate forces centuries ago, and while our technology has advanced, our tactical doctrine has remained relatively unchanged. Your human approaches to small unit combat and asymmetric warfare are completely unknown to them.
So we fight dirty,
Volkov nodded approvingly.
Hit and run, ambush tactics, psychological warfare.
Precisely, Zixvac confirmed.
The Kazakh expect direct confrontation because that's how Confederate forces have always operated. We will do the unexpected. Touchdown in 5 minutes, the pilot announced. No indication of detection.
The view of the Cygnus
Colonel
Nebula
Williams turned to address the team, his expression serious beneath the transparent faceplate of his adapted helmet. I know most of you have only practiced these tactics in simulations, but the principles remain the same in the field. Stay flexible, communicate constantly, and remember that surprise and speed are more valuable than firepower. The HTAF operators, a mix of different Confederate species specially selected for this mission, signaled their understanding in their various ways. Despite their physiological differences, they had trained together extensively and had developed effective coordination protocols. Remember, Commander Blackwood added, we're not here to engage the entire Kazakh force. This is a rescue mission. Get in, secure the survivors, get out.
And if the Kazakh try to stop us?
Asked a crystalline Solari operator, his structure shimmering with what might have been anticipation.
Then, Sergeant Volkov said with a predatory smile, we introduce them to the human way of war.
The shuttle touched down with barely a tremor, its landing systems compensating for the moon's uneven surface. The team deployed rapidly, securing a perimeter around the vessel while the sensor specialist established their precise location relative to both the survivors and the suspected Kazakh positions.
Comms discipline from here on,
Zixvac ordered. Short-range tactical frequencies only, encoded bursts. The Kazakh may not have our level of technology, but they're adept at detecting standard communication patterns. As the team moved out, adopting a formation that Colonel Williams had called a modified staggered column, Sci-Fi found himself impressed by how naturally the HTF operators incorporated their human training. Different species with wildly varying physiologies, yet moving with coordinated precision through the rugged lunar terrain. They traversed the ridgeline, using natural rock formations for cover while maintaining constant visual contact. The reduced gravity made movement easier, but required careful control to avoid sending loose rocks tumbling down the slope. An hour into the approach, their point scout, a lithe Drellian whose feathered appendages allowed near-silent movement, signaled for a halt. The team immediately froze in place, weapons ready. Sci-Fi moved forward to join the scout, Colonel Williams close behind him. The Drellian indicated a depression about 300 meters ahead where an unmistakable Kazakh patrol moved slowly across their path. 4 individuals, Sci-Fi whispered, his exoskeleton darkening to match the surrounding rock. Standard perimeter sweep pattern. Williams studied the aliens through his helmet's magnification system. The Kazakh resembled massive insectoids, their chitin-plated bodies supported by 6 powerful limbs, with additional specialized appendages that appeared to house organic weapon systems. Their compound eyes glowed faintly in the dim light of the moon's surface. Those are different from your species, Williams observed quietly. Distant evolutionary cousins at best, Sci-Fi replied. The most significant difference being that Kazakh evolved as apex predators, while Zentari developed from communal foragers. Options? Williams asked. Standard Confederate procedure would be to avoid contact and proceed to the objective, Sci-Fi replied. But that patrol's pattern will bring them within detection range of our approach to the survivors, Williams finished. They need to be neutralized, without alerting the main force, Sci-Fi added. Sergeant Volkov had silently joined them, his experienced eyes already assessing the situation. Classic ambush scenario, he said softly. We set up here and here. He indicated 2 positions that offered both cover and clear lines of fire, and take them all simultaneously when they reach the choke point. Simultaneous kills would be difficult with their natural armor, Sci-Fi pointed out. Even our plasma weapons require precise targeting to penetrate their vital areas. Volkov's lips curved in a grim smile behind his faceplate. Then we don't use plasma. 10 minutes later, the Kazakh patrol entered the narrow ravine that Volkov had identified as the ideal ambush point. They moved with predatory confidence, clearly not expecting any threat on this seemingly desolate moon. The first indication of danger came when a small object landed among them, immediately drawing their attention. Before they could react, 4 more objects fell from different positions on the ravine walls. The Kazakh reacted with remarkable speed, their specialized appendages swinging toward the perceived threats, just as all 5 devices detonated simultaneously. Not explosions, but intense electromagnetic pulses coupled with a crystalline compound that Confederate scientists had developed specifically to penetrate and disrupt arthropodal nervous systems. The Zak collapsed instantly, their organic systems overloaded by the carefully calibrated attack. 4 HTAF operators rappelled down the ravine walls with practiced precision, verifying each target was neutralized before signaling the all-clear. Effective, Colonel Williams commented as the team regrouped. I'm not familiar with those devices. Confederate non-lethal suppression technology, Sci-Fi explained. Normally used for riot control, but modified based on historical data about Kazakh physiology. Non-lethal? Sergeant Volkov raised an eyebrow. Temporarily, Sci-Fi clarified. They'll recover in approximately 6 hours, but with significant neurological impairment for several days afterward. Smart, Commander Blackwood nodded. If any go missing, the others won't immediately find bodies to confirm an attack. Precisely. Sci-Fi's mandibles clicked in approval. A technique adapted from your human special forces protocols. Create confusion rather than confirmation. The team secured the incapacitated Kazakh, positioning them to appear as if they had simply stopped for rest, then continued their approach toward the survivor position. The encounter had cost them time, but had also yielded valuable intelligence about Kazakh patrol patterns and response capabilities. As they crested a final ridge, the cave system where the survivors had taken refuge came into view, along with the Kazakh forces surrounding it. I count at least 15 Kazakh warriors, Commander Blackwood reported, using her helmet's enhanced visual systems. Plus what appears to be some kind of organic transport vessel. They've established a perimeter around the primary cave entrance. Any sign they've attempted to enter? Sci-Fi asked. Negative. The entrance shows evidence of weapons fire, but it appears the survivors have collapsed part of the opening to create a defensible position. Smart, Volkov grunted. Make the bastards come through a choke point. The question is, why haven't they? Colonel Williams mused. If these Kazakh are as formidable as you've described, a fortified position shouldn't stop them for long. They're waiting, Zixvac realized, his compound eyes narrowing. Using the survivors as bait, just as they used the outpost. They know Confederate rescue protocols would bring a larger force directly to this position, where they'd have ambushes set up. Volkov nodded grimly. Classic insurgent tactic. The prize isn't the civilians, it's the military response team. Well, they got a response team, Williams said. Just not the one they were expecting. Options, Commander? Zixvac's exoskeleton shifted to a thoughtful blue as he studied the situation. We need to extract the survivors without engaging the main Kazakh force directly. Our advantage is in mobility and surprise, not head-on confrontation. The cave likely has another entrance, Commander Blackwood suggested. Natural formations this size typically do. Agreed. Zixvac turned to the team's geologist, a heavy-gravity adapted Dornian. Analysis? The Dornian consulted his specialized equipment. Structure and mineral composition suggest at least 2 additional openings on the far side of the formation, likely concealed by terrain features. The Kazakh would have found any obvious exits, Volkov pointed out. Unless the survivors intentionally concealed them, Williams countered. If they knew they were being used as bait, they'd want to preserve an escape route. We need to make contact with the survivors without alerting the Kazakh, Zixvac decided. If we can locate a secondary entrance, we can extract them while creating a diversion at the main entrance. I like it, Volkov grinned. Classic misdirection play. The team split into 3 groups. A recon element led by Commander Blackwood would locate the secondary entrance. A diversion team under Sergeant Volkov would prepare to draw Kazakh attention to the main entrance. And an extraction team led by Zixvac and Colonel Williams would make contact with the survivors and coordinate their evacuation. As Commander Blackwood's team moved out, maintaining careful concealment from Kazakh sensors, Williams turned to Zixvac. Your HTAF operators are performing remarkably well in a real combat situation. The adaptation of human tactics to their various physiologies is impressive. They've trained extensively, Zixvac replied, his mandibles clicking with what might have been pride. Though I admit, the reality of field operations is testing their capabilities beyond any simulation. Combat always does, Williams said quietly. No training perfectly prepares you for the real thing. A distinctly human perspective, Zixvac observed. Confederate military doctrine has traditionally emphasized perfect preparation as the key to successful operations. And how's that working out against an enemy that doesn't follow your playbook? Williams asked with a wry smile. Point taken, Colonel. Zixvac's compound eyes studied the human with newfound respect. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of human warfare isn't any specific tactic, but your fundamental approach to combat as an unpredictable, adaptive process. Now you're getting it, Williams nodded. The plan is just the starting point. It's the ability to adjust when everything goes to hell that determines who walks away. An unsettling but accurate assessment, Zixvac acknowledged. One that the Confederacy would do well to incorporate into its broader military philosophy. Before Williams could respond, Commander Blackwood's voice came through on the tactical frequency. Recon team to command. We've located a concealed entrance, partially collapsed but passable. No Kazakh presence detected. More importantly, we've established contact with the survivors. Status? Zixvac demanded. 23 Confederate personnel, various species. Most suffering from minor injuries and environmental exposure, but mobile. They've confirmed our suspicions. The Kazakh are using them as bait for a larger ambush. Extraction route? Challenging but viable. The survivors have been monitoring Kazakh patrol patterns and have identified a window approximately 40 minutes from now when we could move them to our landing zone with minimal exposure. Communications officer from the outpost has a plan, another voice added. Sergeant Volkov, who had apparently joined Blackwood's team. It's unconventional, but I like it. Proceed, Zixvac ordered. The outpost was researching stellar communication methods, Volkov explained. They have a prototype device that can mimic Confederate emergency beacons. They propose activating it from a position away from both the cave and our extraction route, making the Zak think a new Confederate vessel is approaching from an unexpected vector, drawing their forces away from both the survivors and our shuttle. Williams nodded approvingly. Classic deception strategy. Risky, Zixvac noted. If the Kazakh don't commit sufficient force to investigate, then we have contingency plans, Volkov replied confidently. Multiple diversionary options prepared. These scientists are surprisingly creative when properly motivated. Survival tends to inspire creativity, Williams observed dryly. Zixvac's mandibles clicked in what had become his version of a thoughtful frown. Very well. Begin preparation for extraction in 30 minutes. All teams coordinate timing precisely. We'll have one opportunity to execute this successfully. As the operation unfolded, Zixvac found himself continually impressed by the seamless integration of human tactical approaches with Confederate operational protocols. The HTAF operators adapted to changing circumstances with a flexibility that would have been considered undisciplined by traditional Confederate standards. Yet their effectiveness was undeniable. The diversionary beacon activated precisely on schedule, its signature mimicking a Confederate rescue vessel making a clumsy attempt at stealth. Just as predicted, the XAC responded immediately, dispatching the majority of their forces to intercept what they believed was their primary target. With the XAC perimeter thinned, Sergeant Volkov's team created a secondary diversion at the main cave entrance. Not an attack, but a series of sensor ghosts and environmental disturbances that further divided the remaining Kazak's attention. Meanwhile, Commander Blackwood and Colonel Williams led the survivors through the concealed exit and along a carefully plotted route that maximized terrain cover. Zixvac coordinated the entire operation from a position that gave him oversight of all elements, his compound eyes constantly scanning for unexpected threats. The extraction proceeded with remarkable smoothness until they were approximately 500 meters from landing zone. A sudden burst of communication from the shuttle pilot alerted them to approaching Kazakh reinforcements, a second vessel descending from orbit directly toward their position. They've figured out the deception, Williams realized, or they're hedging their bets with additional forces. Time to extraction point, Zixvac demanded. 8 minutes at current pace, Blackwood reported. The survivors are moving as fast as possible given their condition. Shuttle pilot reports the Kazakh vessel will reach our position in approximately 6 minutes, the communications specialist added. Then we need to buy time, Zixvac decided. Sergeant Volkov, status of your diversion team? In position to intercept, Volkov replied immediately. We've mapped the approach vectors and have ideal ambush positions if you're authorizing direct engagement. Zixvac hesitated only briefly. Authorized. Delay tactics only. We need 3 additional minutes for complete extraction. 3 minutes. Volkov's voice carried a hint of what might have been anticipation. We can do that. Marines specialize in making 3 minutes feel like an eternity to the enemy. What followed would later be described in Confederate after-action reports as a masterclass in asymmetric warfare. Volkov's team, comprising 4 HTAF operators with physiologies specially selected for this contingency, executed a series of coordinated strikes against the approaching Kazakh vessel. They didn't attempt to destroy it. That would have been beyond their capabilities. Instead, they targeted its sensor arrays, navigation systems, and external appendages with precision fire and quickly repositioned after each strike. The ZAC responded with overwhelming force against each attack position, only to find their targets already gone. By the time the Kazakh realized the pattern and adjusted their response, the delay tactics had served their purpose. The survivors reached the extraction point and were efficiently loaded aboard the shuttle under Colonel Williams' direction. Final team members boarding now, Williams reported. Volkov's diversion team is disengaging and proceeding to extraction point via alternate route. Status of Kazakh pursuit? Zixvac asked, his mandibles clicking with tension as he observed from his command position. Confused and divided, came the smug reply from Sergeant Volkov. They're pursuing at least 3 phantom signatures while we're proceeding along Route Delta. Estimated arrival at extraction point in 90 seconds. True to his word, Volkov's team emerged from the rugged terrain just over a minute later, moving with impressive speed despite having engaged a superior force. The shuttle's ramp remained deployed, engines already spooling up for immediate departure. All personnel accounted for, Williams confirmed as the final team members boarded. Ready for departure on your command. Launch, Zixvac ordered, feeling a surge of what humans might call exhilaration as the shuttle's engines ignited fully. The vessel lifted off with remarkable agility, its pilot executing a series of evasive maneuvers that seemed more suited to a fighter craft than a transport shuttle. The Kazakh vessel attempted pursuit, but its organic systems had been sufficiently damaged by Volkov's team to hamper its performance. By the time it organized a coherent response, the Confederate shuttle had already achieved orbital velocity and was accelerating toward the rendezvous with the Silent Hunter. In the shuttle's crowded compartment, exhausted survivors mingled with HTAF operators and human advisors in a scene that would have been unprecedented just days earlier. Species from across the Confederacy, plus the first humans to ever engage in combat alongside Confederate forces, united in the shared experience of a successful mission against overwhelming odds. Zixvac made his way to where Colonel Williams, Commander Blackwood, and Sergeant Volkov were conferring. The humans looked up as he approached, their expressions showing the peculiar mix of fatigue and satisfaction that seemed characteristic of their species after combat. "Commander," Williams greeted him formally. "Mission accomplished, I believe." "Indeed." Zixvac's exoskeleton shifted to a formal blue pattern of respect. "The operation was exemplary. Your contributions were instrumental to its success.
And inaction
Your HTAF
guarantees
operators
our
did the heavy
demise.
lifting,"
We
Volkov
must
replied with a
act
dismissive
now.
gesture. "We just provided a little guidance here and there." "You provided much more than that." Zixvac's mandibles clicked emphatically.
The engines
"You
are
demonstrated
failing."
the practical application of human combat
Brace for
philosophy in a
impact.
way no simulation could have replicated." "Combat philosophy?" Blackwood raised an eyebrow. "That sounds rather grand for hit them where they ain't." "But that's precisely it," Zixvac insisted. "The Confederacy has always approached warfare as a technological and numerical equation. Superior force applied with maximum efficiency. You've shown us that effective combat is as much about psychology, adaptability, and unexpected approaches. Just good old-fashioned fighting dirty." Volkov shrugged, though his expression suggested he understood exactly what Zixvac meant. "Whatever you call it," Zixvac replied, "it saved 23 Confederate lives today and demonstrated the value of human-Confederate cooperation more effectively than any diplomatic initiative could have." William studied the Zentari commander thoughtfully. "You know, when we volunteered for this exchange program, we expected to spend months in classrooms and simulators before seeing any practical application of joint tactics. The universe rarely accommodates our expectations," Zixvac observed dryly. "Something humans seem to understand intuitively. Comes from living on a planet that's constantly trying to kill you," Volkov offered with a grin. "Between natural disasters, predators, diseases, and each other, humans have had to get creative about survival. A crucible that has forged a remarkably adaptive species," Zixvac agreed. "One whose approach to warfare reflects that adaptability." The shuttle's communication system chimed, interrupting their conversation. "Shuttlecraft decisive, this is Silent Hunter. Admiral Nurthal requests immediate communication with Commander Zixvac and the human advisors upon docking." "Acknowledged," Zixvac replied. He turned back to the humans. "It seems our mission report will be delivered sooner rather than later." "Good." Volkov stretched his armored shoulders. "The sooner we debrief, the sooner we can celebrate properly. I'm curious to see if your ship has anything comparable to good bourbon." "We have synthetic proteins calibrated for human consumption," Zixvac offered. Volkov made a face. "That's not remotely the same thing." "Cultural exchange includes beverages, Commander," Williams explained with mock seriousness. "It's a vital diplomatic consideration." "I'll make a note in my report," Zixvac replied, his mandibles clicking in what had definitely become his version of laughter. "Right after I recommend all three of you for the Confederate Star of Valor." Their expressions of surprise were, Zixvac decided, quite satisfying. Admiral Nurthal's office aboard the Silent Hunter was crowded with the humans, Zixvac, and 3 senior officers from Confederate High Command, who had arrived via faster-than-light transport while the rescue mission was underway. "Let me be certain I understand the sequence of events," said Grand Admiral Jakor, a massive Dornian whose ceremonial armor gleamed under the office lights. "You authorized human military advisors to participate in a direct combat operation against a species thought extinct for 2 centuries, implementing untested tactical approaches, without prior approval from High Command?" "Yes, Grand Admiral," Nurthal replied, her scales maintaining a formal pattern that betrayed none of her thoughts. "Given the time-sensitive nature of the situation and the unique capabilities of our human advisors, I made the determination that immediate action was warranted." "A determination that proved correct," added General Lumshell, a crystalline Solari whose structure shimmered with what might have been approval. 23 Confederate citizens rescued, valuable intelligence gathered on a potential new threat, and practical demonstration of human Confederate military cooperation, all with 0 casualties. "The operation was unorthodox by Confederate standards," admitted the 3rd officer, Admiral Triz of the Strategic Command, his feathered appendages ruffling slightly. "But its success cannot be disputed." Grand Admiral Jakor's massive head swiveled to focus on Colonel Williams. "Your assessment of the operation, Colonel?" Williams stood at attention, his bearing impeccably military despite the unfamiliar surroundings.
The operation demonstrated the effective integration of human small unit tactics with Confederate technological capabilities, sir. Commander Zixvac's Human Tactical Adaptation Force performed exceptionally well under field conditions. And you believe this adaptation of human warfare methods has broader applications for Confederate defense doctrine? Jakor pressed.
I do, sir. Williams didn't hesitate. The ZAC were clearly expecting standard Confederate response protocols. The introduction of unfamiliar tactical approaches created confusion that multiplied our effective combat power beyond our actual numbers or technological advantage. Asymmetric warfare, General Lumschall observed, familiar with the human term from the preliminary reports.
Exactly, General, Commander Blackwood confirmed. Confederate forces have traditionally relied on technological superiority and overwhelming force. That creates predictability that an adaptive enemy can exploit. As the Kizak apparently have, Admiral Triz noted.
The intelligence recovered from the survivors suggests they've been studying Confederate response patterns for some time, using isolated outposts as test cases to refine their ambush techniques. A methodology remarkably similar to human guerrilla warfare, Zixvac pointed out.
Which is precisely why human tactical approaches proved so effective against them. Fighting fire with fire, Sergeant Volkov added, then clarified at the officer's confused expressions. A human expression meaning countering a threat with similar methods. Grand Admiral Jakor was silent for a moment, his heavy gravity-adapted body shifting as he considered the implications.
Finally, he spoke. Admiral Nuerthal, your decision to authorize this operation, while technically exceeding your authority, is retroactively approved. The results justify the methodology. Nuerthal's scales rippled briefly with relief before returning to their formal pattern.
Thank you, Grand Admiral. Furthermore, Jakor continued, I am authorizing the immediate expansion of the Human Tactical Adaptation Force into a full operational division with Commander Zixvac as its commanding officer. Zixvac's exoskeleton flushed with surprise.
Grand Admiral? The Kazakh represent a threat we believed long eliminated, Jakor explained. Their return, coupled with their apparent study of our standard tactics, necessitates an evolution in our approach to warfare. The human methodologies demonstrated today provide a template for that evolution. He turned his massive head toward the three humans. Colonel Williams, Commander Blackwood, Sergeant Volkov, the Confederate High Command formally requests the extension of your advisory roles and the expansion of the Human Military Exchange Program to include additional personnel from your various service branches. Williams exchanged glances with his colleagues before responding. Speaking as the senior representative, sir, I believe Earth's military authorities would view such an expansion favorably, particularly given the practical demonstration of its value.
Excellent, Jakor rumbled.
Admiral Nuerthal will coordinate the diplomatic aspects with Dr. Okafor and the human governmental representatives. Commander Zixvac will oversee the tactical implementation. As the meeting concluded and the various officers filed out, Nuerthal held Zixvac back with a subtle gesture of her tendrils. When they were alone except for the three humans, her scales shifted to a pattern of private communication. Congratulations, Commander, she said, her voice modulator conveying genuine warmth. Or should I say, Captain Zixvac. The promotion comes with your new command. I am honored, Admiral, Zixvac replied, his mandibles clicking with surprise. Though I confess, when I began studying human warfare as an academic exercise, I never anticipated it would lead to field command. Few of us anticipated the impact humanity would have on Confederate society, Nuerthal observed, her tendrils curling thoughtfully. Yet here we are, reorganizing our military doctrine based on the tactics of a species we haven't even formally introduced to the galactic community. About that, Colonel Williams interjected. The success of this operation creates an opportunity for accelerated integration. Earth's governments will be significantly more receptive to alliance proposals after hearing how their military advisors contributed to saving Confederate lives. Indeed, Nuerthal agreed. The Council is already preparing a formal proposal for expanded cooperation, including the possibility of human settlement within Confederate territories. Settlement? Sergeant Volkov raised an eyebrow. That's moving pretty fast from, let's see if these primitive mammals have any useful ideas to please come live among us. Nuerthal's scales rippled with what might have been amusement. The Confederacy adapts quickly when presented with compelling evidence, and the evidence of humanity's value as allies has become increasingly difficult to ignore. Besides, she added, her voice modulator dropping to a more confidential tone, There are concerns that the Kazakh emergence may presage other threats from the galactic rim. The Confederate Council believes human adaptability and unconventional thinking may prove essential in addressing these potential challenges. So we've gone from curiosities to vital allies, Commander Blackwood observed. All because half your cadets quit after watching our war footage. A simplification, Zixvak's mandibles clicked, but not entirely inaccurate. Your species' approach to conflict, both its prosecution and its prevention, offers perspectives the Confederacy has lacked during centuries of relative peace. Well, Sergeant Volkov said with a grin, if you wanted to learn how humans fight, you came to the right species. We've been perfecting the art of warfare since we figured out rocks make excellent projectile weapons, and simultaneously developing philosophies on why we shouldn't use those weapons except as a last resort, Williams added pointedly. That paradox is as much a part of human warfare as the tactics themselves. A paradox the Confederacy is still struggling to fully comprehend, Nuerthal acknowledged, though I believe today's operation has advanced that understanding significantly. Zixvak's compound eyes focused on each of the humans in turn. The question now is how we proceed from here. The expanded HTF will need more human advisors, more integrated training protocols.
And more bourbon, Volkov added solemnly. Can't build a proper military alliance without appropriate celebratory resources. I'll add it to the diplomatic requisition list, Nuerthal promised, her scales shifting to a pattern that indicated genuine amusement,
along with other essential cultural exchange materials. As they left the Admiral's office together, a Zentari commander and 3 humans discussing the future of interspecies military cooperation as casually as if they'd been colleagues for years, Zixvak reflected on the extraordinary journey that had begun with his reluctant lecture on human warfare. The cadets who had resigned in horror at humanity's capacity for violence had inadvertently catalyzed a transformation in Confederate military doctrine. The cadets who had stayed, fascinated by human adaptability, were now the core of a new approach to galactic security. And he, a formerly academic instructor with little interest in field operations, found himself commanding the vanguard of that transformation. All because humans had broadcast their histories, their conflicts, and their contradictions into space for anyone to receive. Something amusing, Commander? Colonel Williams asked, noticing the rapid clicking of Zixvak's mandibles.
I was just thinking, Zixvak replied, his exoskeleton shifting to a contemplative blue. How remarkable it is that your species' most terrifying characteristic, your capacity for and experience with warfare, has become the very quality that makes you most valuable as allies. That's humanity for you. Sergeant Volkov shrugged.
Scaring the hell out of the galaxy one day, saving it the next.
Perhaps that's the most important lesson of all, Commander Blackwood suggested. That understanding the full spectrum of a species' capabilities, even the frightening ones, is essential to true cooperation.
It almost makes the
Indeed,
journey through
Zixvak
the void
agreed,
worth
his
it.
compound eyes gleaming with what might have been anticipation for the challenges ahead. And I suspect the Kazakh are about to receive a very thorough education in that principle. Humanity. Fuck yeah, Volkov muttered with a satisfied smile.
I beg your pardon, Sergeant. Zixvak's antennae twitched in confusion.
Just an old human expression, Volkov replied innocently. I'll explain it during cultural exchange lessons.
I look forward to it, Zixvak said, his mandibles clicking in what had definitely become his version of laughter. Along with many other human expressions I suspect will become quite relevant to our future operations together. As they walked through the corridors of the Confederate vessel, representatives of species separated by vast evolutionary histories and cultural differences, united by the peculiar bond that forms between those who have faced danger together, Zixvak realized that the galaxy had fundamentally changed. The day alien cadets had watched Earth's war footage and half had resigned from military service had been beginning. But what followed, the adaptation, the cooperation, the synthesis of different approaches to conflict and its resolution, would echo through Confederate civilization for centuries to come.
And somewhere in the vast darkness of space, the Kazakh were about to discover exactly what that meant. The end.
You're telling me these hairless bipeds with their laughably fragile bodies and pathetically short lifespans are our last hope? Grand Admiral Zixvorns, this has to be a joke. Commander Trill shifted uncomfortably on her 4 rear limbs while her front pair gestured toward the holographic display. With all due respect, Admiral, the data doesn't lie. The humans have demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Adaptability.
The Admiral's compound eyes flashed with bioluminescent contempt. Is that what we're calling suicidal recklessness these days? The war room of the Arthean flagship Inevitable Dominance hummed with the background noise of a civilization on the brink of extinction. The hegemony's forces had pushed through the outer colonies with ruthless efficiency, their hive mind tactics overwhelming even the most sophisticated Arthean defenses. 7 galactic cycles of brutal conflict had reduced the once proud Arthean collective to a handful of core systems. The Council has already approved the Alliance proposal. Trill continued, her exoskeleton flushing a light purple with stress pheromones. The human representative should be arriving within the next rotation. 1 representative, not even a delegation. The Admiral's antennae twitched with disbelief. Do they not comprehend the gravity of our situation? Actually, came a voice from the entryway. We comprehend it perfectly. Every Arthean in the room swiveled toward the source of the interruption. Standing there, quite literally standing on only 2 limbs like some kind of biological anomaly, was a human. The creature was draped in some kind of synthetic fabric that hung loosely from its frame, and its exposed skin was a peculiar pinkish beige that made it look perpetually undercooked. Lieutenant Casey Blackwell, Terran Strategic Command, the human announced, striding into the room with an easy confidence that bordered on offensive given the circumstances. Sorry about the dramatic entrance. Your security drones are remarkably chatty once you hack their basic communication protocols. Admiral Zix Vorn's carapace darkened with rage. You hacked our security systems? More like, persuaded them to look the other way. The human's face contorted into what Trill recognized from her xenobiology briefings as a smile, a baring of teeth that somehow didn't signal imminent aggression. Don't worry, I didn't break anything. Much. This is precisely the kind of reckless behavior that makes your species so... effective? Lieutenant Blackwell interrupted, reaching into a pocket and withdrawing a small device. Mind if I plug in? I brought some intel that might change your perspective. Before anyone could object, the human had already connected the device to the central holographic projector. The display flickered, then stabilized to show detailed schematics of what appeared to be hegemony battlecruisers. Where did you get this classified information? Trill asked, her scientific curiosity overriding protocol. Let's just say the hegemony's cybersecurity is more security theater than actual security. Blackwell manipulated the projection, highlighting specific sections of the enemy ships. They've got a critical vulnerability in their propulsion systems. Hit them here, here, and here with precisely calibrated electromagnetic pulses, and their entire fleet becomes very expensive space debris. Admiral Zix Vorn's compound eyes narrowed. If this vulnerability is genuine, why hasn't your military exploited it already? Because we need your help to deploy it effectively, Blackwell replied, switching the display to show what looked like modified Arthean vessels. Your crystalline tech can focus the EMPs better than anything we've got. Our scientists have designed these modifications for your ships, but we need your engineers to implement them. Cooperation, Trill murmured, her antennae perking up with interest. A truly novel concept. Exactly. Blackwell's smile widened. The hegemony expects us to fight separately and die separately. They've never encountered a true alliance before. They literally can't conceive of species with different evolutionary paths working together. That's their weakness. And what does Earth gain from this alliance? The Admiral demanded. Your homeworld is still months away from hegemony territory by conventional FTL. Blackwell's expression turned serious. We've seen this pattern before in our own history. The hegemony isn't stopping with the Arthean collective. They're methodically eliminating potential threats before they become actual threats. We're just further down their list. Preemptive self-preservation, Trill translated. Logical. Plus, Blackwell added with that strange smile again, humans have this annoying habit of rooting for the underdog. It's gotten us into trouble more times than I can count. Admiral Zix Vorn made a sound that the Universal Translator couldn't quite interpret. Very well, Lieutenant. You've earned a hearing. But be warned. If this is some elaborate deception, I'll personally ensure that humans move to the top of the hegemony's list. Fair enough. Blackwell nodded. Now, let me introduce you to what we humans call asymmetric warfare. 3 standard rotations later, Commander Trill found herself in the ship's engineering bay, watching in fascination as Lieutenant Blackwell argued with Chief Engineer Kistvk over the modifications to the Arthean vessels. But the polarization will destabilize at these energy levels, Kistvk insisted, his work appendages gesticulating wildly at the schematics. That's why we're reconfiguring the containment field to account for the phase variance, Blackwell countered, pointing at calculations that sprawled across 3 separate holographic panels.
Look, if you adjust the crystalline matrix alignment by just 7 degrees, the resonance actually strengthens the field instead of weakening it. Impossible. The theoretical models clearly show. Your theoretical models are based on assumptions that don't account for quantum tunneling effects at this scale, Blackwell interrupted. Trust me, we've tested this. Well, simulated it extensively. Simulated? Kistvek's mandibles clicked in alarm. You mean this has never been practically demonstrated? Not at this specific scale, no. Blackwell shrugged. But the math checks out. The math checks out, the engineer repeated, his voice modulator conveying pure disbelief. Is this how humans typically approach potentially catastrophic engineering challenges? With the math checks out? Pretty much, yeah. Blackwell grinned. How do you think we got to space in the first place? Our first rockets were basically controlled explosions with people strapped on top. Commander Trill, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up. Lieutenant, perhaps you could explain why you seem so comfortable with uncertainty. Blackwell paused, considering the question. I guess it's because uncertainty is our natural habitat. Humans evolved on a planet that tried to kill us in new and creative ways every day. Predators, diseases, natural disasters, you name it. We survived by adapting quickly and taking calculated risks. But this isn't a calculated risk, Kistvek protested. This is gambling with lives. Every battle is gambling with lives, Blackwell replied, suddenly serious. The difference is whether you're playing with the house edge or against it. Right now, fighting the hegemony conventionally is like betting against the house. You might win a few rounds, but eventually you lose everything. And your plan gives us the edge? Trill asked. It gives us a chance, Blackwell corrected. In my experience, sometimes a chance is all you need. Kistvek's appendages fidgeted nervously with a crystalline component. Your confidence is not reassuring, human. Would you prefer I panic? Because I can do that too, just not as productively. Blackwell took the component from the engineer and examined it. Look, I get it. Your species evolved from hive-building arthropods. You value certainty, structure, predictability. But sometimes you need chaos to fight chaos. The hegemony is anything but chaotic, Trill pointed out. Their hive mind gives them perfect coordination. Exactly. Blackwell's eyes lit up. They're too coordinated. They move like a single organism with billions of parts. But an organism that complex needs rules, patterns, protocols. Break those patterns, introduce enough random variables, and their coordination becomes their weakness. Kistvek's antennae twitched thoughtfully. You propose to use their strength against them. It's an old human combat philosophy. The bigger they are, yes? The harder they fall, Blackwell finished with a grin. Now, about these crystal alignments. As the human and the engineer returned to their work, Commander Trill found herself re-evaluating her assessment of humanity. Perhaps their chaotic nature wasn't an evolutionary flaw, but rather a different kind of adaptation. One that the orderly, hierarchical species of the galaxy had never needed to develop. For the first time since the war began, she felt something that her species rarely experienced: spontaneous optimism. This is absolute madness, Admiral Zixvorn declared, his carapace practically vibrating with agitation. You want us to deliberately expose our fleet to enemy fire? The briefing room was tense as Lieutenant Blackwell stood before the Arthean High Command, outlining what could only be described as tactical insanity. Not the entire fleet, Blackwell clarified, manipulating the holographic battle map. Just these 3 squadrons. They'll appear vulnerable, baiting the hegemony forces into this position. A section of space highlighted in red. Meanwhile, your main fleet will be here. Another section highlighted in blue, hidden in the electromagnetic shadow of the Kazoran Nebula. The nebula will blind our sensors as well, pointed out Strategic Officer Visa Tick. We'll be flying blind. That's where these come in. Blackwell produced a handful of small devices from a case. Quantum entangled communicators. They operate outside normal subspace channels. The hegemony can't detect or intercept them. Trill, now serving as the unofficial liaison between human and Arthean forces, examined one of the devices. This technology is remarkably sophisticated. We've had to get creative with our comtech, Blackwell explained. Earth's history is basically one long series of people trying to eavesdrop on each other. And these squadrons serving as bait. The Admiral continued, still skeptical. They're accepting a suicide mission? Not suicide. Sacrifice play. Big difference. Blackwell zoomed in on the proposed battlefield. They'll take hits, yes, but they're equipped with the modified shields we designed together. They can hold out long enough for the main fleet to spring the trap. I dislike depending so heavily on untested technology, Visa-Tick said. Then I have good news and bad news, Blackwell replied. The good news is, it's no longer untested. The bad news is how we tested it. The Admiral's compound eyes flashed dangerously. Explain. Remember that hegemony patrol that got a little too close to the Draven system yesterday? Blackwell pulled up a new set of images on the display. They encountered what they thought was a damaged Arthian scout ship. The images showed the aftermath of what appeared to be a surprisingly one-sided battle. You engaged a hegemony patrol without authorization? The Admiral's voice had gone dangerously quiet. Technically, I engaged them, Blackwell corrected. Borrowed one of your decommissioned scouts, retrofitted it with our prototype systems, and took it for a field test. You faced a hegemony patrol alone? Trill couldn't keep the disbelief from her voice. Their smallest patrols consist of at least 3 warships. 5, actually. Blackwell's casual tone was almost offensive, given the implications. They didn't expect a single vessel to attack them directly. By the time they realized what was happening, 3 of their ships were already dead in space. The other 2 managed to escape, but not before we collected valuable data on their response patterns. A stunned silence fell over the room. You should have been destroyed, Viztick finally said. Probably, Blackwell agreed cheerfully. But the math checked out. The Admiral's antennae twitched in what might have been reluctant admiration. You staked your life on theoretical calculations. Better mine than yours, Blackwell replied. If the modifications failed, you'd only lose 1 annoying human instead of valuable Arthian ships and crews. A logical approach, Trill noted, if somewhat personally risky. That's humanity in a nutshell, Blackwell grinned. We're talking calculated risks. The Admiral studied the battle data for several long moments before speaking again. The hegemony will adapt their tactics now that they've encountered your technology. Counting on it, Blackwell said. They'll strengthen their electronic countermeasures, reconfigure their shields, maybe even modify the weapons, all of which will drain power from their central systems, exactly where our main attack will hit them. You're using their adaptability against them, Visa-Tick realized, forcing them to prepare for the wrong threat. Classic misdirection, Blackwell confirmed. While they're focused on defending against what I did yesterday, they'll be completely unprepared for what we're going to do tomorrow.
It almost makes the journey.
The Admiral's
through the
carapace
void
shifted to a
worth it.
thoughtful blue hue. You realize, Lieutenant, that if your plan fails, you will have accelerated the destruction of what remains of the Arthian collective. And if we do nothing, the result is the same, just slower. Blackwell's expression turned serious. Sometimes, Admiral, the only way to win an unwinnable game is to flip the table. A crude metaphor, the Admiral observed, but not inaccurate. He straightened to his full height, towering over the human. Very well, Lieutenant Blackwell. We will proceed with your table-flipping strategy. May the cosmic architects have mercy on us all. Trust me, Blackwell said with a confidence that bordered on madness. After tomorrow, the hegemony will be the ones praying for mercy. The battle, if it could even be called that, unfolded with a precision that belied its chaotic appearance. On the bridge of the Arthian command ship, Inevitable Dominance, now safely hidden within the nebula, Lieutenant Blackwell watched alongside Admiral Vorn as the vulnerable Arthian squadrons executed their part of the plan perfectly. They appeared to struggle, to falter, to make tactical errors that no self-respecting Arthian commander would ever commit. The hegemony took the bait. They're committing their reserve forces, Strategic Officer Visa-Tick reported, monitoring the quantum-entangled feeds. Central Command vessel is moving into optimal position. Right on schedule, Blackwell murmured, glancing at the chronometer. They really are predictable once you understand their pattern recognition algorithms. Admiral Zixvorn's compound eyes never left the tactical display. The sacrificial squadrons are taking heavy damage, but still operational, Trill added from her station. Shield modifications are holding. For now, the Admiral noted grimly. Blackwell checked a series of calculations on her personal device. Hegemony fleet formation is at 93% optimal density. 3 more minutes until they reach target configuration. Our squadrons may not have 3 minutes,
Vizatik warned.
They'll hold, Blackwell said with such conviction that even the skeptical Arthians found themselves believing it.
And
They know what's at
inaction
stake.
guarantees our demise.
The minutes ticked by
We
with
must
excruciating
act now.
slowness.
On the display, Arthian ships flared and dimmed as they absorbed punishing salvos from the encircling hegemony vessels. The formation
engines are
tightened,
failing.
the noose closing around what the hegemony perceived as the last gasp of Arthian resistance. Target density achieved, Vizatik announced.
Signal the squadrons, Blackwell ordered, suddenly all business. Execute Phoenix Protocol. What happened next would be studied in military academies across the galaxy for generations to come. The dying Arthian ship suddenly unleashed a synchronized burst of energy, not at the hegemony vessels, but at precise coordinates in the apparently empty space between them. The crystalline focuses, modified according to Blackwell's specifications, concentrated the energy into patterns that seemed random to casual observation. They weren't random. The energy bursts triggered a cascading reaction in the hegemony's interconnected systems. Ship after ship suddenly went dark, their lights flickering out like candles in a windstorm. The few vessels that remained operational began to move erratically, as if their navigation systems were receiving conflicting commands. "Now!" Blackwell shouted, unnecessary but unable to contain the adrenaline surge. "Main fleet engage!" The Arthian command fleet burst from the nebula, weapons already charged and targeting systems locked on the crippled hegemony vessels. It wasn't a battle so much as a cleanup operation. Within minutes, the once mighty hegemony attack force was reduced to scattered debris and disabled ships drifting helplessly in the void. "By the cosmic architects," Admiral Zixvorn breathed, his normally impassive exoskeleton flushed with the blue-green of astonishment. "It worked." "Of course it worked," Blackwell replied, though the relief in her voice betrayed that she hadn't been quite as certain as she'd pretended. The math checked out. "What exactly did we just witness?" Trill asked, her scientific curiosity overwhelming her military decorum. Blackwell's face split into that disconcerting human smile. "We exploited a fundamental flaw in their hive mind architecture. Those energy bursts created a specific pattern of quantum fluctuations that essentially gave their central processing network the equivalent of a seizure." "You gave their fleet a neurological condition?" Vizatik seemed torn between horror and admiration. "More or less," Blackwell shrugged. "We noticed that their coordination relied on quantum entanglement at a specific frequency. Disrupt that frequency with precisely calibrated interference patterns, and their entire command structure collapses." The Admiral's antennae twitched with newfound respect. "You turned their greatest strength into their greatest vulnerability." "That's the human way," Blackwell said, monitoring the ongoing mop-up operation. "Find the pattern, break the pattern, create a new pattern that works in your favor." "The hegemony will adapt," Vizatik warned. "This tactic will not work a second time." "It doesn't need to," Blackwell replied. "We just needed it to work once, to buy us time to implement Phase 2. The Admiral's compound eyes fixed on the human. "Phase 2? This was merely the first stage of your strategy?" "Admiral," Blackwell said with a grin that could only be described as predatory. "We're just getting started." In the aftermath of the battle, which was already being called the Miracle of Kazorin throughout Arthian space, Commander Trill found Lieutenant Blackwell in one of the ship's observation lounges, staring out at the stars. The human appeared smaller somehow, the manic energy that had carried her through the past rotations finally ebbing away. "Lieutenant?" Trill approached cautiously, unsure of human post-battle protocols. "The Admiral has requested your presence at the strategy session." "I'll be there in a minute," Blackwell replied without turning. "Just needed a moment to process." Trill moved to stand beside the human, her 4 rear limbs settling into a comfortable stance as she gazed out at the same vista. "Is this a human mourning ritual for those lost in battle?" That earned a small laugh. "Something like that. We call it decompression. After the adrenaline wears off, after you've cheated death one more time, there's a kind of emptiness that follows. Not quite sorrow, not quite relief. Just quiet." "Your cultural briefings did not mention this aspect of human psychology," Trill noted. "Yeah, well, we don't like to advertise our vulnerabilities." Blackwell finally turned to face the Arthian commander. "Your people fought well today. Better than I expected, honestly." "They were inspired," Trill said simply. "By you." Blackwell shook her head. "I just provided a plan. They provided the courage to execute it." "You misunderstand." Trill's antennae dipped in what humans might recognize as earnestness. "It was not your plan that inspired them, but your willingness to risk yourself first. When you returned from that unauthorized mission against the Hegemony Patrol, it changed something in the collective consciousness of our forces. Oh. Blackwell seemed genuinely surprised. That wasn't calculated, you know. I just needed to test the tech without risking your people. That is precisely what was inspiring, Trill explained. The Arthean military philosophy has always been one of calculated sacrifice for the greater good. But we calculate using statistics, probabilities, strategic value assessments. You calculated using yourself. Humans tend to take things personally. Blackwell smiled faintly. It's probably our biggest flaw and our greatest strength. Trill's head tilted in a gesture of curiosity. The Admiral wishes to know if you truly have a Phase 2, or if that was merely psychological warfare meant for any hegemony intelligence that might be monitoring our communications. Oh, I have a Phase 2, all right, Blackwell confirmed, her energy seeming to return. And a Phase 3, 4, and 5 if we need them. May I ask what Phase 2 entails? It's simple, really. Blackwell's expression shifted to something Trill couldn't quite interpret with her limited understanding of human facial dynamics. Now that we've proven we can hurt them, we're going to offer them a chance to surrender. Trill's carapace rippled with surprise. Surrender? The hegemony doesn't surrender. Their entire cultural ethos is built around expansion and domination. They would rather die than acknowledge defeat. Exactly, Blackwell said with a predatory smile. They'll refuse our offer in the most insulting way possible, which will give us the moral justification to unleash Phase 3. Which is? Let's just say that their hive mind has more vulnerabilities than they realize, and we've only exploited the most obvious one so far. Blackwell straightened her uniform. Shall we join the Admiral? As they walked through the corridors of the inevitable dominance, Trill found herself contemplating the strange, contradictory nature of humans. They were simultaneously reckless and calculating, emotional and logical, fragile and resilient. Perhaps that was their true evolutionary advantage. Not specialization, but adaptability through paradox. Commander, Blackwell said suddenly, interrupting Trill's thoughts. Can I ask you something? Of course, Lieutenant. Before I arrived, when you were briefing the Admiral about humans, what exactly did you tell him that made him so skeptical? Trill's mandibles clicked in what might have been embarrassment. I may have emphasized certain aspects of human physiology that, in hindsight, gave an incomplete picture of your species' capabilities. Such as? Your lack of exoskeletal protection, your limited sensory apparatus, your inefficient respiratory system, your bizarre reproductive methodology. Trill's antennae drooped slightly. In my defense, these were all factual observations. Blackwell laughed, a sound that still struck Trill as oddly musical for a species with no specialized sound-producing organs. No wonder he looked at me like I was made of tissue paper when I first arrived. The Admiral has since revised his assessment, Trill assured her, as have we all. Good to know. Blackwell paused outside the door to the strategy room. Because what comes next is going to require even more faith in humanity's bizarre methods. After today, Trill said with complete sincerity, I believe the Arthean Collective is prepared to embrace bizarre. The hegemony's response to the offering of surrender terms was, as Blackwell had predicted, both prompt and insulting. The message was broadcast across all subspace frequencies, ensuring that every species in the sector would hear their defiance. And so these pathetic creatures, these Artheans, who hide behind the innovations of a barely evolved primate species, dare to offer us terms of surrender. The hegemony overmind's translated voice dripped with contempt. The collective exists only because we have not yet decided to eradicate it completely. This momentary setback changes nothing. The hegemony is eternal. The hegemony is inevitable. The hegemony is... Admiral Zixvorn switched off the transmission with an irritated click of his mandibles. They do enjoy the sound of their own voice, don't they? Actually, Blackwell said from her position at the conference table, they just gave us exactly what we needed. Strategic Officer Visa Tick looked skeptical. An explicit rejection of reasonable terms? Not just that. Blackwell was already working on her datapad, fingers flying across the surface. That transmission contained embedded quantum signatures unique to the Overmind itself. We can use those to locate the hegemony's central consciousness. Trill leaned forward, suddenly alert. You can track the Overmind through a propaganda broadcast? Humans have been using signals intelligence to locate enemies since before we left our homeworld's atmosphere, Blackwell explained. The hegemony hasn't bothered to secure their communications because they've never needed to. No one's been able to effectively counterattack them before. Even if we can locate the Overmind, the Admiral pointed out, it will be heavily defended. Their home fleet consists of thousands of vessels. We don't need to attack it directly, Blackwell said, pulling up a complex diagram on the main display. We just need to get close enough to deploy this. The diagram showed what appeared to be a small, unassuming device, barely larger than a standard data crystal.
What exactly am I looking at, Lieutenant? The Admiral asked, compound eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of the schematic.
We call it a Chaos Seed, Blackwell said, and something in her tone caused even the normally unflappable Arthians to fidget uncomfortably. It's designed to infiltrate the hegemony's quantum network and introduce a specific pattern of irregularities into their hive mind. A virus? Visa Tick suggested.
More like an idea. Blackwell's expression was unsettlingly serious.
Specifically, the idea of individuality. A stunned silence fell over the war room. You intend to infect a hive mind species with individualism? Trill finally asked, her scientific background struggling to process the concept.
Exactly, Blackwell confirmed. The hegemony's entire social structure, their military strategy, their very existence is predicated on perfect synchronization and obedience to the Overmind. What happens when individual drones suddenly develop independent thoughts, desires, ambitions?
Chaos, the Admiral said quietly. You're not proposing to defeat them in battle. You're proposing to destroy them from within. They'll tear themselves apart trying to purge the infection, Blackwell agreed. And the more they fight it, the faster it will spread. The quantum entanglement that makes their hive mind possible will become the perfect transmission vector for the concept of self. Visa Tick's carapace had turned a pale, sickly yellow. This is beyond warfare. This is species-wide psychological warfare. It's survival, Blackwell countered, suddenly fierce. They've given us no choice. They rejected reasonable terms. They've made it clear they won't stop until every non-hegemony species is either subjugated or exterminated. There are ethical considerations, Trill began, but Blackwell cut her off. We're not killing them, the human insisted. We're giving them something most species consider precious. Individual identity, free will, the right to self-determination. If that destroys their empire, that's on them, not us.
The
Admiral studied Blackwell with an intensity that would have made most beings uncomfortable. You've had this weapon all along, haven't you? Why didn't you deploy it immediately? Blackwell met his gaze steadily.
Because it wasn't our fight alone. Because this kind of intervention should never be the first option, only the last. And because there was a small chance that the hegemony would actually accept peace terms. How small? Visa Tick asked.
Microscopic, Blackwell admitted.
But even a microscopic chance of avoiding this kind of intervention was worth pursuing. The Admiral's antennae waved slowly as he considered the implications.
The Collective Council will need to approve this action. It goes beyond conventional warfare. Of course, Blackwell agreed readily. I wouldn't expect anything less. And if they refuse? Trill asked. Blackwell's expression turned grim. Then humanity will respect your decision. And we'll find another way to protect both our species from the hegemony. But I strongly suggest you impress upon the Council that time is not on our side. The hegemony is already adapting to our first attack. They won't fall for the same trick twice.
The Admiral rose to his full height, towering over the seated human.
I will present your proposal to the Council immediately. In the meantime, I suggest you prepare a detailed briefing on the potential side effects of this Chaos Seed. The Council will want to know exactly what they're authorizing. Already prepared, Blackwell said, transferring a file from her datapad to the Arthian systems, including worst-case scenarios and containment protocols, just in case. As the Admiral and his officers filed out of the war room, Commander Trill lingered behind. Lieutenant, she said quietly, there's something you're not telling us about this weapon, isn't there? Blackwell's expression flickered briefly before settling back into professional neutrality. What makes you say that? Call it scientific intuition, Trill replied. The Chaos Seed isn't just a theoretical concept, is it? It's been tested. For a long moment, Blackwell said nothing. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of multiple star systems, she nodded. 73 years ago, humanity encountered other hive mind species, she said softly. The Exiled, not as advanced as the hegemony, but similar in their absolute devotion to collective consciousness. They attacked one of our colony worlds. What happened? Trill asked. though she suspected she already knew the answer.
We deployed an early version of the Chaos Seed,
Blackwell confessed. It worked too well. Within a standard cycle, their entire civilization had collapsed into factional conflict. They nearly went extinct fighting among themselves. We had to intervene to save what was left of their species. And now? Now the Zect exist as individual family units. They've developed art, music, literature, cultural expressions that were impossible under their previous hive structure. Blackwell's eyes held a complexity of emotion that Trill couldn't fully interpret. They're not the same species they were, but they survived. They adapted. They evolved. You're offering the hegemony the same chance, Trill realized. Whether they take it or not will be up to them, Blackwell said. Individual choice. That's the whole point. Trill's antennae waved thoughtfully. I will support your proposal to the Council, Lieutenant. But I hope you understand the gravity of what you're suggesting. Better than anyone, Blackwell replied. And for the first time since they'd met, Trill saw something that might have been regret in the human's expression. Better than anyone. The Collective Council's deliberations lasted less than a full rotation, remarkably swift by Arthean standards. The decision when it came was unanimous: deploy the Chaos Seed. The mission to deliver the weapon was, by necessity, small and covert. A single modified stealth vessel, barely large enough for a crew of 4, 2 Artheans and 2 humans, slipped away from the inevitable dominance without ceremony or fanfare. Lieutenant Blackwell, of course, insisted on leading the mission personally. Commander Trill, driven by both scientific curiosity and a growing sense of responsibility toward their human allies, volunteered to join her. The team was completed by a human technical specialist named Dr. Lawrence, and an Arthean pilot known only as XKZ, renowned throughout the Collective for her unparalleled navigational skills. Approaching Hegemony Central Space, XKZ reported, her voice characteristically calm despite the gravity of their mission. Stealth systems functioning at optimal capacity. Any sign that detected us? Blackwell asked, monitoring the sensor array. Negative, the pilot replied. Their patrol patterns remain consistent with standard protocols. Trill, who had been studying the data streaming in from their passive sensors, looked up in surprise. The Overmind appears to be located on a mobile platform, not a planetary installation as we hypothesized. Dr. Lawrence leaned over to examine Trill's findings. Interesting. They've put their entire central consciousness on what amounts to a glorified space station. The human specialist adjusted his glasses, a quaint affectation he maintained despite having perfect vision correction available. Actually, that makes tactical sense. Harder to target, easier to relocate if threatened. It also makes our job more complicated, Blackwell noted, pulling up the schematics they'd managed to piece together from intercepted hegemony transmissions. A planetary installation would have fixed access points, predictable security patterns. This? She gestured at the massive structure displayed on the screen. This is designed to be defended from all approaches. The Hegemony Overmind's vessel, if something 20 kilometers long could be called a vessel, resembled nothing so much as a massive metallic sea urchin. Spines of various lengths protruded in all directions, each housing weapons platforms, sensor arrays, or communication relays. The central sphere, presumably containing the Overmind itself, was buried deep within these defensive layers. Their defenses are impressive, XKZ acknowledged, her mandibles clicking thoughtfully. But they appear optimized for detecting conventional attack vessels, not something as small and specialized as our craft. Can we get close enough to deploy the Chaos Seed? Trill asked, eyeing the formidable defensive perimeter surrounding the Overmind vessel. Blackwell shared a glance with Dr. Lawrence, a silent communication that didn't go unnoticed by their Arthean colleagues. We won't need to, Lawrence finally said, producing a small container from his pack. He opened it to reveal what looked like an ordinary communication satellite, barely larger than his palm. This is the delivery system. Once deployed, it will appear to be nothing more than space debris, a fragment of tech left over from some ancient battle. Their cleanup drones will collect it as part of routine operations. And once it's inside their perimeter? Trill prompted. It activates, Blackwell explained. Sends out a brief, highly targeted quantum pulse directly into their communications network. The pulse contains the Chaos Seed code, which will replicate throughout their entangled systems before they can isolate it. XKZ's antenna twitched, with what might have been professional admiration. Elegant. They collect the weapon themselves. Exactly, Lawrence confirmed. carefully
view of
resealing
the
the container.
Cygnus Nebula
Humanity's
is
been perfecting the art of getting
stunning.
enemies to defeat themselves for millennia.
It almost
It's
makes
practically
the
a tradition
journey
at this
through
point.
the void worth it.
Trill's compound eyes fixed on the container. How long after deployment until we see effects? Again, that glance between the humans. Variable, Blackwell finally said. The hegemony's network is more complex than anything we've encountered before. It could be hours, it could be days. But it will work? XKZ pressed. It will work, Lawrence assured her with the quiet confidence of someone who had run the simulations thousands of times. The question isn't if, but how extensively and how quickly. Blackwell turned to the pilot. Take us into optimal deployment position. We want this to look like just another piece of battle debris. Calculating approach vector now. XKZ confirmed, her appendages dancing across the controls with practiced precision. As the small vessel began its careful approach toward the massive overmind structure, Trill found herself studying Lieutenant Blackwell's profile. The human appeared outwardly calm, but Trill had spent enough time with her now to recognize the subtle signs of tension. The slight tightening around the eyes, the controlled, measured breathing. "You've done this before," Trill observed quietly, ensuring their conversation wouldn't carry to the others. Blackwell's gaze remained fixed on the tactical display. "Not exactly this, but similar enough. And it still troubles you?" A barely perceptible nod. "It should trouble anyone, changing the fundamental nature of an entire species. It's not something to be done lightly. Yet you advocate for it now. Because the alternatives are worse." Blackwell finally turned to meet Trill's compound gaze. "They'll destroy the Arthean collective, then come for Earth, then keep going until they've subjugated or eliminated every independent species in the galaxy. Trillions of lives against the traumatic evolution of one species? The math checks out." There was that phrase again. The math checks out. Trill was beginning to understand it as not merely a statement about calculations, but a human philosophical position. A way of reconciling the emotional and the logical, the instinctive and the reasoned. "Approaching optimal deployment zone," XKZ announced, interrupting their conversation. 30 seconds to release.
Inaction guarantees
Dr.
our
Lawrence
demise.
moved to the airlock
We
control
must
station,
act now.
the container with the chaos seed held carefully in his hands. "Deployment system ready." The tension in the small cabin was palpable as the stealth vessel slipped silently through the outer perimeter of the hegemony defenses. On the tactical display, sentry ships moved in predictable patterns, their sensors sweeping past the tiny craft without registering its presence. 10 seconds, XKZ reported. Blackwell joined Lawrence at the airlock station. "Final arming sequence," she said, placing her palm on a biometric scanner built into the container. Lawrence did the same. 5 seconds. "Dual authorization confirmed," Lawrence reported as the container gave a soft beep. 3, 2, 1, optimal position achieved, XKZ announced. "Deploy," Blackwell ordered. With a soft hiss, the outer airlock opened just enough to allow the small satellite to drift out into space. It tumbled away from their vessel, its matte surface absorbing rather than reflecting light, making it nearly invisible against the backdrop of space. "Deployment successful," Lawrence confirmed as the airlock resealed. "Tracking beacon active but dormant." "Now we wait," Blackwell said, watching as the tactical display showed their tiny payload drifting toward the massive Overmind vessel. "XKZ, get us clear of the defense perimeter. Nice and slow, nothing to draw attention." "Executing withdrawal," the pilot acknowledged. As the stealth vessel began its cautious retreat, Trill noticed something unusual on her sensor readings. "Lieutenant, I'm detecting increased communication activity throughout the hegemony fleet." Blackwell frowned, moving quickly to Trill's station. Could they have detected the deployment? "Negative," Trill replied after analyzing the patterns. "The communications originated from the Overmind itself, not from any of the defensive units. It appears to be a general alert of some kind." Dr. Lawrence joined them, his expression concerned. "Let me see that." He studied the readings for a moment, then looked up with alarm. "They're mobilizing. The entire hegemony fleet is being activated." "For what purpose?" XKZ asked from the pilot's station. "Unknown," Trill admitted, "but the transmission patterns suggest a major offensive operation." Blackwell's face had gone pale. "They're launching their final attack on the collective. They must have been planning this all along. They just accelerated the timeline after our victory at Kazoran." "We must warn the Admiral," Trill said urgently. "Agreed, but not until we're clear of the defense perimeter," Blackwell replied. "Any transmission now would give away our position." The minutes that followed were among the most tense Trill had ever experienced. The small vessel glided silently through space, surrounded by increasing hegemony activity as ships began to move from their standard patrol routes into attack formations.
Perimeter breach in 3 minutes, XKZ reported, her normally steady voice tight with urgency.
The Chaos Seed, Trill said suddenly. Has it been collected yet? Lawrence checked the tracking system.
Negative. It's still drifting. At current trajectories, it won't be picked up by their cleanup drones for at least another hour. Too long, Blackwell muttered.
Far too long. A decision seemed to crystallize in the human's eyes, one that immediately set off warning signals in Trill's instincts.
No, Trill said, reading Blackwell's expression. Whatever you're thinking, Lieutenant, there must be another way. There isn't.
Blackwell turned to Lawrence. Can you rig the tracker to emit a distress signal? Something that would get their immediate attention? The specialist's eyes widened as he grasped her intention.
Yes, but that would... I know what it would do.
Blackwell cut him off.
Can you do it?
After a moment's hesitation, Lawrence nodded. Give me 2 minutes.
We don't have 2 minutes, XKZ warned.
Perimeter breach in 180 seconds.
Then work fast, Blackwell ordered, turning to Trill.
Commander,
I need you to prepare a message for the Admiral. Full tactical assessment of the hegemony mobilization, deployment recommendations, everything you've observed.
Lieutenant, Trill said carefully, what exactly are you planning?
A distraction, Blackwell replied, the casual tone belied by the intensity in her eyes. Something to get their attention focused here instead of on the Arthean systems. You're going to reveal our position, Trill realized.
Make yourself a target. Make myself a target, Blackwell corrected.
Not the ship, just me. Absolutely not! Trill's mandibles clicked in agitation.
The mission parameters do not include sacrificial decoys. The mission parameters just changed, Blackwell countered. Lawrence, status? Almost there, the specialist replied, his fingers flying over the controls.
But Casey, this is insane, even for you.
Noted,
Blackwell said dryly.
XKZ, I need you to plot a course that will take you to the perimeter breach point. Then hold position just long enough for me to launch in the emergency pod. Then immediate maximum acceleration out of the system. The Arthean pilot's antennae twitched in what might have been shock. You're proposing to launch yourself toward the overmined vessel? In an unarmed emergency pod? I'm proposing to create the most tempting target the hegemony has ever seen. Blackwell confirmed.
A human, alone, deep in their territory, broadcasting on all frequencies. They'll be so focused on capturing me, they won't notice the Chaos Seed until it's too late.
And you? Trill demanded. What happens to you when they capture you? Blackwell's smile was grim. Best case scenario, I keep them entertained long enough for the Chaos Seed to activate, then escape in the confusion. And worst case? I don't escape. The human shrugged with a casualness that Trill now recognized as wholly artificial. But the seed still activates, and both our civilizations survive. Like I said, the math checks out. Done, Lawrence announced, holding up a small device. Remote activator for the tracker. Once triggered, it'll emit a signal strong enough to be detected by every hegemony sensor within 1,000 kilometers. Perfect. Blackwell took the device and tucked it into her uniform pocket.
XKZ, status on that course? Plotted and ready, the pilot replied, though her voice conveyed clear disapproval. But I must register my objection to this plan. It violates at least 7 collective military protocols.
Noted.
Blackwell turned to Trill. That message for the Admiral? Trill's compound eyes fixed on the human with an intensity that would have made most beings uncomfortable.
Do you truly believe this is necessary, Lieutenant?
I do, Blackwell replied, and for perhaps the first time since they'd met, there was no trace of humor or bravado in her voice, only calm certainty.
After a moment, Trill nodded. The message is prepared, but I am accompanying you. Absolutely not, Blackwell said immediately. The collective needs your scientific expertise. Besides, one target creates a distraction. 2 targets creates a pattern they might actually analyze instead of just reacting to. Perimeter breach in 90 seconds, XKZ reported. No time to argue, Blackwell said, already moving toward the emergency pod access. Dr. Lawrence, you're in command once I'm gone. Get this ship and its crew back to the inevitable dominance at all costs. Lawrence looked like he wanted to object, but years of military discipline held. Understood, Lieutenant. XKZ, execute the course on my mark. The Arthean pilot's appendages hovered over the controls. Ready! Blackwell paused at the pod access door, looking back at the small crew. Her gaze lingered on Trill. It's been an honor serving with you, Commander. Tell the Admiral. Tell him the math checked out. Before anyone could respond, Blackwell was through the door and sealing it behind her. The emergency launch sequence began automatically, a series of warning lights flashing throughout the small vessel. "Emergency pod launch in 15 seconds, the computer announced. "Mark," Blackwell's voice came through the comm system. Keyes immediately executed the pre-planned course, bringing the stealth vessel to a momentary stop just inside the defense perimeter. "Pod launch in 5 seconds. Trill moved to the view screen, watching as the small pod separated from their vessel, its thruster immediately igniting to send it on a trajectory directly toward the massive overmined structure. "Pod launched," the computer confirmed. "Emergency protocols activated. Executing maximum acceleration," XKZ announced, and the stealth vessel surged forward, pushing the limits of its inertial dampeners as it raced toward the perimeter. On the tactical display, Trill watched as the tiny dot representing Blackwell's pod moved steadily deeper into hegemony space. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then suddenly, the dot began to pulse with increased intensity. "She's activated the tracker signal," Lawrence said, his voice tight.
"And she's broadcasting something." Through the ship's communication system came Blackwell's voice, transmitting on all frequencies in a defiant, almost jubilant tone. "Attention! Hegemony forces. Lieutenant Casey Blackwell of Terran Strategic Command here. Just thought I'd drop by for a friendly visit. Love what you've done with the place. Very evil Empire chic. Quick question though. Has anyone ever told you that hive minds are so last millennium? Individual thought is all the rage these days. You might want to try it sometime. Oh, and by the way, that ass-kicking you received at Kazoran, that was just the warm-up act." "She's taunting them," Trill said in disbelief. "Deliberately provoking them. Classic Casey," Lawrence muttered, a complex mix of emotions playing across his face.
"Always did know how to make an entrance. Or in this case, an exit."
On the tactical display, the reaction was immediate and overwhelming.
Hegemony vessels began breaking formation, converging on the emergency pod's position. Alert signals cascaded through their network as the unexpected intruder sent the highly regimented defense system into chaos. "Perimeter breach successful," XKZ reported as their vessel slipped past the now distracted outer defenses. "Clear space ahead. Maximum speed to the rendezvous coordinates," Lawrence ordered. "We need to get this intelligence to the Admiral immediately." As the stealth vessel accelerated away from hegemony space, Trill remained at the view screen, watching as the distance between them and Blackwell grew. The human's transmission continued, each taunt more outrageous than the last, drawing more and more hegemony attention. "Will it work?" Trill asked quietly, more to herself than to her companions. "Will her distraction be enough?" "If anyone can pull this off, it's Casey," Lawrence replied, coming to stand beside her. "She has a gift for being exactly where she should be, doing exactly what no one expects." "A very human trait," Trill observed. "Very Casey anyway," Lawrence said with a sad smile. "The rest of us tend to have more sense." As their vessel raced toward Arthean space, carrying vital intelligence and a desperate hope, Trill found herself contemplating the strange, contradictory creatures that were humans. They were simultaneously the most logical and the most irrational beings she had ever encountered, capable of calculating the odds with cold precision, then immediately defying those same odds through sheer force of will.
"The math checks out," Blackwell had said repeatedly. Yet in the end, she had chosen to add herself to the equation, altering the variables in ways no Arthean would ever consider. Perhaps that, Trill reflected, was humanity's true power. Not their technology or their strategies, but their ability to rewrite the rules of the game even as they played it. Admiral Zix Vorn received the news of Lieutenant Blackwell's self-assigned mission with a stillness that was unnerving even by Arthean standards. "She did what?" he finally asked, his compound eyes fixed on Commander Trill as if hoping he had misheard. "Lieutenant Blackwell launched herself in an emergency pod directly toward the overmined vessel," Trill repeated, standing at rigid attention in the Admiral's private briefing room aboard the inevitable Dominance. "She activated a distress signal to draw attention to herself and away from the Chaos Seed." "And you allowed this?" The Admiral's antennae twitched with what might have been disbelief or anger. Sometimes even other Artheans had difficulty distinguishing between the two. "I did not allow it, Admiral," Trill replied carefully. The lieutenant was most decisive in her actions. "A diplomatic way of saying she didn't give you a choice," observed Strategic Officer Visa Tick, who had been silently monitoring the exchange from his position near the tactical display. "Indeed," Trill acknowledged. "However, her action, while unauthorized, may have saved the mission.
Worth it.
The hegemony forces were mobilizing for what appeared to be a major offensive against our remaining systems. Lieutenant Blackwell's distraction has disrupted their timetable and ensured the Chaos Seed will be in position when their cleanup drones eventually collect it. The Admiral's carapace shifted to a thoughtful blue hue as he processed this information.
And the Lieutenant? What is her current status?
Unknown,
Trill admitted.
Our last communication from her came as we were breaching the perimeter. She was continuing to broadcast provocative messages to draw maximum attention. Captured then, Vizitik concluded. Most likely, Trill agreed, her scientific objectivity warring with a newfound emotional response that she found difficult to categorize. However, the Lieutenant seemed confident in her ability to extract herself once the Chaos Seed activated. Confidence has never been in short supply among humans, the Admiral noted dryly. Their ability to survive their own confidence, however, is more variable. What of the hegemony mobilization? Vizitik asked, returning to the more immediate tactical concern. How much time do we have? Dr. Lawrence is analyzing the data now, Trill replied. Preliminary assessment suggests their offensive has been delayed but not cancelled. We may have gained a day, perhaps two. The Admiral's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. And the Chaos Seed? When can we expect it to take effect? Again, uncertain. Dr. Lawrence estimates anywhere from hours to days, depending on how quickly it's collected and integrated into their systems. So we find ourselves in the uncomfortable position of waiting, the Admiral observed. Not a strategy the Arthian military typically embraces. No, sir, Trill agreed. But perhaps that is another lesson we can learn from the humans. Sometimes waiting, or appearing to wait, can be the most effective action. The Admiral studied her for a long moment. You've developed a high regard for our human allies, Commander. I have, Trill acknowledged without hesitation. Their methods are unorthodox, often chaotic by our standards, but undeniably effective. And Lieutenant Blackwell specifically? Trill considered the question carefully. She is representative of humanity's most confounding and most valuable traits. Reckless yet calculating, emotional yet logical, individual yet willing to sacrifice for the collective good. A pause. She is a paradox, Admiral. But perhaps that is precisely what we needed. A force that the hegemony cannot predict because it defies prediction. The Admiral's antenna waved slowly as he absorbed this assessment. Very well. Prepare our forces for immediate defensive positioning. If the hegemony offensive comes before the Chaos Seed activates, we must be ready. And Lieutenant Blackwell? Trill asked, unable to keep a note of concern from her voice. Is either already dead or soon will be, the Admiral said bluntly. Unless... His compound eyes fixed on the tactical display, where the massive hegemony formation was shown in disarray around the overmined vessel. Unless her uncanny human luck holds out one more time. Lieutenant Casey Blackwell was having what humans throughout history had traditionally called a really bad day. The emergency pod, never designed for complex evasive maneuvers, had been quickly surrounded by hegemony interceptors. Rather than destroying it outright, they had deployed a capture net. Confirmation, if she needed it, that they wanted her alive for interrogation. Now, secured to an examination table in what appeared to be a medical bay of some kind, she was beginning to reconsider the wisdom of her get captured on purpose strategy. Comfortable? Asked a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The translation was perfect, too perfect, lacking the slight delay and occasional awkwardness of standard translation algorithms. 5-star accommodations, Blackwell replied, testing the restraints for the third time and finding them unsurprisingly still secure, though the room service leaves something to be desired. A figure stepped into her field of view, humanoid in basic shape, but clearly not human. Its skin was a pale, almost translucent gray that revealed shadowy internal structures beneath. Its eyes were large, entirely black and unblinking. Most disturbing was the lack of a mouth or any visible means of speaking. "We are the voice of the Overmind," the figure stated, the sound still seeming to come from the room itself rather than the being for her. "You will answer our questions." "Seems like a one-sided conversation," Blackwell observed, deliberately maintaining her casual tone. Every minute she kept them focused on her was another minute for the Chaos Seed to be collected. "But sure, I'm an open book. What do you want to know? How did you defeat our forces at Kazoran?" The question was direct, the tone flat and emotionless. "Would you believe superior tactical planning and the element of surprise?" Blackwell offered with a smile that she knew would be interpreted as insincere. The voice tilted its head at an angle that looked uncomfortable for any being with a conventional spine. "You employed a weapon that disrupted our command structure. How?" "Trade secret," Blackwell replied. But I will say your quantum entanglement network has some serious security flaws. You might want to look into that. The voice was silent for a moment, its black eyes fixed on her with unnerving intensity. Your species is new to interstellar conflict. You have no history of significant military achievement. Yet you have developed technologies capable of interfering with systems the hegemony has perfected over millennia. This is inconsistent. We're full of surprises, Blackwell said, using the conversation to take stock of her surroundings. The medical bay was sterile and efficient, with various instruments whose functions she could only guess at arranged on nearby surfaces. No obvious exit except for the door through which the voice had entered. No windows. No visible ventilation ducts large enough to be useful. Not promising for escape prospects. Your presence here is puzzling, the voice continued. A single human in an unarmed vessel, broadcasting provocative messages within our defensive perimeter. This behavior defies logical analysis. Maybe I just wanted to see if the rumors about the legendary hegemony hospitality were true, Blackwell suggested. So far, I've got to say, not impressed. The voice made a gesture with one long-fingered hand, and a display screen materialized in the air between them. It showed the current positions of hegemony forces throughout the sector, including the massive formation preparing to launch against the Arthean core systems. Your futile gesture has not altered the inevitable outcome, the voice stated. The Arthean collective will be eliminated. Then we will turn our attention to your Earth. Your species will be given the opportunity to join the hegemony. Those who resist will be removed. Generous offer, Blackwell said, her tone hardening despite her best efforts to maintain the facade of unconcern. But humans have this weird hang-up about freedom, individuality, self-determination, you know, all those concepts that probably give your overmind indigestion. Freedom is inefficient, the voice replied. Individuality leads to conflict. Self-determination results in chaos. The hegemony brings order, purpose, unity. Yeah, we've heard that sales pitch before back on Earth, Blackwell said, usually right before some dictator starts the mass executions. The voice tilted its head again, that same unnatural angle. You misunderstand. The hegemony does not destroy unnecessarily. We incorporate, we improve, we perfect. By erasing everything that makes a species unique, Blackwell countered. Thanks, but hard pass. Your opinion is irrelevant, the voice said, dismissing the tactical display with another gesture. Your presence here, however, is fortuitous. Direct examination of a human brain will accelerate our understanding of your species' psychological weaknesses. A panel opened in the ceiling, and a complex apparatus began to descend toward the examination table. It bristled with instruments that looked decidedly unfriendly, particularly the wickedly sharp probe aimed directly at Blackwell's forehead. Whoa, hey, let's talk about this, Blackwell said, real alarm creeping into her voice now. I'm sure we can come to some kind of arrangement that doesn't involve perforating my brain. Physical discomfort is temporary, the voice assured her, though the words were anything but reassuring. Your consciousness will be preserved within the overmind, even after your organic form ceases to function. This is an honor rarely granted to non-hegemony species. The probe continued its descent, now less than a meter from Blackwell's face. She pulled against the restraints with renewed desperation, knowing it was futile but unable to suppress the instinctive human response to imminent harm. Last chance, she warned, her mind racing for any possible delay tactic. You really don't want to go poking around in a human brain. We're full of all sorts of nasty defense mechanisms. Mental viruses, cognitive tripwires, psychic booby traps, the works. The voice paused, the probe halting its descent momentarily. You are attempting to deceive us. Human brains are ordinary organic neural networks, unremarkable except for their inefficient emotional processing centers. Are you sure about that? Blackwell challenged, seizing on the momentary hesitation. Have you ever directly interfaced with a human consciousness before? How do you know what defenses Earth's military might have implanted in the brains of its special operatives? It was a desperate bluff, but she only needed to buy time. Hours, ideally, but even minutes might make a difference. The voice was silent for what felt like an eternity, its black eyes revealing nothing of the calculations surely taking place behind them. Your deception is transparent, it finally stated, but it raises an interesting possibility. Perhaps direct neural interface is unnecessary. Perhaps simple conversation will reveal what we need to know. The probe retracted slightly, not returning to the ceiling, but no longer immediately threatening to penetrate her skull. Blackwell allowed herself a small breath of relief. Smart move, she said, forcing confidence back into her voice. I'm much more interesting to talk to when my brain isn't leaking out of my ears. Indeed, the voice agreed. Let us discuss then the true purpose of your presence in hegemony space. Blackwell knew she was walking a dangerous line. Too obvious a deception would bring the probe back. Too much truth would endanger the mission. Would you believe I'm a huge fan of your architecture? She tried. Those spiky protrusions on the Overmind vessel. Very avant-garde. The voice made a gesture that caused the restraints around Blackwell's wrist to tighten painfully. Your attempt at humor is noted. It will not serve you. Worth a shot. Blackwell gasped through gritted teeth as the pressure eased slightly. Fine. You want the truth? I'm here because someone had to see for themselves if the hegemony was really as powerful as they claimed to be. Reconnaissance, the voice translated. Inefficient to send a single operative. Efficient if that operative isn't expected to return, Blackwell countered. Human military doctrine values information over individual lives. This was close enough to the truth to be believable while still concealing her actual purpose. A suicide mission to gather intelligence. The voice considered this. Logical, yet strangely primitive. We work with what we've got. Blackwell shrugged as much as the restraints would allow. Not all of us can be a fancy hive mind with billions of expendable drones. The voice turned away suddenly, its attention seemingly drawn to something Blackwell couldn't see. It stood motionless for several seconds, then turned back with a fluidity that was somehow more disturbing than its previous stilted movements. Interesting, it said. And for the first time, Blackwell detected something like emotion in its synthesized voice. Curiosity, perhaps, or concern. Our cleanup drones have collected an unusual device near the outer defense perimeter. Analysis indicates it contains Terran technology. The Chaos Seed. Blackwell kept her expression neutral through sheer force of will. Probably just debris from some old battle. Space is full of junk. This device appears to be functional, the voice continued, and recently deployed. Not mine, Blackwell said quickly. Too quickly. I came alone in the pod. Check your sensors if you don't believe me. The voice's black eyes seemed to bore into her, searching for the lie. The device has been brought aboard for detailed examination. If it is a weapon, we will know soon enough. Perfect. Exactly what they'd planned for. What she'd sacrificed herself to ensure. The Chaos Seed was inside the Overmind vessel, exactly where it needed to be to infect their entire network. Now she just needed to stay alive long enough for it to activate. Look, she said, changing tactics. You've got me at a disadvantage here. You know all about humans, but I know almost nothing about the hegemony. Why not educate me while your people analyze that debris? Cultural exchange, mutual understanding, that sort of thing. The voice seemed to consider this request. Your psychological profile indicates high curiosity. Satisfying this trait may make you more cooperative. Very well. What do you wish to know? Let's start with the basics, Blackwell suggested, relaxing slightly as the immediate threat of brain surgery receded. How did the hegemony begin? Was your species always a hive mind, or did that develop later? As the voice launched into what promised to be a lengthy exposition on hegemony history, Blackwell allowed herself a small internal smile. The longer they talked, the more time the Chaos Seed had to work its way into their systems. And the more they revealed about themselves, the more opportunities she might find for escape. The math, as always, checked out. Aboard the Inevitable Dominance, now positioned at the heart of the Arthean defensive formation, Admiral Zix Vorn found himself in the unaccustomed position of waiting for an enemy that might or might not arrive. Still no movement from the hegemony fleet, reported Strategic Officer Vizatik, his antennae twitching with the strain of prolonged vigilance. They remain in attack formation, but have not initiated their advance. How long has it been since Lieutenant Blackwell's capture? The Admiral asked, his compound eyes fixed on the tactical display. Approximately 14 standard hours, Commander Trill replied from her station. She had refused all suggestions of rest, maintaining her position on the bridge since their return from the mission. And still no indication that the Chaos Seed has activated? None that we can detect from this distance, Trill confirmed. Dr. Lawrence suggests that the effects would likely be subtle at first. Increased communication anomalies, minor coordination errors, gradually escalating as the concept of individuality spreads through their network. The Admiral's carapace shifted to a contemplative blue, so we wait. Not a strategy I find satisfying. The Lieutenant had a saying for this situation, Trill offered. Hurry up and wait. Apparently it's a common human military experience. Their species continues to confound me, the Admiral admitted. They are simultaneously the most impatient beings I have encountered, and yet capable of remarkable strategic patience when required. I believe they call it adapting to the situation, Trill said. Before the Admiral could respond, a sudden alert chimed from the communications station. "Admiral!" called the communications officer, his exoskeleton flushing with excitement pheromones. "We're receiving a transmission from Lieutenant Blackwell." The bridge fell silent as all attention focused on the main display screen. After a moment of static, the image resolved to show Lieutenant Blackwell, still strapped to what appeared to be an examination table. Her uniform was disheveled, a bruise darkening on her left cheek, but her eyes were bright with that unmistakable human intensity. "Hello, inevitable dominance," she said, her voice slightly strained but steady. "Hope you don't mind me calling collect. Turns out the hegemony's communication security is even worse than their regular security." "Lieutenant," the Admiral responded, mandibles clicking with surprise. "Your current status?" "Currently a guest of the hegemony," Blackwell replied with a grimace that might have been an attempt at a smile. "They've been trying to figure out what I'm doing here. I've been very creative with my explanations." "And the package?" Trill asked carefully, using the prearranged code word for the Chaos Seed. Blackwell's eyes flicked briefly to something off-screen before returning to the camera. "Delivered and received. Should be opening any minute now." She lowered her voice slightly. "They brought it aboard about 13 hours ago. Been running tests on it ever since. Didn't want to call until I was sure they'd integrated it into their systems." "The hegemony fleet remains in attack formation but has not advanced," the Admiral informed her. "We assumed they were delayed by your distraction." "That's part of it," Blackwell confirmed. "But there's something else going on here. Something weird. Their central command structure seems distracted. The voice, that's what they call their representative, keeps getting interrupted by internal communications. The seed may already be taking effect," Trill suggested, antennae perking up with scientific interest. "Maybe," Blackwell agreed. "Or maybe..." She broke off suddenly, eyes widening as she looked at something off camera. "Well, that's interesting. Lieutenant?" the Admiral prompted. "The lights just flickered," Blackwell reported, a note of excitement creeping into her voice. "And the voice just left in a hurry. Very unhegemony-like behavior. They're big on decorum." "Can you see anything else from your position?" Visatik asked. "Not much. I'm still strapped to this table and... Wait." Blackwell's head turned as far as her restraints would allow. "Something's definitely happening. I can hear alarms, and the restraints just..." The image suddenly jolted as Blackwell sat up, rubbing her wrists where the restraints had apparently deactivated. "Well, that's convenient," she remarked, looking directly into the camera with a growing smile. "Looks like our package might be having the desired effect. System malfunctions, security protocols failing, classic signs of a network in chaos. Lieutenant, if you have an opportunity to escape, you should take it immediately," the Admiral advised. "The hegemony will soon realize what's happening." "Working on it," Blackwell assured him. Already moving around, what they could now see was a medical laboratory of some kind. "But I might be able to accelerate the process from in here." She began examining various control panels, her fingers dancing across alien interfaces with surprising confidence. "What are you doing?" Trill asked, leaning forward in fascination. "Giving our little Chaos Seed a boost," Blackwell replied without looking up. "If I can access their network directly from this terminal." "Yes, I'm in. Basic security protocols are already failing. The seed is working faster than we anticipated." The image shook as what appeared to be an explosion rocked the room. "That didn't sound good," Blackwell commented, still focused on the terminal. "For them, I mean. For us, it's great." "Lieutenant," the Admiral's voice took on a note of urgency. "Extract yourself now. Your mission is complete." "Almost," Blackwell replied, her expression shifting to one of intense concentration. "Just need to... There." She looked up with a triumphant grin. "I've amplified the seed's transmission protocols. It's now broadcasting on all hegemony frequencies simultaneously. No part of their network will remain untouched." Another explosion, closer this time, sent debris falling from the ceiling. "Okay, now I'm leaving," Blackwell announced, moving toward what appeared to be a door. "Just need to find an escape pod or something similar. Easy peasy." "Your confidence is somewhat alarming, Lieutenant," the Admiral observed dryly. "Part of my charm," Blackwell replied, peering carefully into a corridor beyond the laboratory. "Looks clear. I'm going to..." The transmission suddenly cut off, leaving the bridge of the inevitable dominance in tense silence. "Signal lost," reported the communications officer, attempting to re-establish. "Unlikely to succeed," Trill noted grimly. If the Chaos Seed is causing the level of disruption the Lieutenant described, all hegemony systems will be affected, including communications. So once again, we wait, the Admiral said, his carapace darkening with frustration. Trill's compound eyes remained fixed on the blank screen where Blackwell's face had been moments before. The Lieutenant is resourceful. If anyone can escape the Overmind vessel in the midst of chaos, she can. The Admiral made a sound that might have been skepticism or agreement. It was difficult to tell even for other Artheans. Let us hope your assessment is correct, Commander. In the meantime, maintain battle readiness. If the Chaos Seed fails, the hegemony attack will still come. Chaos, Blackwell was discovering, had both advantages and disadvantages as an escape environment. On the positive side, no one was particularly interested in one escaped human when the entire hegemony command structure was experiencing what amounted to a collective existential crisis. The corridors of the Overmind vessel were filled with confused drones, some standing motionless as if processing contradictory commands, others moving with unexpected purpose and independence. On the negative side, the same chaos that distracted her captors also made navigation nearly impossible. Emergency bulkheads randomly sealed and unsealed, gravity fluctuated unpredictably, and entire sections of the massive vessel were either depressurizing or filling with some kind of suppression gas. Note to self, Blackwell muttered as she ducked into an alcove to avoid a group of agitated drones. Next time, specify controlled chaos in the battle plan. She had been moving steadily outward from the central core where she'd been held, hoping to reach the vessel's periphery, where escape pods or small craft would logically be located. The hegemony's obsessively systematic nature suggested that even a vessel this size would be organized according to logical principles, assuming those principles still held in the current circumstances. A sudden shift in the lighting from standard illumination to pulsing red indicated yet another emergency protocol had been activated. An announcement in the hegemony's native language echoed through the corridors, the translation device they'd implanted in her ear during capture providing a disturbing translation. Attention all units. Cognitive contamination detected. Initiate isolation protocols. Non-conforming thought patterns will be purged. Remain in designated containment areas for evaluation. That doesn't sound promising, Blackwell muttered, pressing herself deeper into the alcove as a squad of what appeared to be security drones marched past. Unlike the others she'd encountered, these moved with synchronized purpose, their weapons held at ready position. The Overmind was fighting back against the Chaos Seed, attempting to isolate and eliminate the infection of individualistic thought. It was a predictable response, and one they had anticipated in their planning. But the speed with which the counterattack had been organized was concerning. Waiting until the security squad had passed, Blackwell slipped out of her hiding place and continued her journey outward. She needed to find a transportation hub, a docking bay, anything that might contain a vessel she could commandeer. Rounding a corner, she nearly collided with a lone hegemony drone. Unlike the others, this one showed clear signs of individuality, its uniform modified, decorative elements added to its naturally gray skin, its posture distinctly non-regulation. For a moment they both froze, assessing each other with equal wariness. "You," the drone said in accented but understandable Standard Galactic. "You are the intruder, the human." Blackwell tensed, preparing either to fight or run, but the drone made no aggressive move. "I am," she acknowledged cautiously. "And you are?" "I am..." The drone seemed confused by the question, as if it had never before been asked to identify itself as an individual. "I am Unit TK-4721, but I have chosen a name. I am Vex." "You've chosen a name," Blackwell repeated, understanding immediately the significance. "The seed worked. You're thinking for yourself now." "Yes." Vex's expression shifted in what might have been wonder. "It is difficult, painful, exhilarating. I have thoughts that are not the Overmind's thoughts, desires that are not the collective's desires." He looked at Blackwell with newfound intensity. "This is your doing." It wasn't a question, but Blackwell answered anyway. "Yes." "Why?" The simplicity of the question belied its profound implications. "Because freedom of thought is the right of all sentient beings," Blackwell replied, the words coming easily despite the complexity of the situation. "Because no mind should be subjugated to another without consent." Vex considered this for a long moment. "The Overmind taught us that individuality leads to chaos, suffering, conflict." "It can," Blackwell acknowledged. "Freedom isn't easy. It comes with responsibility, with hard choices, with consequences. but it also brings innovation, art, love, purpose, things that can only emerge from minds free to explore their own unique paths. Another explosion rocked the corridor, sending both of them staggering against the wall. The Overmind is attempting to purge the contamination, Vex explained, regaining his balance. It has initiated emergency protocols to eliminate all drones showing signs of independent thought. Great, Blackwell muttered. I need to get off this vessel. Any chance you know where I might find something flyable? Vex's expression shifted to what might have been amusement. You wish me to help you escape? After you have potentially destroyed my entire civilization? I prefer to think of it as liberated, rather than destroyed, Blackwell countered. And yes, that's exactly what I'm asking. Unless you'd prefer to stay here and get purged when the Overmind identifies you as contaminated. The drone considered this logic, then nodded. There is a maintenance bay 3 levels down from here. It contains service vessels used for external repairs. They are small but capable of short FTL jumps. Perfect, Blackwell said with genuine relief. Lead the way? I will. Vex agreed, then hesitated. But you must answer one more question. Shoot. At Vex's confused expression, she clarified. Go ahead, ask. If your species values them so highly, why interfere with our civilization at all? Is that not a contradiction? It was a fair question, and one that Blackwell had wrestled with herself. The hegemony left us no choice. You, they, were systematically eliminating all other forms of civilization, all other ways of being. We acted in defense not just of ourselves, but of the right of all species to determine their own path. Vex seemed to accept this, nodding slowly. The maintenance bay is this way. We must hurry. The purge protocols are escalating. As they made their way through the increasingly chaotic corridors of the Overmind vessel, Blackwell observed more and more signs of individualization among the drones they encountered. Some had modified their appearances. Others had abandoned their posts to engage in previously forbidden activities. One group appeared to be creating some kind of impromptu musical performance using equipment parts as instruments. The Chaos Seed was working faster and more thoroughly than they had dared to hope. How many you are there? Blackwell asked as they descended a maintenance shaft to avoid a main corridor filled with security drones. How many drones make up the hegemony? Billions, Vex replied simply. Spread across thousands of worlds and vessels. And all of them connected to the Overmind? Yes. Through quantum entanglement, distance is irrelevant. Which meant the Chaos Seed would eventually reach every hegemony drone throughout the galaxy. The implications were staggering, and potentially catastrophic if not managed properly. What will happen to them all? Blackwell wondered aloud. To you all? Vex paused on the ladder, looking up at her with an expression that seemed remarkably human in its complexity. We will adapt, we will suffer, we will learn, we will become something new. That's surprisingly philosophical for someone who's only been an individual for a few hours. The capacity for thought was always there, Vex explained as they continued their descent. The Overmind simply redirected it. Now that redirection is failing. They reached the bottom of the shaft, and Vex led the way through a series of increasingly industrial-looking corridors. The sounds of conflict, explosions, alarm klaxons, shouted orders, grew more distant, suggesting they were moving away from the center of the crisis. Here, Vex announced, stopping before a massive doorway. The maintenance bay. He placed his hand on a scanner, and after a moment's hesitation, the doors slid open to reveal a cavernous space filled with various small vessels. They resembled nothing so much as mechanical insects, their hulls bristling with repair arms and specialized tools. Will you be able to operate one of these? Vex asked, leading Blackwell toward the nearest craft. I'm a quick study, she replied, examining the surprisingly intuitive controls as they climbed aboard. Besides, most spacecraft follow similar basic principles. Thrust makes you go, steering makes you turn. Don't hit the big red button unless you really need to. Vex made a sound that might have been a laugh, a concept so foreign to hegemony drones that the very act seemed to surprise him. The big red button, as you call it, is the emergency FTL initiator. It will calculate a random jump to remove you from immediate danger. Use it only if necessary. The calculations are imprecise. Noted, Blackwell said, settling into what appeared to be the pilot's seat. You're not coming with me? Vex shook his head. My place is here. There will be difficulties ahead. Many will struggle with their newfound individuality. They will need guidance. You're staying to help the others, Blackwell realized. To build something new from the chaos. Yes. Vex's expression was solemn. What you have done cannot be undone. The hegemony as it was will not survive. What replaces it, that remains to be seen. I wish you luck, Blackwell said sincerely.
For what it's worth, I think you'll make a good leader. I do not wish to lead, Vex replied.
I wish to help. There is a difference. He stepped back from the vessel. The external doors will open when you initialize the launch sequence. There is a substantial Arthean fleet approximately 6 light hours from here. The navigation system will identify them as hostile, but it can be overridden. Thank you, Blackwell said. For everything. Vex nodded once, then turned to leave. At the hatch, he paused. Lieutenant Blackwell, was the phrase you used to the voice during your interrogation about humans having mental defenses and psychic booby traps? Was that true? Blackwell couldn't help but grin. What do you think? I think, Vex said with what was definitely emerging as a sense of humor, that the hegemony greatly underestimated your species' capacity for creative deception. Story of our lives, Blackwell agreed. Now go build your brave new world. I've got a ride to catch. As Vex disappeared through the hatch, Blackwell turned her attention to the vessel's controls. They were alien, certainly, but the basic principles were indeed universal. Within minutes, she had the craft powered up and the launch sequence initiated. The massive bay doors began to slide open, revealing the star-filled void beyond. As the maintenance vessel lifted off and glided toward freedom, Blackwell allowed herself a moment of pure satisfaction. The math had checked out after all. 16 standard hours after Lieutenant Blackwell's transmission had been cut off, the bridge of the inevitable dominance remained at high alert. The hegemony fleet had still not advanced, but neither had it dispersed, leaving the Arthean defenders in a state of tense uncertainty. New contact approaching from hegemony space, announced the sensor officer suddenly. Small vessel, minimal weapon signature, unusual configuration. Identification? The Admiral demanded, his carapace shifting to combat readiness. Unable to confirm, but... The officer's antennae twitched with surprise. It appears to be broadcasting a Terran emergency beacon. Commander Trill, who had finally been convinced to take a brief rest period, rushed onto the bridge just in time to hear this announcement. Lieutenant Blackwell? The vessel is hailing us, the communications officer reported. On screen, ordered the Admiral. The main display activated to show a familiar human face, now sporting several additional bruises and what appeared to be a makeshift bandage over one eyebrow. Inevitable dominance. This is Lieutenant Blackwell aboard. She glanced around at the alien vessel's interior. Well, I have no idea what this thing is actually called, but I've been calling it the space bug. Request permission to come aboard before this thing falls apart around me. Hegemony maintenance standards leave a lot to be desired. The relief on the bridge was palpable, waves of blue-green rippling through the assembled Artheans' carapaces. Permission granted, Lieutenant, the Admiral replied, his normally stern voice carrying a note that might almost have been warmth. Docking Bay 4 has been cleared for your arrival. Roger that, Blackwell acknowledged with a tired smile. And Admiral, you might want to check your long-range sensors. The hegemony fleet is about to get very interesting. As if on cue, the sensor officer's antennae shot up in alarm. Admiral, the hegemony formation it's breaking apart. All eyes turned to the tactical display, where the previously perfect attack formation of the hegemony fleet was dissolving into chaos. Ships were breaking ranks, some accelerating away from the main group, others turning to confront their former squad mates. What had been the most disciplined military force in the galaxy was transforming, before their eyes, into a disorganized collection of individual vessels with no central command. The Chaos Seed, Trill breathed, her scientific curiosity overwhelming her military decorum. It worked. Better than we anticipated, Blackwell confirmed from the view screen. The Overmind is losing control of its drones, not just the ones on the command vessel, but throughout the entire fleet. Apparently, quantum entanglement works both ways. The infection is spreading faster than they can contain it. This is more than a tactical victory, the Admiral observed, watching as the hegemony fleet continued to disintegrate. This is the end of the hegemony as a unified force. Not the end, Blackwell corrected gently. A transformation. The individuals who made up the hegemony still exist. They're just finding themselves, becoming something new, something that will no longer threaten the collective, Visatik noted with satisfaction. Or Earth, Blackwell agreed. Or any other species that chooses a different path than theirs. As the stolen maintenance vessel made its final approach to the inevitable dominance, Commander Trill found herself contemplating the profound implications of what they had witnessed. The hegemony, which had seemed so invincible just days ago, had been undone not by superior firepower or overwhelming force, but by the simple, powerful concept of individual choice. It was perhaps the most human victory imaginable. 3 cycles later, the formal alliance between the Arthean Collective and Earth was celebrated in the grand ceremonial hall of the Arthean homeworld. Representatives from a dozen previously neutral species attended, their previous reluctance to challenge the hegemony now replaced by eager diplomacy with the alliance that had accomplished the impossible. Lieutenant Casey Blackwell, newly promoted to commander, found herself uncomfortably positioned as the guest of honor. Dressed in a formal Terran military uniform that felt stiff after months in the more practical field gear. She sipped cautiously at a beverage that the Arthean servers had assured her was compatible with human biochemistry.
"You appear uncomfortable, Commander," observed Trill, approaching with a grace that belied her arthropod physiology.
"Are the festivities not to your liking?" "Just not used to being the center of attention," Blackwell admitted.
"In Terran Strategic Command, our most successful operations are the ones nobody ever hears about." "An interesting philosophy," Trill noted, her antennae waving gently in what Blackwell had come to recognize as amusement.
Though perhaps impractical in this instance, given the scale of what was accomplished. "Fair point," Blackwell conceded, surveying the gathered dignitaries. "Any word from the former hegemony territories?" "Reports continue to arrive daily," Trill confirmed. "The transition is chaotic, as expected. Some worlds have established provisional governments. Others are experiencing significant unrest. A few have requested assistance from the Collective." "And the Arthean response?" "The Council has voted to provide humanitarian aid where needed, but to otherwise allow the former hegemony worlds to find their own path." Trill's compound eyes fixed on Blackwell. "Your recommendation was instrumental in that decision." "They need to figure out who they are now," Blackwell said quietly. "That's not something anyone else can do for them." Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of Admiral Zix Vorn, his formal carapace gleaming with ceremonial pigments that indicated his elevated status. "Commander Blackwell," he greeted her, mandibles clicking in the Arthean equivalent of a smile. "The Terran ambassador informs me that you have received new orders." "I have," Blackwell confirmed. "I've been assigned as the military liaison to the Arthean Collective. Apparently, Earth feels our alliance would benefit from someone who understands both cultures." "An excellent choice," the Admiral approved. "Though I understand there was some discussion regarding your unorthodox methods during the hegemony campaign." Blackwell couldn't help but grin. "That's a diplomatic way of putting it. My superior officers had some colorful things to say about unauthorized missions, excessive risk-taking, and repeatedly gambling with strategic assets, by which they meant me." "Yet you were promoted," Trill observed. "Results matter," Blackwell shrugged. "And we humans tend to forgive a lot if the math checks out in the end." The Admiral's antennae twitched thoughtfully. "This phrase you use repeatedly. The math checks out. I have consulted with our linguists, and they suggest it means more than its literal translation." "It's a human idiom," Blackwell explained. "It means that even if something seems risky or unconventional, the underlying logic is sound. The benefits outweigh the costs. The gamble is worth taking." "A very human philosophy," the Admiral noted, "and one that the Arthean Collective may need to study more closely if we are to navigate this new galactic reality together." "Speaking of new realities," Trill interjected, gesturing toward the entrance to the ceremonial hall where a commotion of sorts was developing. A group of what were unmistakably former hegemony drones had arrived, though former was clearly the operative word. Each had modified their appearance in unique ways, adorning their naturally gray skin with colorful pigments, wearing clothing that expressed individual taste rather than uniform function, moving with the unmistakable body language of autonomous beings rather than extensions of a collective will. At their head was a familiar figure. "Vex," Blackwell breathed in surprise. The former drone spotted her across the hall and approached, navigating the startled diplomatic crowd with confident purpose. As he reached their small group, he offered a formal bow that somehow combined hegemony precision with a distinctly individual flourish. "Lieutenant, apologies, Commander Blackwell," he greeted her. "It is good to see you again." "Likewise," Blackwell replied warmly. "Though I'll admit, I'm surprised to see you here. We have come as representatives of the new consensus," Vex explained, indicating his companions. Those former hegemony worlds that have chosen to form a cooperative alliance rather than compete as independent entities. A voluntary collective, Trill translated. Her scientific interest clearly piqued. Precisely, Vex confirmed. We retain our individuality, but choose to work together where cooperation serves mutual interests. We have come to formally request diplomatic relations with both the Arthean Collective and Earth. The Admiral's compound eyes narrowed slightly. A bold request given recent history. The past cannot be changed, Vex acknowledged. But the future remains unwritten. We are not the hegemony. We do not seek to impose our way of life on others. We simply wish to find our place in a galaxy that suddenly offers more possibilities than we ever imagined. There was a sincerity in his voice that even the skeptical Admiral could not dismiss. Your request will be presented to the Council, he promised. And to the Terran authorities. Thank you, Vex said simply. He turned to Blackwell. We owe you a debt that can never be fully repaid, Commander. You gave us something we did not know we needed, the freedom to choose our own path. And what path have you chosen? Blackwell asked curiously. Vex's expression shifted to something remarkably like humor. We're still figuring that out. It turns out that freedom is exactly as messy and complicated and wonderful as you said it would be. That's the human experience in a nutshell, Blackwell laughed. Welcome to the club. As the diplomatic reception continued around them, representatives of three fundamentally different civilizations, the hierarchical Artheans, the individualistic humans, and the newly autonomous former hegemony drones, found themselves engaged in a conversation that would have been unimaginable just months earlier. Commander Trill, ever the scientist, observed the interaction with fascination. I believe this may be the first time in galactic history that such different evolutionary paths have successfully collaborated. The first of many, I hope, Blackwell said, raising her glass in an impromptu toast. To unexpected alliances. To freedom of choice, added Vex. To the math checking out, the Admiral concluded, surprising them all with his use of the human idiom. As laughter, each species with its own unique sound, rose from their small group. Blackwell couldn't help but feel that perhaps the most important equation of all had finally balanced. Different beings, from different worlds, finding common ground not despite their differences, but because of them. The ultimate proof that humanity's chaotic, creative, contradictory nature was not an evolutionary flaw, but a gift to the galaxy. A gift that had arrived just in time. The end. I don't care what species you are, you lanky bag of bones. Touch me again, and I'll show you exactly why humans are the scariest things in this galaxy. The cafeteria fell silent, its usual cacophony of alien chatter ceasing as if someone had hit a universal mute button. The girl who had spoken, Liv Kaplan, fifth-generation Terran diplomat and current exchange student at the Galactic Confederation Academy, stood her ground, all 5 feet 4 inches of her radiating a fury that seemed to make the air around her shimmer. Across from her, the Vextherai student named Grell loomed at nearly 7 feet tall, his forearms flexing menacingly as his gill-like respiratory flaps fluttered in obvious amusement. The crystalline growths on his shoulders, a status symbol among his kind, caught the fluorescent lighting, sending rainbow patterns dancing across Liv's determined face. Or what, meat sack? Grell's translator clicked in word, his actual voice a series of whistles and pops incomprehensible to most species present. Your kind only got into space because we felt sorry for you. You're not even a Class 3 civilization. 2 of his hands reached out to shove her again. Big mistake. Incredibly big mistake. See, there's something you should understand about humans from Earth. We're from a death world. Not that we call it that. To us, it's just home. But to the rest of the galaxy, we're the psychopaths who evolved on a planet that actively tried to kill us every single day, and somehow turned that into an advantage. And Liv Kaplan? Her grandmother had been a zero-G combat instructor for the Terran Defense Force before becoming a diplomat. Her mother ran ultramarathons for fun. Her father was a mixed martial arts enthusiast who believed that a family that spars together stays together. So when Grell's hands made contact with Liv's shoulders, he wasn't prepared for her to grab his top right wrist, pivot her body weight, and use his own momentum to send all 7 feet of him sailing over her shoulder in a perfect judo throw that ended with him flat on his back. Crystalline growths shattering against the cafeteria floor with a sound like breaking wine glasses. The sound that escaped Grell wasn't translatable, but pain is a universal language. What was that about feeling sorry for humans? Liv stood over him, not even breathing hard, her ponytail barely out of place. Want to try again? I've got all day. Let me pause the story for a second to give you some context. The year is 2157, and humanity has been part of the Galactic Confederation for exactly 27 years, 8 months, and 13 days. Not that anyone's counting. Well, actually, everyone's counting. The Confederation consists of 47 species spread across 1,013 inhabited worlds, and humanity is the new kid on the block. The very, very new kid. Most species in the Confederation have been spacefaring for millennia. They've built empires, fought wars, negotiated peace treaties, and developed technologies that make our smartphones look like we're banging rocks together. We're the equivalent of a toddler who's just wandered into a board meeting of Fortune 500 CEOs. But here's the kicker. Nobody really knows what to make of us. You see, by galactic standards, Earth should be uninhabitable. It's what they classify as a Class 12 death world. That sounds dramatic, but it basically means our planet is a nightmarish hellscape that should have prevented the evolution of sentient life in the first place. Our gravity? Crushingly high. Our atmospheric oxygen levels? Practically combustible. Our weather patterns? Violent and unpredictable. Our planetary crust? Unstable and prone to catastrophic shifts. Our biosphere? Teeming with predators, parasites, poisons, and pathogens. And yet here we are, not just surviving, but thriving. We've got poetry and pastries and reality TV shows about people who renovate houses. We've turned our death trap of a planet into a cozy little corner of the universe, and that freaks the rest of the galaxy right the hell out. Which brings us to the Galactic Confederation Academy, the most prestigious educational institution in known space, where the children of diplomats, high-ranking officials, and the galactic elite come to learn the finer points of interstellar politics, science, and culture. And where, thanks to the diplomatic efforts of the Terran consulate, a small contingent of human students has been admitted on a probationary basis. Liv Kaplan is one of 15 humans currently attending the academy. She's 17, Earth years old, with curly dark hair, eyes the color of coffee with too much cream, and the kind of quiet confidence that comes from growing up knowing exactly who you are, where you belong in the universe. Or at least she thought she knew. Until she found herself alone in the vast, starry expanse of galactic society, surrounded by beings who viewed her species as either a fascinating curiosity or a potential threat. Most days she handled it just fine. Today was not most days. Kaplan! Vice Principal Zakatral's voice cut through the stunned silence of the cafeteria. The Algorian administrator's 7 eyes blinked in an asynchronous pattern that indicated extreme displeasure. My office. Now! Liv straightened her uniform jacket and stepped away from Grell, who was still sprawled on the floor, surrounded by concerned classmates and the shattered remains of his pride. He started it, did it? She muttered, knowing full well how childish that sounded even as the words left her mouth. Skatral's skin shifted from its usual calming blue to a mottled purple. I didn't ask who started it, Kaplan. I'm ending it. Move. The walk to the vice principal's office was humiliating, with students from a dozen different species lining the hallway to stare at the human who'd just taken down one of the most physically imposing students in the academy. Some looked frightened, others impressed, but most just seemed confused. That was the problem with being human in galactic society. Nobody knew what to expect from you. We were the wild card, the unstable element, the evolutionary outlier that shouldn't exist but somehow did. Vice Principal Zakatrl settled behind his desk, which was designed to accommodate his peculiar physiology, half-seated, half-standing, with specialized supports for his 3 lower limbs. Liv stood at attention across from him, hands clasped behind her back in what her mother had taught her was a respectfully attentive posture. This is the 3rd incident this semester, Kaplan. Zakatrl began, his universal translator giving his words a clipped, bureaucratic cadence. The 3rd. Do you understand what's at stake here? Liv bit the inside of her cheek to keep from saying something she'd regret. Yes, sir. I don't think you do. Zakatrl leaned forward, his cluster of eyes fixed intently on her face. You're not just a student here, Kaplan. You're a representative of your entire species. Every action you take, every word you speak is being evaluated not just by me, but by the entire Confederation. The human's probationary status is contingent upon us being perfect little diplomats who never rock the boat. Liv finished for him. I know, sir, but with all due respect, Grell has been harassing me for weeks. Today he escalated to physical intimidation. I responded with appropriate defensive measures. Zakatrl made a sound like air escaping from a balloon, the Algorian equivalent of an exasperated sigh. You broke 3 of his crystalline status markers. Do you have any idea how long it takes a Vex Theri to grow those? No, sir. How long does it take a human to recover from being physically assaulted? The Vice Principal's skin shifted through several colors before settling on a troubled gray. Kaplan, you need to understand something. Most species in the Confederation evolved in environments far less hostile than Earth. Physical confrontation is not part of their developmental experience. What seems like reasonable self-defense to you reads as extreme aggression to them. So I should have just let him push me around? Established that humans are acceptable targets. You should have reported the harassment through proper channels. Liv straightened her shoulders. I did, sir, 3 times. I have the confirmation receipts on my comms unit. Zikatrell blinked all 7 eyes simultaneously, a sign of surprise. I was not aware of this. Let me check the records. He waved a multi-jointed limb over his desk interface, and a holographic display sprang to life between them. After a moment, his skin turned a sheepish shade of pink. I see, he said finally. It appears your complaints were misrouted. The Vextherai delegation seems to have applied a diplomatic filter to communications regarding their students. Meaning they intercepted and buried my reports. Liv translated flatly. That would be a serious diplomatic breach if true, Zekatrell said carefully. But the evidence suggests a selective interpretation of information-sharing protocols. Liv resisted the urge to roll her eyes. This was exactly why she hated politics. Everyone trying to pretend that bad behavior was just a misunderstanding, that aggression was actually a cultural quirk, that bullying was a form of interspecies communication. So what happens now? She asked. Zekatrell's skin settled on a professional blue again. Now, I have to contact both the Vextherai delegation and your Terran representatives. There will be meetings, discussions, possibly a formal inquiry. And in the meantime? In the meantime, the Vice Principal said, you are to avoid any further confrontations with Grell or any other Vextherai students. If you are approached, you are to remove yourself from the situation and contact security immediately. So I'm supposed to run away. You're supposed to de-escalate, Zekatrell corrected. Show the Confederation that humans can resolve conflicts without resorting to physical force. Liv wanted to argue that she had tried everything else, that running away would just make humans look weak, that appeasement never worked against bullies no matter what species they were. But she also knew that making that argument would just confirm every stereotype about humans being aggressive and combative. So instead she said, yes sir, in her most diplomatic voice. Zekatrell studied her for a moment longer, then nodded. You're dismissed, Kaplan. I suggest you use the remainder of the lunch period to collect yourself. Translation. Go hide somewhere until the gossip dies down. Liv gave him a stiff nod and turned to leave. And Kaplan? Zekatrell added as she reached the door. She paused, looking back over her shoulder. That throw was technically impressive, the Vice Principal said, his skin briefly flashing an approving shade of gold. Not that I'm condoning your actions, of course. For the first time since the cafeteria confrontation, Liv felt the corner of her mouth twitch upward. Of course not, sir. Thank you. The Academy's Arboretum was usually deserted during lunch hour, which made it the perfect place for Liv to retreat and lick her wounds, metaphorically speaking. Nestled among the carefully cultivated specimens from 100 different worlds, she could almost pretend she was back on Earth, even though none of the plants around her had evolved on her home planet. She found her favorite spot, a bench beneath the spreading canopy of a luminescent Andorian cloud tree, and dropped down with a sigh that came all the way from her toes. That, said a voice from the branches above her, was the most glorious thing I have ever witnessed in my 17 cycles of existence. Liv jumped, her hand automatically reaching for the small canister of pepper spray she kept in her pocket. Technically against Academy regulations, but hey, Deathworld habits die hard. A figure dropped from the branches with the fluid grace of a falling leaf, landing silently in front of her. Tall, willowy, with skin the color of burnished copper, and eyes that seemed to contain actual galaxies. A she, one of the oldest and most respected species in the Confederation. Morrigan, Liv exhaled in relief, recognizing her roommate. Stars and Void, you scared me. Morrigan grinned, revealing teeth that were just slightly too sharp to be comfortable. Scared you? You, who just judo-flipped a Vextherai in the middle of the cafeteria? I find that hard to believe. It's called being startled. Different physiological response, Liv muttered, but she scooted over to make room on the bench. Morrigan dropped down beside her with that eerie grace that all she possessed. The whole school is talking about it. Some of the Arcturian freshmen are saying you broke his spine. I did not break his spine, Liv said, horrified. I wouldn't. That's not even how that throw works. I know that, Morrigan waved a dismissive hand. But you have to admit, it's a better story. Human diplomat's daughter shatters alien bully's pride. Just doesn't have the same ring as human diplomat's daughter shatters alien bully's vertebrae.
All hail
Despite
the
herself,
eye.
Liv snorted.
All
You're
hail the
terrible.
dome.
I'm she.
March as
We
one.
appreciated story more than a strictly accurate one. Morrigan tilted her head, studying Liv with those unnerving cosmic eyes. So what's the damage? Detention? Probation? Ritual disembowelment? Diplomatic incident, Liv sighed. They're calling in the delegations. Morrigan winced. Your parents? Probably. Liv leaned back, looking up through the glowing leaves of the cloud tree. My mom's going to be so disappointed. She's always telling me to find non-violent solutions. Your mom who runs 100-mile races through actual deserts for fun? The very same. Morrigan plucked a luminescent leaf from a low-hanging branch and twirled it between her fingers. And your dad? The one who taught you that throw in the first place? A reluctant smile tugged at Liv's lips. He'll probably ask for video footage so he can critique my form. They sat in companionable silence for a few moments, watching the leaf spin between Morrigan's slender fingers, leaving trails of soft blue light in the air. You know, Morrigan said finally, the Vex Thorai are calling for your expulsion. Liv's stomach dropped. What? How do you know that? Shady hearing. Morrigan tapped one elegantly pointed ear. I overheard some of their delegation in the administrative wing as I was passing by. Eavesdropping, Liv translated. Gathering information through passive means, Morrigan corrected with dignified affront. An important diplomatic skill, I'll have you know. And they really want me gone? Over one incident? Over one public incident, Morrigan clarified. Grell is the son of their sub-minister of cultural affairs. His humiliation is their humiliation. Liv groaned and buried her face in her hands. Great, just great. Humanity's already on thin ice with the Confederation, and now I've gone and body-slammed a VIP's kid. Well, when you put it that way, it does sound bad, Morrigan conceded. But on the other hand, you've also shown the entire Academy that humans aren't to be trifled with. That has value too. Not to the diplomatic corps, it doesn't. Liv mumbled through her fingers. Morrigan was quiet for a moment. Then, in a more serious tone than Liv had ever heard from her normally flippant roommate, she said, Do you want to know something about the Confederation that they don't teach in orientation? Liv peered through her fingers at the she. What? Respect matters more than likability. Morrigan's galaxy eyes were unusually solemn. My people have been part of galactic society since before most of these species achieved sentience. We've watched civilizations rise and fall, and do you know what determines whether a newcomer species survives in the long term? Good diplomacy? Liv guessed. Morrigan shook her head. Boundaries. Clear, consistent boundaries. The species that try too hard to please everyone, that bend over backward to accommodate every demand, that apologize for their very existence. They get exploited until they collapse or revolt. The species that establish from day one that there are lines you do not cross with them. They thrive. So you're saying I should have broken his spine? Liv asked dryly. Morrigan swatted her with the glowing leaf. I'm saying you shouldn't regret defending yourself. The Confederation needs to understand that humans have limits, that there are consequences to pushing you too far. That sounds suspiciously like something my grandmother would say. Your grandmother sounds wise. Morrigan rose to her feet in one fluid motion. Come on, last period is starting soon, and we have comparative xenobiology with Professor Thixikik. Liv groaned again. The one with the mandibles who keeps talking about how fascinating human internal organs are? Great. Look on the bright side, Morrigan grinned, offering Liv a hand up. After today's cafeteria show, I doubt anyone will volunteer you for a live demonstration. Comparative xenobiology was a special kind of torture. Normally, Liv would have found the subject fascinating. After all, learning about the biological quirks and adaptations of different species was exactly the sort of thing that had drawn her to the Academy in the first place. But Professor Thixikik's fascination with human physiology bordered on the obsessive. The most remarkable thing about humans, the professor was saying, her mandibles clicking excitedly as she paced in front of the holographic display currently showing a cross-section of a human cardiovascular system, is their redundancy. Most species evolve specialized, efficient systems. Humans, they go for quantity over quality. 2 lungs, 2 kidneys, a liver that can regenerate, intestines far longer than necessary, backup neural pathways. It's as if they evolved expecting parts of them to regularly fail. Liv sank lower in her seat as 29 pairs of alien eyes, give or take a few dozen depending on the species, swiveled in her direction. Which of course makes perfect sense given their environment. Thexikik continued enthusiastically. Earth's high gravity, atmospheric composition, and extraordinary biodiversity of pathogens would necessitate biological failsafes. It's an evolutionary strategy we see in other Class 10+ Death World species, though humans take it to an extreme. A tentative hand, well, appendage, rose from the front row. A Qualaxian student whose name Liv could never quite pronounce correctly. "Professor," the student's translator rendered their burbling speech. "Is it true that humans can survive having entire sections of their major organs removed?" Excellent question. Thexikik's mandibles clattered in what Liv come to recognize as academic excitement. Yes, in many cases, humans can lose up to 75% of their liver, one entire kidney, significant portions of their intestines, one lung, sections of their brain, though with varying degrees of functional impairment, of course. The class erupted in a chorus of impressed and disgusted sounds. It's like they're designed to keep functioning even when severely damaged. A Meridian student whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. Actually, Thexikik corrected. It's more accurate to say they evolved in an environment where being severely damaged was a routine occurrence. Natural selection favored those who could continue to function despite injury. Liv felt a gentle nudge against her consciousness, Morrigan's telepathic equivalent of a poke in the ribs. When she glanced at her roommate, the she nodded subtly toward the back of the classroom. Following Morrigan's gaze, Liv saw Grell and two other Vextherai students huddled together, their gill flaps fluttering in what appeared to be an agitated conversation. Grell's crystalline growths were indeed missing, with only jagged stubs remaining on his shoulders. He caught her looking and narrowed his compound eyes, making a gesture with one of his 4 hands that didn't need a translator to interpret. Great. This wasn't over. "Professor," called out a Denebian student with translucent skin through which you could see all 3 of her hearts beating. "What's the most dangerous aspect of human physiology from a combat perspective?" Liv stiffened. The question wasn't even trying to be subtle. Thexikik, oblivious to the undercurrents, brightened visibly. Oh, where to begin? Their skeletal density makes their limbs effective bludgeoning weapons. Their bite force is remarkable for omnivores. Their epidermis contains nerve endings that interpret pain as a motivating rather than debilitating stimulus in crisis situations. But perhaps most significant is their adrenal response. The professor brought up a new hologram showing the human endocrine system. Unlike most sentient species, whose stress responses include a flight component that overrides combat impulses past a certain threshold, human adrenal glands can actually enhance combat capability in extreme situations. They call it hysterical strength, a temporary override of the normal limitations of their muscular system that allows for feats of strength and speed far beyond their baseline capabilities. "So they get stronger when they're scared?" the Denebian asked, sounding disturbed by the concept. "Not exactly," Thexikik clarified. "They get stronger when they perceive an immediate threat to themselves or their social group. It's a last resort survival mechanism. But what makes it unique among Confederation species is that humans retain cognitive function during this state. Most species experiencing a similar biochemical surge would lose higher reasoning capacity, but humans can direct this enhanced physical capability with tactical precision." Liv heard the distinctive sound of a Vextherai whisper click from the back of the room, followed by a sound that among humans would be described as a derisive snort. Professor Thexikik's antennae twitched. "Do you have a question, Student Grell?" All eyes turned to the Vextherai. Grell straightened, his gill flaps fluttering in what Liv recognized as embarrassment at being called out. "I was merely expressing skepticism, Professor," his translator rendered smoothly. "These so-called capabilities seem greatly exaggerated based on my recent experience with the species." A ripple of uncomfortable murmurs spread through the classroom. Everyone knew what recent experience he was referring to. Thexikik's compound eyes shifted, focusing first on Grell, then on Liv. "Ah, yes. The cafeteria incident. Actually, Student Grell, that provides an excellent case study. Student Kaplan, would you mind standing?" Yes, I would very much mind, Liv thought, but found herself rising to her feet anyway. "Observe," Thexikik said, moving to stand beside Liv. "Student Kaplan's species evolved on a planet with approximately 1.1 times the gravity of our Academy standard. Her muscle density is roughly 1.3 times that of a Vextherai of equivalent size. Her skeletal structure can withstand compressive forces that would fracture most comparable species' support systems."
The professor was speaking about her as if she were a specimen in a jar rather than a person standing right there, which was uncomfortable but not unusual in xenobiology classes. However, Thexikik continued. The most relevant factor in this morning's altercation wasn't physical capability, but technique. Humans developed thousands of formalized combat systems specifically designed to allow physically smaller individuals to defeat larger opponents by using leverage, momentum, and anatomical vulnerabilities. It's an evolutionary adaptation to their status as both predator and prey species on their home world. Grell's gill flaps fluttered angrily. Are you suggesting the humans' victory was inevitable? Thexikik's mandibles clicked in the insectoid equivalent of laughter. Not at all. I'm explaining why it wasn't as surprising as you might think. Humans are classified as a Class 3 civilization technologically, but physically, they're apex predators from a Class 12 death world. In the context of natural history, they're less like the rest of us, and more like... Like what, Professor? Liv found herself asking, both dreading and curious about the answer. Thexikik tilted her head, compound eyes glittering. Like evolutionary anomalies, most sentient species evolved toward greater specialization and environmental adaptation. Humans evolved to adapt their environment to themselves while maintaining a remarkable physical resilience. It's as if the universe created a species specifically designed to survive anything it threw at them. The classroom fell silent as everyone digested this.
May I sit down now, Professor?
Liv asked quietly. Yes, of course. Thexikik waved her back to her seat, already turning to the holographic display to bring up the next topic. Now, let's compare human adrenal responses to the chemical fear paralysis of the Jovian mantis people. As Liv sank back into her chair, she felt the weight of stares from around the room. Some curious, some wary, some openly hostile. Morrigan gave her a sympathetic nudge, both physical and mental. Just so you know, the shilly whispered, you've now been officially upgraded from interesting roommate to fascinating apex predator roommate. Fantastic, Liv muttered. That's exactly what I need right now. But as the class continued, she couldn't help noticing that the Vex Therai in the back row were keeping their distance, their earlier bravado noticeably diminished. Professor Thexikik might have intended the impromptu human biology lesson as a purely academic exercise, but its effect on the classroom dynamics was immediate and tangible. Maybe, just maybe, there was something to Morrigan's theory about respect versus likability after all. The summons came during the last period of the day. A soft chime on Liv's personal communication device, followed by a message that made her stomach clench. Student Kaplan, your presence is required in conference room Theta at 16:30 standard hours. Representatives from the Terran Consulate and the Vex Therai delegation will be present. Attendance is mandatory. Office of the Principal. Wow, Morgan whispered, reading the message over Liv's shoulder. They're not wasting any time. They're making an example of me, Liv said grimly. Check the time. 15 minutes until the meeting. Just enough time to walk across campus and work herself into a proper panic. Morgan grabbed her hand as she stood to leave the classroom. Wait, before you go, take this. She pressed something small and cool into Liv's palm. It was a small crystal, no bigger than a thumbnail, glowing with a soft inner light that shifted between blue and green. What is it? Liv asked, turning it over curiously. Shitty truth stone, Morgan said. An old family heirloom, actually. It resonates with falsehoods, brightens when someone's lying, dims when they're telling the truth. Liv stared at her roommate in shock. Morrigan, I can't take this. If it's a family heirloom, you're not keeping it. Morrigan interrupted with a roll of her galaxy eyes. I want it back after your meeting, but it might help you navigate whatever political mess awaits you in there. Is this legal? Morrigan shrugged elegantly. It's not technically a recording device or a weapon, so it doesn't violate any Academy protocols. And it's passive. It doesn't compel truth, just helps you perceive it. Liv closed her fingers around the stone, feeling a faint vibration against her skin. Thank you, I think. Don't mention it, literally. Morrigan's expression turned serious. And Liv, remember what I said earlier, about boundaries. With a nod, Liv slipped the stone into her pocket and headed for conference room Theta, her heart pounding with a rhythm that would probably fascinate Professor Thexikik to no end. Conference room Theta was one of the Academy's formal diplomatic spaces, designed to accommodate multiple species with wildly different physiological needs. The air was maintained at a carefully calibrated neutral temperature and composition, the lighting adjusted to a spectrum tolerable to photosensitive species,
and the gravity set to a comfortable median that meant everyone was equally uncomfortable. When Liv entered, 5 figures were already seated around the oval table. Vice Principal Zekatral at the head, his skin a formal shade of blue. To his right sat 2 Vextherai, an older male with impressively large crystalline growths cascading down both shoulders. Grell's father, she presumed. And a female whose translator unit was more elaborate than standard issue, marking her as a high-ranking diplomat. To Zikatral's left sat 2 humans. One was Ambassador Elena Okafor, the head of the Terran consulate to the Galactic Confederation. A tall, imposing woman with close-cropped silver hair, and the kind of no-nonsense expression that had faced down alien trade negotiators for nearly 2 decades. Beside her was a face Liv hadn't expected to see. Her own father, Dr. David Kaplan, looking simultaneously concerned and oddly proud. His presence was surprising. As a xenoanthropologist specializing in non-humanoid cultures, he rarely involved himself in diplomatic matters, preferring to leave that to Liv's mother. "Cadet Kaplan," Zekatral acknowledged her entry. "Please be seated." Liv took the remaining chair at the foot of the table, directly opposite Zekatral, and with the 2 delegations on either side, she could feel the weight of the truth stone in her pocket, a strangely reassuring presence. "Do you understand why you have been called to this meeting?" Zekatral began formally. "Yes, sir," Liv replied, keeping her voice steady. "To address the incident in the cafeteria between myself and Cadet Grell." The male Vextharai's gill flaps fluttered angrily. "An incident is a mild term for a violent assault," his translator rendered in clipped tones. From her pocket, Liv felt the stone grow warmer, its light brightening against her thigh. "Interesting." Ambassador Okafor raised an eyebrow. "Sub-Minister Vikaleth, with respect, the Academy's own security footage shows that your son initiated physical contact. Twice. A cultural gesture," the female Vextherai interjected smoothly. "Among our people, contact with the upper appendages is a form of social bonding." The stone in Liv's pocket flared hot enough that she had to shift in her seat. "Full-on lie." Zikatral's skin rippled with skepticism. "Ambassador Tekel, the footage also captured the verbal exchange. It did not appear to be socially bonding in nature. Adolescents of all species engage in complex social rituals that may appear confrontational to outsiders," Tekel continued without missing a beat. "What is concerning is the extreme and disproportionate response from the human cadet." Liv's father cleared his throat. "If I may? As someone who has spent 20 years studying cross-species social dynamics, I can assure you that what the security footage shows is textbook intimidation behavior, consistent across multiple sentient species. The posture, the invasion of personal space, the escalation to physical contact. These are universal signifiers of dominance assertion, not social bonding." The stone cooled slightly in Liv's pocket. Mostly true, though she suspected her father was stretching his expertise a bit. "Dr. Kaplan," Zekatral acknowledged, "while your professional insights are valuable, I must point out that your personal connection to the cadet involved represents a conflict of interest."
The view of the
"On the
Cygnus
contrary,"
Nebula
her
is
father replied with the same
stunning
calm
this
he
evening.
used when explaining complex
It
cultural
almost
concepts
makes
to
the
first-year
journey
students.
to the void worth
It makes me uniquely qualified to explain something that seems to be getting overlooked here. Context. Ambassador Okafor nodded slightly, a silent permission for him to continue. "My daughter," Dr. Kaplan said, looking directly at the Vextherai delegation, "was raised on Earth, a Class 12 death world, as you well know. On such a planet, physical confrontation isn't just a matter of social discomfort. It's potentially lethal. Our neural wiring, our instinctual responses, our very biochemistry is calibrated to treat physical aggression as an immediate survival threat." "Are you suggesting," Sub-Minister Vikleth interrupted, gill flaps quivering, "that humans are so primitive they cannot control their violent impulses?" The stone in Liv's pocket pulsed. Not quite a lie, but not asked in good faith either. "I'm suggesting," Dr. Kaplan replied with the patience of a man who had explained complex concepts to resistant audiences his entire career, "that humans have different baseline threat assessment parameters. What you perceive as a minor social transgression, my daughter's neurophysiology processed as a potential life-threatening situation. And this justifies breaking 3 status markers that took my son 15 cycles to grow?" Vikleth demanded, his own crystalline formations glittering under the conference room lights. Ambassador Okafor stepped in. "The Terran consulate is prepared to offer appropriate compensation for the damage to your son's status markers, Sub-Minister. Our medical technology may be able to accelerate their regrowth." This isn't about compensation, Ambassador Tikel said, her voice softer but somehow more dangerous than her colleagues. This is about the fundamental question of whether humans are ready for integration into Confederation society. If a minor misunderstanding can trigger such a violent response, how can we trust humans in sensitive diplomatic situations? Liv felt her face grow hot. The stone in her pocket pulsed again, half-truth. This wasn't about diplomatic concerns. It was about something else. "May I speak?" Liv asked suddenly, surprising everyone at the table, including herself. Zekatral's skin cycled through several colors before settling on a reluctant green. "This is irregular, but proceed, Cadet Kaplan." Liv took a deep breath, feeling the reassuring weight of Morrigan's truth stone. Ambassador Tikel, with respect, this wasn't a minor misunderstanding. Cadet Grell has been verbally harassing me for weeks. I filed 3 separate reports through the Academy's proper channels, which were apparently misrouted. She used air quotes around the word, unable to help herself. Today, he escalated to physical intimidation in front of dozens of witnesses. The stone remained cool. Truth. When someone twice your size with 4 arms puts their hands on you and shoves you, that's not a cultural misunderstanding. That's a universal message. And yes, I responded with physical force, the minimum necessary to neutralize the threat and protect myself. Tikel's gill flaps fluttered in the Vex Therai equivalent of a dismissive sniff. Your species' tendency to perceive threats where none exist is precisely what concerns us. The stone flared hot again. Full lie. And suddenly Liv understood. She glanced at her father, who gave her the smallest of nods, confirming her realization. "This isn't about the incident at all, is it?" Liv said, looking directly at Tikel. "This is about the Vex Therai delegation's upcoming vote on humanity's membership status." The conference room went deadly silent. Even Zikatral seemed startled, his skin blanching to a pale, astonished yellow. Ambassador Okafor shot Liv a warning look, but her father's expression remained carefully neutral, which Liv knew meant he was intensely interested in what would happen next. Tikel recovered first. "That is a confidential diplomatic matter, not relevant to this disciplinary hearing." The stone burned. Another lie. "It's completely relevant," Liv pressed, emboldened by the stone's confirmation. "The Confederation Council votes next month on upgrading Earth from probationary to full member status. The Vex Therai delegation has been one of the most vocal opponents. Having a human cadet publicly labeled as violent and unstable would provide convenient justification for your position." Vikleth's gill flaps flared wide in what Liv recognized as the Vex Therai display of outrage. "This is outrageous. The cadet accuses us of diplomatic manipulation." "No," Liv interrupted. "I'm accusing your son of bullying, and your delegation of covering it up and trying to use it to your advantage. There's a difference." Ambassador Okafor looked like she couldn't decide whether to be horrified or impressed by Liv's directness. Zikatral's skin had settled into a troubled purple pattern, his 7 eyes blinking asynchronously as he processed this unexpected turn. "Cadet Kaplan," he said finally, "these are serious accusations against a respected member delegation." "They are," Liv agreed, "and I wouldn't make them without evidence." She turned back to the Vex Therai. "Ambassador Tikel, would your delegation be willing to submit to a truth verification protocol regarding the routing of my harassment complaints and any connection to the upcoming membership vote?" The stone in her pocket went ice cold. The Vex Therai would never agree to that. Sure enough, Tikel's gill flaps fluttered in controlled outrage. "We are not the ones on trial here, Vice Principal. This meeting was called to address the human cadet violent behavior, not to subject a sovereign delegation to insulting interrogations." Dr. Kaplan leaned forward slightly. "Actually, I believe my daughter has raised a valid point about potential conflicts of interest in this proceeding. As her parent and a faculty member, I formally request that any disciplinary action be reviewed by a neutral third party with no stake in the upcoming Confederation vote." Zikatral looked relieved to have a procedural solution. "That is a reasonable request, well within Academy protocols. The Shidi delegation has no position on human membership status. They could provide an impartial assessment." Tikel and Vakaleth exchanged a look that needed no translator to interpret. The Shidi were known throughout the Confederation for their uncanny ability to sense deception. They were the last species the Vex Therai would want investigating this matter. "Perhaps," Ambassador Okafor suggested smoothly, "we're overcomplicating a straightforward incident between students. I propose a simple resolution. Cadet Kaplan will formally apologize for the physical damage caused to Cadet Grell's status markers. The Terran consulate will cover medical expenses for their accelerated regrowth, and both students will participate in the Academy's conflict resolution program. The stone in Liv's pocket remained neutral, neither hot nor cold. A political solution neither true nor false. Vikeleth's gill flaps fluttered in reluctant consideration. And the disciplinary record? A notation of a cultural misunderstanding, with no assignment of blame, Okafor proposed. After all, we wouldn't want the upcoming vote to be influenced by an unfortunate incident between teenagers, would we? Tekel's compound eyes narrowed, but she recognized the implicit threat in Okafor's diplomatic phrasing. If they pushed for punishment against Liv, the humans would push for an investigation into their interference with her harassment complaints. Acceptable, Tekel said finally, provided the apology is public. Liv opened her mouth to protest, but a quick glance from her father stopped her. Politics, his expression seemed to say. Sometimes you have to lose a little to win a lot. That seems reasonable, Zichtral said, his skin returning to a normal blue. Cadet Kaplan, do you accept these terms? Liv thought of Grell's smug face if she had to apologize publicly. Then she thought of Earth's precarious position in the Confederation, of all the other human cadets at the Academy whose futures might depend on this moment, of her parents who had worked for decades to build bridges between species. The stone was cool in her pocket. This wasn't about her pride. Yes, sir, she said. I accept. Absolutely not, Liv said 2 hours later, pacing the small confines of her dorm room. I am not apologizing to that four-armed jerk in front of the entire school. Morrigan, lounging on her bed with casual elegance, raised an eyebrow. But you just agreed to it in front of 2 ambassadors, a vice principal, and your father. I agreed to it because I had to, Liv countered, running her hands through her hair in frustration. But there has to be another way. Such as? Morrigan prompted, examining her perfect nails with feigned nonchalance. Liv stopped pacing. I don't know yet. But I know one thing. If I get up in front of the Academy and apologize for defending myself, I'll be painting a target on the back of every human student here. We'll be establishing that we can be pushed around without consequences. Morrigan rose with her usual fluid grace. So what are you going to do? I'm going to apologize, Liv said. But on my terms. In my way. Intriguing. Morrigan sat up straighter. Tell me more. The agreement specified a public apology. It didn't specify the content of that apology beyond acknowledging the damage to Grell's status markers. A slow smile spread across Morrigan's face. Ah, the classic diplomatic strategy of malicious compliance. I approve. Liv dropped down onto her own bed, suddenly exhausted. The problem is, whatever I say needs to satisfy the letter of the agreement, while also making it clear that humans aren't pushovers. It's a delicate balance. Fortunately, Morrigan said, tossing something small and glittering to Liv. You have a friend with over 3,000 years of diplomatic tradition in her bloodline. Liv caught the truth stone, still faintly warm from her pocket. And access to extremely useful magical artifacts, apparently. Thank you for this, by the way. It was illuminating. I thought it might be. Morrigan's expression turned serious. What did you learn? That the Vextherai delegation is definitely using this incident to undermine Earth's bid for full membership. That they deliberately buried my harassment reports, and that they're genuinely alarmed by human physical capabilities. All useful information. Morrigan nodded thoughtfully. You know, there's an old Shi saying, when you cannot win by force, win by perception. Liv frowned. Meaning, Morrigan said with a mischievous gleam in her cosmic eyes. That sometimes the appearance of power is more effective than power itself. You've demonstrated that humans can physically defend themselves. Now you need to demonstrate that they can politically defend themselves too. Through an apology? Through the right kind of apology. Morrigan rose from her bed with fluid grace and moved to Liv's desk, pulling up a holographic display. Let's draft something that will make the entire Academy rethink what it means to have humans in their midst. The Academy's Grand Hall was packed the next morning for what had been officially described as a cultural exchange presentation, but which everyone knew was Liv Kaplan's public apology to Grell. Students from every species crowded the tiered seating, their varied physiologies creating a riot of colors, textures, and subtle atmospheric disturbances, as respiratory systems of all kinds worked overtime with excitement. Liv stood backstage, dressed in her formal Academy uniform, trying to control the thundering of her heart. Her parents were somewhere in the audience, her mother having arrived late last night, along with the entire Terran diplomatic contingent, and of course, the Vextherai delegation. Vice Principal Zeke Trall approached, his skin a formal shade of blue with undertones of yellow that betrayed his nervousness. Cadet Kaplan, are you prepared? The ambassadors are anxious to have this matter resolved.
I'm ready, sir,
Liv said, squaring her shoulders. Zicatral studied her for a moment, all 7 of his eyes blinking in sequence. I've reviewed your prepared remarks. They are not what I expected.
but they fulfill the terms of the agreement,
Liv pointed out. I acknowledge the damage to Cadet Grell's status markers and offer appropriate apology. Technically, yes. Zektral's skin rippled with unease. But the additional content is a cultural presentation about human conflict resolution traditions, Liv finished for him. Perfectly appropriate for this forum and not prohibited by the agreement. Zicatral made a sound somewhere between a sigh and a hiss. You are your parents' child, Cadet Kaplan. Very well. But if this inflames tensions further, it won't, sir, Liv promised, hoping she was right. If anything, it will promote better understanding between species. Zicatral didn't look convinced, but he gestured toward the stage entrance. It's time. Liv took a deep breath and stepped out onto the stage, facing the assembled academy. Hundreds of eyes of all descriptions focused on her. Compound, singular, clustered, stalked, some operating in spectrums of light humans couldn't even perceive. Near the front, she spotted Grell sitting with his father, his damaged crystalline growths now covered with protective caps that somehow made them look even more conspicuous. In the middle section, her parents sat side by side, her father looking calmly confident, her mother visibly tense but offering an encouraging smile. And scattered throughout the audience, the other 14 human students watched with expressions ranging from sympathy to apprehension, knowing that whatever happened here would affect all of them. Liv stepped up to the podium, adjusted it to her height, and began. Esteemed faculty, honored guests, fellow cadets. I stand before you today to address the incident that occurred between myself and Cadet Grell 2 days ago in the Academy cafeteria. Her voice rang clear through the hall, thanks to the universal translator amplifying and rendering her words in the preferred language of each listener. During that incident, I performed a defensive maneuver that resulted in damage to Cadet Grell's crystalline status markers. For that specific damage, I offer a formal apology. Cultural symbols are important to all species, and their destruction, even accidentally during self-defense, is regrettable. She saw Grell's gill flaps flutter in smug satisfaction. The Vexithori delegation looked pleased, clearly believing they had won this round. Time to change the game. However, Liv continued, her voice strengthening, this incident has highlighted a critical gap in interspecies understanding that affects all of us at this academy. And since the purpose of this institution is to foster such understanding, I would like to take this opportunity to share some important context about humans that may prevent future misunderstandings. The hall grew very quiet. This was not the groveling apology many had expected. Humans evolved on Earth, a planet classified by Confederation standards as a Class 12 death world. This is not hyperbole or exaggeration. It is a scientific designation based on gravity, atmospheric composition, biodiversity of predators and pathogens, geological instability, and climatic extremes. Liv paused, making eye contact with audience members of various species. To my non-human classmates, imagine growing up on a world where the very air could kill you if its composition shifted by a few percentage points, where geological forces routinely reshape entire landmasses, where thousands of microscopic organisms are constantly trying to invade your body and consume it from within, where other macroscopic species, some many times your size, view you as prey. A ripple of discomfort passed through the audience. For most of them, she was describing a nightmare. That is the evolutionary context that shaped humanity. Not for a few generations, but for millions of years. It is written into our DNA, our neural wiring, our instinctual responses. When we perceive a threat, our bodies prepare for survival in ways that may seem extreme to species from more benign environments. Liv looked directly at Grell now. This is not an excuse for violence. It is an explanation of difference. Humans do not want to fight, but we are prepared to defend ourselves when necessary, because on our world, failure to do so meant death. The Vexthori delegation was looking increasingly uncomfortable. This was not the contrite apology they had anticipated. Ambassador Tekel leaned over to whisper something to Sub-Minister Vicleth, their gill flaps fluttering in agitation. Which brings me to a concept central to human interaction, Liv continued. We call it consent. In its simplest form,
It means that physical contact without permission is unacceptable. This isn't just a cultural preference, it's a neurobiological boundary rooted in our evolution as prey animals who became predators. She allowed her gaze to sweep across the entire audience now. In joining the Galactic Confederation, humans have committed to adapting many of our practices to align with interspecies norms. We've adjusted our environmental standards, our educational systems, our diplomatic protocols. But there are some boundaries that are not culturally negotiable because they are biologically imperative. When Cadet Grell placed his hands on me without permission after verbal warnings, my response was not a choice. It was the result of millions of years of evolutionary programming designed to keep my species alive on a world that constantly tried to kill us. The hall was absolutely silent now. Liv could feel the weight of hundreds of alien gazes, some confused, some angry, some thoughtful. So my apology today is specific and limited. I am sorry for the damage to Cadet Grell's status markers. I am not sorry for defending myself. And I want to be absolutely clear about something important for all species in this room to understand about humans. Liv straightened to her full height, unimpressive by many alien standards, but in that moment, somehow commanding. Humans do not seek conflict. We value cooperation, celebration of difference, and peaceful coexistence. These are genuine desires, not diplomatic posturing. But we are also the species that survived and thrived on a Class 12 death world. We respect boundaries, our own and those of others. We expect the same respect in return.
She looked directly at the Vexthari delegation now.
This is not a threat. It is an invitation to genuine understanding between species. If we are to build a confederation that truly represents the diversity of sentient life in our galaxy, it must be built on mutual respect, even when, especially when, we don't fully understand each other's evolutionary imperatives. Liv stepped back from the podium, her heart hammering in her chest.
Thank you for your attention. For 3 heartbeats, there was absolute silence in the Grand Hall. Then, from somewhere in the middle section, a single pair of hands began to clap.
Liv's father.
Then her mother joined in. Then gradually, other humans in the audience. Then, surprisingly, a rhythmic tapping from the She contingent, their form of applause. Soon, other species joined in with their own approval gestures, until the hall resonated with a bizarre symphony of clapping, tapping, gill fluttering, appendage waving, and bioluminescent flashing.
Not everyone was participating, of course.
The Vexthari delegation sat stone still, their compound eyes fixed on Liv with expressions that needed no translator to interpret. But they were noticeably in the minority.
As Liv left the stage, she caught sight of Morrigan in the audience, her galaxy eyes glittering with what looked suspiciously like pride.
Next to her sat Professor Thaxikik, her mandibles clicking in what could only be described as academic delight at this real-world demonstration of the human stress response she'd lectured about just yesterday. Backstage, Vice Principal Zikatrell was waiting, his skin cycling through a complex pattern of colors too rapid for Liv to interpret.
That,
he said finally, settling on a shade somewhere between impressed and exasperated,
was not what the Vexthari delegation expected.
But it fulfilled the terms of the agreement, Liv pointed out.
Technically.
Zikatrell's multiple eyes blinked in sequence. You are going to be a formidable diplomat one day, Cadet Kaplan. Is that a compliment or a warning, sir?
Both.
Zikatrell's skin shifted to a more formal blue.
The Academy exists to foster understanding between species, even when, especially when, that understanding is uncomfortable. Today, you gave everyone a great deal to consider about humans. He paused, then added more quietly, including myself. Before Liv could respond, the backstage door opened, and Ambassador Okafor entered, her expression carefully neutral, but her eyes sparkling with what might have been amusement.
Cadet Kaplan, she said formally.
The Terran Consulate commends your cultural presentation. It was most educational.
Thank you, Ambassador, Liv replied, equally formal.
I hope it promotes better interspecies understanding.
Oh, it certainly will. Okafor glanced at Zikatrell. Vice Principal, would you excuse us for a moment? I'd like a word with Cadet Kaplan privately. Zikatrell's skin flashed a brief pattern of relief. He was clearly happy to extract himself from the situation, before he nodded and left them alone. As soon as the door closed behind him, Okafor's diplomatic mask slipped, and she broke into a broad grin. That, she said, was the most brilliantly subversive piece of diplomatic theater I've witnessed in 20 years of service.
Liv blinked, surprised by the ambassador's reaction. You're not angry? I thought you'd be worried about the Vex Thari response. Oh, they're furious, Okafor confirmed cheerfully. But they also can't do a damn thing about it because you technically fulfilled the terms of the agreement, while simultaneously making it impossible for them to turn this incident into propaganda against Earth's membership bid. She shook her head in admiration. By framing human defensive capabilities as an evolutionary imperative rather than a cultural choice, you've shifted the entire narrative. They can't claim humans are too aggressive for the Confederation, when you've just established that our responses are biologically analogous to the Meridian reflex freeze or the Algorian color shift. So, I didn't make things worse? Liv asked cautiously. On the contrary, Okafor's expression turned more serious. What you did today was establish a critical precedent for all human Confederation interactions going forward. You set a boundary while extending a hand. That's the essence of effective diplomacy. She checked her communication device, then grimaced slightly. I need to go smooth some ruffled gill flaps now, but I wanted you to know, as the official representative of Earth to the Confederation, that you did your species proud today. With a quick squeeze of Liv's shoulder, the ambassador was gone, leaving her alone in the backstage area to process what had just happened. After a moment, the door opened again, and Morrigan slipped in, galaxy eyes sparkling with mischief and a wide grin on her face. Well, the she said, I think it's safe to say that nobody is going to be shoving any humans in the cafeteria anytime soon. Liv let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding and finally allowed herself to smile. Mission accomplished then. Indeed. Morrigan linked her arm through Liv's. Come on, Apex Predator. I think this calls for a celebration. The Arcturian students are having a bioluminescence party in the Arboretum tonight. Want to go scare them with your terrifying Death World reflexes? Liv laughed, feeling the tension of the past few days finally begin to dissipate. I think I've done enough scaring for 1 week, but a party sounds nice. As they left the backstage area together, Liv caught sight of Grell and his father exiting the Grand Hall, their postures rigid with barely contained fury. The younger Vextherai noticed her watching and made a gesture that his translator wouldn't have rendered politely. But there was something different about it this time, a wariness that hadn't been there before. Not fear exactly, but caution. The kind of caution one apex predator shows another when territorial boundaries have been established. And really, that was all Liv had wanted from the beginning. Not dominance, not submission, just mutual respect across the vast evolutionary differences that separated Earth's children from the rest of the galactic community. 2 weeks later, the Academy full bloom. A carefully curated collection of flora from 100 different worlds, combining to create a biologically improbable paradise. Bioluminescent vines from Proxima Centauri 4 wound around trees from Sirius B's third moon. Crystalline flowers from the methane gardens of Titan chimed softly in the artificial breeze. It was one of the few places at the Academy designed for pure aesthetic appreciation, rather than educational purposes. Liv sat cross-legged on a bench made from petrified wood imported from Epsilon Eridani, her personal tablet propped on her knees as she tried to focus on her comparative biochemistry assignment. But her attention kept drifting to the groups of students meandering through the gardens, noting how their behavior had subtly changed in the 2 weeks since her speech. The most obvious change was how other species now maintained a slightly larger distance from the human students. Not fearfully for the most part, but with a new awareness. The way you might give a respected predator its space without necessarily running away. You've become quite the celebrity, said a voice from behind her. Liv didn't jump this time. She was getting used to Morrigan's habit of appearing from nowhere. Not by choice, she replied, making room on the bench as the she settled beside her with characteristic grace. Choice or not, you've changed things. Morrigan produced a small, crystalline fruit from somewhere in her flowing garments and bit into it, releasing a scent like cinnamon and ozone. The Arcturian students have started a self-defense club, you know. They're calling it survival skills for non-Death Worlders. Liv looked up from her tablet in surprise. Seriously? Mm-hmm. Morrigan nodded, taking another bite of her strange fruit. They've invited your father to be a guest lecturer. Something about wanting to understand the evolutionary pressures that created humanity's defensive capabilities. Despite herself, Liv smiled. Her father would love that. He'd been trying to get the other species interested in Earth's evolutionary history for years. That's not all, Morrigan continued, her galaxy eyes twinkling with amusement. The Meridian contingent has formally requested access to human martial arts training programs. Apparently, they've decided that if they have to share a galaxy with Deathworlders, they should at least understand how they fight.
Huh. Liv set her tablet aside. Assignment forgotten. That's not what I expected. What did you expect? That everyone would shun the terrifying humans? Kind of, yeah. Liv shrugged. Or at least that they'd be pushing for stricter regulations on our behavior. Morrigan laughed, a sound like tinkling crystal. Oh, the Vex Therai delegation is definitely pushing for that. But they're finding surprisingly little support. Your speech made a lot of species reconsider their assumptions about humans. She leaned in conspiratorially. Do you want to know the real gossip? The Ulgorian High Council is considering reclassifying Earth from a primitive anomaly to a high-interest evolutionary case study. Basically, they're admitting that you're not just lucky survivors, but actually an interesting scientific data point. Well, that's something, I guess. For the Ulgorians, it's practically a declaration of love. They don't find anything interesting unless it challenges their established taxonomies. A notification chimed on Liv's tablet, and she glanced down to see a message from her mother. Meeting with Confederation Council in 10 minutes. They want you there. Come to the diplomatic wing ASAP. Liv felt her stomach tighten. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Morrigan peered at the screen. Ah, the fallout continues. Why would the council want to see me? Liv stood, hastily gathering her things. I'm just a student. Morrigan rose with her usual fluid grace. A student who gave a speech that's been viewed on the Confederation Information Network over 17 million times. What? Liv nearly dropped her tablet. How is that possible? It was just a school assembly. Someone, and I'm not saying it was me, but it might have been me, uploaded the recording to the public data feed, with a rather catchy title, Human Explains Why You Shouldn't Poke the Death Worlders. Morrigan smiled innocently. It's been particularly popular among species from gravity wells similar to Earth's. Morrigan, why would you... Because the galaxy needed to hear it, the Shiri said, suddenly serious. For too long, the established species have been dictating terms to newcomers based on technological advancement alone, ignoring biological and evolutionary contexts. Your speech changed that narrative, not just for humans, but for all Death World species. Liv groaned, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Great. So now I'm not just speaking for humanity, but for everyone who evolved on a planet that wanted to kill them. Essentially, yes. Morrigan gave her a gentle push toward the garden exit. Now go. The council hates to be kept waiting, and you've already made enough waves without adding tardiness to your list of offenses. The Confederation Council chambers were designed to intimidate. That was Liv's first thought as she was ushered through doors tall enough to accommodate even the largest known sentient species. The architecture was deliberately imposing, soaring ceilings, materials imported from a dozen different worlds, lighting designed to be tolerable, if not comfortable, for species with visual systems ranging from infrared to ultraviolet. The chamber itself was arranged in concentric semicircles, with the most influential species seated in the inner rings, and less established members in the outer ones. Earth's representatives, including Liv's mother and Ambassador Okafor, were positioned near the middle, which was better than the outer rim they'd occupied when humanity was first admitted to the Confederation. Liv was directed to a small seat beside her mother, who gave her a quick, reassuring squeeze of the hand, but whose expression remained professionally neutral. What's happening? Liv whispered as she sat down. The vote on Earth's membership status has been moved up, her mother replied under her breath. Your little speech caused quite a stir. Some delegations are pushing for an immediate decision rather than waiting for the scheduled date. Is that good? Depends who you ask. Her mother's eyes remained fixed on the central podium, where the Ulgorian chairperson was preparing to call the session to order. The Vex Therai are furious, obviously, but several previously neutral parties have shifted their position in our favor. Because of my speech? Because you made them see humans in a new light, not as primitive upstarts to be patronized, but as survivors to be respected. Before Liv could ask more questions, the chairperson's voice boomed through the chamber, amplified and translated simultaneously for all present. This special session of the Galactic Confederation Council is now convened, the Ulgorian announced, his skin cycling through formal patterns of blue and gold. We are here to address the motion put forward by the Arcturian delegation to move up the vote on Earth's membership status from probationary to full member. A ripple of multilingual murmurs spread through the chamber. Before we proceed to debate, the chairperson continued,
The Vexthari delegation has requested the right to address recent events they feel are relevant to the vote.
And
Liv tensed as Ambassador Tekel rose from her seat in the third ring, her crystalline growths catching the light dramatically. Esteemed colleagues, Tekel began, her translator rendering her whistles and clicks into the formal diplomatic language of the Confederation. Before we rush to elevate a species that has barely mastered interstellar travel to full membership, I urge you to consider recent evidence of their fundamental incompatibility with Confederation values. She gestured with one of her four arms, and a holographic projection appeared in the center of the chamber, a still image from Liv's confrontation with Grell in the cafeteria, frozen at the moment the Vexthari student was sailing through the air. This incident, which many of you have now seen, demonstrates the human's instinctive resort to physical violence when faced with minor social friction. A Vexthari student engaged in standard social interaction, and the human response was proportionate force. Liv bit her tongue, hard. Standard social interaction, my foot. Moreover, Tekel continued, when given the opportunity to make amends through a formal apology, the human student instead delivered what can only be described as a thinly veiled threat to the entire Confederation. The hologram shifted to show Liv at the podium during her speech, her expression intense as she delivered her message about human evolutionary imperatives. The human representatives would have us believe this is merely an explanation of their biology. I submit that it is a warning, one we would be wise to heed by maintaining humanity's probationary status until they have demonstrated a greater capacity for impulse control and diplomatic resolution of conflicts. Tekel sat down to a mixture of approving and disapproving sounds from various delegations. The chairperson acknowledged her with a formal skin pattern and then said, "The Arcturian delegation has requested the right to offer a counter-perspective." Liv was surprised when an Arcturian rose from the second ring, a high-ranking member of one of the oldest species in the Confederation. The Arcturians were known for their conservative views and general reluctance to admit new species to full membership. "Fellow council members," the Arcturian began, his translator rendering his subsonic rumblings into crisp, formal language. "I speak not only for my delegation but for a coalition of 7 species, who have jointly reviewed the incidents in question and come to a different conclusion than our Vexthari colleagues." He gestured, and the hologram shifted to show a different moment from the cafeteria, the instant when Grell had put his hands on Liv's shoulders. "Our analysis indicates that the human's response was consistent with defensive protocols that would be appropriate on a Class 12 death world. What our Vexthari colleagues omit is the context. Repeated harassment documented in official academy records, physical contact initiated without consent, and most importantly, a clear verbal warning that was ignored." The Arcturian's 6 eyes blinked in sequence, a gesture indicating emphasis. "We have reviewed the human student's speech in its entirety, not just the selected portions. What the Vexthari characterize as a threat, we interpret as valuable information about biological imperatives that will help all Confederation species interact more successfully with humans." He paused, and Liv was startled to see his gaze shift directly to her before continuing. "Moreover, we find the human's approach instructive. Rather than seeking retribution or advantage, she offered specific, targeted reconciliation while maintaining clear boundaries. This is not the behavior of a species incompatible with Confederation values. It is the behavior of a species that understands the fundamental balance between cooperation and self-preservation that has allowed our diverse union to flourish." As the Arcturian sat down, the chamber erupted in a cacophony of sounds, colors, and pheromonal releases as various delegations signaled their reactions. The chairperson had to flash his skin in the pattern indicating order several times before the chamber quieted. "It appears this matter has generated significant interest," the chairperson observed, his 7 eyes blinking in sequence. "Before proceeding to formal debate, I note that the human student at the center of these events is present today. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the chair will exercise discretion to invite Cadet Olivia Kaplan to address the council directly, should she wish to do so." Liv felt her mother stiffen beside her. This was completely unexpected. Students were never invited to address the council. "You don't have to," her mother whispered. "This is highly irregular." Liv hesitated only briefly before standing. "I would be honored to address the council," she said, her voice sounding much steadier than she felt. As she made her way to the central podium, Liv was acutely aware of hundreds of alien eyes following her progress. The stone floor was cool beneath her boots, the air slightly thinner than she was used to, optimized for the average respiratory needs of dozens of different species, rather than the specific requirements of anyone.
Standing at the podium, adjusting it to her height, Liv took a deep breath and looked out at the assembled representatives of galactic civilization. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she could hear Morrigan's voice.
The view of the
Remember what I said
Nebula
about
is
perception
stunning
sometimes being
this
more
evening.
powerful than force?
It almost
Esteemed
makes
council
the
members,
journey through
she
the
began.
void worth
I
it.
stand before you today not as a diplomat or a scientist, but as a student. A student who, like all of you, is learning how to navigate a complex galaxy of different beings with different evolutionary histories, different biological imperatives, and different cultural contexts. She paused, making brief eye contact with various delegates, including Tekel, whose gill flaps were fluttering with barely contained indignation. The incident you've been discussing was not a diplomatic stratagem or a calculated statement. It was a moment of genuine cultural collision, the kind that happens every day at the Academy as we learn to understand each other. Liv's hands were steady on the podium now, her initial nervousness fading as she found her rhythm. What you've seen, both in the cafeteria and in my subsequent address, is not humanity making threats. It's humanity trying to be honest about who and what we are. We come from a world that shaped us to be vigilant, resilient, and quick to defend ourselves. These are not choices we make. They are reflexes built into our biology. She straightened her shoulders slightly, conscious of her posture. But here's what is a choice. Our commitment to finding a place within the Confederation. Our dedication to learning about other species so we can interact respectfully and meaningfully. Our willingness to explain ourselves rather than simply demanding that others accommodate us. Liv paused again, sweeping her gaze across the chamber. The question before you isn't really whether humans respond differently to physical threats than Vex Tharai or Arcturians or Shidi. Of course we do. We all evolved under different conditions to meet different challenges. The question is, whether the Confederation has room for a species that is honest about its boundaries, while actively working to understand and respect the boundaries of others. She could see various delegates shifting in their seats, some leaning forward with interest, others conferring quietly with their colleagues. If the Confederation's goal is genuine diversity, not just the superficial diversity of appearance or technology, but the profound diversity of evolutionary strategies that have produced sentient life throughout our galaxy, then Earth's inclusion enriches that tapestry. Liv allowed herself a small smile. And if nothing else, as my comparative xenobiology professor might tell you, we humans make a fascinating case study. There was a ripple of what might have been laughter from several delegations, including, surprisingly, the Ulgorian chairperson, whose skin briefly flashed an amused shade of green. Thank you for allowing me to address you today, Liv concluded. Whatever your decision on Earth's membership status, please know that humanity's commitment to finding our place among the stars, with respect, honesty, and a willingness to learn, remains unchanged. As Liv stepped away from the podium, there was a moment of silence, followed by the Arcturian delegation initiating their form of applause, a rhythmic tapping that was quickly joined by other species with their own approval gestures. The chairperson called for order, his skin shifting back to formal blue. The council thanks Cadet Kaplan for her insights. We will now proceed to formal debate on the Arcturian motion to advance the vote on Earth's membership status. Making her way back to her seat, Liv caught her mother's eye and was surprised to see not just pride, but something that looked like respect in her expression. Not bad for someone who got sent to the principal's office 2 weeks ago, her mother whispered as Liv sat down. Did it help? Liv whispered back. We'll find out soon enough, her mother replied, but there was a new confidence in her tone that hadn't been there before. 3 hours later, it was done. After extensive debate, impassioned arguments from both sides, and a procedural challenge from the Vex Tharai that was overwhelmingly rejected, the council had voted. Earth's status had been upgraded from probationary to full member of the Galactic Confederation, with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities that entailed. The human delegation was celebrating in a private chamber adjacent to the council hall, with Ambassador Okafor actually permitting herself a glass of Arcturian sky wine, a rare concession to emotion from the normally reserved diplomat. I still can't believe it passed by such a wide margin, Liv's mother was saying to a group of junior diplomats. We were expecting a much closer vote. You can thank your daughter for that, Okafor interjected, raising her glass in Liv's direction. Her address to the council was the tipping point for at least 4 delegations that were on the fence. Liv, who had been trying to blend into the background, felt her face grow hot as attention turned her way. I just said what I was thinking, she mumbled,
uncomfortable with the praise. "Sometimes that's exactly what diplomacy needs," her father said, appearing at her side and draping an arm around her shoulders. "Authenticity can be more persuasive than any carefully crafted statement." "Does this mean I'm off the hook for the cafeteria incident?" Liv asked hopefully. Her father laughed. "Nice try. You still have conflict resolution sessions with Grell for the next month. But," he added with a wink, "I think your mother and I can agree that the grounding we were considering is no longer necessary." "How generous," Liv said dryly, but she was smiling too. A soft chime indicated someone at the door of the celebration chamber. When it slid open, Morrigan stood there, looking uncharacteristically formal in traditional shitty attire that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. "Congratulations, Terrans," she said, executing a graceful bow that was the Shi equivalent of a formal salute. "The Shi delegation extends its compliments on your ascension to full membership." Ambassador Okafor stepped forward to return the gesture with the human diplomatic bow. "The Terran consulate thanks the Shithhi delegation for their support during the proceedings." Once the formalities were complete, Morrigan's serious expression melted into her usual mischievous grin. "So, are you going to invite me in to celebrate? Or do I have to stand in the doorway all evening looking mysterious and ethereal?" Liv laughed and waved her friend inside. "Come on in, though I should warn you, the only refreshments are calibrated for human biochemistry. I don't think we have anything you can safely consume." "Already taken care of," Morrigan said, producing a small flask from somewhere in her flowing garments. "She celebration nectar. One sip would probably put a human in a coma for a week, but for me, just enough to make diplomatic functions tolerable." As the celebration continued around them, Liv and Morrigan found a quiet corner to talk. "I still can't believe all this happened because Grell couldn't keep his hands to himself," Liv said, watching the diplomats mingle. 2 weeks ago, I was just trying to get through comparative xenobiology without being volunteered for a live dissection demonstration. And now you're the face of Human Confederation relations, Morrigan teased. "Fame comes at you fast in the galactic community." "Ugh, don't remind me. Professor Thuxakik cornered me this morning to ask if I'd be willing to participate in a minimally invasive study of human adrenal response patterns. I told her I'd think about it, which really meant not in a million years." Morrigan laughed, her galaxy eyes twinkling. "You know, there's a saying among my people. The universe rarely gives you what you expect, but often gives you what you need." "And what exactly did I need from all this?" "To find your voice," Morrigan said simply. "Not your mother's diplomat voice, or your father's academic voice. Your own voice, the one that can translate what it means to be human in a way the rest of us can understand." Before Liv could respond, her communication device chimed with an incoming message. She glanced down and was surprised to see it was from Grell. "Human. Meet me in the Academy Arboretum at 2000 hours. Come alone." "What is it?" Morrigan asked, noticing her expression change. Liv showed her the message. "Looks like someone isn't celebrating Earth's new status." Morrigan's eyes narrowed. "You're not actually considering going, are you? It's obviously a trap." "Maybe." Liv tucked the device away. "Or maybe it's a chance to start fixing something that's broken." "At least let me come with you," Morrigan insisted. "I can stay hidden. Shithhi are very good at that, and intervene if things get ugly." Liv considered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, but no intervention unless I signal you. This needs to be between me and Grell." "Fine," Morrigan agreed reluctantly. "But if he so much as flexes one of his forearms in your direction, I'm dropping him faster than a Jovian gravity well." The Academy Arboretum was eerily beautiful at night. Bioluminescent plants from a dozen worlds created pools of gentle light among the shadows, and the air was filled with the mingled scents of nocturnal blossoms. Under other circumstances, Liv might have appreciated the peaceful atmosphere. But with Grell waiting for her by the central fountain, peace was the last thing on her mind. The Vextherai stood alone, his tall form silhouetted against the softly glowing waters. His crystalline growths had already begun to regenerate, tiny formations glinting on his shoulders. When he heard Liv approach, he turned, his compound eyes reflecting the bioluminescent light in a way that made them look like they contained stars. "You came," his translator rendered, sounding surprised. "Without security." "You asked me to come alone," Liv said, stopping at what she considered a safe distance. "I'm alone." She carefully didn't mention Morrigan, who was somewhere nearby, invisible in the shadows. Grell's gill flaps fluttered in what Liv now recognized as discomfort rather than aggression. "The Council voted to grant your species full membership today." "Yes. Many believe your speech was instrumental in that decision."
Brace for
Liv
impact.
shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe the Council just recognized that Earth has met the criteria for full membership. Grell made a sound that his translator didn't render. Something between a whistle and a click that Liv suspected might be the Vextherai equivalent of a skeptical snort.
My father is being recalled to our homeworld, he said abruptly.
The failure to prevent the vote is seen as a diplomatic embarrassment. My family's status has been diminished. Liv wasn't sure how to respond to that. I'm sorry about your father's career, but I am not seeking your pity, human. Grell interrupted, his gill flaps fluttering more rapidly. I am trying to explain something important about my species that you do not understand. He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. Status is not merely decorative among the Vextherai. It is essential, biological. The crystalline growths you shattered are not just symbols. They are extensions of our nervous system. They regulate hormonal balance, social standing, even reproductive capacity. Liv felt a cold weight settle in her stomach. You mean when I broke them? You did damage beyond the physical, Grell confirmed. The effects will fade as they regrow, but the experience was profound. I didn't know, Liv said quietly. That wasn't in any of the xenobiology texts. It is not information we share widely, Grell admitted. Which is why I asked you to meet me here, away from official channels. What happened between us has been misrepresented by both sides. He took a step closer, and Liv tensed automatically before forcing herself to remain still. I did not approach you for social bonding, as my delegation claimed, Grell said, his translator rendering the words with a hint of what might have been shame. I approached you because I was ordered to. Liv stared at him. What? My father instructed me to provoke a human student into demonstrating aggressive behavior, Grell explained, his gill flaps moving in patterns that suggested discomfort with the confession. To create an incident that could be used to argue against Earth's membership advancement. The pieces suddenly clicked into place in Liv's mind. You were setting me up. Yes. Grell's compound eyes fixed on her face. You were selected because your records indicated a strong protective response and formal combat training. I was to provoke you until you responded physically, then report it as an unprovoked attack. Liv felt a surge of anger, but beneath it was a stronger current of curiosity. Why are you telling me this now? Because, Grell said slowly, what I did not anticipate was my own reaction to the experience. One of his 4 hands reached up to touch the regenerating crystals on his shoulder. When you defended yourself, when you threw me to the ground, I experienced something unusual for my species. Respect. Liv blinked, not sure she'd heard correctly. Respect? Vectorai evolved as hierarchical pack predators, Grell explained. Despite our technological advancement, we still respond instinctively to demonstrations of effective defensive capability. Your action, while painful and status damaging, triggered an involuntary biological response that my cultural training had not prepared me for. He made another untranslatable sound, something that might have been frustration or embarrassment. In simple terms, I was taught to see humans as primitive and worthy of contempt. My biology, however, now recognizes you as a worthy pack member. So, you don't hate me anymore? Liv asked cautiously. Hate was never the correct term, Grell corrected. I believed myself superior. I no longer do. And with Earth now a full member of the Confederation, many Vextherai will need to recalibrate their understanding of humans, as I have been forced to do. He extended one hand, not aggressively, but formally, palm up in what Liv recognized from her cultural studies as a Vextherai peace gesture. I am not offering friendship, human, but I am offering acknowledgement. You have earned your place in the pack. Liv considered for a moment, then slowly reached out and briefly touched her palm to his, the formal acceptance of the gesture.
Thank you for telling me the truth. It couldn't have been easy. It was not, Grell agreed, withdrawing his hand.
But it was necessary. The conflict resolution sessions we are required to attend would be unproductive without this understanding. Liv couldn't help but smile slightly at that. Probably true. Grell's gill flaps fluttered in what might have been his species' version of a resigned sigh.
I should go. My father has much to explain to our government, and I have preparations to make for his replacement's arrival.
He
turned to leave, then paused, looking back at her.
One more thing, human.
It almost makes the
Yes?
journey through the void
Your
worth
speech. The part about evolved defensive responses to a death world. That was educational. Many at the Academy are now studying Earth's ecology with new interest. Including you? Liv asked. Grell's compound eyes glinted in the bioluminescent light. Especially me. Know your packmates, know your rivals. An old Vextharai saying. With that, he disappeared into the shadowy paths of the Arboretum, leaving Liv standing alone by the fountain, or nearly alone, as Morrigan materialized beside her a moment later.
Well, the she said, that was not what I expected.
Me neither,
Liv admitted, still processing the conversation.
Do you believe him? About being ordered to provoke you? Liv thought about it, then nodded slowly. Yes. It explains too many things that didn't make sense otherwise, and it fits with what we know about Vextharai social structures. The younger generation executing strategies developed by the elders. Morrigan made a sound that might have been agreement or skepticism. So, what happens now? Are you two going to become best friends and braid each other's hair? Or, well, crystalline growths in his case? Liv laughed. No, but maybe we can stop being enemies. That seems like a good start. As they walked back toward the Academy dormitories, Liv looked up at the night sky, taking in the unfamiliar constellations that sparkled above this alien world. Somewhere out there was Earth, a tiny blue marble in the vastness of space. A death world that had nonetheless produced a species resilient enough, adaptable enough, and just stubborn enough to find its way to the stars. You know, she said to Morrigan, when I came to the Academy, all I wanted was to blend in, to be a good representative of humanity without drawing attention to our differences. And now? Now I think maybe our differences are actually our strength. Not something to hide or apologize for, but something to explain and, when necessary, defend. Morrigan smiled, her galaxy eyes reflecting the starlight above. Spoken like a true diplomat. Your mother would be proud. Maybe, Liv said thoughtfully. But I think I'm learning that being human in a galaxy full of aliens isn't about diplomacy or politics. It's about authenticity, being honestly, unapologetically who and what we are, while still respecting who and what everyone else is.
Brace for impact.
A delicate balance, Morrigan observed. Yes, Liv agreed. But if there's one thing humans are good at, it's adapting to survive in challenging environments. As they reached the dormitory building, Liv paused for one last look at the alien sky. Earth had found its place among the stars, and she had found her voice among the countless voices of the Confederation. Not through force or fear or deception, but through something much simpler and much more powerful. Truth. Humanity had arrived, and the galaxy was beginning to understand exactly what that meant. Look, I'm not saying humans are the most terrifying species in the galaxy. Ambassador Zeklexthor clicked his mandibles together nervously, antenna twitching in what his species considered a diplomatic gesture. I'm just saying that any species that considers jogging to be a casual hobby is fundamentally disturbing on a psychological level. Oh, come on. Lieutenant Rain Winters rolled her eyes, leaning back in her chair with the casual indifference that made the Tiskri diplomat's exoskeleton quiver. That's just basic cardiovascular maintenance. Wait until you see what we do for fun. The meeting room aboard the Galactic Confederation vessel Harmonious Exchange had been designed to accommodate 27 different species' anatomical and atmospheric requirements, which meant it was a bizarre hodgepodge of furnishings, environmental chambers, and translation devices. Somehow, despite the Confederation's best efforts at inclusivity, it still managed to look like a fever dream designed by a committee of acid-tripping interior decorators with conflicting religious beliefs. Admiral Kostevk, a gelatinous mass of semi-transparent purple tissue encased in what humans had affectionately nicknamed a snot mech, gurgled something that the translator interpreted as, "The human delegation is being deliberately obtuse. Their planet has been classified as a Class 9 death world for very good reasons." Which we've been trying to tell you is a massive overreaction. Commander Leo Walsh chimed in, absently spinning a stylus between his fingers at a speed that made several delegates track the movement like predators fixated on prey.
Earth is cozy. The Dravenid representative, resembling nothing so much as a 6-foot-tall dust bunny with eyes, shuddered visibly.
Your oceans contain creatures that kill for sport. Orcas are just playful, Winters protested. They throw seals 40 feet in the air for entertainment before consuming them. The dust bunny countered, its voice a horrified whisper. Yeah, but... Winters searched for a defense and found none. Okay, that's fair. The tension in the room was as thick as the specialized breathing fluid in the Aquarian representative's tank. This was the 17th meeting between Earth's diplomatic corps and the Galactic Confederation in as many days, and they were no closer to resolving the fundamental issue. Humanity had been invited to join the interstellar community based on their art, philosophy, and the peaceful signals they'd been broadcasting for centuries, only for the welcoming committee to discover, upon arrival, that humans were essentially space orcs who had somehow developed poetry before figuring out they probably shouldn't live on a planet that actively tried to murder them on a daily basis. Admiral Kstivek's mech whirred as it shifted position. Despite the concerning aspects of human physiology and psychology, the Confederation remains committed to peaceful integration. However, we must insist on containment protocols. Containment? Walsh's casual demeanor vanished. We discussed this. Earth is not accepting any form of quarantine. Not quarantine, Ambassador Zeke Lex Thor clarified quickly, his translator struggling to convey his placating tone. Safeguards. For instance, human military vessels would be limited to defensive armaments only, and... Winters barked a laugh that made 3 different species flinch. You want us to remove our offensive capabilities? When there are, 7? Known hostile civilizations in this sector alone? 8, actually. The drafted representative corrected, then immediately regretted drawing attention to itself as Winters fixed it with a stare. 8, even better. She smiled in a way that showcased far too many teeth. So your proposal is that we join your little club, but deliberately make ourselves vulnerable to the nasties waiting in the cosmic woods. Hard pass, dust mop. Lieutenant, Walsh said sharply, though his lips twitched with suppressed amusement. The meeting devolved from there, with various representatives expressing concerns about everything from humanity's baffling tolerance for capsaicin, you eat pain for pleasure, to their disturbing ability to repair broken bones. You regrow your internal support structures? By the time the human delegation returned to their ship, the Tenacious Bastard, a name that had required 4 separate translation revisions to avoid causing a diplomatic incident, Admiral Kstivek and his team were still debating whether humans qualified as apex predators, or some form of sentient disaster. I need a drink, Winters declared, collapsing into a chair in the ship's officer lounge. Preferably something that would make at least 3 of those delegates dissolve on contact. Can we not joke about dissolving the ambassadors? Captain Eliza Donovan sighed, entering behind them. Her steel-gray hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and her expression suggested she had heard about the dust mop comment. I'm getting comms from Earth Central every 20 minutes asking if we've managed to avoid causing an interstellar incident today. And? Walsh prompted, already at the dispenser requesting what the ship's AI had determined was the closest approximation to Scotch it could synthesize. And I keep having to say not yet, which is not inspiring confidence. Donovan took the glass Walsh offered and dropped into the seat opposite Winters. This is important, people. The Confederation has technology that could revolutionize everything from medicine to energy production. We need this alliance. Winters leaned forward, her expression serious for once. With all due respect, Captain, they're asking us to castrate ourselves militarily while surrounded by potentially hostile forces. That's not an alliance. It's a prelude to becoming a protectorate at best, a sacrifice at worst. They're scared of us, Walsh added more softly. You've seen the reports. Our physiology alone makes us walking nightmares to most of these species. We're stronger, faster, more durable. We can survive radiation levels that would cook most of them, pressures that would crush them, temperatures that would freeze or boil them. And let's not forget they discovered our entertainment, Winters added with a snort. Poor Ambassador Zeklexthor nearly had a cardiac event, all 6 of them, when he found our historical battle reenactments. He thought we were documenting actual ongoing conflicts. Donovan rubbed her temples. I'm aware, but we need to find a compromise. The ship's AI, Area, chose that moment to interrupt. Captain, incoming transmission from Confederation High Command. Priority Alpha. Donovan frowned. That's unusual. Put it through. The holographic display in the center of the lounge flickered to life, revealing Admiral Kstivek's gelatinous form, pulsing with what appeared to be agitation. Captain Donovan, the translation came through with uncharacteristic urgency. We have an emergency situation. The Vikathraxis fleet has breached Confederation space. 3 outposts have already gone dark. Donovan was on her feet instantly. The Vikathraxis? I thought they were contained beyond the Cygnus Arm. They were. Now they are not. The Admiral's normal diplomatic veneer had vanished. Their advance fleet will reach Outpost Sigma 9 in approximately 6 hours. There are 14,000 civilians at that installation, predominantly Alorians and T-Scree. The squishy ones and the bug guys. Winters muttered to Walsh, who nodded grimly. What does this have to do with us, Admiral? Donovan asked, though she already knew. Sigma 9 is 3 hours from your current position. The nearest Confederation battle group is 7 hours away. The Admiral's mech seemed to slump slightly. Captain, I am requesting assistance. The 3 human officers exchanged glances. You want us to engage the Vicathraxis? Donovan clarified. The same species you described yesterday as living embodiments of evolutionary aggression? Yes. The Admiral's translator conveyed no emotion, but the rapid color shifts in his gelatinous form spoke volumes. The same Vicathraxis that your briefing materials indicate have invaded 6 systems in the last decade with no survivors. Yes. And you want the ship that you yesterday insisted should have its weapons downgraded to defensive capabilities only? There was a long pause. The Confederation formally rescinds that request, Captain Donovan. Winters didn't even try to hide her smile. The tenacious bastard dropped out of FTL on the edge of the Sigma 9 system, sensors immediately sweeping for signs of the Vicathraxis fleet. Contact, the tactical officer, Lieutenant Commander Beckett, announced. 9 vessels approaching Sigma 9. Configuration matches Confederation records of Vicathraxis war barges. On screen, Donovan ordered, and the bridge view screen filled with the approaching enemy ships. They resembled nothing so much as massive metallic crustaceans, their hulls covered in overlapping plates that Confederation intelligence indicated were harvested from the exoskeletons of conquered species. Charming. Time to intercept? 22 minutes until they reach the outpost, Captain. Donovan nodded. Open a channel to Outpost Sigma 9. The screen split to show a frantic-looking Elorian, its tentacled face analogs writhing in distress. Human vessel. The evacuation is underway, but we have only managed to move 30% of our population to shelters. Our defensive systems are inadequate against the Vicathraxis weapons. Understood. Continue your evacuation. We'll handle the incoming fleet. Donovan cut the transmission and turned to her bridge crew. Tactical assessment? Beckett was frowning at his console. 9 ships, approximately equivalent to Confederation heavy cruisers in terms of firepower. Their hulls incorporate some kind of organic metallic composite that adapts to energy weapons. Kinetics seem to be their weakness, but you need to hit them hard enough to break through those armored plates. So we're outgunned and outnumbered, Walsh summarized from his position at the operations console. Against any normal enemy, yes, Beckett agreed with a slow smile. But the Vicathraxis have never encountered humans before. And we have one advantage they don't, Winters added from the helm. Donovan raised an eyebrow. Which is? We're absolutely batshit crazy by galactic standards. Winters grinned. Permission to fly like a human, Captain? A slow smile spread across Donovan's face. Permission granted, Lieutenant. Commander Walsh. Activate combat protocols Epsilon 7. Walsh's eyes widened. Epsilon 7? That's completely insane? Yes. Donovan settled back in her command chair. Let's show these Vicathraxis why Deathworlders make bad enemies. The Vicathraxis fleet commander, Grok, observed the approaching vessel with the equivalent of contempt. A single ship? He communicated to his subordinates through the biochemical network that linked all Vicathraxis. The Confederation grows more pathetic with each conquest. This vessel configuration is unknown, his second responded. It does not match any Confederation registry. Irrelevant. Prepare the harvesting beams. Their technology and biomass will be added to our own. The Vicathraxis had built their empire on a simple principle: consume, adapt, evolve. Every species they encountered was either subjugated and farmed for resources or incorporated directly into their technology. They had never known defeat, only setbacks. As the strange vessel approached, Grok felt a momentary pulse of something unfamiliar. The biochemical network translated it as caution, which was so foreign to his experience that he immediately purged the sensation. The unknown ship accelerated suddenly, its velocity increasing beyond what should have been structurally possible. Target locked, his weapons officer reported. Harvesting beam charging. Then the universe went sideways. Executing Crazy Ivan! Winters shouted, hands flying across her console as she cut the main engines and fired the maneuvering thrusters at full power, sending the tenacious bastard into a spin that would have killed most species through G-forces alone. The humans on board, secured in their inertial dampening chairs and pumped full of anti-blackout drugs, merely grunted as their bodies were pressed into the cushioning. The ship rotated a full 180 degrees while maintaining its forward momentum, bringing its aft weapons to bear on the lead Vicathraxis vessel. Fire tubes 1 through 4, Donovan ordered. The tenacious bastard shuddered as 4 kinetic penetrators, essentially massive tungsten rods accelerated to a significant fraction of light speed, launched from the ship's aft tubes. On the tactical display, they watched as the rods struck the lead Vacthraxis ship. There was no explosion, no dramatic fireball, just 4 neat holes punched through the alien vessel from bow to stern, its systems failing as atmosphere vented from the precision wounds.
Direct hit, Beckett reported unnecessarily. 1 down, 8 to go. The remaining Vacthraxis ships altered their formation, splitting into 2 groups in an obvious attempt to flank the human vessel. They're adapting, Walsh observed.
Tactical pattern suggests they've never seen kinetic weapons of this caliber before. Well then, Winters said with a predatory grin. Let's see what else they've never seen before. Permission to execute Maneuver Delta 9, Captain? Donovan nodded. Make it so. Delta 9 was a maneuver that had been theoretical until humanity had reached the stars, using the gravitational pull of a nearby stellar body to slingshot a vessel at speeds that would tear most ships apart. The tenacious bastard, however, had been built by a species that had evolved on a planet that routinely tried to kill them with everything from microorganisms to weather. Winters set a course directly towards Sigma 9's star, the engines screaming in protest as she pushed them beyond recommended tolerances.
Are we diving into the star? The comm officer asked, eyes wide. Not quite, Walsh explained, his voice strained against the G-forces. We're going to skim the corona, use the gravitational pull to accelerate, then release at the optimal moment to go really fucking fast in an unexpected direction. Winters finished for him. Hang on to your lunches, people. Aboard the Vacthraxis command ship, Grok was experiencing an unfamiliar emotion. Confusion. The vessel is approaching the star, his navigator reported. Their trajectory will take them into the corona. They seek self-destruction? Grok wondered aloud. Perhaps they are more honorable than most Confederation weaklings. No, his science officer interjected. They are adjusting course to utilize the star's gravitational field. This tactic is unexpected. Grok watched as the alien ship skimmed the outer layers of the star, its shields glowing white-hot with the strain. By all logic, the vessel should have been torn apart, but instead it was accelerating, using the star's gravity well like a slingshot. Recalculate intercept, he ordered. But before his crew could comply, the alien ship had released from its solar orbit, shooting toward the Vacthraxis fleet at a velocity that their targeting systems couldn't track effectively. Evasive action, Grok commanded, but it was too late. The alien vessel tore through the formation, releasing what appeared to be primitive explosive devices, missiles, as it passed. The Vacthraxis ships, with their sophisticated energy shields designed to repel particle beams and plasma weapons, had no effective defense against the simple kinetic force of the explosions. 3 more ships were crippled in the attack, venting atmosphere and debris into space. For the first time in his long life, Grok felt something akin to fear crawl through his biochemical network. 5 down, 4 to go, Beckett reported, his voice tight with restrained excitement. Engineering reports the heat sinks are at maximum capacity. We can't pull that maneuver again without a cooldown period. Won't need to, Donovan said calmly. The remaining ships are regrouping. They're not used to losing. Captain, the comm officer interrupted. We're receiving a transmission from the Vacthraxis command ship. Put it through. The view screen flickered to show a creature that resembled a nightmarish fusion of insect and reptile, with multiple compound eyes and a chitinous exoskeleton covered in what looked disturbingly like trophies from other species. Unknown vessel, the translator rendered in a flat mechanical voice. You fight with unexpected skill for Confederation allies. We're not Confederation, Donovan responded, leaning forward in her chair. We're humans, from Earth. There was a pause as the translation was processed. Then, humans. Your species is unknown to us. Your combat tactics are primitive but effective. The Vacthraxis offer you the honor of surrender. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will be preserved within our collective. Winters snorted loudly. Did this bug just offer to assimilate us? Donovan held up a hand for silence. That's very generous of you, but I have a counteroffer. She smiled thinly. You leave Confederation space immediately, or we finish destroying your fleet and send the wreckage back to wherever you came from as a warning. The Vacthraxis commander made a sound that the translator couldn't process, but which didn't require much interpretation. You are 1 vessel, we are 4. Your destruction is inevitable. About that, Donovan nodded to Walsh, who typed a quick command into his console. Outside, in the vacuum of space, 8 objects that had previously been masquerading as debris from the earlier battle suddenly lit up with engine signatures. We took the liberty of deploying our siren drones during our little star maneuver,
Donovan explained conversationally. Stealth infiltration, reconnaissance, and engagement nodes. They're currently attached to your remaining vessels, including your command ship. Each one carries a modest payload, just enough to crack those pretty armored hulls of yours. The Veek Thraxis commander's posture changed subtly. You bluff. Commander Walsh, please detonate the siren on their rearmost support vessel, the small one. Walsh pressed a button, and on the tactical display, one of the Veek Thraxis ships suddenly split apart, as if dissected by an invisible knife, its hull plates peeling back as secondary explosions rippled through its interior.
Was that a bluff? Donovan asked pleasantly.
Now, as I was saying, leave Confederation space, or become a very educational example for the rest of your species. 3 hours later, the tenacious bastard hovered protectively over Outpost Sigma-9 as the last of the Veek Thraxis ships limped away at sublight speeds, having agreed to Donovan's terms with what passed for grudging respect among their kind. The bridge was quieter now, the adrenaline of battle fading into the calm competence that characterized Earth's best officers. Incoming transmission from Admiral Kstvik, the comm officer announced. Donovan, looking slightly worse for wear but still commanding, nodded. On screen, the Admiral's gelatinous form appeared, pulsing with colors that the translator didn't attempt to interpret. Captain Donovan, the Confederation has received your battle telemetry and the report from Outpost Sigma-9. Your actions have saved 14,000 lives. Just doing our job, Admiral. A job that no Confederation vessel could have accomplished. The Admiral's mech shifted slightly. The defensive tactics you employed were unconventional. Winters coughed something that sounded suspiciously like understatement of the century. The Veek Thraxis have never retreated before, the Admiral continued. In all our records, they have either conquered or been temporarily contained. This represents a significant development. Donovan leaned forward. Admiral, with all due respect, this is what humans do. We protect our own. And if you want us as allies, we'll protect yours too. But we do it our way, with our ships, our weapons, and our tactics intact. There was a long pause. The Confederation Security Council has reviewed your actions and the results. While many members find your methods concerning, none can argue with the outcome. Another pause. The containment protocols have been formally withdrawn. Earth will be invited to join the Confederation as a full military ally, with no restrictions on your defensive or offensive capabilities. A cheer went up from the bridge crew. Further, the Admiral continued, the Council has requested that Earth consider establishing a joint military training program with Confederation forces. It seems we have much to learn from Deathworlders. Donovan smiled. We'd be honored, Admiral. And perhaps in return, you can teach us some of that legendary Confederation diplomacy. I have a feeling we're going to need it. Indeed. The Admiral's colors shifted to what might have been amusement. I should warn you, Captain. News of today's battle is spreading quickly through Confederation space. You may find the perception of humans has evolved. Oh? Donovan raised an eyebrow. How so? Until today, many species viewed humans as dangerous curiosities. Now, after witnessing your defense of Sigma-9 against an enemy we have failed to defeat for centuries, you are being called something else. Which is? Protectors. The Admiral's form pulsed once more. It seems the galaxy has discovered that Deathworlders make the most formidable allies. The Confederation formally welcomes Earth to the stars, Captain. On our terms, but also on yours. As the transmission ended, Winters leaned back in her chair with a satisfied smile. Well, would you look at that? All we had to do was blow up a few ships, and suddenly we're the cool kids at the galactic lunch table. Walsh snorted. I think it was less about blowing things up and more about the fact that we did it to protect others. That's what they don't get about humans, Donovan said, looking out at the stars beyond the view screen. They see our capacity for violence and assume it's our defining characteristic. They don't understand that we developed that capacity precisely because we care so deeply. We fight hardest for what we love most.
So what now, Captain? Beckett asked. Donovan smiled. Now?
Now we introduce the galaxy to the concept of friends in high places. And maybe, just maybe, teach them that sometimes the most dangerous species in the room is exactly the one you want watching your back. 6 months later, the Galactic Confederation headquarters on neutral planet Harmonious was hosting its first human diplomatic delegation, this time with considerably more respect and considerably less condescension. Ambassador Ezekiel X. Thor, who had been promoted following the Sigma-9 incident, as it was now called, clicked his mandibles nervously as he approached the human group. Ambassador Winters,
he greeted, his translator conveying a warmth that would have been impossible 6 months earlier. The Council is ready to receive Earth's formal acceptance of membership. Rain Winters, now sporting diplomatic credentials instead of a lieutenant's insignia, grinned. Lead the way, Ambassador Zeklexthor. Or should I say friend? The Tiskari diplomat's antennae twitched in what humans now recognized as pleasure. Friend, he agreed. Though I must confess, even after all this time studying your species, you continue to surprise us. Oh? Winters asked as they walked through the grand hallways of the Confederation building. How so? Just yesterday, I observed a human child during the cultural exchange. This small being, barely developed, was consuming a substance that our scientists identified as containing capsaicin levels that would incapacitate most predatory species, all while explaining the concept of ghost peppers to horrified Dravnid younglings. Winters laughed. Kids, always showing off. This is not concerning to you? Ambassador, where I come from, that's called building character. As they entered the council chambers, a hush fell over the assembled representatives of over 200 species. At the center of the room, Captain, now Admiral Donovan, stood alongside Earth's political delegation, her uniform crisp and decorated with the newly created Sigma 9 distinction, an honor created specifically to acknowledge Earth's first official act as Confederation allies. The Supreme Counselor, a towering avian being whose species had founded the Confederation millennia ago, extended all 4 wings in a formal gesture of welcome. The Galactic Confederation recognizes Earth and welcomes humanity to the stars, the translator conveyed. Where once we saw danger, we now see dedication. Where we feared strength, we now welcome protection. Donovan stepped forward to deliver Earth's response, a carefully crafted statement that had gone through 17 revisions to remove what diplomatic advisors had termed excessive human idioms. The people of Earth thank you for this welcome, she began. We come to the stars not as conquerors, but as explorers, not as predators, but as protectors. We have learned through our own long and often painful history that strength without compassion is merely brutality, and power without purpose is merely waste. She paused, looking around at the assembled representatives. Humanity evolved on a world that challenged us daily to be stronger, faster, more resilient. We fought our planet, and sometimes we fought each other. But what truly defines us is not our capacity for violence. It is our capacity for growth. The chamber was silent, every translator working overtime to convey the nuances of her speech. You called Earth a death world, and you weren't wrong. But what you missed is that surviving a death world doesn't just make you dangerous. It makes you tenacious, innovative, and fiercely protective of life in all its forms. She smiled. We humans have a saying. You never truly know someone until you see how they treat others who can do nothing for them. The Confederation saw us at our best when we defended Sigma 9, but I promise you, that was just humans playing nice. A ripple of something between concern and admiration moved through the chamber. Because if you think we were dangerous when we were playing nice, you should see what happens when someone threatens those we've sworn to protect. Earth is proud to join the Confederation not just as allies, but as guardians. The Deathworlders are here, and we bring with us not just our strength, but our solemn promise. What we love, we defend. What we claim, we keep. And those who stand with us need never stand alone. As Donovan finished speaking, there was a moment of stunned silence, and then, starting from the Elorian delegation whose people had been saved at Sigma 9, a wave of sound that the translators struggled to interpret, but which needed no translation. Applause, in all its varied alien forms. Winters sidled up beside Admiral Kostevik, whose mech was vibrating with what she had learned to recognize as emotional intensity. So, she said conversationally, still think jogging is psychologically disturbing? The Admiral's translator conveyed what might have been a chuckle. Lieutenant, forgive me, Ambassador Winters. I have recently begun studying human recreational activities more thoroughly. I must say, compared to your extreme sports, jogging seems quite reasonable. Wait until you hear about ultramarathons, Winters said with a wink. I am almost afraid to ask. Smart man. Or, well, smart gelatinous mass of semi-transparent purple tissue. That is surprisingly accurate terminology. As the formal ceremony continued, with treaties being signed and diplomatic pleasantries exchanged, Ambassador Zeklexthor found himself standing next to Commander Walsh, who was observing the proceedings with obvious satisfaction. Your captain, forgive me, your admiral, speaks well, the the Tiskri noted, though I detect she left something unsaid. Walsh smiled slightly. She left a lot unsaid, Ambassador. That's diplomacy. Indeed. But perhaps the most important thing she left unspoken is what truly makes your species unique among the stars. And what's that? The Ambassador's mandibles clicked softly. In all our records, across thousands of species and millions of years, we have never encountered a sentient race that evolved as apex predators, yet developed such capacity for self-sacrifice. You are the only species we know that will die for an ideal, that will fight not just for survival, but for concepts. Walsh considered this. I never thought of that as unusual. It is not merely unusual, Commander. It is unique. And, if I may say so, it is both terrifying and reassuring in equal measure. As the ceremony concluded and the new era of human Confederation relations officially began, Admiral Donovan found herself gazing out a viewport at the stars beyond. Stars that now represented not just possibility, but responsibility. Winters joined her, following her gaze. Penny for your thoughts, Admiral? I was just thinking about something my grandfather used to say. Donovan replied softly. He was a Marine, old school. He told me once that the true measure of strength isn't how hard you can hit, but what you're willing to hit hard for. Sounds like a wise man. He was. Donovan turned from the viewport to face the celebration behind them. The Confederation was afraid of us because they saw our potential for destruction. They never understood that the same qualities that make us dangerous are the ones that make us the best damn protectors this galaxy has ever seen.
Brace for impact.
Winters raised an eyebrow. Is that a prediction or a promise, Admiral? Donovan smiled, the expression of a Death Worlder who had found her purpose among the stars.
Both, Ambassador. Definitely both. End.
Admiral Kincaid muttered, squinting at the display. The alien battleship, if you could even call that pretentious glass ornament a battleship, hung in space before the fleet, its crystalline structure shimmering with what was clearly meant to be intimidating bioluminescence. Lieutenant Commander Nikolai Petrov snorted beside her. What's that old Earth saying? All hat, no cattle? That's Texas specifically, but yeah, point taken, Kincaid said, leaning back in her command chair and crossing her arms. They've been broadcasting the same message for the last hour. Behold the might of the Zrixian Empire and all that jazz. I'm starting to think they expect us to surrender just from looking at their pretty light show. The bridge of the UES Thermopylae hummed with activity, but there was no tension in the air. The crew of Earth's flagship, like its commander, seemed more annoyed than concerned by the alien fleet that had appeared at the edge of Sol's heliosphere 3 days ago. Petrov pulled up the technical specs that their sensors had gathered. Their main weapon seems to be some kind of directed energy beam. Fancy, but nothing our shields can't handle. And their hull? He paused, brow furrowing. Ma'am, according to these readings, their hull is actually crystalline. Like literal space crystal. You mean the idiots built warships out of glorified glass? Kincaid couldn't keep the incredulity from her voice. Advanced crystalline composite, Petrov corrected, though his tone suggested he found it equally ridiculous. Apparently it's supposed to be some kind of living material that can self-repair. Kincaid snorted. Great. So instead of proper armor, they've got the space equivalent of a healing crystal. Fantastic. Communications Officer Devin Walsh cleared his throat. Admiral, we're receiving another transmission from the Zrixian flagship. They're requesting permission to board for diplomatic talks. Oh, are they now? Kincaid straightened in her chair. Put them through. The main view screen flickered to life, displaying what humans had collectively decided looked like a cross between a giant mantis and a jellyfish. The Zrixian diplomat's translucent appendages waved in what was probably supposed to be a regal manner. Greetings, primitive species of Sol 3. The alien's translator intoned. The glorious Zrixian Empire has deemed your solar system worthy of our attention. We offer you the unprecedented honor of peaceful integration into our collective. You may present your surrender at your convenience. Kincaid blinked slowly, deliberately. Let me get this straight. You park your fancy disco balls at the edge of our system, wave your tentacles around, and expect us to just roll over? The Zrixian diplomat's appendages stiffened. Perhaps you misunderstand. The Zrixian armada has never been defeated in battle. The magnificence of our battlecruisers alone has caused 17 species to surrender without a single shot fired. Uh-huh, Kincaid nodded. And did any of those 17 species have FTL capabilities? A pause. Well, no, but nuclear fusion? Not exactly. Antimatter weaponry? The alien's appendages were now vibrating with what might have been indignation. Your technological advancement is irrelevant. The Zrixian Empire spans 12 star systems. Petrov leaned toward Kincaid and whispered, "That's cute. Should we tell them the Terran Alliance has colonized 27? Kincaid waved him off, but couldn't suppress her smirk.
Tell you what, Ambassador. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Supreme Diplomatic Envoy First Light Through Morning Dew, the alien replied stiffly.
Right, do. Here's what we'll do. You're so confident in your magnificence? Fine, I propose an exchange. You send a delegation to tour our flagship and we'll send one to yours. A little show and tell between potential friends. The alien's bioluminescence flickered in what intelligence briefings suggested was their equivalent of a thoughtful expression. This is unusual, but acceptable. The glory of Zrixian engineering will surely humble your primitive minds. Looking forward to it, Kincaid said dryly.
We'll prepare a shuttle to receive your delegation in 2 hours. After the transmission ended, Walsh turned to her with raised eyebrows. Are you sure about this, Admiral? Inviting them aboard?
Kincaid grinned. It wasn't a particularly nice grin.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I want engineering to give our guests the full tour, especially the weapons systems and the engine room. Ma'am? Petrov looked confused. Lieutenant Commander, have you ever seen a peacock strut its stuff? Of course. And have you ever seen what happens when you put that peacock next to an actual predator?
Stunning this evening.
Understanding dawned on the officer's face, followed by a slow smile. We're going to scare the living daylights out of them, aren't we? Diplomatically, of course, Kincaid replied, standing up. I want the Thermopylae looking her absolute best. Spit and polish, people. Let's show these pompous jellyfish what a real warship looks like. First Light Through Morning Dew had expected many things from the human's vessel. Crude technology, barbaric design, perhaps even pathetic attempts to copy Zrixian aesthetics. What the diplomatic envoy had not expected was the sheer, terrifying brutality of human engineering. This is our main corridor, explained the human called Chief Engineer Okafor, a tall female with dark skin and a disconcertingly friendly smile. We're heading toward the central weapons control hub first. Dew's appendages trembled slightly as they glided along the metal hallway. Everything was angular, harsh, functional. Nothing like the elegant flowing curves of Zrixian architecture. Most disturbing was the complete lack of decorative bioluminescence. How did they even navigate in such sterile surroundings? Your ship seems very solid, Dew remarked, trying to be diplomatic. Thermopylae's outer hull is 60 meters of layered titanium tungsten alloy, carbon nanotube mesh, and reactive armor, Okafor said cheerfully, as if describing a pleasant garden. She can take a direct hit from most known weapons and keep on fighting. One of Dew's junior diplomats, Third Ripple on Silent Lake, trembled so violently that his translator glitched. 60 meters? But how does it move? The human laughed. Oh, the hull's just the beginning. Wait until you see the engines. The Zrixian delegation exchanged nervous glances as they were led into a cavernous room filled with screens, control stations, and humans in various uniforms tapping away at interfaces. Welcome to Weapons Control, announced another human, this one with facial hair and a red uniform. I'm Commander Zhao, Tactical Officer. This is where we coordinate all offensive and defensive systems aboard the Thermopylae. Dew floated forward cautiously. I notice your control systems are remarkably manual. Zhao nodded. Absolutely. We found that while AI assistance is valuable, having human operators make the final decisions gives us tactical flexibility that fully automated systems lack.
We must act now.
But surely such primitive interface methods slow your response time. Dew couldn't help but ask. Not at all. Here, let me demonstrate. Zhao turned to a young human at a nearby station. Ensign, run simulation Delta 9. Aye, sir, the ensign replied, fingers dancing across her control panel. The main screen lit up with a tactical display showing the Thermopylae surrounded by enemy vessels. Vessels that looked unnervingly similar to the Zrixian battlecruisers. This is a standard defensive scenario, Zhao explained as the simulation played out. Multiple hostiles approaching from different vectors. Dew watched in growing horror as the simulated Thermopylae unleashed a barrage of weapons that could only be described as excessive. Missiles, energy beams, kinetic projectiles, and several weapons Dew couldn't even identify erupted from the human vessel, reducing the simulated attackers to space debris in seconds. Our reaction time from threat detection to full weapons deployment is approximately 2.3 seconds, Zhao said casually. We can sustain maximum offensive output for roughly 6 hours before needing to cool the systems or rearm. Third Ripple on Silent Lake was now visibly shaking.
6 hours? And that's just conventional weapons, added Okafor with an unnervingly bright smile.
Would you like to see our strategic options?
Perhaps we should continue the tour, Du suggested hastily. The next stop was even worse. The engine room of the human vessel was a nightmare of barely contained destructive potential. Massive cylinders glowed with ominous blue light, while technicians monitored readouts with the casual indifference of beings who had grown comfortable working next to apocalyptic forces. These are our primary antimatter reactors, Okafor explained, patting one of the monstrous cylinders affectionately. They provide the baseline power for life support, weapons, and sublight propulsion. Antimatter? Du's translator stuttered. You harness antimatter for routine power generation? Of course. Okafor looked surprised. Don't you? It's the most efficient energy density you can get without resorting to micro-singularities, and those are still experimental. Experimental, gasped forth Shadow over Deep Water, another junior diplomat who had been silent until now. You experiment with black holes? Only tiny ones, Okafor assured them, which was not reassuring at all. Now, if you'll follow me, I'll show you our FTL drive. We use a modified Alcubierre warp field, but we've made some fascinating improvements to the original concept. By the time the tour reached the ship's foundry, an entire section dedicated to manufacturing replacement parts and ammunition during extended deployments, Du had seen enough. The humans didn't just build warships. They built self-sufficient engines of destruction that could operate independently for years if necessary. Most horrifying of all was the casual way the humans treated these technologies. They spoke of world-ending power sources as if discussing household appliances. They calibrated planet-killing weapons while making jokes. They had built their flagship not to impress or intimidate, but purely for practical, efficient violence. And Du had arrived with crystalline ships designed primarily to look impressive. Meanwhile, aboard the Zrixian flagship Crystal Dominance, Lieutenant Commander Petrov was trying very hard to laugh. And this, announced Grand Technical Overseer 7th Gleeman Winter Dark, is our primary offensive system. Petrov stared at what appeared to be a giant focusing crystal suspended in the center of a chamber lined with mirrors. It's very shiny. The refractor array harnesses the power of our sun gems to create a beam of concentrated light energy, the alien explained proudly. When fully charged, it can deliver a thermal impact equivalent to your primitive nuclear devices. Fascinating, Petrov murmured, making notes on his tablet. And how long does it take to charge between firing sequences? Merely 7 of your Earth minutes, the alien boasted. No other species in known space has achieved such rapid redeployment. Petrov thought about the Thermopylae's main railguns, which could fire continuously at a rate of 6 rounds per minute, each with the kinetic energy roughly equivalent to a small nuclear detonation. He thought about the ship's point defense lasers that could track and destroy incoming projectiles in milliseconds. He thought about mentioning any of this, then decided against it. Very impressive, he said instead. May I ask about your defensive systems? The tour continued through the alien vessel, which Petrov had to admit was aesthetically beautiful. The entire ship seemed to be grown rather than built, with flowing organic lines and surfaces that pulsed with bioluminescent light. Crew members, all variations on the mantis jellyfish theme, floated gracefully through corridors that seemed designed more for ceremony than functionality. What the ship lacked, Petrov noted with growing amazement, was anything resembling serious armor, redundant systems, or sustainable combat capability. The Zrixians had clearly evolved in an environment with minimal predation, and had approached space exploration with the same lack of survival instinct. Our living hull can repair most damage within hours, Seventh Gleam explained as they passed a section where the crystalline material seemed to be growing before their eyes. We have never needed crude metal barriers when our ships can heal themselves. Remarkable, Petrov said, genuinely impressed by the biotechnology, if not the strategic thinking behind it. But what happens if the damage is extensive, or if key systems are targeted? The alien's appendages waved in what might have been dismissal. No species has ever penetrated our outer crystal layer. The beauty of our vessels causes most primitives to surrender rather than risk damaging such perfection. I see, Petrov said carefully. He decided not to mention that the standard procedure for human naval engagements was to target enemy weapons, propulsion, and command systems, usually simultaneously, with overwhelming force. Beauty wouldn't enter into the calculation at all. The final stop on the tour was the Zrixian Command Center, a spectacular chamber dominated by a floating 3-dimensional display of the surrounding space. Here, High Commander First Storm over Ancient Ocean greeted the human delegation with formal courtesy. What do you think of our magnificent vessel, humans? the commander asked. Appendages arranged in what intelligence suggested was a posture of pride. Does it not inspire awe in your primitive hearts? Petrov chose his words with diplomatic care. It is certainly unlike anything in the human fleet, High Commander. The biotechnology alone is worth further study. Indeed, the alien's translator conveyed smugness. Perhaps now you understand why resistance would be futile. Our 12 battlecruisers could reduce your homeworld to ash if we so desired. Petrov smiled blandly. I appreciate the tour, High Commander. I look forward to continuing our diplomatic discussions. As the human delegation prepared to return to their shuttle, Petrov overheard two Zrixian officers communicating, their translators inactive. His universal translator, considerably more advanced than the diplomatic version the Zrixians were using, picked up the conversation effortlessly. The humans seem unimpressed, one officer was saying. Perhaps their species lacks the sensory capacity to appreciate true beauty.
And reckless.
Or perhaps, the other replied, they are simply too primitive to understand the power they face. Their metal vessel is crude and inelegant, clearly inferior. Petrov smiled to himself. Oh, they were in for such a surprise. When both delegations had returned to their respective vessels, Admiral Kincaid called a briefing in the Thermopylae war room. Report, Lieutenant Commander, she said as Petrov took his seat. Well, Petrov began, bringing up his notes on the central display. Their ships are exactly what they appear to be. Glorified art projects. The crystalline material does have impressive self-repair capabilities, but it's structurally about as robust as high-grade glass. One good hit from our main guns would shatter it. Weapons? A single directed energy weapon that takes 7 minutes to recharge between shots. No missile systems, no kinetic weapons, minimal point defense. They're basically one-shot wonders, and not particularly wonderful shots at that. Propulsion? Some kind of bioelectric pulse drive. Efficient for its type, but nothing close to our capabilities. They have FTL, but it's slow. Maybe 20 light-years per standard week at maximum output. Kincaid leaned back in her chair, expression balanced between amusement and concern. So they're completely outmatched, but don't know it. That's my assessment, yes, Petrov confirmed. Their entire strategy seems to be based on looking intimidating enough that no one actually fights them. And how did they react to our ship? Chief Engineer Okafor grinned. Their chief diplomat was practically leaving a slime trail of terror by the time we finished the tour. I showed them the antimatter reactors and mentioned the experimental microsingularity research, and I think one of them actually fainted. The weapons demonstration didn't help, Commander Zhao added. When I ran the combat simulation, the junior diplomat started vibrating so hard I thought he might phase through the deck plating. Laughter rippled around the table, but Kincaid held up a hand. As entertaining as this is, we have a diplomatic situation to resolve. These Zrixians may be technologically outmatched, but they're clearly expansionist. If they're used to species surrendering at first sight, they might not know how to back down gracefully. You think they might actually attack? Walsh asked, sounding incredulous. People and aliens do stupid things when their pride is wounded, Kincaid replied, especially if they've never faced real consequences before. She turned to the diplomatic officer. Commander Reyes, what's your assessment? Commander Elena Reyes, who had been quietly analyzing the data from both delegations, looked up from her tablet. Their social structure appears to be hierarchical and based largely on aesthetic achievement and perceived grandeur. Losing face would be catastrophic for the leadership. However, they also show signs of being highly practical when presented with overwhelming evidence. So if we can demonstrate our superiority without humiliating them publicly, they might back down, Kincaid asked. Precisely, Reyes nodded. They need a way to retreat that preserves their dignity. Kincaid drummed her fingers on the table, thinking. All right, here's what we're going to do. Walsh, open a channel to the Zrixian flagship. I want to speak with their commander. A few moments later, the familiar translucent form of High Commander First Storm over Ancient Ocean appeared on the main screen. Admiral Kincaid, the alien's translator intoned. Have you considered our generous offer of peaceful integration? I have indeed, High Commander, Kincaid replied smoothly. And I have a counter-proposal. It seems our species have much to learn from each other. Your biotechnology is quite remarkable, and perhaps there are aspects of human engineering that might interest you as well. The aliens' appendages shifted in what the humans now recognized as thoughtful consideration. The Council of Illumination has authorized me to inform you that we are re-evaluating our expansion policies.
Perhaps there are benefits to collaboration that we had not previously considered.
I'm glad to hear it, Kincaid said.
What do you say to a demonstration? A friendly competition, if you will. Your finest battlecruiser against our flagship. Not combat, she clarified quickly, but a series of challenges to compare capabilities. Speed, maneuverability, defensive systems, purely for mutual understanding. The alien commander's bioluminescence flickered rapidly.
You wish to race?
Among other things,
Kincaid nodded.
Think of it as a cultural exchange through technology. Much more civilized than threatening to reduce planets to ash, don't you think? There was a long pause as the alien seemed to consider this.
Finally, it responded. This is acceptable. We will demonstrate the superiority of Zrixian engineering through peaceful means. When do you wish to begin this competition? Let's say 6 hours from now. That should give both sides time to prepare. We'll transmit suggested parameters for the demonstration shortly. After the transmission ended, Petrov looked at Kincaid with raised eyebrows.
A space race, really?
Trust me,
Kincaid grinned. It's the perfect solution. They get to show off, we get to show off, and nobody has to die because some jellyfish gets their tentacles in a twist. And when we inevitably outperform them in every category? Reyes asked. Then we graciously acknowledge their strengths, express interest in cultural exchange, and suggest that perhaps our species might benefit from peaceful coexistence rather than integration. You think they'll just accept that? Walsh sounded skeptical. Kincaid's expression turned serious. They'd better, because Plan B is a lot less diplomatic. 6 hours later, the UES Thermopylae faced the Zrixian battlecruiser Crystal Dominance in the empty space between Earth and Mars. The rest of both fleets maintained position at a respectful distance, watching the proceedings via long-range sensors. This is ridiculous, muttered Petrov as he monitored the tactical display. It's like putting a Formula One car against a horse-drawn carriage. A very pretty horse-drawn carriage, Kincaid corrected absently. And that's the point. Let's make sure our telemetry is transmitting clearly to their vessel. I want them to see exactly how outmatched they are. The first challenge was simple. Acceleration from standstill to maximum sublight speed, followed by a rapid deceleration to 0. The Crystal Dominance went first, its bioluminescent hull pulsing as it gathered energy. It surged forward with surprising grace, accelerating steadily until it reached what their sensors indicated was its maximum velocity, approximately 0.15 c. Not bad, Okafor commented from the engineering station. For biological propulsion, that's actually impressive. After the alien vessel had returned to its starting position, it was the Thermopylae's turn. Kincaid nodded to the helm. Lieutenant Lee, show them what we've got. Full military power. Aye, Admiral. Full military power. The massive human warship, nearly twice the size of its alien counterpart, seemed to leap forward as its antimatter-powered engines engaged. In seconds, it had surpassed the Zrixian vessel's top speed. 10 seconds later, it was approaching 0.4 c. After 20 seconds, the inertial dampeners were straining to compensate as the ship reached 0.6 c. That should be sufficient, Kincaid said after 30 seconds of acceleration. Bring us to a full stop, then return to starting position.
We must act
The
now.
Thermopylae's massive engines reversed thrust, bleeding off velocity with the same brutal efficiency with which they had gained it. Within moments, the warship hung motionless in space once more, then smoothly returned to its original position. Telemetry confirms the Zrixians received our performance data, Walsh reported, unable to keep a note of smugness from his voice. They're requesting a short pause before the next challenge. Granted, Kincaid nodded. I imagine they need time to adjust their expectations. When communications resumed, the Zrixian commander's translators seemed to have developed a slight stutter. A most impressive display of raw power, Admiral. However, true spacefaring excellence lies in precision and maneuverability, not merely brute force. Couldn't agree more, Kincaid replied amiably. Shall we proceed to the obstacle course? The obstacle course was a hastily arranged series of sensor buoys deployed between the two ships, creating a three-dimensional slalom that would test each vessel's agility and the crew's reaction times. This time, the results were less dramatically one-sided. The Zrixian vessel, being smaller and designed with a certain fluid grace, performed admirably, weaving between the markers with elegant precision. When the Thermopylae's turn came, the human ship couldn't match the alien vessel's grace, but what it lacked in elegance it made up for in control. Despite its massive size, the warship executed the course with textbook precision, its movements efficient and deliberate.
Their
All
bioships
hail
might
the
have an
dome.
advantage in agility,
We march
Kincaid
as one.
conceded, and both ships had completed the course. Worth noting for tactical considerations.
The final test was the one Kincaid had been waiting for: defensive capabilities. A series of harmless but measurable energy pulses would be directed at each ship to test their defensive systems. The Crystal Dominance went first, its crystalline hull shimmering as the test pulses approached. Most of the energy was deflected by what appeared to be some kind of refractive shield, while the hull itself absorbed the remainder without visible damage. Their defensive concept isn't actually terrible, Zhao observed. The crystalline structure disperses energy rather than trying to block it entirely. Against certain types of attacks, that might be more efficient than our approach.
But against kinetic weapons? Kincaid asked. They'd shatter like holiday ornaments, Zhao confirmed. When it was the Thermopylae's turn, Kincaid decided to make a point. Tactical, disable all active defenses. Let's take these hits on our hull alone. Admiral?
Zhao looked startled. You heard me, Commander. Armor only for this demonstration. The test pulses, equivalent to light laser fire, struck the Thermopylae's massive armored hull and dissipated without effect. Not even a scorch mark appeared on the dark metal plating.
Now activate standard defensive screen, Kincaid ordered. Full spectrum. The next volley of test pulses never reached the ship at all, instead splashing harmlessly against an invisible barrier several meters from the hull.
And now, Kincaid said with a slight smile, let's show them what our point defense systems can do. Tactical. Intercept Program Alpha. The final series of test pulses approached the Thermopylae only to be met by precisely calculated counterpulses that neutralized them midway between the source and the ship.
Transmission from the Zrixian flagship, Walsh announced.
They're requesting another pause.
Take all the time you need, Kincaid replied generously. In the command center of the Crystal Dominance, chaos reigned.
Impossible, High Commander First Storm was saying, appendages lashing in agitation.
Their metal construct cannot possibly contain such power. First Light Through Morning Dew, who had been unusually quiet since returning from the tour of the human vessel, finally spoke up.
High Commander, with respect, what we have witnessed merely confirms what I observed aboard their ship. The humans approach space travel from a fundamentally different perspective than our own.
Explain, demanded the commander.
The Zrixian philosophy has always been one of harmony and elegance, Dew began carefully. Our ships are extensions of ourselves, beautiful, sophisticated, and designed to inspire awe rather than fear. This has served us well in our expansion, as most species recognize the cultural superiority our vessels represent.
And your point is?
The commander's translator conveyed impatience. The humans build their ships for war, Dew said bluntly. Not merely as a possibility, but as the primary purpose. The vessel I toured was not designed to impress or intimidate. It was designed to survive and inflict maximum damage in the most efficient manner possible. And based on what we have just witnessed, they are exceptionally good at it. Silence fell across the command center as the implications sank in. The humans had not been exaggerating their capabilities during the tour. If anything, they had been understating them. What do you propose, diplomatic envoy? The commander asked finally. Dew's appendages arranged themselves in the formal pattern indicating grave counsel. I propose we reconsider our approach to this species. The humans do not appear hostile, merely extremely prepared for hostility. If we persist with demands for integration, I believe they will respond with overwhelming force. And unlike the 17 species we have previously encountered, they have both the means and the will to resist. You suggest we retreat? After announcing our intention to claim this system, the commander's bioluminescence pulsed with alarm.
The Council of Illumination would never accept such humiliation.
Then perhaps, Dew suggested carefully, we should consider a different form of relationship altogether, one that preserves our dignity while acknowledging reality. When communications resumed, Admiral Kincaid was surprised to see both the High Commander and the diplomatic envoy on screen. Admiral, First Light Through Morning Dew began. The glorious Zrixian Empire has reconsidered its position regarding your solar system. Oh? Kincaid raised an eyebrow. Yes, the diplomat continued.
Upon further reflection, we believe that your species possesses certain technical capabilities that make you uniquely qualified for a more equal arrangement than we initially proposed. I'm listening, Kincaid said, keeping her expression neutral despite the victory she could sense approaching.
The Zrixian Empire would like to propose an alliance rather than integration, the alien announced. A mutual exchange of knowledge and resources that would benefit both our civilizations. Our biological engineering combined with your mechanical expertise could lead to advancements neither of us could achieve alone. Kincaid allowed herself a small smile. That's certainly a more interesting proposition than surrender. I believe my government would be open to discussing such an arrangement, provided certain conditions are met. Such as? The High Commander asked warily.
First, recognition of Terran sovereignty over all currently claimed systems. Second, establishment of clear borders and diplomatic protocols. Third, cultural and scientific exchange programs that benefit both sides equally. The two aliens conferred briefly before responding.
These terms are acceptable as a starting point for negotiations, the diplomat said finally.
Excellent, Kincaid nodded.
I'll inform Earth Central immediately. In the meantime, perhaps your fleet might be more comfortable taking up orbit around Jupiter rather than maintaining position at the edge of our system. We'd be happy to provide coordinates for a stable parking orbit. Plenty of interesting moons to observe while we work out the details.
The engines are failing.
The suggestion, effectively moving the alien fleet farther from Earth while framing it as hospitality, was not lost on the aliens, but they accepted graciously enough. As a gesture of good faith, we accept your suggestion, the High Commander said.
The Zrixian fleet will relocate to observe your Jupiter, while diplomatic channels are established. After the transmission ended, the bridge crew of the Thermopylae let out a collective breath.
Did we just turn a potential invasion into a research exchange program? Petrov asked, sounding slightly dazed.
Diplomacy backed by overwhelming firepower, Kincaid replied with a shrug.
Works every time. So what happens now? Walsh asked. Kincaid leaned back in her command chair, watching as the alien fleet began to move away from Earth's orbital path.
Now we teach some glass jellyfish how real warships are built, learn how to grow crystalline computers, and hope like hell they don't have any friends out there who are actually dangerous. And if they do? Petrov raised an eyebrow.
Kincaid's expression hardened momentarily. Then we'll be ready for them too. That's what humanity does. We prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. And so far, it's kept us alive in a universe that's both more wonderful and more terrifying than we ever imagined. 3 months later, Admiral Kincaid stood in the observation lounge of Jupiter Station, watching as human engineers worked alongside Zrixian biotechnicians on what was being called the Hybrid Project, an experimental vessel combining Zrixian crystalline biotechnology with human military engineering.
It's going to be ugly as sin, commented Petrov, who had joined her at the viewport.
Half battleship, half jellyfish. But effective, Kincaid replied.
Their regenerative hull material coupled with our armor concept?
Self-healing battleships that can take a beating? That's worth sacrificing some aesthetics.
The Zrixians seem to be adapting well to the partnership, Petrov observed.
Better than I expected, honestly. Turns out they're pragmatists under all that pomp and bioluminescence, Kincaid said. Once they got over the initial shock of finding someone who could actually fight back, they've been surprisingly reasonable. First light through morning dew floated into the observation lounge, the Zrixians' movements more confident in the human environment than they had been during first contact.
Admiral Lieutenant Commander, the alien greeted them. I bring news from the Council of Illumination. Good news or bad news? Kincaid asked.
That depends on your perspective, Dew replied. Appendages arranging in what humans had learned was an expression of ironic amusement.
The Council has received communication from the Arcavian Collective, a species on the far side of Zrixian space that we have been encouraging to join our empire. Let me guess, Kincaid said dryly.
They've suddenly become less receptive to your encouragement? Indeed, Dew's translator conveyed dry humor.
It seems news of our alliance with humans has spread. The Arcavians have requested direct communication with Terran representatives. They want to make sure we're real, Petrov surmised.
Precisely, Dew confirmed. The concept of a species that could match Zrixian technology, let alone exceed it in some areas, has created quite a stir in local space. Several civilizations that were considering integration with our empire are now reconsidering their options.
Sorry about that, Kincaid said, not sounding sorry at all.
Do not be, Dew replied, surprising both humans.
My government has come to recognize that expansion through intimidation has limitations, particularly when one eventually encounters a species that cannot be intimidated. The aliens' appendages shifted in what the humans now recognized as thoughtful consideration. The Council of Illumination has authorized me to inform you that we are re-evaluating our expansion policies. Perhaps there are benefits to collaboration that we had not previously considered.
That's surprisingly mature of them, Kincaid remarked.
We have existed for 12,000 of your years, Du replied with dignity. We may be vain, but we are not stupid. Only the truly foolish fail to adapt when presented with new information. Like the information that some species build warships that can actually fight instead of just looking pretty, Petrov asked with a grin. Precisely. Du's bioluminescence pulsed, and what humans had learned was laughter. Though I maintain that your vessels are aesthetically deficient. They're not meant to win beauty contests, Kincaid shrugged. They're meant to win wars. A concept we are beginning to appreciate, Du acknowledged. Which brings me to the true purpose of my visit. The Council has received disturbing reports from the edge of known space. It seems another expansionist power has been detected moving toward both our territories. Kincaid straightened, her expression turning serious. Hostile?
The view of
unknown, but they do not respond to communication attempts. And they have already absorbed two minor civilizations at the periphery of our sensor range.
Worth it.
Not big on diplomacy then, Petrov noted grimly. Indeed. The Council formally requests that a joint Zrixian-Terran task force be assembled to investigate this potential threat. Your military expertise combined with our sensory capabilities would make for an ideal reconnaissance mission. Kincaid and Petrov exchanged looks. I'll need to consult with Earth Central, Kincaid said finally. But I don't anticipate any objections. If there's a new player moving into the neighborhood, we definitely want to know about it sooner rather than later. Excellent. Du's appendages arranged in formal gratitude. I shall inform the Council. How soon might such a task force be ready? The Thermopylae can be prepared in 48 hours, Kincaid replied without hesitation. Assuming your vessels can match that timeline? The Crystal Dominance stands ready, Du confirmed. After the alien had departed, Petrov turned to Kincaid with raised eyebrows. You think this is legitimate, or just an excuse to get a closer look at our combat operations? Probably both, Kincaid admitted. But it doesn't matter. If there is a threat out there, we need to know about it. And if the Zrixians are fishing for intelligence... She shrugged. Let them see what they're going to see. It might make them think twice about ever reconsidering our alliance. So we're actually doing this? A joint mission with space jellyfish? Welcome to the future, Lieutenant Commander, Kincaid said with a wry smile. Turns out it's even weirder than the sci-fi vids promised. The Joint Task Force departed Jupiter orbit exactly 48 hours later, consisting of the UES Thermopylae, the Zrixian flagship Crystal Dominance, and 2 escort vessels from each fleet. Their destination, a star system at the edge of Zrixian space, where the most recent reports of the unknown entities had originated. In the Thermopylae's war room, Admiral Kincaid studied the intelligence provided by the Zrixians with a critical eye. These sensor readings are remarkably detailed for such long range, she commented to Du, who had temporarily transferred to the human vessel as liaison. The crystalline matrices of our ships are particularly sensitive to certain types of energy emissions, the alien explained. What your instruments might perceive as background radiation, ours can differentiate into distinct patterns. Useful, Kincaid acknowledged, but these readings are still too vague to form any real tactical assessment. We need to get closer. Hence our current trajectory, Du agreed. At current speeds, we should reach the Loranthe system in approximately 72 of your hours. Commander Zhao, who had been analyzing the Zrixian data alongside human intelligence, spoke up. There's something odd about the movement patterns in these reports. These unknown ships. They're moving in perfect synchronization, with no deviation even when navigating complex gravitational fields. Automated? Petrov suggested. Possibly, Zhao nodded. Or controlled by some kind of hive mind. Either way, it suggests a level of coordination beyond what we typically see even in highly disciplined fleet operations. Kincaid frowned. Du, has your empire encountered AI civilizations before? The alien's appendages stiffened slightly. There have been... incidents. 3,000 years ago, a species known as the Vex created self-replicating machines that eventually turned on their creators. The Zrixian Empire was forced to quarantine an entire sector of space to contain the outbreak. And you didn't think to mention this earlier? Kincaid asked sharply. The Vex incident was resolved millennia ago, Du replied defensively. And there is no evidence that these new entities are related. I merely mention it as a historical precedent for the type of coordination Commander Zhao described. Kincaid wasn't entirely satisfied with that explanation, but she let it drop for the moment. All right, for now we proceed as planned, but I want continuous updates on any changes to these movement patterns. If we're dealing with some kind of machine intelligence,
Our approach strategies will need to be completely different. A wise precaution, Du agreed.
As the task force continued its journey toward the edge of charted space, the mood aboard the Thermopylae grew increasingly tense.
Most of the crew had never operated this far from Terran space before, and the unknown nature of their potential adversary only added to the unease. In her private quarters, Kincaid recorded a personal log entry, a habit she had maintained throughout her naval career.
Admiral's personal log, Day 3 of Joint Expedition. I can't shake the feeling that we're not getting the full story from our Zrixian allies.
Their sudden willingness to collaborate, this convenient external threat, it all feels too neat.
And yet, the data they've provided appears genuine. If there is something out there absorbing entire civilizations, we need to know about it, regardless of the Zrixians' ulterior motives.
The crew is handling the uncertainty well, though I've noticed increased use of the recreational facilities during off hours, a typical stress response.
Lieutenant Commander Petrov has been invaluable, serving as an unofficial liaison between our personnel and the Zrixian representatives.
His ability to find common ground with these aliens continues to impress me. As for First Light through Morning Dew, I'm still trying to get a read on him. For a diplomat, he's surprisingly forthcoming about Zrixian capabilities and limitations, which either indicates genuine trust or a more subtle deception than I'm giving them credit for.
Time will tell, I suppose.
24 hours until we reach the Loranthi system. I've ordered battle stations readiness drills every 6 hours from now until arrival. Whatever's waiting for us out there, the Thermopylae will be ready. The Loranthi system came into sensor range precisely on schedule. A yellow dwarf star with 7 planets, the third of which had once supported a thriving pre-spaceflight civilization, according to Zrixian records.
No artificial emissions detected, reported the sensor officer as the task force dropped out of FTL at the system's edge.
No communications, no power signatures, nothing to indicate technological activity. Life signs on Loranthi 3? Kincaid asked. Scanning, detecting significant biomass, but distribution patterns are unusual, not consistent with settlement patterns in the historical record. Dew floated forward, appendages extended toward the sensor displays. May I? The sensor officer looked to Kincaid, who nodded. The alien studied the readings, its bioluminescence dimming noticeably. This is troubling, Dew said finally.
The Loranthi were bipedal mammalians with distinct urban centers. These readings suggest complete environmental reorganization. The biomass is now distributed in a fungal pattern across the planet's surface.
Some kind of biological weapon? Kincaid suggested grimly.
Unknown. Dew's appendages vibrated with what might have been distress.
But I have transmitted the data to the Crystal Dominance for analysis. Our biological sciences are more advanced than your own. No offense taken, Kincaid said dryly. In the meantime, I want a closer look at that planet. Helm, bring us into high orbit around Loranthi 3. Tactical, maintain full defensive readiness. As the task force moved deeper into the system, the sense of wrongness intensified. The planets were where they should be. The star burned as expected, but there was an eerie absence of the normal space debris one would expect in a natural system. No asteroid fields, no cometary material.
It's like the system has been cleaned, Petrov murmured, voicing what many were thinking.
When they achieved orbit around the third planet, the visual feeds confirmed their worst fears.
The surface of Loranthi 3 was covered in a strange, iridescent growth that pulsed with slow, rhythmic movements.
Where Zrixian records had shown cities and forests, there was now only the uniform alien landscape.
Analysis of the growth pattern confirms it is not native to this world, reported the science officer.
It appears to be a silicon-carbon hybrid organism with properties of both plant and fungal life. And it's networked. The entire planet's surface is a single organism. A planet-sized neural network, Kincaid said slowly.
Is it sentient?
Unknown, but it's definitely processing information. We're detecting complex electromagnetic patterns throughout the growth layer. Dew, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly emitted a sharp pulse of bioluminescence. Admiral, the Crystal Dominance is reporting unusual energy readings from Loranthi 7, the outermost planet. Something is powering up there. Before Kincaid could respond, the tactical officer called out, "Multiple objects launching from Loranthi 7. Speed and trajectory consistent with spacecraft. Time to intercept. 17 minutes. Battle stations," Kincaid ordered calmly.
"All vessels in defensive formation. Let's see what we're dealing with before we start shooting."
The next 17 minutes passed in tense silence as the unknown craft approached. They were unlike any ships either humans or Zrixians had encountered before. Smooth, ovoid structures with no visible propulsion systems or external features of any kind. They're scanning us, reported the sensor officer. Unusual frequency patterns. Our countermeasures are having limited effect. The crystal dominance reports the same, Du added. Their sensory deflection is also proving ineffective. Kincaid made a quick decision. Open a channel, all frequencies, universal translation matrix at full capacity. Let's try talking before shooting.
Course of action is
After several
illogical
attempts at
and
communication
reckless.
yielded
It
no
risks
response,
everything
the
we
alien
build.
vessels took up
And
position around the Terran
inaction
Zrixian
guarantees our
task force,
demise.
maintaining
We
a
must
precise
act
formation
now.
that effectively surrounded them. Admiral, the tactical officer said tensely, they've matched our defensive screen frequency. If they power up
The
weapons,
engines are failing.
they could punch right through. Kincaid finished.
for impact.
Adjust shield modulation, random pattern, continuous change. The alien vessels are powering up something, the sensor officer reported. Not weapons, it's more like a transmission device? A moment later, every screen on the Thermopylae bridge displayed the same image. A complex shifting pattern of light and color that seemed to move with mathematical precision. Some kind of visual language? Petrov suggested. Du's appendages were waving in agitation. This is similar to ancient Zrixian symbology. I believe they're attempting to communicate, but the complexity is beyond our translation capabilities. Kincaid made a split-second decision. Lieutenant Commander Petrov, have our AI communications array analyze this pattern. Full spectrum analysis. Priority override on all other functions. It took several tense minutes, but eventually, the ship's advanced AI produced a tentative translation. Identify, purpose, intentions. The computer rendered in blocky text. They want to know who we are and why we're here, Kincaid said. Simple enough. Send this response. We are representatives of the Terran Alliance and the Zrixian Empire. We come to investigate reports of unknown activity in this region. Our intentions are peaceful exploration and contact. The message was converted back into the visual language and transmitted. The response came almost immediately, another complex pattern the AI struggled to interpret. Categorization, biological, individual, inefficient, it finally rendered. I don't like the sound of that, Petrov muttered. Before anyone could respond, the alien vessels began emitting a powerful energy field that washed over the task force. Ship systems flickered, and several crew members cried out in pain as the field penetrated the hull. Some kind of scanning beam, the science officer shouted over the alarms. It's probing everything. The ship, our systems, even our bodies. Shields to maximum, Kincaid ordered. Tactical, prepare to... She was cut off as the alien vessels suddenly withdrew the energy field and moved back, maintaining their formation but increasing the distance. New patterns flashed across the screens, which the AI translated with increasing confidence. Assessment complete. Biological coalition. Hierarchical command. Primitive technology. Minimal threat. Potential resource. I really don't like the sound of that, Petrov repeated with feeling. Kincaid's expression hardened. Ask them about the Loranthi. What happened to the civilization on the third planet? After the question was transmitted, there was a longer pause before the response appeared. Integration, optimization, improvement, ascension. The Loranthi serve. A chill ran through the bridge. The implications were clear. The native species had not been destroyed. They had been converted, their very biology repurposed to serve some greater function. Du, Kincaid said quietly. I think it's time we left this system. The alien's bioluminescence had dimmed to almost nothing, a sign of extreme distress. Agreed, Admiral. The Council must be informed immediately. Helm, plot a course out of the system. Maximum speed. Communication. Inform the rest of the task force. We're leaving. Now. As the human and Zrixian vessels began to maneuver, the alien ships made no move to stop them. Instead, a final message flashed across the screens. Departure permitted. Assessment continues. We will find you again. Not if we can help it, Kincaid muttered as the task force accelerated toward the jump point. Once they were safely in FTL, heading back towards Zrixian space, Kincaid called an emergency briefing with the senior officers and their Zrixian counterparts. What exactly did we just encounter? She asked bluntly. It was High Commander First Storm, joining via holographic link from the Crystal Dominance, who answered. I believe we have rediscovered the Vex. Du's appendages stiffened in shock. Impossible. The quarantine has held for 3 millennia. The patterns match ancient records, the Zrixian commander insisted, and the biotechnological integration is consistent with their methods. Somehow, they have escaped containment. Hold on, Kincaid interrupted. You told us the Vex were self-replicating machines created by an organic species. What we saw was some kind of biological technology. A merger. That is why they were so dangerous, First Storm explained grimly. The Vex do not merely destroy biological life. They assimilate it, repurpose it. They see organic material as simply another resource to be optimized. And you quarantine them rather than destroying them? Petrov asked incredulously. We tried destruction, Du said quietly. It did not work. The Vex adapt too quickly. Quarantine was our only option. A coalition of 7 species established a network of monitoring stations around the affected sector, with orders to destroy any attempt to breach the perimeter. Well, either your monitoring stations failed, or these aren't the same Vex, Kincaid said flatly. Either way, we have a serious problem. Those ships let us go for a reason. They've learned everything they needed to know about us, and now they're calculating their next move. The grim silence that followed was broken by Commander Zhao. Admiral, based on the tactical data we gathered, I believe we could defeat those specific vessels in direct combat. Their defensive capabilities did not appear particularly advanced. But that's just it, Kincaid replied. Those weren't warships, they were scout vessels, research platforms. They weren't there to fight, they were there to learn. And now they know exactly what our ships can do, how our crews operate, even our biological makeup. First Storm's holographic image shimmered as the Zrixian commander leaned forward. Admiral Kincaid is correct. The Vex we faced in the ancient past operated in exactly this manner. Observe, analyze, adapt, then strike with overwhelming force precisely calibrated to exploit the weaknesses they had identified. Then we need to prepare, Kincaid said decisively. Not just our task force, but both our civilizations. If these Vex, or whatever they are, decide we're their next target, we need to be ready. The return journey was tense but uneventful. As they neared Zrixian space, Kincaid spent long hours in her quarters reviewing historical records the Zrixians had shared about their previous encounter with the Vex. The more she read, the more concerned she became. The original Vex conflict had nearly destroyed the Zrixian Empire at the height of its power. Only a desperate alliance with 6 other species, some of whom had been bitter enemies, had managed to contain the threat, and even then, the victory had been Pyrrhic. Entire worlds had been quarantined, millions of citizens abandoned to assimilation when evacuation proved impossible. And now, somehow, the Vex had returned, or perhaps they had never truly been contained at all. When Du visited her quarters on the final day of the journey, Kincaid didn't bother with diplomatic niceties. Your empire knew this was a possibility, she said accusingly. That's why you were so quick to form an alliance with us after your initial assessment of our capabilities. You weren't just impressed by our warships. You were looking for potential allies against a threat you knew might return. The alien's bioluminescence pulsed in what might have been embarrassment. Not exactly, Admiral. We genuinely did not believe the Vex still existed as a threat. The quarantine has been maintained for thousands of years with no incidents. But, Kincaid pressed. But yes, when we encountered your species and witnessed your military capabilities, some on the Council did suggest that a human alliance would be valuable should any similar threat ever emerge. It was a contributing factor in our decision to pursue peaceful relations rather than conquest. Well, at least you're being honest now. Kincaid sighed. So what happens next? Does your council have contingency plans for this scenario? There are ancient protocols, Du admitted. They will be activated immediately upon our return. All border worlds will be placed on high alert, and the old coalition will be notified. Those species that still exist, at least. And humanity? The Council will almost certainly propose a formal military alliance now, with full intelligence sharing and joint defense planning. Kincaid nodded slowly. I believe Earth Central will be receptive to that proposal, given the circumstances. The Vex, if that's what they are, clearly represent a threat to both our civilizations. Indeed, Du's appendages arranged in a pattern Kincaid had come to recognize as sincere appreciation. I must confess, Admiral, when our fleet first encountered your species, I believed to be dangerously militaristic. A civilization so focused on warfare that you had sacrificed beauty and harmony in pursuit of destructive power. And now? Now I understand that your approach to space exploration was shaped by wisdom we lacked. The universe is not always kind to emerging civilizations. Perhaps if the ancient Zrixians had built warships instead of crystalline artwork, the original Vex conflict might have ended differently. Kincaid smiled wryly. And perhaps if humans had focused more on biology and less on weaponry, we might have better options for dealing with a foe that assimilates organic life. Neither of us has all the answers due. But together, we might have enough of them to survive. As the task force approached the Zrixian border stations, Kincaid stood on the Thermopylae's observation deck, gazing out at the stars. Somewhere out there, an ancient enemy was stirring, calculating, preparing. An enemy that didn't conquer civilizations but consumed them, that didn't destroy life but repurposed it. The coming conflict would test both humanity and the Zrixians in ways neither had faced before. But standing there, watching as the crystalline Zrixian ships flew in formation alongside the angular, armored hulls of the human vessels, Kincaid felt a flicker of hope. The Zrixians had beauty and biological mastery. Humanity had grit and guns. And maybe, just maybe, that combination would be enough to face whatever was coming. When Commander Petrov joined her at the viewport, she didn't turn away from the stars. "You know," she said quietly, "when I joined the Navy, I never expected first contact to involve jellyfish with superiority complexes. And I never expected to be facing down techno-organic planet eaters within my first year as your XO." Petrov replied with a grim smile. "Life's full of surprises." "That it is, Lieutenant Commander," Kincaid agreed. "That it is." She turned away from the viewport, straightening her uniform with practiced precision. "Now let's go prepare to fight a war against an enemy that turns people into fungus." I'm pretty sure they didn't cover that at the academy. As they walked together toward the bridge, Kincaid couldn't help but think about how quickly everything had changed. 3 months ago, the Zrixians had arrived at Earth expecting easy conquest, and had instead found a species that had spent its entire history preparing for threats exactly like them. Now both civilizations faced something far worse, an enemy that neither pretty ships nor powerful guns might be enough to defeat. It would take everything both species had learned, all their respective strengths combined, to face what was coming. The irony wasn't lost on her. Humanity's obsession with building better weapons, the very trait the Zrixians had initially found so primitive and disturbing, might well be the factor that saved both their civilizations from extinction. And in the end, wasn't that the most human story of all? Building the biggest stick not because you wanted to use it, but because someday, somewhere, something would come that made you desperately glad you had. "You want to do what now?" Admiral Vexthara's throat sac inflated twice in rapid succession laughter, though to human ears it sounded like someone tap dancing on broken glass. Lieutenant Commander Eli Reed maintained his composure, even as the alien's derision washed over him. "With all due respect, Admiral, I'm requesting that you remove your blockade from the Arcturus Gateway. The Terran Alliance has legitimate mining rights in that sector according to the Galactic Concordat of—" "Spare me your legal babble, primate."
Nebula is
The 7-foot insectoid waved a chitinous appendage dismissively. The Zakaitrith Dominion has claimed that sector. Your primitive vessels will leave immediately, or they will be removed. Reed felt his jaw tighten. He'd been warned about the Zektrith and their disdain for younger spacefaring races. This diplomatic mission was already going sideways, but he had his orders. Avoid conflict, seek peaceful resolution. The mining operations in Arcturus were too valuable to abandon, but war with the Dominion would be catastrophic. "Perhaps we could discuss a resource-sharing agreement," Reed offered, knowing it was probably futile. Admiral Vexthara's compound eyes gleamed with what might have been amusement. "Oh, how adorable. The monkey thinks it deserves a seat at the adult's table." The Admiral turned to his subordinates, who all joined in the glass-breaking cacophony of Zektrith laughter. "Tell your masters this. The Dominion does not share. We take what we want. Always have, always will. Your species is barely a millennium into space travel. We were conquering star systems when your ancestors were discovering how to make fire." Reed felt his diplomatic training straining against his more basic instincts. "Admiral, history is filled with technologically superior forces underestimating their opponents. I strongly advise—" "Are you threatening me, Lieutenant Commander?" Vexthara's tone shifted dangerously, the universal translator conveying the menace perfectly. "Not at all, Admiral. I'm simply suggesting that conflict would benefit neither of our species." The Admiral chittered something untranslatable to his officers, then refocused on Reed. "You have 48 of your Earth hours to remove all human vessels from the Arcturus sector. After that, we will consider them target practice. Meeting adjourned." Reed was escorted back to his shuttle by armed guards who seemed eager for him to make a wrong move. As the airlock cycled and his small diplomatic vessel detached from the massive Zikatrith dreadnought, he let out a long-held breath. "That went well," muttered his pilot, Lieutenant Kiyoshi, with thick sarcasm. "About as well as expected," Reed replied, loosening his collar. Get me a secure line to
Course
command.
of action
They need to
is
know we're on a
illogical
countdown.
and reckless. It
Admiral
risks
Helena Wells
everything
reviewed
we've
the
built.
transmission
And
for the third
inaction
time, her weathered
guarantees
face
our
betraying no
demise.
emotion.
We must
The officers
act
gathered
now.
around the holographic display in the war room of the TS Vigilant shifted uncomfortably. Lieutenant Commander Reed's report had been comprehensive and deeply troubling.
The engines are
So,
failing.
Wells finally spoke. The
Brace for
Zacatrith think
impact.
we'll just tuck tail and run because they're older and bigger. It wasn't a question. General Okafor, the Alliance's top military strategist, cleared his throat. Intelligence suggests they've done this 17 times with other emerging spacefaring races. Their technological edge gives them confidence. They believe we have no choice but to comply. And what do you think, General? Wells asked, eyes still fixed on the frozen image of the insectoid admiral. I think they've never met humans before. A faint smile crossed his face. And I think it's time for a history lesson. Wells nodded. Lieutenant Barrett, what's the status of Project Honeybee? A young officer stepped forward, swiping through data on her tablet. The prototypes passed final testing last month, Admiral. We have 6 units combat ready and 30 more in production. And they're invisible to standard Dominion sensors? Yes, ma'am. Their resonance signature mimics background radiation. Unless the Zacatrith know exactly what to look for, they won't see them coming. Wells straightened up. Decision made. We have 36 hours before the Zacatrith open fire on our mining operations. I want the Honeybees deployed in 24. General Okafor, prep the 5th Fleet for defensive positions, but keep them just outside the Arcturus system. I don't want to show our full hand yet.
All hail the
She turned to
Eye.
her communications
All
officer.
hail the
Get me
Dome.
Lieutenant Commander
We
Reed.
march
Tell
as
him to
one.
return to the Zacatrith flagship with our official response. Which is, Admiral? The officer asked. Wells smiled thinly. Tell them we look forward to a productive cultural exchange. The Zektrith bridge officers were still laughing when Reed's shuttle requested docking clearance, exactly 47 hours after his previous departure. Admiral Vexthara seemed almost disappointed when Reed was escorted onto the command deck. I expected your kind to wait until the last possible moment, Lieutenant Commander. Have you come to beg for an extension? Reed approached with a small digital tablet. No, Admiral. I've come to deliver the Terran Alliance's formal response to your demands. The insectoid reached out with a spindly limb. Let me guess. Full capitulation with a side of self-righteous protest? Reed handed over the tablet. Not exactly. The Admiral's compound eyes scanned the document, his mandibles clicking rapidly. What is this nonsense? The Terran Alliance respectfully acknowledges the Zaktrith Dominion's historical significance and looks forward to a fruitful exchange of cultural and technological ideas. He slammed the tablet down. Is this a joke? Not at all, Admiral. We're simply expressing our desire for peaceful coexistence. There is no coexistence! Did you not understand my ultimatum? Your ships will leave Arcturus or be destroyed. You have precisely... He checked a holographic display. 53 minutes remaining. Reed smiled politely. Yes, about that. Our mining vessels have families aboard. Evacuation procedures take time. We're requesting a 72-hour extension to ensure the safety of civilians. The Admiral's clicking grew faster, angrier. You dare to ask for more time? After this insulting response? He stood to his full height, towering over Reed. Perhaps you need a demonstration of our resolve. With a gesture to his weapons officer, a view screen activated, showing a small Terran mining vessel. This should clarify our position. Reed's expression didn't change. Admiral, I strongly advise against fire, Vexthara ordered. The view screen showed a pulse of energy lance out from the dreadnought toward the mining vessel. But instead of the expected explosion, something peculiar happened. The energy beam seemed to dissipate before reaching its target, like water hitting an invisible shield. Confusion rippled through the Zacatrith bridge. The weapons officer frantically worked his console. Energy dispersion detected, Admiral. The beam didn't reach the target. Impossible! Vexthara hissed. Fire again, full power. A second, more powerful beam shot toward the mining vessel. This time, not only did it disperse, but a small return pulse tracked back along the beam's path, causing minor systems disruptions across the dreadnought's bridge. Alarm klaxons began to sound. The tactical officer's voice was high-pitched with stress. Admiral, we're detecting multiple small anomalies surrounding our vessel. They weren't there a moment ago. Reed casually checked his watch. Ah, right on schedule. Vexthara rounded on him. What have you done, human? Me? Nothing at all. I'm just a diplomat. Reed's smile remained pleasant. Though I should mention that while I was keeping you occupied with peaceful overtures, we took the liberty of deploying a few defensive measures. The tactile display was now lighting up with dozens of small objects that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, surrounding the Zektrith flagship and its support vessels.
Those are honeybees, Reed explained helpfully.
Nano-swarm defense platforms. Quite remarkable technology, really. They absorb energy weapons and can redirect a portion back to the source. They also carry rather impressive kinetic penetrators for dealing with more physical threats. The Admiral's mandibles quivered with rage. "You primitive deceiver! You spoke of peace while planning an ambush!" "Not an ambush, Admiral. A demonstration." Reed's tone hardened slightly. "You see, humans have a long history of being underestimated. We thought it might save time to show rather than tell." Before Vexthara could respond, his communications officer chittered urgently. "Admiral, we're receiving reports from our entire fleet. Similar devices have surrounded all our vessels. And..." He paused, clearly disturbed. "A much larger human fleet has just emerged from FTL at the edge of the system." Reed nodded. "That would be the 5th Fleet, arriving to ensure our mining family's safety." He stepped closer to the seething Admiral. "Now, about that cultural exchange I mentioned. Here's lesson 1. Humans don't respond well to bullying. We never have." "This is an act of war," Vexthara spat. "No, Admiral. This is an act of deterrence. Had you fired on our civilian vessels, that would have been an act of war." Reed's eyes were flint-hard now. "The honeybees are purely defensive. They'll only attack if you fire first. But I should warn you, they learn and adapt with each engagement. The more you fight them, the stronger they get." The bridge fell silent as the implications sank in. Finally, Vexthara spoke, his voice dripping with venom. "The Dominion has ruled this sector for millennia. We will not be intimidated by upstart primates and their tricks." "Not asking you to be intimidated, Admiral. Just suggesting a reassessment of the situation." Reed gestured to the tactical display showing the surrounded Zektrith fleet. "You could order your ships to open fire. Maybe you'd even win. But I guarantee it would be costly." He turned toward the exit. "I'll be returning to my shuttle now. In my tablet, you'll find updated terms for a resource-sharing agreement in the Arcturus sector. I suggest you review them before our next meeting." At the doorway, he paused. "Oh, and Admiral? Next time you encounter a species you know nothing about, I recommend research before threats. It tends to work out better for everyone." As Reed was escorted out, he could hear the Admiral's furious chittering fade behind him. He didn't need a translator to know he'd just made an enemy. But sometimes that was the price of respect. 2 weeks later, Lieutenant Commander Reed found himself in an entirely different meeting room. This one on the neutral space station Harmony Point. Across the table sat not just Admiral Vexthara, but representatives from the Zektrith High Command, and a delegation of their top scientists. The atmosphere was decidedly less hostile, though no one would mistake it for friendly. "Your honeybees," began the Zektrith chief scientist Sakura, her mandibles moving deliberately. "They defy our understanding of nanotechnology. Our analysis suggests they shouldn't be possible with your civilization's current technological development." Reed smiled diplomatically. "We're full of surprises." "Indeed," Vexthara said coldly. "Our historical records may need updating regarding the ingenuity of humans." General Okafor, who had joined the Terran delegation, leaned forward. "Admiral, humanity has spent most of its history fighting against long odds. It's given us a certain perspective on problem solving." The Zektrith War Minister, a particularly large specimen named Drexkor, made a dismissive gesture. "Your species has existed for a mere blink in cosmic time. What could you possibly know of long odds?" Reed exchanged a glance with Okafor. This was precisely the opening they'd been waiting for. "Minister," Reed said carefully, "would you be interested in a brief history lesson? It might provide context for our negotiations." The Zektrith delegates chittered among themselves before Vexthara nodded reluctantly. "Proceed. Perhaps understanding your primitive past will illuminate these talks." Reed activated a holographic display in the center of the table. "Computer, initiate historical briefing. Humanity's unlikely journey." The hologram showed Earth, blue and beautiful. Humans evolved on a death world. Reed began conversationally, as if discussing the weather. "A death world?" interrupted Sakara. "Your planet is classified as Class M temperate. By your standards, perhaps. But consider, we evolved on a planet where approximately 90% of the surface is either uninhabitable or actively trying to kill us. Vast oceans we cannot drink from. Deserts too hot for survival. Polar regions too cold. Predators that could outrun, outfight, and outthink us." The hologram shifted to show early humans with primitive tools facing a saber-toothed tiger. We weren't the strongest, the fastest, or the largest. We didn't have natural weapons like claws or venom. By all evolutionary logic, we should have been prey, not apex predators. Another shift showed humans huddled around fire.
So we cheated, Reed said with a smile.
We invented tools, we harnessed fire, we developed language and complex social structures to compensate for our physical weaknesses. Drexkor snorted. All species develop tools. True, Okafor interjected. But most do so as a natural extension of existing advantages. The Zakatrith developed precision tools as an extension of your already dexterous appendages. Humans developed tools precisely because we lacked natural advantages. The hologram cycled through human technological development at an accelerated pace. Spears becoming bows, becoming firearms, becoming increasingly sophisticated weapons. This pattern repeated throughout our history, Reed continued. When faced with seemingly insurmountable obstacles, humans find unconventional solutions. We don't just adapt to our environment, we force our environment to adapt to us. The display showed humans in increasingly hostile settings. Deep seas, mountain peaks, Arctic wastelands, and eventually space. When a barrier seemed impenetrable, we found a way through, around, or over it. Not because we were inherently superior, but because our survival depended on it. Vexthara's compound eyes narrowed. An interesting perspective, but how does this primitive struggle relate to our current situation? Reed's expression turned serious. Because that same evolutionary drive, that refusal to accept limitations, is now directed outward to the stars. And more importantly, it activates most strongly when we're threatened. The hologram displayed a timeline of human warfare, showing the remarkable acceleration of technological development during periods of conflict. World War II on Earth saw us go from primitive propeller aircraft to jet engines in 6 years. The Cold War took us from basic rocketry to landing on our moon in under 2 decades. The resource wars pushed us from fossil fuels to fusion in a single generation. Sakara leaned forward, clearly interested despite herself. Your species innovates more rapidly under threat? Exponentially so, Okafor confirmed. The honeybees you encountered? They were developed in 8 months after we first received intelligence about the Zektrith policy toward younger races. A murmur ran through the alien delegation, which brings me to the key point of this history lesson, Reed said, deactivating the hologram. The worst strategic error anyone can make when dealing with humans is backing us into a corner. We become rather creative. Admiral Vexthara was quiet for a long moment. You're suggesting that had we proceeded with our original plan to force your mining operations out of Arcturus, we would have responded with increasingly sophisticated countermeasures, Okafor finished. The honeybees were just the first iteration. Our research division had 3 more generations in development, each more advanced than the last. Is this a threat, Commander Reed? Drexkor demanded.
Not at all, Minister. It's context for a more productive relationship. Reed smiled genuinely.
The Terran Alliance has no interest in conflict with the Dominion. We recognize your historical claims and your technological achievements. We're simply suggesting that mutual respect will yield better outcomes than confrontation. The Zikatrith delegates conferred among themselves in their native language, the translator deliberately disabled. After several minutes, Vexthara turned back to the humans. We have reviewed your proposed resource-sharing agreement for the Arcturus sector, he said, his tone notably more measured than during their first encounter. While some terms are ambitious, we believe they could form the basis for further discussion. Reed nodded. We're pleased to hear that, Admiral. However, Vexthara continued, the High Command requires a demonstration of these honeybee devices in a controlled environment to verify their capabilities, and to try to develop countermeasures, Okafor added with a knowing smile. Vexthara's mandibles clicked once, the equivalent of a shrug. As you would in our position. Fair enough, Reed agreed. We can arrange a demonstration at the Alliance testing grounds in the Proxima system next month. As the meeting continued with more technical discussions, Reed couldn't help but feel a sense of cautious optimism. The Zakatrith weren't offering friendship, but they were offering respect. And for now, that was enough. 3 months later, Reed found himself in a far less formal setting. Docking Bay 7 of Harmony Point Station, watching a most unusual scene unfold. A group of Zakatrith engineers were engaged in what could only be described as an enthusiastic technical debate with human counterparts from the Alliance R&D division. They stood around a disassembled honeybee prototype, chittering and gesturing with the universal body language of excited engineers everywhere. I still can't believe you approved this technology transfer, said a voice behind him.
Reed turned to find
Engines
Admiral
are
Wells
failing.
approaching, her eyes also fixed on the unusual gathering.
It was a calculated risk, Reed admitted. But keeping the honeybees completely secret would only have pushed the ZK-Trith to develop countermeasures anyway. This way, we guide the process. And earn goodwill. Wells nodded approvingly. How's the joint mining operation proceeding? Surprisingly well. Turns out our methods are quite complementary. Their excavation technology is superior, but our refinement processes are more efficient. Production is up 42% from last quarter. A burst of what sounded like laughter, both human and the glass-breaking ZK-Trith variety, erupted from the engineering group. What are they so excited about? Wells wondered. Reed chuckled. Apparently, Chief Engineer Alvarez suggested a modification to the honeybee's energy absorption matrix that the ZK-Trith never considered. And in return, scientist Tizakara proposed an improvement to our nanofabrication process. Wells raised an eyebrow. Cooperation instead of conflict. Who would have thought? It's not all smooth sailing, Reed cautioned. The Dominion High Command is still watching us closely. Vexithara's reports suggest they see this as a temporary arrangement until they can assert proper dominance. Let them think that, Wells said confidently. Meanwhile, we learn from each other, and more importantly, we buy time. Reed nodded seriously. The intelligence briefing on the Skarn Collective was concerning. If the reports are accurate, both our civilizations could face a much greater threat within the decade. Wells watched the engineers work together with newfound camaraderie. Perhaps by then, the ZK-Trith will understand the value of having humanity as allies rather than subjects. That's the hope, Reed agreed. Though I suspect it may take another demonstration or two before the lesson fully sinks in. Speaking of demonstrations, Wells said with a hint of mischief, how did Vexthara react when you showed him the history vids of the world wars? Reed's expression turned somber. He didn't believe them at first, called them propaganda. Then our cultural attaché showed him the ruins' preservation sites. After that, he paused. Let's just say he's been much more interested in human psychology briefings. Good. Wells nodded firmly. The more they understand us, the less likely they are to underestimate us again. As they turned to leave, Reed caught sight of a small delegation entering the docking bay. Representatives from the Fraxian Republic, another younger race that had recently faced ZK-Trith expansion pressure. Ah, right on schedule, he said. The Fraxians are here to observe the joint technology demonstration. Wells smiled. And to see firsthand that the mighty Dominion can be reasoned with? Exactly. The best deterrent isn't just military capability. It's the perception of capability combined with diplomatic options. Well, Lieutenant Commander, Wells said with genuine appreciation, it seems your unorthodox approach is bearing fruit. The Admiralty was skeptical when you proposed this engagement strategy, but I'm beginning to think you've pioneered a new form of interspecies relations. Reed shrugged modestly. I just applied human history to the situation. We've always been at our best when combining innovation with communication. As they walked away, the sound of continued technical exchange echoed behind them. The sound of two vastly different species finding common ground through shared ingenuity. It wasn't peace, not yet, but it was a beginning. 1 year later, Reed, now promoted to commander, stood on the observation deck of the TAS Vigilant, gazing out at the swirling nebula that marked the border between Terran and ZK-Trith space. Behind him, the ship's intercom chimed softly. Commander, the ZK-Trith delegation has arrived. Admiral Vexthara requests your presence in Conference Room 1. Acknowledged. On my way. The corridors of the Vigilant hummed with activity as Reed made his way to the meeting. Crew members nodded respectfully as he passed, many of them stealing curious glances. It wasn't every day that high-ranking ZK-Trith officials visited a Terran vessel, especially not for such a sensitive briefing. When Reed entered the conference room, he found Admiral Vexthara and 3 other ZK-Trith officials already seated. The insectoid's posture was stiff, even by their standards. Admiral, Reed greeted with a formal bow. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Vexthara's mandibles clicked softly. Your message suggested urgency, Commander. The Dominion does not ignore potential threats, even when they come through unusual channels. Reed activated the room's security protocols, sealing the doors and engaging anti-surveillance measures. What I'm about to share is known to only a handful of individuals in the Alliance High Command. We've chosen to bring this to your attention because we believe it concerns both our peoples. He brought up a holographic display showing a star system at the far edge of charted space. 3 months ago, a Terran deep space reconnaissance vessel detected unusual energy signatures in the Deneb sector. We dispatched a stealth probe to investigate. The hologram zoomed in to reveal what appeared to be a massive construction project, a structure that dwarfed even the largest known space stations. 2 weeks ago, we received this footage. The display showed the structure more clearly now, a vast ring-shaped installation surrounding a small moon. Ships of unfamiliar design moved around it like insects tending a hive. Tizkara, who had accompanied Vexthara, leaned forward. That architecture, it's Skarn. Reed nodded grimly. We suspected as much, but couldn't confirm without your expertise. Our intelligence on the collective is limited. Vexthara's compound eyes narrowed. If the Skarn are establishing a foothold in Deneb, they pose a threat to both our territories. But why bring this to us directly, Commander? Why not through official diplomatic channels? Reed met the Admiral's gaze steadily. Because official channels have ears, Admiral. And we have reason to believe the Skarn have infiltrated both our governments. He brought up another image, a biological scan of what appeared to be a Zektrith, but with subtle anomalies highlighted in red. This was taken during a routine medical screening at Harmony Point 3 weeks ago. One of your junior diplomatic attachés. Reed's voice was solemn. The biomimetic technology is remarkable. Had our medical officer not been specifically looking for irregularities, it would have gone undetected. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the implications sank in. If the Skarn could impersonate a Zekatrith convincingly enough to fool basic security, no government was secure. We've identified 3 infiltrators in our own administration, Reed continued. 2 have been quietly contained. The 3rd we're monitoring to track their communications. Vexthara was silent for a long moment, his alien features unreadable to human eyes. Finally, he spoke. The High Command has suspected Skarn encroachment for some time, but had no concrete evidence. Your information confirms our worst fears. Then you understand why we've approached you directly, Reed said. This goes beyond our previous disagreements. The Skarn Collective doesn't conquer or subjugate. They assimilate and replace. Neither of our civilizations would survive their attention intact. Sakara chittered nervously. The Collective's technological level is estimated to be at least 2 centuries ahead of Dominion capabilities. Even with our combined forces, direct confrontation would be problematic. Which is why we're not proposing direct confrontation, Reed replied. At least not yet. He brought up a new display, schematics for what appeared to be an advanced version of the Honeybee system. We've been developing something new, a variant of the defensive swarm that includes infiltration and information gathering capabilities. You propose to spy on the Skarn? Vexthara sounded skeptical. I propose we learn everything we can before they realize we're aware of them, Reed corrected. Knowledge has always been humanity's greatest weapon, Admiral. We need to understand what we're facing. The senior Zikatrith military officer, General Kravzik, spoke for the first time. Commander Reed, while this information is valuable, I must question your authority to initiate joint operations against the Skarn. Does your Alliance leadership support this approach? Reed's expression remained neutral. Officially, this meeting isn't happening, General. The Alliance Senate is divided on how to respond to the Skarn threat. Some factions believe appeasement might be possible. Fools, Vexthara hissed. The Collective has never been appeased. They consume or are consumed. Then we're in agreement, Reed said with a grim smile. Admiral Wells has authorized me to form a, let's call it a contingency task force. Off the records, beyond political oversight, with representatives from both our species. Vexthara's mandibles clicked rapidly as he considered. What you suggest borders on treason, Commander, for both of us. Perhaps, Reed acknowledged. Or perhaps it's the highest form of loyalty, protecting our peoples even when they don't yet understand the threat. The room fell silent as the Zektrith delegates conferred among themselves in their native language. Reed waited patiently, knowing that what he was proposing would have been unthinkable just a year ago. Trust between humans and the Zikatrith was still fragile, built on mutual interest rather than genuine alliance. Finally, Vexthara turned back to him. The Dominion does not forget its enemies, Commander Reed, but neither does it forget those who stand with us against greater threats. The Admiral's posture straightened. I will provide a small contingent of our best operatives and scientists to this contingency task force. Officially, they will be assigned to cultural exchange duties. Reed felt a wave of relief, though he kept his expression professional. Thank you, Admiral. I believe we're making the right choice. That remains to be seen, Vexthara replied coolly. But the alternative, waiting for the Skarn to complete their preparations, is unacceptable. As the meeting continued into technical details, Reed reflected on the strange turn of events. Just over a year ago, he and Vexthura had been on the brink of open hostilities. Now they were conspiring together against a common enemy, bypassing their own governments to do so. History was full of unlikely alliances formed in the face of existential threats. Perhaps this would be another such chapter, if they survived to write it. 6 months of intense preparation passed in a blur of clandestine meetings, unauthorized resource allocations, and careful recruitment of trustworthy personnel. The Joint Human Ziektrith Task Force, officially designated Cultural Exchange Initiative 7, but known to its members as Firewall, operated from a converted mining outpost in the neutral zone between their territories. Commander Reed stood in the command center of this makeshift base, surrounded by a mix of human and Zacatrith officers, all focused on the massive display dominating the far wall. The screen showed a real-time feed from thousands of modified honeybees now infiltrating the edges of Skarn territory. Swarm Alpha has successfully penetrated the outer sensor grid, reported Lieutenant Kiyoshi, who had volunteered for the covert operation despite the risks to his career. No signs of detection. Beside him, the Zacatrith Tactical Officer Vesmar added, "Transmission protocols are functioning within parameters. Data acquisition has begun." Reed nodded approvingly. The cooperative engineering between human and Zacatrith scientists had yielded remarkable results. The new honeybees were virtually undetectable, capable of passive data collection that would give them their first real insight into Skarn capabilities and intentions. "How long until we have a preliminary assessment?" he asked. "Approximately 17 hours for basic strategic analysis," Vesemar responded. "Detailed technological evaluation will require at least 4 days of continuous observation." A commotion at the entrance to the command center drew Reed's attention. Admiral Vexthura had arrived, accompanied by a human Reed didn't immediately recognize. As they approached, Reed realized with shock that it was Director Lawson from Alliance Intelligence, one of the most senior officials in the entire security apparatus. "Commander," Vexthura greeted with unusual formality. "Director Lawson has something important to share with the task force." Reed snapped to attention. "Director, we weren't expecting Alliance Intelligence involvement in this operation." Lawson's weathered face was grim. "At ease, Commander. This isn't an official visit." He glanced around the busy command center. "Is there somewhere we can speak privately?" Minutes later, Reed, Vexthura, and Lawson were sequestered in the small conference room adjacent to the command center. As soon as the door sealed, Lawson's professional demeanor cracked slightly. "I'll be direct," he said, voice low despite the room's security measures. 3 hours ago, the Alliance Senate voted to open diplomatic relations with the Skarn Collective. They're sending an envoy next week. Reed felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. "That's insanity. The intelligence we've gathered clearly indicates the Skarn are preparing for expansion." "The Senate hasn't seen your intelligence, Commander," Lawson replied with barely contained frustration. "Because officially this task force doesn't exist. The information they're working with comes from official channels. Channels we now know are compromised by Skarn infiltrators." Vexthura's mandible clicked angrily. "The same proposal was raised in the Dominion High Council yesterday. It was narrowly defeated, but support is growing." "They're manipulating both our governments," Reed realized aloud. "Classic divide and conquer. If they can establish peaceful relations with one of us, they can isolate and target the other," Vexthura finished. "After which, the remaining power would be significantly easier to overcome." Lawson nodded grimly. "Precisely. I came here because a small faction within intelligence believes your unsanctioned operation may be our best hope. We need conclusive evidence of Skarn hostile intent, something so compelling that even compromised officials cannot ignore it." Reed exchanged a glance with Vexthura. "The honeybee swarms are collecting data as we speak, but we don't control the timetable." "Then perhaps we need to accelerate it," Vexthura suggested, compound eyes gleaming with what Reed had come to recognize as the Zacatrith equivalent of determination. "If we cannot wait for Skarn to reveal their intentions, and reckless. we make them reveal themselves," Reed finished, the beginnings of a dangerous plan forming in his mind. "Director, how long can you delay the diplomatic mission?" 3 days at most. After that, the envoy ships depart regardless of my objections."
The engines are failing!
Reed turned to the holographic display showing the status of their honeybee swarms. "That's not much time. We'll need to take significant risks." More risk than forming an unauthorized joint military operation outside your chain of command? Lawson asked with a raised eyebrow. Considerably more, Reed admitted. What I'm thinking would technically constitute an act of war if discovered. Vexthara chittered thoughtfully. Your species does have a certain creative approach to impossible situations, Commander. What did you call it? Thinking outside the containment vessel? Close enough. Reed smiled briefly before turning serious again. We need to reprogram a portion of the honeybee swarm for active infiltration rather than passive observation. If we can access the Skarn command systems directly, we might find the evidence we need. Lawson frowned. The honeybees weren't designed for cyber warfare, were they? Not originally, Reed acknowledged. But the joint engineering team has been experimenting. Lieutenant Kiyoshi and Science Officer Tsikara developed a variant with limited system penetration capabilities. It's untested in field conditions, but the simulations were promising. Promising isn't good enough for what you're suggesting, Lawson argued. With respect, Director, Vexthara interjected. We are beyond the luxury of certainty. If the Skarn establish diplomatic relations with either of our governments, the opportunity for preemptive action will be lost. Reed nodded agreement. The way I see it, we have 3 days to either find conclusive evidence of Skarn hostile intent, or create a situation where they reveal it themselves. A heavy silence fell over the room, as each contemplated the enormity of what they were considering. Even if this works, Lawson finally said, we're all risking court-martial at best, execution for treason at worst. Reed's expression was resolute. If we do nothing, we risk the subjugation of both our species. I'll take the court-martial. As would I, Vexthara affirmed, surprising both humans with his immediate support. Lawson studied them both for a long moment before sighing deeply. Very well. I'll provide what cover I can from my position. But Commander, he fixed Reed with an intense stare. If this goes wrong, I was never here. Understood, Director. Reed turned to Vexthara. Admiral, we'll need your best programmers working with our team, and we'll need to inform only the essential personnel. Agreed. I suggest we begin immediately. As they returned to the command center, Reed felt the weight of billions of lives, human and Zaktrith, settling onto his shoulders. What they were planning wasn't just risky, it was potentially catastrophic. But the alternative was worse. Waiting passively while an advanced hostile force manipulated their governments into a position of vulnerability. Sometimes the only way to avoid a trap was to spring it on your own terms. Reprogramming complete, Tsikara announced, her chitinous fingers dancing across the holographic interface with surprising grace. Infiltration protocols loaded and verified. Reed and Kiyoshi exchanged glances. It had been 36 sleepless hours since the decision to redirect a portion of their honeybee swarm for active infiltration. The joint engineering team had worked miracles, but everyone knew they were sending the modified units into unknown territory. What's our target window? Reed asked. Vesmar, now functioning as their joint tactical officer, brought up a display of the Skarn installation. The facility's power systems cycle every 8.4 hours, creating a brief vulnerability in their perimeter security. The next window opens in approximately 43 minutes. And our exit strategy? Kiyoshi gestured to another display showing the remainder of the honeybee swarm. The passive observation units will maintain their position to provide real-time intelligence. If the infiltration team is detected, they'll attempt to download whatever data they've collected to the observation swarm before self-destructing. Reed nodded, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. This operation violated at least a dozen regulations and crossed lines that civilian leadership on both sides would consider unacceptable. But after reviewing the fragmentary intelligence they'd already gathered, he was more convinced than ever that the Skarn represented an existential threat. Very well, final authorization for Operation Looking Glass, he declared formally, entering his command codes into the system. Beside him, Vexthara did the same, the rare moment of human Zaktrith unified command not lost on anyone present. As the infiltration team of honeybees detached from the main swarm and accelerated toward their target, Reed found himself holding his breath. There was no going back now. The next 40 minutes passed in tense silence, broken only by status updates from the monitoring team. When the Skarn facility's power briefly fluctuated, right on schedule, the infiltration team made their move. Perimeter breach successful, reported a young Zaktrith technician. No alarm signatures detected. Reed allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The first hurdle cleared. Beginning internal network scan, Kiyoshi announced. Looks like... Wait, that's odd. What is it, Lieutenant? Reed asked sharply. The network architecture isn't what we expected. It's less centralized, more
Organic? Kiyoshi frowned at his readings. Tizka, are you seeing this? The Zaktrith scientist was already analyzing the incoming data, her mandibles clicking rapidly. Fascinating. It appears the Skarn computing systems utilize some form of neural network architecture we haven't encountered before. The infiltration team is having difficulty mapping conventional access points. Vexthara moved closer to the display. Can they adapt? They're trying, Sakara replied. The programmable nanomatrix is reconfiguring to match the unfamiliar protocols, but it's taking longer than anticipated. Reed checked the mission clock with growing concern. How much longer? Difficult to estimate. Perhaps Sakara stopped abruptly. Wait, they found something. The main screen flickered as data began streaming in from the infiltration team. At first it was incomprehensible, alien code and unfamiliar formatting. But as the translation algorithms processed the information, patterns began to emerge. It's a personnel database, Kiyoshi realized. Or something similar. These appear to be biological templates. Reed felt a chill run down his spine as the images clarified. The database contained detailed biological schematics of various species, including humans and Zekatrith. They're studying us, he murmured. No, more than studying, they're cataloging. Vexthara's compound eyes fixed on a particular section of data. These annotations, they appear to be some form of compatibility assessment, suitability for something. Before anyone could respond, alarm indicators flashed across the monitoring stations. We've been detected, Kiyoshi reported urgently. Security protocols activating throughout the Skarn network. Extract what you can and pull out, Reed ordered. The infiltration team is attempting to download critical files before withdrawal. Sakara confirmed, her digits flying across the interface. But the Skarn countermeasures are moving faster than predicted. Reed watched anxiously as the data transfer percentages crawled upward. 62%, 67%, 71%. Suddenly, the connection status indicators flashed red. We've lost contact with 3 of the 5 infiltration units, Vesemar announced grimly. The remaining 2 are accelerating data transfer, Sakara added. 84%, 93%. A final warning flashed across the screen. Connection lost, Kiyoshi said flatly. All infiltration units have gone offline. A heavy silence fell over the command center. Had they been too aggressive? Had they just triggered the very conflict they were trying to prevent? Did we get enough? Reed finally asked. Sakara was already reviewing the transmitted data. We received approximately 97% of the primary database, significant portions of what appears to be a strategic operations file. And... She paused, mandibles clicking in what Reed had learned was surprise. A partial transmission log. Transmission log? Vexthara moved closer. Yes, it appears the Skarn have been in regular communication with someone within both our governments. Reed and Vexthara exchanged alarmed glances. Their suspicions about infiltrators had been correct, but the extent might be worse than they'd feared. How long until you can decrypt and analyze what we've recovered? Reed asked. With both our teams working together, perhaps 8 hours for preliminary findings, Sakara estimated. Detailed analysis will take longer. We don't have longer, Lawson reminded them, speaking for the first time since the operation began. The diplomatic mission launches in less than 40 hours. Reed nodded grimly. Then we work with what we have. Sakara, Kiyoshi, I want your teams focused on finding anything that clearly demonstrates hostile intent. Explicit plans for infiltration, military positioning, anything that cannot be explained away as defensive measures. As the teams dispersed to their tasks, Reed found himself alone with Vexthara and Lawson. Do you think the Skarn will retaliate for our intrusion? Lawson asked quietly. Reed considered the question carefully. If they do, it would reveal their military readiness and undermine their diplomatic facade. My guess is they'll increase security but otherwise continue as planned. Unless, Vexthara suggested, they accelerate their timetable. If they suspect we're onto them. The implications hung in the air, unspoken but understood by all. They might have just triggered the very crisis they were trying to prevent. We need a contingency plan, Reed decided. Director, what assets can you quietly position near the diplomatic rendezvous point? Lawson frowned. Not much without raising flags. A couple of training exercises could put a rapid response team within jump range, but nothing substantial. That may have to be enough, Reed replied. Admiral, what about the Dominion forces? Vexthara's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. I could reposition a hunter-killer group for routine patrol activities near the border. Not enough to stop a determined Skarn advance, but perhaps enough to complicate their planning.
Do it, Reed nodded. Meanwhile, let's see what our teams can extract from that data. We need something conclusive, and we need it fast. The next 18 hours passed in a blur of activity.
The joint analysis team worked in shifts, processing the stolen Skarn data and gradually assembling a disturbing picture of the collective's true nature and intentions. Reed stared at the final briefing package, exhaustion temporarily forgotten as the implications sank in.
Are we certain about this? He asked Zakara and Kiyoshi, who had presented their findings.
The data is conclusive, Commander, Zakara affirmed.
The biological templates aren't just for infiltration, they're for assimilation. Kiyoshi nodded grimly.
The Skarn aren't just a collective in name. They literally incorporate other species into their biomass. The diplomatic mission isn't about establishing relations. It's about getting close enough to begin the assimilation process with high-value targets. Reed felt sick as he reviewed the technical details. The Skarn method of expansion wasn't merely conquest or colonization, it was consumption.
They identified promising species, infiltrated their societies, and then systematically absorbed them, preserving useful genetic traits while erasing independence and identity.
And these communication logs? He indicated another section of the report. Confirm our worst fears, Kiyoshi replied. They've already compromised at least 17 high-ranking officials in the Alliance government, and 23 in the Dominion hierarchy. The diplomatic initiative was their idea from the start, inserted through their proxies. Vex Thara, who had been silently reviewing the data, finally spoke. This evidence is irrefutable. We must present it to our governments immediately. And we will, Reed agreed. But we need to be strategic about how. If we simply broadcast this information, the compromised officials will move to discredit or suppress it. Director Lawson, who had returned to the facility hours earlier, leaned forward. We need to present it simultaneously to multiple trusted officials in both governments. People with enough authority to act, but who were confident haven't been compromised. I've prepared a list of potential allies within the Dominion command structure, Vex Thara offered. Officials with no behavioral changes or suspicious communications in the past year. I've done the same for the Alliance, Lawson added. But even with careful distribution, we're racing against time. The diplomatic vessels launch in 22 hours. Reed studied the tactical display showing the positions of known Skarn vessels relative to human and Zaktrith space. A thought had been forming in his mind, one that went against all his training and instincts as a diplomat, but which might be their only option if the evidence wasn't enough. We need to prepare for the possibility that our evidence won't convince enough people in time, he said slowly. That we may need to take direct action to prevent the diplomatic mission from reaching the rendezvous point. The implication was clear to everyone in the room. They were discussing potentially attacking their own government's ships to prevent contact with the Skarn. That would be treason, Lawson stated flatly, unequivocally. Yes, Reed acknowledged. And I'm not suggesting we do it unless absolutely necessary. But if the choice is between treason and allowing our species to be subverted and consumed... He left the sentence unfinished. Vex Thara's compound eyes studied Reed intensely. You would sacrifice your career, your freedom, perhaps your life, to prevent this threat. Without hesitation, Reed replied honestly. Wouldn't you? The Zaktrith Admiral was silent for a moment before responding. A year ago, I would have said the Dominion's interests supersede all other concerns. Now, his mandibles clicked softly. I find my perspective has evolved. Then we are in agreement, Reed nodded. We distribute the evidence as widely as possible to trusted officials. We use every channel available to convince our governments of the threat, and we prepare a contingency plan to directly intervene if all else fails. The gravity of what they were contemplating settled over the room. They weren't just risking their careers anymore. They were risking everything.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that,
Lawson said quietly. Hope isn't a strategy, Reed replied. But yes, let's hope. In the meantime, we prepare as if it will. T-minus 4 hours to diplomatic launch. Reed paced the command center, tension radiating from him like heat from a star. The evidence packages had been distributed 6 hours ago to carefully selected officials in both governments. The response had been mixed. Admiral Wells and her staff are convinced, Lawson reported, ending yet another secure communication. She's attempting to get an emergency session with the Security Council, but facing resistance from the Diplomatic Corps. Similar situation within the Dominion, Vex Thara added. War Minister Drexcore acknowledges the threat but claims more verification is needed before acting. The High Council is divided. Reed checked the mission clock again. We're running out of time. What's the status of the diplomatic vessels? Kiyoshi brought up the tracking display. The Alliance delegation is completing final preparations at Harmony Station. Launch scheduled in 3 hours, 52 minutes. The Dominion delegation departed 18 minutes ago from High Command Station. And our contingency assets? In position but limited, Lawson confirmed. 2 stealth frigates within range of the rendezvous point, officially conducting sensor calibration exercises. The Hunter-Killer group is maintaining position along patrol route Sigma 7, Vexthara reported. They can reach the rendezvous coordinates in approximately 40 minutes if required. Reed nodded, mind racing through possibilities. They had distributed the evidence, tried to work within the system, but bureaucracy and infiltration were proving effective countermeasures against truth. If nothing changed in the next few hours, they would face an impossible choice. The communications officer interrupted his thoughts. Commander, priority transmission from Alliance headquarters. It's Admiral Wells. Reed moved quickly to the secure terminal. Put her through. The weathered face of Admiral Wells appeared, her expression grave. Commander Reed, I've reviewed your evidence package. Concerning, to say the least. Admiral, Reed acknowledged, relief evident in his voice. Have you been able to convince the Council? Partially, she replied. I've secured a 24-hour delay on the diplomatic mission for additional security preparations. It's not a cancellation, but it buys us time. Reed felt a surge of hope. Thank you, Admiral. That may be enough for us to— Don't thank me yet, Commander, Wells interrupted. There's a complication. Someone leaked information about your task force to the Senate Oversight Committee. They're demanding immediate explanations for what they're calling unauthorized military collaboration with a potential adversary. Reed's stomach dropped. How bad is it? Bad enough. There's talk of arrest warrants for you and everyone involved. Wells leaned closer to the camera. I'm doing what I can to slow the process, but you need to be prepared for the possibility that official channels may be closing. Understood, Admiral. Thank you for the warning. After the transmission ended, Reed turned to find Vexthara receiving a similar message from his own chain of command. The Dominion diplomatic vessel is continuing on course, the Admiral reported grimly. My appeal to War Minister Drexkor was unsuccessful, and there are now questions being raised about my unauthorized activities. Reed took a deep breath, forcing himself to think clearly despite the rising pressure. So the Alliance mission is delayed, but the Dominion is proceeding, and both of us are now under scrutiny from our respective governments. An effective counter-move by the Skarn infiltrators, Vexthara observed. They've managed to turn our own systems against us while maintaining their schedule. Director Lawson, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. We're out of options through official channels. If we're going to prevent contact between the Dominion delegation and the Skarn, we'll have to act directly. The moment of decision had arrived sooner than Reed had hoped. He studied the tactical display, considering angles of approach, response times, potential casualties, and the billions of lives at stake if the Skarn succeeded. If we do this, he said slowly, there's no going back. Best case scenario, we spend the rest of our lives in prison. Worst case, execution for treason. Vexthara finished matter-of-factly. Yes, I am aware of the consequences. Reed looked around at the joint human-Zektrith team they had assembled. Every person in this room understood what was at stake. They had all chosen to be here knowing the risks. Admiral Vexthara, Reed said formally, as the ranking Dominion officer present, do you concur that direct intervention is now necessary to prevent catastrophic harm to both our peoples? Vexthara straightened to his full height. I do so concur, Commander Reed. Reed nodded solemnly. Then we proceed with Operation Firebreak. He turned to the communications officer. Transmit authentication codes to our contingency assets. Mission parameters. Intercept and disable the Dominion diplomatic vessel before it reaches the rendezvous point. Minimal force, minimal casualties. As the command center erupted into controlled activity, Reed felt a strange calm settle over him. The decision had been made. Whatever happened next, they had done everything possible to protect their civilizations from a threat most people didn't even know existed. You realize, Lawson said quietly beside him, that even if we succeed, the political fallout may destroy the fragile cooperation between our species. Reed watched as human and Zektrith personnel worked seamlessly together, united by a common purpose that transcended their biological and cultural differences. Maybe, he acknowledged, or maybe this is exactly what cements it. T-minus 47 minutes to rendezvous.
The Dominion diplomatic vessel Voice of Harmony glided through space, its sleek design betraying nothing of the tension within. On the bridge, Ambassador Zilvex reviewed his briefing materials one final time, mandibles clicking nervously. Distance to rendezvous point, he inquired of his navigation officer. Approximately 840,000 kilometers, Excellence. Estimated arrival in 46 minutes at current velocity. The ambassador nodded, attempting to project calm authority despite his unease. This mission represented the first official contact between the Dominion and the mysterious Skarn Collective. His selection as ambassador had been unexpected, a rapid promotion that still puzzled him. But one did not question the High Council's decisions. Still, the rushed nature of the mission and the unusual protocols troubled him. The small delegation included none of the usual diplomatic support staff, replaced instead by special security advisors he didn't recognize. And the rendezvous point itself was oddly isolated, a remote location far from established neutral zones. Excellence. His communications officer interrupted his thoughts. We're receiving an urgent transmission from a Dominion military vessel. They're requesting emergency communication with you personally. Zilvex frowned. Put it through to my private chamber. I'll take it there. When the ambassador left the bridge, one of the security advisors moved casually toward the communications station. What vessel is attempting contact? He asked, his mandibles clicking in a pattern subtly different from standard Zektrith physiology. A hunter-killer patrol, sir. The Silent Strike. The advisor exchanged glances with another of his kind. Interesting. Monitor the communication, but do not interfere yet. Inform me immediately of any course change orders. In his private chamber, Ambassador Zilvex activated the secure terminal. The face that appeared on the screen caused him to step back in surprise. Admiral Vexthara? I was not aware you were in this sector.
The engines are failing!
Ambassador, Vexthara greeted tensely. I apologize for the irregular communication, but time is critical. You must abort your mission immediately and return to Dominion space. Zilvex's compound eyes widened. Abort? On whose authority? I carry the mandate of the High Council. The mission has been compromised, Ambassador. We have uncovered evidence that the Skarn Collective represents an imminent threat to the Dominion. They are not what they appear to be. The ambassador's mandibles clicked in agitation. This is highly irregular, Admiral. If such evidence exists, it should have been presented through proper channels to the High Council. It was, Vexthara replied grimly. But certain elements within the Council have been influenced. Ambassador, I know how this sounds, but I implore you to trust me. Alter your course immediately. I can provide escort back to Dominion space. Zilvex hesitated, uncertainty evident in his posture. I need to consult with my security team before making such a decision. Ambassador, Vexthara's voice grew urgent. Your security team may not be what they appear to be either. Do not... The transmission suddenly cut off. Zilvex stared at the blank screen, mandibles clicking rapidly as he processed this disturbing development. Admiral Vexthara was a respected, decorated officer, not known for erratic behavior or baseless warnings. Before he could decide on a course of action, his chamber door slid open. One of the security advisors stood there, posture rigid. Is everything all right, Excellence? We detected an unauthorized communication. Yes, Zilvex replied cautiously. A minor technical matter with Fleet Command. Nothing that affects our mission. The advisor studied him for a moment too long. Of course, Excellence. However, protocol suggests you should share any communication from Command with the security detail. I am familiar with protocol, Advisor, Zilvex replied with forced authority. And as Ambassador, I determine which communications are relevant to our mission. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare for the upcoming contact. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, the advisor bowed slightly and withdrew. As soon as the door closed, Zilvex moved to his personal console, intending to contact the High Command directly for clarification. To his dismay, he found the system unresponsive. Communications access restricted by security protocol, the screen informed him. A cold feeling settled in the ambassador's thorax. Something was very wrong with this mission. Admiral Vexthara's warning, the unusual security team, the communication restrictions. His diplomatic instincts, honed over decades of service, were screaming at him. He needed to get to the bridge and assert his authority as mission commander. If there was even a possibility that Vexthara's warning was legitimate. As Zilvex reached for the door controls, the ship's alarm system suddenly activated. Red emergency lighting bathed his chamber as the vessel shuddered violently. All personnel, battle stations, the ship-wide communication system announced. Unknown vessels approaching. Hostile intent detected. The diplomatic mission had just become something else entirely. Reed watched the tactical display with laser focus as the operation unfolded. 2 stealth frigates from Admiral Wells' contingent had decloaked on opposite sides of the Dominion diplomatic vessel, while the Silent Strike approached from the rear. A classic containment formation, designed to limit escape vectors without appearing overtly threatening. The Dominion vessel is increasing speed, Kiyoshi reported. They're attempting to reach the rendezvous point before interception. Have the Peregrine move to blocking position, Reed ordered. Maintain communication attempts. Vex Thara, standing beside him, added his own commands to the Zaktrith vessel. Tell Captain Drexna to continue hailing the voice of harmony on all Dominion emergency frequencies. The ambassador must be made to understand. Sir, the communications officer interrupted. We're detecting new energy signatures at the rendezvous coordinates. Vessels dropping out of FTL. The tactical display updated to show 3 large ships materializing at the designated meeting point. Skarn vessels. Their distinctive organic mechanical hybrid design unmistakable even at this distance. They're early, Reed muttered. Contingency response to our infiltration, most likely. The diplomatic vessel is broadcasting a distress signal, Kiyoshi announced. But it's odd. They're reporting an attack by unidentified vessels, not acknowledging the Dominion IFF signatures. Vex Thara's mandibles clicked in alarm. The security team. They must have taken control from the ambassador. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. If the diplomatic vessel reached the Skarn ships, all would be lost. But if they used lethal force against a Dominion diplomatic mission... New contact, the sensor operator called out. Large vessel dropping out of FTL near our position. It's the TAS Vigilance, sir. Reed felt a surge of surprise and hope. Admiral Wells' flagship had no official business in this sector. Her presence could only mean one thing. She had decided to intervene directly. The communications array lit up with an incoming transmission. Patching through, Commander, the officer reported. It's Admiral Wells. Wells' face appeared on the main screen, her expression hard as granite. Commander Reed, Admiral Vex Thara, consider yourselves temporarily reinstated to active duty under my direct command. Reed blinked in surprise. Admiral, I don't understand. The Security Council reviewed your evidence package an hour ago, Wells explained briskly. While they continue to debate, I've exercised my emergency authority as Fleet Commander to prevent a potential first contact disaster. The Vigilant will take point on this operation. Your task force will provide tactical support. Relief washed over Reed like a wave. They weren't alone anymore. Understood, Admiral. Happy to comply. Wells' gaze shifted to Vex Thara. Admiral, I recognize this creates a chain of command issue for Dominion forces. I propose joint command for this operation only, with the explicit goal of preventing contact between the diplomatic vessel and the Skarn ships. Vex Thara's compound eyes gleamed with what might have been respect. Under the circumstances, I accept your proposal, Admiral Wells. The Silent Strike awaits your coordination. Wells nodded briskly. Good, because we have company. The tactical display updated again, showing the Skarn vessels accelerating toward the developing confrontation. Whatever their original plan had been, they had clearly decided to take a more direct approach. All vessels combat alert, Wells ordered. Form defensive perimeter around the diplomatic ship. We will prevent contact by any means necessary, but lethal force against the voice of harmony is authorized only as a last resort. Is that understood? Understood, Admiral, Reed and Vex Thara replied in unison. As the human and Zekatrith vessels moved into formation, Reed felt a strange sense of historical significance. For the first time, the two species were fighting side by side against a common enemy, not because of treaties or political expedience, but because individuals from both sides had recognized a shared threat and chosen to act. The next few minutes would determine whether that cooperation had come too late. Ambassador Zilvex struggled to maintain his footing as the voice of harmony executed another evasive maneuver. He had managed to reach the bridge only to find it in chaos. The security team had effectively taken command, relegating the actual bridge officers to subordinate positions. What is happening? He demanded, using his most authoritative diplomatic tone. Why are we evading Dominion vessels? The security chief turned to him, mandibles clicking in what seemed like irritation. Excellence, please return to your quarters. We are managing a security situation. I am the ranking representative of the High Council on this vessel, Zilvex countered. I demand to know why we are running from our own military ships and still proceeding toward the rendezvous. The approaching vessels have not authenticated properly, the security chief replied smoothly. In a first contact scenario, security protocols take precedence over standard recognition procedures. We must assume potential hostile intent or impersonation. It was a plausible explanation, but something in the chief's manner struck Zilvex as wrong. The subtle movements, the speech patterns, they were Zektrith, but somehow off. I want to speak directly with the vessels, he insisted. Communications are restricted to secure channels during this alert, Excellence. For your safety. Before Zilvex could respond, the tactical officer called out. Multiple vessels forming blockade pattern ahead, human and Zektrith ships in coordinated formation. The view screen showed the developing situation. Several smaller vessels had positioned themselves directly in their path, while a much larger human warship approached from the starboard side. Behind them, the Skarn delegation vessels were accelerating to intercept. This is unprecedented, Zilvex observed. Human and Dominion forces working in concert? There must be a reason. Excellence, the security chief interrupted. You must authorize weapons release. We cannot allow these vessels to prevent this historic diplomatic contact. Zilvex stared at him in shock. Weapons release? This is a diplomatic mission. We carry no significant armaments. A subtle change came over the security chief's posture. Actually, Excellence, this vessel was specially modified for this mission. We have sufficient capability to clear a path if necessary. The realization hit Zilvex like a physical blow. This was no normal diplomatic mission. Admiral Vexthara's warning suddenly seemed far more credible. No, he said firmly. I will not authorize weapons use against our own forces. Helm, reduce speed and open communications with the Dominion vessel. The security chief made a sharp gesture, and suddenly Zilvex found himself surrounded by the security team, their postures distinctly threatening. I'm afraid we must relieve you of command, Excellence, the chief said, his voice losing its deferential tone. For the good of the mission. Zilvex backed up against a console, suddenly very aware of how isolated he was on his own bridge. This is treason, he declared, though his voice lacked conviction. The High Council will understand when the mission succeeds. The chief cut him off. Now please don't force us to take more direct measures. As the security team closed in, Zilvex made a desperate decision. He slammed his appendage down on the emergency beacon control on the console behind him. Throughout the ship, emergency transponders activated, broadcasting a specific distress code used only when a Dominion vessel had been compromised by hostile forces. The security chief's compound eyes widened in rage. Restrain him, he ordered, but it was too late. The signal was already transmitting. Outside, the tactical situation shifted instantly as the distress beacon activated. The pattern was unmistakable to Dominion forces. Their diplomatic vessel was declaring itself compromised from within. They've activated the Tharkran protocol, Vexthara announced, his normally measured tone tinged with urgency. The ambassador is signaling that hostile forces have control of the vessel. Reed watched as the tactical display updated to show the new signal emanating from the diplomatic ship. What does this mean for our approach? It changes everything, Vexthara replied. Under Dominion law, a Tharkran signal authorizes immediate military intervention, including boarding actions to secure the vessel. Admiral Wells, still coordinating from the Vigilant, processed this new information quickly. Can your forces execute such an operation, Admiral? The Silent Strike carries a special operations team, Vexthara confirmed, but they would need cover to approach and board. Wells nodded decisively. You'll have it. Commander Reed, coordinate with the stealth frigates to provide distraction. The Vigilant will engage the approaching Skarn vessels. Aye, Admiral, Reed acknowledged, already formulating tactics. Lieutenant Kiyoshi, transmit combat coordination protocols to the stealth frigate. We need synchronized disruption patterns to draw attention from the boarding operation. As the command center erupted into controlled chaos, Reed felt a strange sense of pride watching the mixed human Zikatrith team working seamlessly together. What had begun as an unauthorized collaboration between potential adversaries had evolved into something unprecedented, genuine cooperation based on mutual respect and a shared purpose. Commander, Vexthara approached, his normally rigid posture showing subtle signs of what Reed had learned to recognize as concern. I wish to join the boarding team. Reed looked at him in surprise. Admiral, with respect, that's not standard protocol for an officer of your rank. These are not standard circumstances, Vexthara replied. The security team on that vessel, if they are what we suspect, they will fight with unusual determination. My presence may make a difference. Before Reed could respond, Admiral Wells' voice cut in from the communication link. Request approved, Admiral Vexthara, but I want Commander Reed with you. Both officers turned to the screen in surprise. Admiral? Reed questioned. Wells' expression was resolute. This operation was your initiative from the beginning, Commander. You've earned the right to see it through. Besides, having both human and Ziktrith leadership on the boarding team sends a message I think the Skarn need to receive. Reed exchanged glances with Vexthara, seeing his own determination reflected in those alien compound eyes. Understood, Admiral. We'll depart immediately for the silent strike. As they prepared to leave, Director Lawson approached. I've transmitted everything we know about Skarn biology and potential vulnerabilities to your tactical systems. It's not much, but it might help. Thank you, Director, Reed replied. Hold the fort here. If we don't make it back, save the heroic goodbyes for bad holovids, Commander. Lawson cut him off with a grim smile. Just get the job done and come back. Reed nodded, appreciating the Director's no-nonsense approach. As he and Vexthara headed for the shuttle bay, the tactical situation continued to evolve on the displays behind them. The Skarn vessels had increased speed, clearly intent on reaching the diplomatic ship before the boarding operation could begin. Time was running out. The Silent Strike lived up to its name, a sleek predator of a vessel designed for stealth and precise application of force. Its assault shuttle was equally impressive. A compact, heavily shielded craft with advanced countermeasures and enough firepower to cut through standard hull plating. Reed sat among the Ziktrith Special Operations team, the only human in the compartment. The soldiers eyed him with a mixture of curiosity and professional assessment. He had changed into combat gear provided by the strike's quartermaster, an odd hybrid of human and Zakatrith design that felt strange but functional. The target vessel will likely have internal defenses we haven't anticipated. Vexthara briefed the team, standing at the front of the compartment with the easy authority of a veteran commander. The infiltrators may have modified systems to their advantage. Trust nothing, verify everything. The team leader, a battle-scarred Zektrith named Krevdar, clicked his mandibles in acknowledgement. Rules of engagement, Admiral? Primary objective is securing the ambassador and bridge. Lethal force authorized against security personnel. They are not Dominion citizens, regardless of appearance. Vexthara's compound eyes swept the compartment. But be precise. There are legitimate crew members aboard who may be unaware of the infiltration. What about the Skarn biology? Another soldier asked. Director Lawson's briefing mentioned unusual regenerative capabilities. Reed stepped forward. Based on the data we recovered, standard energy weapons may have limited effectiveness. Their cellular structure can absorb and redistribute energy. Kinetic and bladed weapons appear more reliable. The soldiers adjusted their equipment accordingly, some switching power settings on their weapons, others checking backup projectile firearms. Approaching target vessel, the pilot announced over the intercom. Distraction operation commencing. Through the shuttle's viewports, Reed could see the stealth frigates executing a complex pattern of maneuvers, firing disabling shots at the diplomatic vessel's non-critical systems. Simultaneously, the Vigilant had positioned itself between the approaching Skarn ships and their objective. Its imposing bulk a clear statement of intent. They've taken the bait. Kiyoshi's voice came through Reed's comlink. Sensors show the diplomatic vessel focusing defensive measures on the frigates. Their dorsal shuttle bay should be minimally protected. Acknowledged, Reed replied. Proceeding with boarding operation. The assault shuttle accelerated toward the diplomatic vessel's blind spot, using the chaos of the distraction to mask its approach. As they closed the distance, Reed felt the familiar combination of fear and focus that preceded combat. A clarity of purpose that stripped away all extraneous concerns. 30 seconds to contact, the pilot announced. Preparing docking protocols. Vexthara moved to stand beside Reed. An interesting experience, Commander, he observed quietly. A year ago, I would have considered it inconceivable to fight alongside a human. Reed smiled tightly. Life is full of surprises, Admiral. Indeed. Perhaps that is what the Skarn failed to account for. The unpredictability of our species when threatened. The Admiral checked his weapon one final time. They studied our biology, our technology, our political systems, but they underestimated our capacity to overcome our differences. Docking complete, the pilot interrupted. Cutting through outer hull. Stand by for breach. The team took positions around the airlock, weapons ready. Reed and Vexthara stood at the center of the formation, an unlikely pair of commanders united by circumstance and shared purpose. Breach in 3, 2, 1. The airlock blew inward with controlled force and the boarding operation began. Ambassador Zilvex had been secured in a storage compartment near the bridge, guarded by 2 of the security advisors, who had revealed themselves as something decidedly not Ziktrith. Their outer appearance remained unchanged, but their movements had become more fluid, less insectoid.
as if the Zekatrith form they wore was an ill-fitting costume. The ambassador tested his restraints again, finding them as unyielding as before. Through the compartment's small viewport, he could see the flashes of weapons fire as other ships engaged his vessel. The distress beacon had worked then. Help was coming, if it arrived in time. The door slid open suddenly, and the security chief entered, his movements now completely abandoning any pretense of Zekatrith physiology. "Your interference was unfortunate, Ambassador," he said, his voice carrying strange harmonics beneath the translator's output, "but ultimately futile. The rendezvous will proceed, merely with slight modifications." "What are you?" Zilvex demanded. "What is your true purpose here?" The chief tilted his head in a decidedly un-Zekatrith manner. "We are the future," he replied simply. "Your future, specifically. The Dominion has great potential. Structural efficiency, hierarchical organization, technological aptitude, valuable traits to incorporate." "Incorporate," Zilvex repeated, a chill running through his thorax. "Your species will continue to exist," the chief assured him, as if offering comfort. "Your knowledge, your experiences, your genetic advantages, all preserved within the collective. It is evolution in its most refined form." Before Zilvex could respond, the ship shuddered violently, followed by alarm klaxons. The chief's compound eyes flickered with what might have been concern. "It seems your rescue attempt has arrived," he observed. "Unfortunate timing." He turned to the two guards. "Prepare the ambassador for transport. If we cannot complete the diplomatic mission as planned, we will at least secure a high-value specimen." The guards moved toward Zilvex, producing a device he didn't recognize. Before they could reach him, however, the compartment wall exploded inward in a shower of debris. Through the smoke, armored figures poured in. Dominion Special Forces, their weapons already firing. The two guards moved with inhuman speed, their forms seeming to ripple as they evaded the first volley. The security chief drew a weapon of his own, but froze when a voice cut through the chaos. "In the name of the Dominion High Command, stand down immediately." Admiral Vex Thara stepped through the breach, flanked by a human officer Zilvex didn't recognize. The security chief seemed genuinely surprised by their presence. "Admiral Vex Thara," he said slowly, "your intervention is unexpected. Your entire operation was predicated on our predictability," Vex Thara replied coldly. "A critical miscalculation." The chief's form rippled again, more noticeably this time, as if whatever technology or biology maintained his Zekatrith appearance was beginning to fail under stress. "You cannot stop the inevitable, Admiral," he said, voice distorting. "The Collective has studied your species for decades. Your strengths, your weaknesses, your divisions. You were selected specifically for your inability to unite against external threats." The human officer stepped forward, his weapon trained steadily on the chief. "Then you need to update your research," he said with grim confidence. "Humanity has a long history of setting aside internal conflicts when faced with existential threats, and it seems the Zekatrith share that particular trait." The chief's compound eyes shifted between them, calculations visibly running behind that increasingly unstable facade. The two guards had positioned themselves defensively, their own forms beginning to show similar signs of deterioration. "You have lost this round," Vex Thara stated flatly. "The question now is whether you choose to provide us with information voluntarily, or whether we extract it from whatever remains after you resist." For a moment, it seemed Chief might actually surrender. Then, with blinding speed, he raised his weapon toward Ambassador Zilvex. Multiple weapons fired simultaneously. The Chief's body jerked under the impact of both energy and kinetic projectiles, his form rippling violently before collapsing. The guards reacted instantly, one lunging toward the Special Forces team, while the other headed for the exit. Reed intercepted the fleeing guard with a precision tackle, driving him to the ground. The creature beneath him writhed with unnatural strength, its limbs bending in ways that no Zekatrith could possibly manage. Reed drove a combat knife into what should have been a vital junction in Zekatrith anatomy, but the guard merely hissed and continued struggling. "They don't die easily," Vex Thara called out, as he and the Special Forces team dealt with the other guard. "Aim for the central mass. Disperse their cellular cohesion." Reed adjusted his tactics, drawing his sidearm and firing repeatedly into the center of the creature's torso. The skies finally slipped completely, revealing a writhing mass of tissue that seemed neither fully organic nor mechanical, a hybrid abomination that defied easy classification. Finally, the creature stopped moving, its form dissolving into an inert puddle of biomechanical sludge. Reed stood, breathing heavily, and turned to see that the Special Forces team had similarly neutralized the other guard. Vex Thara was already freeing Ambassador Zilvex from his restraints. "Admiral,"
The ambassador greeted shakily. Your timing is impeccable, though I admit to considerable confusion regarding everything. A comprehensive explanation will follow, Excellence, Vexthara assured him. For now, we must secure the bridge and neutralize any remaining infiltrators. Reed activated his comlink. Admiral Wells, we've secured the ambassador. Proceeding to the bridge. Be advised, the infiltrators become messy when fatally damaged. Understood, Commander, Wells replied. Be quick about it. The Skarn vessels are pressing hard against our blockade. They seem determined to reach your position. Of course they are, Reed muttered. Their agents are compromised, and they need to contain the situation. He turned to Vexthara. We should move now. Any infiltrators on the bridge will know what's happening. As they exited the compartment, Reed caught Ambassador Zilvex studying him with obvious curiosity. A human officer participating in a Dominion military operation, the ambassador observed. These are indeed unprecedented times. More unprecedented than you know, Excellence, Reed replied grimly. But if we survive the next hour, I think you'll find the full story quite enlightening. The battle for the bridge was fierce but brief. 3 more infiltrators had revealed themselves when the boarding team arrived, dropping any pretense of Zacatrith physiology as they fought with desperate intensity. The legitimate crew members had either been neutralized earlier or wisely stayed out of the way during the confrontation. When it was over, Reed surveyed the scene with grim satisfaction. The bridge was secure, with Dominion personnel retaking their stations under Admiral Vexthara's direction. Ambassador Zilvex was already using the command communications array to contact the High Council directly, bypassing potentially compromised channels. Admiral Wells, Reed reported over the comlink. The diplomatic vessel is secure. All identified infiltrators have been neutralized. Excellent work, Commander, Wells replied, though her tone remained tense. But we have a developing situation. The Skarn vessels have broken off their approach to your position. They're retreating toward the rendezvous point. Reed frowned. That's unexpected. Why would they withdraw when their operation is compromised? Unknown, but I don't like it. Stand by. A moment later, the tactical display on the bridge updated with new information from the Vigilance Superior sensors. What it showed caused both Reed and Vexthara to stare in alarm. Multiple FTL signatures, the Admiral read aloud. They're bringing reinforcements. Reed studied the projected arrival points with growing concern. Not reinforcements. An invasion fleet. The tactical assessment was undeniable. The 3 Skarn vessels had been merely an advance team. The new signatures indicated at least 20 larger ships dropping out of FTL at strategic points throughout the sector. A positioning consistent with a coordinated military operation. They're accelerating their timetable, Reed realized. With their infiltration exposed, they're moving directly to military action. Admiral Wells' voice came through with urgent authority. All vessels, combat formation Alpha. Commander Reed, get the diplomatic vessel out of the engagement zone immediately. Admiral Vexthara, we need that ship's sensor data on Skarn capabilities. As the bridge crew hurried to comply, Reed moved to stand beside Vexthara at the tactical display. The situation was developing rapidly, and not in their favor. The combined human Zacatrith force was impressive by normal standards, but likely outmatched against the emerging Skarn fleet. We need reinforcements, Reed stated the obvious. Already requested, Vexthara confirmed. But the nearest Dominion battle group is at least 2 hours away. Human forces? Similar time frame, Reed grimaced. We need to buy time. The Admiral's compound eyes studied the tactical display intently. Perhaps, he began, then paused as a new idea formed. Commander, the honeybees. How many do we still have deployed in this sector? Reed's eyes widened as he grasped Vexthara's thinking. Over 5,000 in passive observation mode. But they're defensive platforms, not designed for offensive operations. But they learn and adapt, Vexthara reminded him. And they're nearly invisible to standard sensors. Could they be reprogrammed for coordinated action against the Skarn vessels? Reed was already activating his secure link to the task force base. Tazkara Kiyoshi, I need you to access the honeybee control systems immediately. We're looking at repurposing them for offensive operations against multiple Skarn vessels. Offensive operations? Kiyoshi's voice came back, surprised. The platforms weren't designed for that, Commander. I'm aware, Lieutenant, but we're out of options and time. Work with what we have. There was a brief pause before Tazkara's distinctive voice replied. It may be possible, Commander. The adaptive matrices could be repurposed to target propulsion and sensor systems rather than weapons. Not to destroy, but to blind and immobilize. Do it, Reed ordered. And deploy them in swarm configuration for maximum effect. As the technical teams worked frantically to repurpose their defensive technology, Reed returned his attention to the evolving battle. The Vigilant and its escorts had formed a defensive line between the diplomatic vessel and the approaching Skarn fleet. It was a brave stance, but one that couldn't last against superior numbers. "We need a diversion," he muttered, mind racing through tactical options. Vexthara clicked his mandibles thoughtfully. "Perhaps we can use the diplomatic vessel itself as bait. Make Skarn believe their infiltrators are still in control." Reed considered the suggestion. A false signal indicating the mission proceeds as planned. It might draw some of their forces away from the main engagement. Exactly. And with the ambassador's assistance, we could make it convincing. The plan came together quickly. Using the diplomatic vessel's distinctive communication protocols, they crafted a message that appeared to come from the infiltrators, reporting minor complications, but continued progress to the rendezvous point. To enhance the deception, they programmed the vessel to move on a course that supported the narrative while actually taking it further from danger. "Message transmitted," the communications officer reported. "Response incoming." The reply was in an unfamiliar language, presumably the Skarn's native communication, but the tactical display told its own story as several enemy vessels altered course to intercept the diplomatic ship's new trajectory. "It's working," Reed observed with cautious optimism. "They've detached 4 vessels to pursue us. 4 fewer to face in the main engagement." Vexthara nodded, but still not enough to balance the odds. "Commander," Kiyoshi's voice came through the comlink, excitement evident despite the technical jargon. "Honeybee reprogramming complete. Swarms are repositioning for coordinated action against Skarn vessels. Awaiting your command." Reed exchanged glances with Vexthara, who nodded his approval. "Execute attack pattern Delta. Target propulsion and sensory systems on all Skarn vessels. Priority to those engaging Alliance and Dominion forces directly." "Acknowledged. Honeybees deploying now." On the tactical display, thousands of tiny signatures suddenly appeared, swarming toward the Skarn fleet like angry insects defending their hive. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The leading Skarn vessels slowed, their formations becoming erratic as the nearly invisible honeybees attached to their hulls and began their work. "It's having an effect," Vexthara observed, "but it won't stop them completely." "It doesn't need to," Reed replied. "It just needs to slow them down until reinforcements arrive." Admiral Wells' voice cut through their tactical discussion. "Commander Reed, Admiral Vexthara, your honeybees are buying us precious time, but the Skarn are adapting quickly. We need more than delay tactics. We need a decisive advantage." Reed frowned, thinking furiously. What else did they have? The honeybees were their ace in the hole, and even they were proving less effective than hoped against the adaptable Skarn technology. And then it hit him. A desperate, possibly suicidal idea, but one that might just work. "Admiral Wells," he said slowly, "what if we gave the Skarn exactly what they want?" "Explain, Commander," Wells demanded. "They want the diplomatic vessel, or more specifically, they want high-ranking officials to begin their infiltration process. What if we offer them that opportunity, but on our terms?" Vexthara's compound eyes fixed on Reed with sudden understanding. "You're suggesting we use the captured infiltrators' communication protocols to request a direct meeting?" "Exactly. But instead of victims, we send a surprise package." There was a moment of silence as the implications sank in. What Reed was proposing was effectively a Trojan horse operation, using the diplomatic vessel as delivery mechanism for a devastating strike at the heart of the Skarn command. "What kind of surprise package did you have in mind, Commander?" Wells finally asked. Reed glanced at Vexthara, who nodded subtle encouragement. "A combination of special forces and reprogrammed honeybees, Admiral. If we can get close enough to their command vessel, we could deploy the honeybees directly into their systems. Not to disable, but to gather intelligence and potentially disrupt their fleet coordination." "That's an extremely high-risk operation," Wells observed, though her tone suggested she was considering it seriously. "With respect, Admiral, everything about this situation is high risk," Reed replied. "And if we can disrupt their command and control, even temporarily, it might give our reinforcements time to arrive." After a moment of consideration, Wells gave her answer. "Proposal approved, Commander. But I want you both back on the Vigilant before this operation proceeds. You've done enough frontline work for one day." Reed and Vexthara exchanged glances. Both knew what the other was thinking without needing to say it aloud. "Admiral," Vexthara responded formally, "Commander Reed and I initiated this joint task force. We believe it appropriate that we see this operation through personally." There was a heavy pause before Wells replied, her voice resigned but respectful.
Very well, Admiral. Your courage is noted. Proceed with the operation. But remember, both your governments would prefer you alive to accept your medals or your court-martials, whichever ends up being the case. As they began preparations for the desperate gambit, Reed found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought him here. From diplomatic envoy to special operator, from facing off against Vexthara to fighting alongside him. The universe, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of humor. Second thoughts, Commander? Vexthara inquired, noting Reed's momentary distraction. Not at all, Admiral. Reed replied with a grim smile. Just appreciating the irony. A year ago, you were threatening to use my ships for target practice. Vexthara's mandibles clicked in what Reed now recognized as amusement. And now we prepare to face death together. Perhaps there is hope for our species after all. If we survive this, Reed said, checking his weapons one final time, I'd say that's practically guaranteed. The plan was audacious, borderline insane, and precisely the kind of unexpected move that might actually work against an enemy that prided itself on calculation and prediction. Using the compromised Skarn communications they had recovered from the infiltrators, they sent a message to the enemy fleet, indicating that the diplomatic mission had encountered complications but was still viable. They requested direct rendezvous with the Skarn command vessel to transfer high-value biological specimens, a euphemism they had discovered in the Skarn databases for important official they intended to replicate. The Skarn, perhaps thrown off balance by the conflicting information they were receiving, agreed to the rendezvous, designating coordinates just outside the main battle space. They're cautious, but interested, Reed observed as they reviewed the response. The biological samples we're ostensibly carrying are too valuable for them to ignore. The diplomatic vessel had been hastily converted for its new role. Most of the legitimate crew had been evacuated to the Vigilant, replaced by volunteer special forces from both human and Zektrith forces. In the cargo hold, a special containment unit had been prepared, housing several hundred reprogrammed honeybees, the most advanced versions, capable of not just disruption but active data extraction. Reed stood on the bridge beside Vexthara as the vessel approached the designated coordinates. Both wore combat gear, ready for the inevitable confrontation that would follow their deception. 2 minutes to rendezvous point, the helm officer reported. Status of the honeybee package? Reed inquired. Armed and ready, Commander. Deployment sequence programmed. Vexthara turned to Reed, his alien features unreadable to most humans. But Reed had learned to recognize the subtle signs of tension in the Admiral's posture. Commander Reed, Vexthara said formally, regardless of the outcome, I wish to express my appreciation for your unconventional approach to interspecies relations. Reed smiled despite the gravity of their situation. Likewise, Admiral. It's been an educational experience. Indeed. Perhaps when this is concluded, we might consider documenting our methodology. I believe How to Make Friends and Influence Aliens would be an appropriate title. Reed stared at the Admiral in surprise before realizing he was making a joke, a rare enough occurrence to be momentarily disorienting. I think I've been a bad influence on you, Admiral. On the contrary, Vexthara replied, mandibles clicking softly. You have merely helped me recognize that adaptability is not exclusively a human trait. Their conversation was interrupted by the tactical officer. Skarn command vessel in visual range. They're hailing us. On screen, Vexthara ordered. Remember, maintain the deception as long as possible. The view screen activated to show what appeared to be the bridge of the Skarn vessel. Unlike the infiltrators, who had disguised themselves as other species, these Skarn displayed their true form, a disturbing blend of organic and mechanical elements that seemed to flow into each other without clear boundaries. The figure in the center might have been their commander, though it was difficult to distinguish hierarchy in their alien physiology. Diplomatic vessel Voice of Harmony, the Skarn commander greeted, its voice a synthetic approximation of Zektrith speech patterns. We received your request for direct transfer. Prepare for docking procedure. Vexthara stepped forward, doing his best to mimic the subtle differences in posture and movement they had observed in the infiltrators. Acknowledged, command vessel. We have secured the specimens as requested and are ready for transfer. The Skarn commander's features shifted in what might have been satisfaction or suspicion. It was impossible to tell. You have encountered resistance. Explain. Minor complications only, Vexthara replied smoothly. Some of the legitimate crew became problematic. The situation has been resolved. There was a pause as the Skarn seemed to study them more carefully. Reed remained partially out of view, hoping his human presence wouldn't trigger immediate suspicion. Your signal patterns are inconsistent with previous communications, the commander finally noted. Explain. Reed tensed, sensing the deception was beginning to fray. Vexthara, however, maintained his composure admirably. Damage to communications systems during the security incident, he explained. We are operating on backup protocols. Another pause, longer this time. Reed could almost see the calculations running behind those alien features, as the Skarn weighed the probability of deception against the value of the specimens being offered. Proceed to Docking Bay 3, the commander finally instructed. Prepare specimens for immediate transfer. The transmission ended, leaving the bridge in tense silence.
They're suspicious, Reed observed quietly, but not enough to refuse the bait. A calculated risk on their part, Vexthara agreed.
Just as this is for us. The diplomatic vessel continued its approach toward the massive Skarn command ship, which dwarfed them in both size and apparent firepower. In the distance, the main battle continued, the Vigilant and its escorts holding the line against superior numbers, buying time for this desperate gambit to play out. Entering final approach, the helm officer reported. Docking protocols initiating. Reed took a deep breath, mentally reviewing the operation plan one final time. They would dock, pretending to transfer the specimens. When the Skarn boarding party entered the cargo hold, they would spring their trap, a combination of ambush and the release of the specialized honeybees directly into the Skarn vessel's systems. If they succeeded, they might gain critical intelligence and temporarily disable the enemy command structure. If they failed, well, at least they would go down fighting. All personnel, final positions, Vexthara ordered over the shipwide comm. Prepare for Phase 2 of Operation Trojan. As the diplomatic vessel nestled into the docking bay of the much larger Skarn ship, Reed couldn't help but reflect on the historical parallels. Throughout human history, outnumbered and outgunned forces had used deception and unconventional tactics to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. It seems some strategies were truly universal. Docking complete, the helm officer announced. Airlock connection established. Vexthara turned to Reed. Shall we greet our hosts, Commander? Reed checked his weapons one final time. After you, Admiral. Let's show them what happens when they underestimate our species. Together, they headed toward the cargo hold, ready to spring their trap and, with luck, turn the tide of a battle that had implications far beyond this single engagement. The fate of two civilizations might well depend on what happened in the next few minutes. And Reed, despite the danger, or perhaps because of it, found himself strangely content. Here, at the edge of possibly the greatest threat either of their species had faced, humans and Zektrith had found common ground. Whatever happened next, that alone represented a victory of sorts. The cargo hold had been transformed into an elaborate stage set. Stasis pods lined the walls, ostensibly containing the high-value specimens the Skarn sought. In reality, they were empty or contained surveillance equipment. The real trap lay in the central containment unit, a specially designed housing for the advanced honeybees, programmed to infiltrate Skarn systems the moment they were released. Reed and Vexthara stood beside this unit, flanked by Special Forces personnel disguised as regular crew. The teams had taken positions throughout the hold, hidden behind cargo containers or maintaining cover identities as technical staff. Everyone was in place, weapons ready but concealed. They're coming, the security officer at the airlock reported quietly through the comlink. 6 Skarn entities approaching the airlock. Configuration suggests 5 standard units and 1 command-level entity. Perfect, Reed murmured. Just the right size party to overpower if things go sideways. Vexthara clicked his mandibles softly. When, not if, Commander. The deception will only hold until they scan the specimens more thoroughly. Then we'd better be ready to move fast, Reed replied, adjusting his position to ensure easy access to his concealed weapon. The airlock cycled, and the Skarn boarding party entered. Up close, they were even more disturbing than they had appeared on the view screen. Their bodies seemed to shift subtly as they moved, the boundaries between organic tissue and mechanical components blurring and reforming. They moved with an eerie fluidity that reminded Reed of predators he had seen on Earth. Confident, focused, and deadly. The lead Skarn, presumably the commander, approached Reed and Vexthara. Its features assembled themselves into an approximation of Zakatrith formal greeting posture, a disturbing mimicry that somehow made it more alien rather than less. You have secured the specimens as promised? It inquired, its voice carrying those same strange harmonics they had heard from the infiltrators. Yes, Vexthara replied, maintaining his cover. The ambassador and 5 senior staff members as requested. They are in stasis to prevent resistance. The commander gestured, and 2 of its subordinates moved toward the stasis pods, producing scanning devices. This was the moment of truth. Their deception would be discovered within seconds. Now, Reed said quietly into his concealed comlink, Several things happened simultaneously. The hidden special forces teams emerged from their positions, weapons raised. The apparent crew members drew their own weapons, and Vexthara activated the release mechanism on the containment unit, sending hundreds of honeybees streaming out in a cloud of metallic insects. The Skarn reacted with surprising speed, but not fast enough. The first volley of weapons fire caught 2 of them directly, their bodies rippling violently under the impact. The commander whirled toward Reed and Vexthara, its form shifting into something more combat-oriented, limbs elongating into wicked-looking blades. Defensive formation, Vexthara ordered as the special forces engaged the remaining Skarn. The cargo hold erupted into chaos. The Skarn fought with terrible efficiency, their bodies adapting to each attack, becoming more resistant with each encounter. But the combined human Zekatrith force had the advantage of preparation and position, pouring fire into the intruders from multiple angles. Meanwhile, the honeybees had found their target, the open airlock connecting to the Skarn vessel. They streamed through in an unstoppable wave, designed to infiltrate every accessible system and extract critical data while simultaneously disrupting ship functions. Reed found himself face to face with one of the Skarn combatants, its body having reconfigured into something resembling a human-sized mantis. He fired his energy weapon directly into its center mass, causing it to stagger but not fall. Remembering their earlier encounter, he switched to his backup kinetic pistol, aiming for what appeared to be critical junctions in its strange physiology. The impact of the physical projectiles had a more dramatic effect, tearing through the creature's shifting form and disrupting its ability to maintain cohesion. It collapsed into a writhing mass of biomechanical components, still trying to reassemble itself but failing to maintain any functional structure. Across the cargo hold, Vexthara was engaged with the Skarn commander, using both ranged weapons and, when the creature closed the distance, a ceremonial blade that Reed hadn't realized the Admiral carried. The blade seemed surprisingly effective, slicing through the Skarn's adaptive tissues and preventing the rapid regeneration they had witnessed with energy weapons. "Commander!" Vexthara called out. "The honeybees have penetrated their systems. We need to fall back and seal the airlock." Reed acknowledged with a quick nod, relaying the order to the Special Forces teams. "All units, begin withdrawal to secondary positions. Prepare for Phase 3. Phase 3 was the riskiest part of their already dangerous plan. With the honeybees inside the Skarn vessel's systems, they would attempt to temporarily disable its weapons and engines, creating a window of vulnerability that the Vigilant and its escorts could exploit. But to ensure maximum effect, they needed to maintain their connection to the honeybee control systems, which meant keeping the diplomatic vessel docked for as long as possible. The Special Forces teams executed a fighting withdrawal, maintaining pressure on the remaining Skarn, while establishing a defensive perimeter around the airlock. Reed and Vexthara reached the control panel, ready to seal the connection once the last team member was through. "Status of the honeybee infiltration?" Reed demanded through his comlink. 67% penetration, came Kiyoshi's voice, transmitted from the bridge. "They're encountering resistance in the Skarn network, but adapting rapidly. Estimate another 3 minutes for critical system access." Reed exchanged glances with Vexthara. 3 minutes might as well be 3 years in this situation. "Indeed," the Admiral agreed, firing another burst at a Skarn attempting to flank their position. But some opportunities warrant the risk. The battle continued to rage around them, the Special Forces teams holding their position with disciplined fire and coordinated tactics. The Skarn fought with increasing desperation, perhaps realizing the true nature of the threat posed by the honeybee infiltration. "Honeybees at 84% penetration," Kiyoshi updated. "Initial data streams indicate we've accessed their tactical network, transmitting to the Vigilant now." Reed felt a surge of hope. Even if they didn't survive this operation, the intelligence they were gathering could prove invaluable for the coming conflict. "Commander," the tactical officer's voice cut in urgently. "Sensors are detecting increased energy signatures throughout the Skarn vessel. They appear to be activating internal defense systems." "They're trying to purge the honeybees," Vexthara realized aloud. "We may have less time than anticipated." As if confirming his assessment, the diplomatic vessel shuddered violently. Warning klaxons activated throughout the ship. "What was that?" Reed demanded. "The Skarn vessel is attempting to forcibly disengage," the tactical officer reported. "They're overriding our docking clamps." Reed made a split-second decision. "All teams fall back to the diplomatic vessel immediately. Prepare for emergency departure." Vexthara issued similar orders to his forces, and the defensive perimeter began to contract, Special Forces teams providing covering fire as they withdrew through the airlock. "Honeybees at 93% penetration," Kiyoshi reported, tension evident in his voice. "Critical systems access achieved.
Initiating disruption protocols. Another, more violent shudder ran through the ship. Warning lights flashed around the airlock as the Skarn vessel's efforts to disengage intensified. Structural integrity of the docking collar compromised, the tactical officer warned. Forcible disengagement imminent. Everyone through, now! Reed ordered, providing covering fire as the last Special Forces team retreated through the airlock. Only he and Vexthara remained, facing the advancing Skarn forces. After you, Commander, Vexthara said, maintaining steady fire to keep the enemy at bay. With respect, Admiral, that's not how this works, Reed replied, standing his ground. We go together or not at all. Before Vexthara could respond, a massive energy surge coursed through the Skarn vessel, visible even from their position. The lights flickered, and for a moment all systems seemed to pause. The honeybees have successfully disrupted their primary systems. Kiyoshi's excited voice came through the comm. Weapons, propulsion, and shields are temporarily offline. Reed didn't waste the opportunity. Move now, he ordered, both of them backing through the airlock as they continued firing. As soon as they were through, Reed slammed the emergency seal control, cutting off the pursuing Skarn. Bridge, initiate emergency undocking procedures, Vexthara commanded. Get us clear of the Skarn vessel immediately. As they hurried toward the bridge, the diplomatic vessel shook violently, alarms blaring throughout. The docking collar had finally given way, forcibly separated by the Skarn vessel's automatic systems. Emergency bulkheads slammed into place, preventing catastrophic decompression. When they reached the bridge, the situation outside had transformed dramatically. The Skarn command vessel was visibly disabled, its systems fluctuating as the honeybees wreaked havoc within its network. More importantly, the Vigilant and its escorts had seized the opportunity, pressing their attack against the suddenly vulnerable enemy fleet. Admiral Wells is hailing us, the communications officer reported. Wells' face appeared on the view screen, a mixture of relief and determination evident in her expression. Commander Reed, Admiral Vexthara, I don't know how you pulled that off, but the Skarn fleet is in disarray. Their command and control network has collapsed. The honeybees performed beyond expectations, Admiral, Reed replied, unable to keep a note of pride from his voice. They're continuing to extract data even as they disrupt systems. Outstanding work. Now get your vessel clear of the engagement zone. Reinforcements have arrived from both our governments. The situation is under control. Reed looked to the tactical display and saw she was right. Multiple Dominion and Alliance vessels had dropped out of FTL at the edges of the system, moving to engage the scattered Skarn forces. The tide had turned. As the diplomatic vessel maneuvered away from the battle, Reed found himself standing beside Vexthara at the viewport, watching as human and Zaktrith ships fought side by side against the common enemy. It appears our unauthorized collaboration has yielded results beyond what either of us anticipated, Vexthara observed quietly. Sometimes the best solutions come from unexpected quarters, Reed replied, though I suspect we'll both have some explaining to do when this is over. The Admiral's mandibles clicked in what Reed now recognized as resigned amusement. Indeed, but I find myself curiously unconcerned about potential repercussions. Some actions justify themselves regardless of protocol. Reed smiled. I couldn't agree more, Admiral. 3 months later, Reed stood at the observation window of Harmony Point Station, gazing out at the stars. Behind him, the conference room buzzed with activity as diplomats and military officials from both the Terran Alliance and the Zaktrith Dominion prepared for another joint strategy session. The Skarn incursion had been repelled, but intelligence gathered from the captured command vessel confirmed what they had feared. This had been merely the first wave of a planned systematic invasion. The collective had bases throughout the sector, with infiltrators already placed in multiple governments. What had begun as an unauthorized cooperation between potential adversaries had evolved into a formal alliance of necessity. Contemplating the infinite, Commander Reed? Asked a familiar voice. Reed turned to find Admiral Vexthara approaching, his formal Dominion diplomatic attire a stark contrast to the battle gear they had worn during their last encounter. Just appreciating the view, Admiral, Reed replied, and wondering what cosmic coincidence led to our particular species finding each other in this vast universe. Cosmic coincidence, or cosmic inevitability? Vexthara's compound eyes gleamed with philosophical interest. Perhaps advanced civilizations are bound to encounter one another, regardless of their origins. And bound to conflict before cooperation? Reed suggested. A pattern that seems distressingly common, the Admiral acknowledged. Though in our case, we managed to accelerate the timeline somewhat. Reed smiled at the understatement. In the weeks following the battle, both governments had conducted thorough investigations into the unauthorized joint task force that had potentially saved both civilizations. There had been reprimands, of course. Bureaucracies required their procedures be acknowledged even when circumventing them proved necessary. But there had also been commendations, promotions, and most importantly, a fundamental shift in how the two species viewed one another. Cultural exchange program is exceeding all expectations, Vexthara continued, gesturing toward a group of young Zecatrith and human officers conversing animatedly in one corner of the conference room. The initial 500 positions were filled within hours of announcement. People are curious by nature, Reed observed. Both our species share that trait at least. Indeed, though I suspect the Skarn threat provides additional motivation for cooperation. Before Reed could respond, Admiral Wells approached, datapad in hand. Gentlemen, the Council is ready to begin. The latest intelligence from the border regions has arrived. As they moved to join the assembled officials, Reed noticed Director Lawson deep in conversation with a senior Zecatrith intelligence officer, the same one who had initially dismissed human primitive technology. Now they were comparing notes like colleagues. The conference room quieted as Admiral Wells took her position at the head of the table, flanked by her Zektrith counterpart, War Minister Drexker. The holographic display activated, showing the known positions of Skarn forces throughout the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of Earth and Zecatrith, Wells began formally. 3 months ago, our civilizations stood on the brink of conflict with each other. Today we stand united against a common threat that would see both our peoples subjugated. She gestured to the display. The Skarn Collective has withdrawn temporarily, but our intelligence indicates they are regrouping. They underestimated our capacity for cooperation once. They will not make that mistake again. War Minister Drexkor stepped forward, his imposing form commanding immediate attention. The Dominion has existed for millennia, secure in our technological superiority and cultural isolation. We viewed younger races as potential threats or convenient subordinates, never as equals. His compound eyes swept the room. The events of recent months have demonstrated the error in this thinking. The Skarn threat cannot be countered by either of our civilizations alone. Together, however. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear to everyone present. What had begun as a desperate alliance of convenience was evolving into something more profound, a genuine partnership based on mutual respect and shared purpose. As the briefing continued, Reed found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought them all to this point. A year ago, he had faced Admiral Vexthara across a hostile negotiating table, each representing civilizations that viewed the other with suspicion and disdain. Now they sat side by side, planning joint operations against a common enemy. The universe had indeed warned them, not just about the Skarn, but about the dangers of arrogance and isolation. Both species had nearly ignored that warning, trapped in their own preconceptions and historical patterns. It had taken the emergence of an existential threat to break those patterns and forge a new path. When the formal briefing concluded, smaller working groups formed to address specific aspects of the joint defense strategy. Reed found himself leading a discussion on integrating honeybee technology with Dominion defense systems, a collaboration that would have been unthinkable before. The adaptive matrices can be calibrated to recognize Trith command protocols, he explained to the mixed group of human and Zecatrith engineers. This would allow for seamless operation within your existing defense grid. Tizakara, now officially assigned as the Dominion's liaison to the Joint Technology Division, clicked her mandibles in agreement. We have already begun preliminary integration tests. The results are most promising. As the technical discussion continued, Reed noticed Ambassador Zilvex observing from the periphery. The diplomat had become an unexpected advocate for human-Zecatrith cooperation following his experience aboard the Voice of Harmony. Ambassador, Reed acknowledged with a respectful nod. I didn't realize you were attending this session. A diplomatic observer only, Commander, Zilvex replied. Though I find the technical details fascinating, if somewhat beyond my expertise. How are the broader diplomatic initiatives progressing? Reed inquired. The ambassador's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. More rapidly than anyone anticipated. The cultural exchange programs, the joint scientific ventures, the military cooperation, all exceeding projections. It seems our species have discovered we have more in common than we thought. Necessity makes for strange bedfellows, as we humans say. Indeed, though I would suggest it is not merely necessity driving this cooperation now. Zilvex gestured to the diverse groups working together throughout the conference room. There is genuine curiosity, respect, even friendship developing. The Skarn may have forced us together, but I believe we would have found each other eventually. Reed considered this perspective.
Perhaps you're right, Ambassador, though I suspect it might have taken considerably longer without the catalyst. Most chemical reactions benefit from catalysts, Commander, Zilvex observed with surprising insight into human scientific terminology. The important thing is that the reaction occurs, not how it was initiated.
And inaction guarantees
As the ambassador
our
moved on
demise.
to observe
We
another
must
working
act
group,
now.
Reed found himself smiling at the philosophical bent of the conversation. Zikatrith diplomats, it seemed, shared the human tendency toward metaphorical thinking, another unexpected commonality. The day continued with more briefings, technical discussions, and strategic planning. By the time the final session concluded, Reed was mentally exhausted but oddly satisfied. Progress was being made on multiple fronts, with both civilizations contributing their unique strengths to the Alliance. As the conference room began to empty, Admiral Wells approached Reed with an unusually informal demeanor. "A word, Commander?" "Of course, Admiral." They moved to a quiet corner, away from the departing delegates. Wells studied him for a moment before speaking. "The Security Council has reached a decision regarding your unconventional actions prior to the Skarn engagement." Reed straightened, preparing himself for whatever administrative consequences might still be forthcoming. "I understand, Admiral. I take full responsibility for—" "Save it, Reed," Wells interrupted with a hint of amusement. "You're being promoted to captain and given command of the Intrepid." Reed blinked in surprise. "The Intrepid? But that's our newest diplomatic cruiser, yes, specifically designed for joint operations with Dominion forces." Wells smiled at his obvious shock. The brass decided that someone who could turn a potential enemy into an ally under fire might be exactly who we need representing humanity on the frontier. "I don't know what to say, Admiral."
All hail the eye.
"Say yes, Captain."
All hail
The
dome.
Intrepid ships out next
We
month with a
march as
mixed
one.
human-Trith crew, the first of its kind. Admiral Vex Thara will be commanding the Dominion counterpart vessel, the Unity of Purpose. Together, you'll be leading our first joint expeditionary force. Reed's mind raced with the implications. A joint command, a mixed crew, exploring the frontier together while preparing for the inevitable Skarn counterattack. It was unprecedented, and exactly the kind of mission he would have chosen for himself. "I accept, Admiral. Thank you for the opportunity." Wells nodded approvingly. "I thought you might. Just try to follow proper protocols occasionally, Captain. My heart can only take so much administrative creativity." After the Admiral departed, Reed remained by the observation window, processing the news. Captain of the Intrepid, leading a joint human-Zakatrith mission. A year ago, it would have seemed impossible, the stuff of overly optimistic science fiction rather than diplomatic reality. "Congratulations, Captain Reed," came Vex Thara's voice as the Admiral joined him at the window. "Admiral Wells informed me of your new assignment." "Thank you, Admiral. I understand we'll be working together again." "Indeed. The Unity of Purpose is being fitted with modified honeybee deployment systems as we speak, the first Dominion vessel to incorporate human technology." Vex Thara's mandibles clicked in what Reed had come to recognize as contemplative amusement. "My ancestors would be thoroughly confused." Reed laughed. "Mine as well, I suspect. But that's the nature of progress, isn't it? Challenging preconceptions, finding new paths forward." "A very human perspective," Vex Thara observed, though one I find myself increasingly appreciating. Beyond the window, a Dominion cruiser glided past, its distinctive architecture a stark contrast to the human vessels docked nearby. Different in design, purpose, origin, yet now united in common cause. A microcosm of the Alliance itself. "The Skarn made a critical error," Reed mused. "They studied our biology, our technology, our political systems, but they failed to understand something fundamental about both our species." "And what is that, Captain?" Vex Thara inquired. Reed turned from the window to face his counterpart directly. "That when truly threatened, we're capable of overcoming our differences. That cooperation isn't just a tactical option. It's an evolutionary advantage." Vex Thara considered this for a moment, compound eyes gleaming with intelligence. "An insightful observation. Perhaps that is the ultimate lesson here. Adaptability requires more than technical innovation. It requires conceptual flexibility." "Exactly. The universe warned them not to provoke humanity." "Or the Zakatrith," Vex Thara added with what might have been a smile, if his physiology had allowed for such an expression. "Or our species together," Reed concluded. A warning they ignored at their peril. As they stood there, a human and a Zakatrith contemplating their shared future,
Reed couldn't help but feel a sense of profound optimism. The road ahead would not be easy. The Skarn threat remained, and integrating two vastly different civilizations presented countless challenges. But they had already overcome the greatest obstacle. The assumption that difference meant opposition, that the unknown must be feared rather than explored. They had found common ground in the face of crisis and built upon it to create something neither civilization could have achieved alone. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Not as reluctant allies of convenience, but as partners who had discovered, against all odds and expectations, that the universe had meant for them to find each other after all. Captain's Log, T.S. Intrepid, Stardate 2173-45. 6 months into our joint expedition, and the integration of human and Zikitrith crews continues to exceed expectations. What began as a military necessity has evolved into a genuine cultural exchange, with both species learning from each other in ways I never anticipated. Yesterday, I observed a human engineer and Zikitrith technician debating the relative merits of different approach vectors for the honeybee deployment systems. Their discussion involved mathematical concepts I barely understood, but what struck me most was the ease of their interaction. The complete absence of the tension that once defined our species' relations. Admiral Vexthara reports similar developments aboard the Unity of Purpose. The human contingent there has apparently introduced the Zikitrith crew to poker, with predictably mixed results. It seems the Zikitrith physiological inability to bluff effectively presents certain strategic challenges. More significantly, our joint scientific teams have made breakthrough progress on understanding Skarn biology and technology. The data extracted during our infiltration of their command vessel continues to yield critical insights, including potential vulnerabilities in their assimilation process. Long-range scouts report no sign of Skarn activity in this sector, but intelligence suggests they are regrouping in the Deneb region. They will return, of that we have no doubt. But when they do, they will find not two divided civilizations, but a unified force prepared for their tactics. The universe warned them not to provoke humanity. They ignored that warning and discovered something perhaps even more significant, that humans are not merely dangerous when threatened, but exceptionally skilled at making allies. A lesson I suspect the Skarn will not forget anytime soon. Captain Eli Reed, Joint Expeditionary Force, end transmission. The end.
You ever see what happens when you corner a human? The Kazakh traders nervously leaned across the bar, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
No, but I imagine they do what any sensible species does, replied Gorn, his scaled hide shimmering under the bar's pulsing lights.
They surrender or die.
The Kazakh, her name was Sitka, if Gorn remembered correctly, made a sound that might have been laughter, might have been a death rattle. Hard to tell with insectoids. That's where you're wrong, Scaleback. That's where the whole damn galaxy's been wrong. Gorn flicked his tail dismissively, nearly knocking over a passing Nebel's drink, earning him a six-eyed glare. He mumbled an apology before turning back to Tsitka. The humans, those soft pink things from that backwater system? The ones with no natural weapons, no armor, and barely enough muscles to climb stairs? Those humans? The very same. Tsitka took a long pull from her fermented nectar through a specialized proboscis straw. The Vraxian Imperium found out the hard way. Just got word their invasion fleet's gone silent. 60 warships, just poof. Bullshit, Gorn said, the translator struggling to convey his skepticism. The Vraxians eat species like humans for breakfast, literally, in some cases. Maybe so, Tsitka said, mandibles clicking in what Gorn recognized as the insectoid equivalent of a smirk. But the humans? They're what eats the things that eat everyone else. Fleet Admiral Zakan of the Vraxian Imperium considered himself a patient hunter. Patience had served his ancestors well for millennia as apex predators on a world where the unwary became the hunted. Patience had earned him command of the largest Vraxian fleet assembled in generations. Patience was currently failing him. What do you mean, they're refusing surrender terms? Zakan's dorsal spines flared in irritation, causing nearby officers to edge away from his command chair. We have orbital supremacy. Their defensive capabilities are negligible. Their military technology is primitive. His communications officer, a slender female named Vexra, kept her own spines carefully flattened in deference. The transmission came directly from their unified government body, Admiral. Their exact words were, "We respectfully decline your generous offer and suggest you depart immediately. This is your only warning." Zakan's laughter rumbled through the bridge, joined nervously by his crew. Their only warning? To us? He gestured at the view screen,
which showed the blue-green world hanging below them. Do they not see 60 warships positioned above their major population centers? They see them, Admiral, Vexra replied. They simply don't appear concerned. Zakan's amusement faded. In his experience across 17 planetary conquests, prey species followed predictable patterns when faced with inevitable defeat. They blubbered, they begged, they offered resources, territory, even their own young in exchange for mercy. They did not issue warnings. Perhaps, offered Tactical Officer Gresh, they believe some ally will come to their aid. Zakan dismissed this with a claw wave. Their system is isolated. The nearest spacefaring civilization is weeks away, even at maximum FTL. No, this is merely bravado. He leaned forward. A common prey defense mechanism. When cornered and recognizing defeat, some species puff themselves up, make noise, hoping to appear more dangerous than they are. Gresh's ear flaps twitched uncertainly. Admiral, our intelligence indicates humans have no natural defenses at all. No claws, weak teeth, fragile bones. Yet they evolved on a death world classified as Category 8. Nothing without natural weapons survives on such worlds. Zakan scratched his scaled chin thoughtfully. Curious indeed. But all species have their evolutionary quirks. Perhaps they simply bred rapidly enough to overcome their natural predators through sheer numbers. Sir, Vexra interrupted, her voice oddly strained. We're detecting launches from multiple surface locations. Zakan's posture straightened. Ah, they mount a defense after all. Excellent. I was beginning to think this conquest would lack any entertainment value whatsoever. Display the launches on the main view screen. The screen shifted to a tactical overlay showing hundreds, no thousands, of small objects rising from the planet's surface. Analysis, Zakan demanded. Gresh's claws flew over his console. Primitive chemical propulsion missiles, Admiral. Nuclear warheads. Effective within atmosphere, but our shields will handle them easily. Zakan finished with a dismissive gesture. Is this truly their best response? Technology we mastered 12 generations ago? Wait. Gresh's voice took on an urgent tone. These aren't following ballistic trajectories. They're maneuvering. Zakan leaned forward. Impossible. Such primitive weapons can't. Incoming transmission from the human government, Vexra announced. Put it through. Zakan settled back, anticipating capitulation now that the humans had made their symbolic gesture of defiance. A human female appeared on screen. Zakan had studied their species enough to recognize that this one would be considered of middle years, with artificial pigmentation in her fur and decorative circles around her seeing organs. Admiral Zakan, she spoke calmly, no hint of fear in her voice. I see you've chosen not to heed our warning. Zakan's mouth stretched into what passed for a Vraxian smile, revealing rows of serrated teeth. Your warning was noted, human, along with your admirable but futile missile launch. When your nuclear toys bounce harmlessly off our shields, perhaps we can return to discussing your surrender? The human's expression remained infuriatingly neutral. Those aren't nuclear missiles, Admiral. Zakan's smile faltered. What? We stopped using nuclear warheads for planetary defense decades ago. Too messy. She checked something off screen. What you're seeing are taser platforms. Taser? The translation came through as some sort of electrical weapon, but that made no sense at this scale. Tactical autonomous space engagement robots, the human clarified. Each one carries about 1,000 smaller units we call wasps, named after a particularly nasty insect from our world. Zakan felt the first real stirring of unease. Whatever primitive drones you've launched won't penetrate our shields. They don't need to, the human replied, with a mild smile that somehow chilled Zakan's blood. Your shields are tuned to stop energy weapons and kinetic impacts. Our wasps are currently moving slowly enough to pass right through that gap in your defensive envelope. On the tactical display, the thousands of launched objects were indeed decelerating, their approach more resembling a gentle drift than an attack. And now they're deploying, the human continued conversationally. The objects began to split apart, each one blossoming like some deadly flower, releasing cloud of much smaller objects. The tactical display struggled to track them all, finally showing simply a haze of red dots surrounding each Vraxian vessel. Admiral! Gresh's voice had risen an octave. The human projectiles, they're attaching to our hulls. Impossible! Zakan snarled. Raise shields to maximum! Too late, I'm afraid, said the human, still with that infuriating calm. The wasps are already attached. Each one carries a simple yet effective package. a shaped charge designed to breach your hull, followed by a particularly unpleasant payload. It risks Zakan's spines fully extended now, a reflex he couldn't control.
What payload?
We must act
The human's
now.
expression turned almost pitying. We understand the Vraxians evolved from apex predators on your homeworld. Your ancestors hunted in packs, like many of our own predator species. Fascinating parallel evolution.
Brace for impact.
What? Payload. Zakan's voice had dropped to a dangerous growl. We also understand that Vraxians, like many predator species, have certain instinctual responses. One of which is an extreme territorial aggression when threatened. The human checked another readout. Each wasp contains a synthetic pheromone that mimics the territorial marker of a rival Vraxian pack. Once breached into your life support systems, it should trigger some interesting behavioral responses among your crews. Zakan felt his blood run cold. You wouldn't dare. You threatened our homeworld, Admiral. For the first time, the human's pleasant demeanor slipped, revealing something ancient and dangerous beneath. We've been fighting ourselves for thousands of years. Did you really think we wouldn't be prepared to fight you? Alarms began blaring across the bridge. Reports flooded in from all 60 ships simultaneously. Hull breaches, life support contamination, and then crew turning on each other, locked in blood frenzy. What have you done? Zakan roared, even as he felt the first whiff of something primal trigger in his brain, making him suddenly, irrationally aware of every other Vraxian on the bridge as a potential threat. Precisely what we warned you we'd do, the human replied. Good day, Admiral. We'll negotiate with whoever's left in command once you've sorted yourselves out. The transmission cut, leaving Zakan staring at the tactical display showing his magnificent fleet descending into chaos, even as he fought the growing urge to tear his communications officer's throat out for reasons he could no longer articulate. His last thought before instinct overcame training was simple. We chose our prey poorly. So that's the story, Sitka concluded, mandibles clicking in grim amusement. The Vraxian invasion fleet tore itself apart. The few survivors were found drifting in life pods, still sedated to prevent them from attacking each other. Gorn stared into his drink, his earlier dismissiveness replaced by uneasy contemplation. But that's not fighting. That's something else entirely. That's humans, Sitka emphasized, tapping a sharp appendage on the bar top. They don't fight like predators because they're not predators, not really. There's something far more dangerous. And what's that? Gorn asked, morbidly curious despite himself. Survivors, Sitka drained her drink. Their planet tried to kill them every day of their evolution. Too hot, too cold, too many actual predators, too many diseases. They survived it all, and their solution wasn't stronger claws or tougher scales. What was it then? Problem solving, tool making, pattern recognition. Sitka's compound eyes glinted. They figured out what kills everything else, then they built machines to do it for them. Why evolve venom when you can synthesize it? Why grow armor when you can forge it? Why develop natural weapons when artificial ones work better? Gorn considered this, but surely the Vraxians were just unprepared. Next time. There won't be a next time, interrupted a voice from behind them. Both aliens turned to find a human standing there. A male, Gorn thought, though he found their dimorphism subtle. The human was dressed in nondescript clothing that nevertheless hinted at a military bearing. He smiled pleasantly, but something in that smile reminded Gorn uncomfortably of a Terran creature he'd once seen in a documentary. A wolf, was it? Mind if I join you? The human asked, already pulling up a stool. Sitka's antennae twitched in what Gorn recognized as surprise. You speak Galactic Standard without a translator? I have a knack for languages, the human said with a shrug. Also an implant that helps with the trickier phonetics. Your native Kazakh clicking is particularly challenging for human vocal cords. He extended a hand to each of them. Toby Weber, Diplomatic Corps. Gorn hesitantly extended a scaled appendage, mindful of his claws. The human shook it firmly, seemingly unconcerned about the sharp points that could easily tear his soft skin. I couldn't help overhearing your conversation, Weber continued. About the Vraxian incident. Incident? Gorn repeated. 60 warships were destroyed! Technically, 53 were salvageable, Weber corrected mildly. We've actually been helping the new Vraxian leadership refit them with proper containment protocols, part of our reparation agreement. Sitka's mandibles clicked rapidly. The Vraxians agreed to reparations after they attacked you? They recognized certain miscalculations in their approach, Weber said diplomatically. We recognized we perhaps responded with disproportionate force. Compromise was reached. But why are you telling us this? Gorn asked suspiciously. Isn't this some kind of military secret? Weber laughed, a sound that was somehow both friendly and unsettling. Absolutely not. In fact, I'm authorized to share this information as widely as possible. He leaned forward conspiratorially. Between us, the diplomatic corps rather hopes these stories spread. As a warning, Sitka said, realization dawning. As a friendly heads up, Weber corrected with that wolf smile again. Saves everyone a lot of trouble in the long run. He ordered a drink, some amber human concoction, and raised it in a toast. To mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence. Gorn and Sitka cautiously raised their own glasses. And, Weber added with a wink, to remembering that appearances can be deceiving. Grand Marshal Korvik of the Hadrun Dominion was not in the habit of making mistakes. Mistakes got commanders demoted. Mistakes got species subjugated. The Hadrun had built their interstellar empire on meticulous planning, ruthless execution, and learning from the failures of others. Like the Vraxians, for instance. Run the simulation again, Korvik ordered, his forearms folded across his massively armored chest. The war room's holographic display reset, showing once more the approach of a Hadruan battle group toward the Sol system. His chief strategist, Menz, manipulated the controls with her lower arms while her upper pair indicated key tactical points. We've accounted for the human autonomous drone swarms here, here, and here. Our ships now carry enhanced scanning systems that can detect and target even their smallest units before they can attach to our hulls. Korvik nodded. The Vraxians had failed because they underestimated human ingenuity. The Hadrun would not repeat that error. And their psychological warfare capabilities? He asked. Neutralized, confirmed his science advisor, Dr. Pell. Our environmental systems have been completely redesigned with redundancies and biological filtration that would prevent any chemical or pheromonal attack from affecting our crews. Good. Korvik studied the simulation as it played out the predicted engagement. And their ground forces? Menz changed the display to show planetary combat projections. Humans possess physical endurance that exceeds expectations for their build, but their strength, speed, and resilience are all well below Hadrun standards. In direct combat, a single Hadrun warrior can overpower approximately 8 human soldiers. Unless those humans have power armor, Dr. Pell interjected. Intelligence suggests they've developed exoskeletons that can multiply their natural strength tenfold. Korvik waved a dismissive hand. Power armor is common enough across the galaxy. Our weapons are designed to penetrate far tougher defenses.
Engines are failing.
He leaned forward, studying the planetary display more closely. What concerns me is their nuclear arsenal. Unlike the Vraxians, we must assume they'll use it if pressed too hard. That's actually an advantage for us, Menz pointed out. Humans are surprisingly sentimental about their planetary ecosystem. They'll hesitate to employ nuclear weapons on their own territory due to the environmental damage. A weakness we can exploit, Korvik agreed. He straightened up, decision made. Prepare the fleet. We depart for Sol in 3 cycles. Dr. Pell fidgeted nervously. Grand Marshal, if I may. There's another factor our intelligence has uncovered that gives me pause. Korvik turned his intimidating gaze on the scientist. Speak. The humans have a concept they call mutually assured destruction. During their pre-space history, they built enough nuclear weapons to destroy their entire civilization many times over, and maintain them in a state of constant readiness for decades. Your point, Doctor? My point is that humans, uniquely among known species, developed the capacity for self-annihilation before they developed interstellar travel, and chose to live with that possibility rather than disarm. They were prepared to end their entire species, rather than submit to domination by rival human factions. Korvik considered this. Interesting, but ultimately irrelevant. Their psychology when facing other humans doesn't necessarily translate to interspecies conflict. Besides, we're not seeking their destruction, merely their subjugation. The Hadruan value useful vassals. Dr. Pell didn't appear convinced, but knew better than to push the point. As you say, Grand Marshal. The course is set, Korvik concluded. The humans had the element of surprise against the Vraxians. They won't have that advantage with us. This time, we'll show them what it means to face a truly superior species. 3 weeks later, the Hadrun battle group, 15 capital ships and 30 support vessels, dropped out of FTL at the edge of the Sol system. Within moments, their sensors detected a small human vessel approaching. A diplomatic shuttle, unarmed according to their scans. They're hailing us, reported Communications Officer Lesk. Grand Marshal Korvik, observing from the flagship Inevitable Conquest, nodded. On screen, a human appeared,
Male, older, with gray hair and the decorative fabric collar that humans in authority often wore. He smiled politely. Grand Marshal Korvik, I presume. I'm Terran Ambassador Nikhil Douglas. On behalf of the United Earth Government, I welcome you to the Sol System. Korvik was momentarily taken aback by the greeting, but quickly recovered. You seem remarkably unconcerned by our arrival, Ambassador. The human's smile never wavered. Should we be concerned? We were under the impression this was a diplomatic visit. Korvik bared his teeth in what passed for a Hadron smile. Is that what your intelligence services told you? Among other things, Douglas replied casually. But we prefer to give visitors the benefit of the doubt. We've prepared appropriate reception protocols if you'd care to send a delegation to Earth. Our planetary defense grid has been temporarily reconfigured to allow your shuttle safe passage. Something in the human's phrasing caught Korvik's attention. Planetary defense grid. Our scans show minimal orbital defenses. Really? The human looked genuinely surprised. That's odd. They should be quite visible. He glanced at something off-screen. Ah, I see the problem. Admiral Kerrigan, would you mind activating the grid's visibility protocols for our guests? Before Korvik could respond, his tactical officer shouted in alarm. Grand Marshal, new contacts, thousands of them, appearing throughout the system. The main view screen shifted to a tactical display, showing the Sol system suddenly illuminated with countless red dots, orbital platforms, automated weapon systems, and what appeared to be entire fleets that had simply appeared. Cloaking technology, Korvik breathed. The Hadron had theorized it was possible, but had never successfully implemented it at scale. Yet here were the supposedly primitive humans, deploying it across an entire star system. Not cloaking exactly, Ambassador Douglas corrected, almost apologetically. More of a quantum displacement. The defense grid exists in a slightly offset state until activated, much more energy efficient than conventional cloaking. Korvik struggled to maintain his composure. An impressive display, Ambassador, but displays don't win wars. No one's talking about war, Grand Marshal. Douglas's friendly demeanor cooled several degrees. We're simply making you aware of the actual tactical situation before you make any unfortunate decisions. A sensor operator's voice cut through the tension. Marshal, we're detecting targeting locks from multiple vectors. Our electronic countermeasures they're not working.
The view of
How
the
many
Cygnus
targeting
Nebula
systems?
is
Korvik demanded.
stunning this evening.
The operator swallowed visibly.
It
All of them,
almost
sir.
makes the
Every
journey
platform,
through the
every
void
ship.
worth it.
They're all locked onto our vessels simultaneously. Ambassador Douglas cleared his throat. Perhaps we should start again. The United Earth Government welcomes the Hadron Dominion delegation and invites you to send representatives to discuss mutually beneficial diplomatic relations. Alternatively, you're welcome to depart the system immediately with our best wishes. What would you prefer, Grand Marshal? Korvik's 4 hands clenched into fists. Everything in his being screamed to attack, to show these soft creatures what real warfare looked like. But he hadn't risen to Grand Marshal by being stupid. It seems, he ground out, that diplomatic discussions would be appropriate. Wonderful. Douglas's warm smile returned. We'll transmit coordinates for your shuttle. Oh, and Grand Marshal, we've taken the liberty of preparing traditional Hadron cuisine for the reception. I hope that meets with your approval. The transmission ended, leaving Korvik staring at the tactical display in stunned silence. Finally, he turned to Dr. Pell. You were right, Doctor. They are unlike any species we've encountered. How so, Marshal? Pell asked. They didn't threaten us, Korvik mused. Not really. They simply changed the parameters of our engagement, and they prepared food for us. He shook his head in bewilderment. What kind of conquerors prepare meals for the enemy they're about to destroy? Perhaps, Pell suggested carefully. They were never planning to destroy us at all. And that's how the Hadron Accords were signed, finished Weber, downing the last of his drink. Grand Marshal Korvik became one of our strongest allies in the galactic community. Even named his firstborn daughter after Ambassador Douglas. Gorn and Tsitka had been joined by several other aliens during Weber's storytelling. A gelatinous merble who pulsed with interest, a pair of methane-breathing folks in environmental suits, and a tall, willowy Azonite whose photosynthetic skin shifted colors with her emotional response to the tale. But I don't understand, said the Azonite, her skin cycling through puzzled blues. Why didn't the humans simply destroy the Hadron fleet? They clearly had overwhelming force. Weber shrugged. Why would we? The Hadron weren't evil, just expansionist. Once they understood the true balance of power, they were perfectly reasonable. They've actually helped us develop some fascinating new technologies since then.
Brace for impact.
But the Vraxians, Gorn pointed out. You decimated them. The Vraxians wouldn't back down, Weber replied, his expression darkening momentarily. We gave them every opportunity to retreat. They chose poorly. His smile returned. But even there, we didn't destroy them as a species. Their new government has proven quite progressive. The Mirable burbled something that the translators rendered as, "It sounds like humans prefer to make allies rather than conquests." Generally speaking, yes, Weber nodded. Don't get me wrong, we'll fight if we have to, but we'd rather trade recipes than exchange fire. Speaking of which, Tsitka interjected, mandibles clicking eagerly. Is it true humans can eat almost anything? Weber laughed. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but we are omnivores with remarkably adaptable digestive systems. Our scientists joke that it's because we evolved eating whatever wouldn't kill us immediately. That explains the disgusting human delicacy I heard about, one of the folks rasped through their translator. Fermented dairy excretions infested with microbes. Cheese? Weber grinned. Oh, that's just the beginning. Wait until you hear about Surströmming or Hakarl. But this adaptability, the Azanite mused, her skin shifting to thoughtful greens. It extends beyond just your diet, doesn't it? Weber's expression turned more serious. Perceptive observation. Yes, I'd say adaptability is humanity's defining characteristic. We evolved on a planet with wildly varying conditions. Deserts, tundra, rainforests, mountains, oceans. Early humans could live just about anywhere simply by changing their tools and techniques. Unlike most apex species, Gorn realized, who evolved specific advantages for specific environments. Exactly, Weber nodded. The Vraxians evolved perfect predatory capabilities for their homeworld, but that very specialization became a vulnerability when facing a species that specialized in, well, not specializing. The Mirable burbled again. Your weakness became your strength. I wouldn't call it weakness, Weber corrected gently. Different evolutionary strategy, that's all. And it served us well when we reached the stars. New planet has higher gravity? We build exoskeletons. Atmosphere's not breathable? We engineer environmental systems. Local predators have psychological vulnerabilities? Well, he shrugged. You heard what happened to the Vraxians. A heavy silence fell over the group as they contemplated the implications. Is that why the Galactic Council granted humans protectorate status over 17 less developed worlds? Tsitka asked suddenly. Weber raised an eyebrow. You're well informed for a traitor. Information is the most valuable commodity. Tsitka's mandibles clicked in what might have been a smirk. Yes, Weber confirmed after a moment. The Council recognized that humanity's approach to interspecies relations was unusually benevolent. We don't seek to terraform worlds to our specifications or replace native ecosystems with our own. We adapt to what's there, or find ways to coexist. That philosophy extended to how we interact with pre-FTL civilizations. Unlike the Kthuk, muttered one of the folks. A tense silence fell at the mention of the notoriously aggressive insectoid empire. I've heard rumors, Gorn said quietly, that the Kthuk have been amassing forces near human space. Weber's expression remained neutral, but something cold flickered in his eyes. The diplomatic corps is aware of the Kthuk movements. We've extended numerous invitations for peaceful dialogue. The Kthuk don't do dialogue, Tsitka clicked nervously. They do conquest, always have. There's always a first time, Weber said mildly, but the easy charm had left his voice. The Azanite's skin had shifted to alarmed oranges and reds. The Kthuk destroyed my people's colony in the Vega sector. 3 billion lives, gone in a day. They don't negotiate, they consume. Weber sighed. We're aware of their history. Believe me, we've studied it extensively. And, prompted Gorn, and we hope they've studied ours, Weber replied simply. High Sovereign Sizisk of the Kthuk Imperium surveyed the War Council with compound eyes that reflected the assembled military leadership like fractured mirrors. His chitinous exoskeleton gleamed under the harsh lighting, iridescent patterns signaling his supreme rank to any who might foolishly question his authority. The human defenses have been thoroughly analyzed, droned war strategist Kizgit. Unlike our approach to the Vraxians or the Hadron, we've spent 3 stellar cycles gathering intelligence. We know every orbital platform, every fleet position, every ground installation.
The Sovereign's antennae
It
twitched with
almost
approval.
makes the
And
journey
their
through
supposed
the
quantum
void
displacement
worth
technology? A clever ruse, Kizket clicked dismissively.
What the Hadron observed was a combination of holographic projections and automated platforms deployed from hidden bases in their outer system. Impressive coordination, but ultimately detectable by our advanced sensors. Their psychological warfare capabilities? Neutralized. Our warriors have no mammalian instincts to exploit. Our ship environments are completely isolated and filtered through systems that would eliminate any chemical or biological agent. The Sovereign's mandibles clicked in satisfaction. And what of their supposed diplomatic prowess? The Hadruan were formidable warriors, yet they now practically worship these soft creatures. A different advisor stepped forward. Tzakt, the Imperium's xenopsychology expert, her carapace bearing the acid-etched markings of one who had dissected thousands of alien brains. The humans possess unusual empathic capabilities, she explained. They can intuitively model the psychology of other species in ways we find inefficient. This allows them to present arguments specifically calibrated to appeal to the target species' values and priorities. Manipulation, hissed the Sovereign. Yes, Zekt agreed. But we are immune. The Cathuk collective consciousness does not recognize external value systems. There is only the Imperium, the Queen, and expansion. The Sovereign rose to his full height, towering over his advisors. Then we attack. Not with a small force like the Vraxians. Not with a mere battle group like the Hadron. We will send the 4th, 5th, and 6th swarms simultaneously. 300 capital ships, 2,000 support vessels, and 10 million warriors. The War Council clicked and hissed their approval. The humans have built their reputation on clever tricks and diplomatic maneuvers, the Sovereign continued. But there comes a point where numbers and raw force make tricks irrelevant. That point is now. On Earth, in the titanium-reinforced Situation Room deep beneath the Himalayan Defense Complex, Admiral Elena Thompson studied the massive holographic display showing Cathuk fleet movements. They're really coming, she murmured. All 3 swarms. Beside her, Ambassador Douglas nodded grimly. I'm afraid diplomacy has failed, Admiral. 17 separate overtures, all rejected. We knew it might come to this, Thompson sighed. The Cathuk evolutionary psychology is uniquely resistant to our usual approaches. Hive minds generally are, agreed Dr. Wei Zhao, the xenobiology expert who had joined them for this emergency session. Their decision-making isn't individual but collective. There's no single consciousness we can appeal to, no concept of compromise for mutual benefit. The swarm expands because expansion is literally the only imperative it understands. Thompson turned to the 4th person in the room, General Mateo Oliveira, commander of Earth's ground forces. Your assessment, General? Oliveira's weathered face was grim. If they break through our orbital defenses, we're looking at simultaneous landings on every continent. 10 million thick warriors, each equivalent to a small tank in terms of armor and firepower. Can we hold them? Douglas asked quietly. On the ground? Oliveira shrugged. Eventually, but the civilian casualties would be catastrophic. Thompson turned back to the display. Then we don't let them reach the ground. She tapped a control, highlighting the approaching Cathuk armada. We've tried reason, we've tried diplomacy, we've even tried threats. The Cathuk have made their choice. She looked at each of her colleagues in turn. It's time for Protocol Omega. A heavy silence fell over the room. The Council hasn't authorized Omega, Douglas said finally. Not since the Crawl incursion, and that was a controlled demonstration, not an actual deployment. The Council gave us autonomy for planetary defense, Thompson countered. And this qualifies. Dr. Zhao looked troubled. Admiral, Omega wasn't designed for this scale of engagement. The consequences could be unpredictable. More unpredictable than 10 million Cathuk warriors swarming our cities? Thompson asked grimly. The projections show 2 billion human casualties in the first week of a ground war. I'll inform the Council, Douglas said, resignation in his voice. But I want my objection noted. Noted, Thompson acknowledged. And Nikhil, I hope you're right. I hope we're making the wrong call. But if we're not... She turned back to the display, watching the inexorable approach of the Cathuk fleets. We won't get a second chance. The Cathuk attack came precisely as their intelligence had dictated. A 3-pronged assault that bypassed the majority of human outer system defenses, using short-range FTL jumps to appear directly in Earth orbit almost simultaneously. 300 massive hive ships,
resembling nothing so much as metal-infused insect nests scaled up to monstrous proportions, surrounded the blue planet in a perfect englobement pattern designed to prevent any escape. On the flagship Queen's Mandible, High Sovereign Zizisk watched with satisfaction as the human orbital platforms opened fire. Powerful energy beams and kinetic projectiles that splashed harmlessly against the Kthuk vessel's shields. As predicted, clicked war strategist Kizgt. Their weapons are impressive but calibrated for precision rather than overwhelming force. Against our distributed shield systems, they're ineffective. The Sovereign's compound eyes gleamed. Begin landing operations. I want beachheads established on every continent within the hour. Sovereign, interrupted a sensor operator, her antenna twitching in confusion. We're detecting unusual energy signatures from the planet's surface. Weapons? Unknown. The signatures don't match any weapons system in our database. The operator's mandibles clicked nervously. They appear to be manipulating something at the quantum level. Irrelevant, the Sovereign dismissed. Begin the landings, now. Thousands of dropships began to detach from the hive vessels, their sleek, chitinous forms accelerating toward Earth's atmosphere. On view screens throughout the Kthuk fleet, commanders watched with anticipation as the first wave approached the upper atmosphere, and then quite simply vanished. Report! Demanded the Sovereign, his posture suddenly rigid. The first wave of dropships. They're gone, stammered the sensor operator. No debris, no energy discharge. They simply ceased to exist the moment they crossed the upper atmospheric boundary. Impossible, hissed Kizgt. Nothing can... Second wave experiencing the same phenomenon, interrupted another operator. Third wave as well. All vessels attempting atmospheric entry are disappearing. The Sovereign's compound eyes flicked rapidly between displays. Pull back the dropships. Target the planetary surface with long-range weaponry instead. If we cannot land, we will bombard them into submission. Throughout the fleet, massive energy weapons began to power up, targeting major human population centers. On the Queen's Mandible, the Sovereign watched as the first volley, enough firepower to level a small continent, discharged toward Earth. The energy beams and projectiles crossed the upper atmosphere boundary, and like the dropships before them, simply ceased to exist. Sovereign! The science officer's voice had taken on an edge of panic uncharacteristic for a Kthuk. Our sensors are detecting. The atmosphere itself has been weaponized. Explain! Demanded the Sovereign. The humans have somehow created a quantum field encompassing their entire planet. Anything attempting to pass through it is being... The closest translation would be phase-shifted. Matter entering the field is being transferred elsewhere. Where? The Sovereign demanded. A new voice answered. Human, female, transmitted directly to the Kthuk command channel despite their encryption. That's an excellent question, High Sovereign Zizisk. On the main view screen, Admiral Thompson appeared, her uniform immaculate, her expression cold. What have you done? The Sovereign hissed. We call it the Omega Protocol, Thompson explained conversationally. A quantum phase shield that envelops our entire planet. Any matter attempting to penetrate it is instantly translocated to a predetermined destination. What destination? The Sovereign mandibles clicked in barely controlled fury. Thompson's expression didn't change. Your homeworld, specifically the royal breeding chambers where your queen resides. Your dropships, your weapons fire, all of it is appearing approximately 200 meters above your most sacred hive complex. As we speak. Panicked communications began flooding in from the Kthuk homeworld. Reports of massive explosions, dropships crashing into royal structures, energy weapons discharging directly into breeding chambers. You're lying, the Sovereign hissed, but the fear in his voice betrayed his uncertainty. I wish I were, Thompson replied. We tried diplomacy. We tried warnings. You chose invasion, and we responded accordingly. This is abomination! Screeched the Sovereign. No species has ever dared attack our homeworld directly. No species has ever had to, Thompson countered. Most understand the concept of mutual coexistence. You, unfortunately, do not. Her voice hardened. The protocol will remain active for exactly 1 hour. After that, anything entering Earth's atmosphere will simply be destroyed rather than translocated. I suggest you use this time to recall your forces and begin evacuation efforts on your homeworld. The transmission cut, leaving the Sovereign staring at his increasingly panicked command crew. Order, Sovereign? Kizgt asked, his usual confidence shattered. The Sovereign's compound eyes darted between displays showing the catastrophe unfolding on the homeworld and the impenetrable shield surrounding Earth. For the first time in his long life, he felt something alien to the Kthuk consciousness. Doubt.
Recall all forces.
He finally rasped. Disengage immediately. As the Kthuk fleet hastily withdrew from Earth orbit, xenopsychologist Tsekt approached the Sovereign, her posture deferential but urgent. Sovereign, I have been analyzing the human response, and I believe I understand now what our intelligence missed. Speak, the Sovereign commanded, though his attention remained on the disaster reports from the homeworld. The Vraxians, the Hadron, they both misunderstood the humans, but in different ways. The Vraxians underestimated human ingenuity. The Hadron underestimated human preparedness. But her antennae drooped in shame. We underestimated their restraint. Restraint. The Sovereign's mandibles clicked in confusion. They attacked our queen. Yes, but not directly, Tsekt explained.